Hello and welcome to our podcast. Tonight, I will be your guide as we journey back in time to the ancient world of the Slavic people. A world teeming with gods, spirits, and creatures that lived not in distant heavens, but right here among the forests, rivers, and hearthfires of the earth. We will spend our evening in the company of some of the most extraordinary figures these old stories have to offer. We will stand beneath a storming sky with Perun, the great thunder god, and feel the ground shake beneath his burning chariot. We will descend into the quiet, root-tangled underworld of Veles, the shape-shifting lord of all things hidden and sleeping beneath the earth. We will walk with Vasilisa through a dark birch forest, guided by nothing but a doll the size of a thumb, and a courage she did not know she had. We will sit at the edge of a wide river at dusk and listen for the rusalki, the water spirits who drift between the world of the living and the world of something else entirely. And at the very end, we will sit in an open field on the last night of winter and watch together as the goddess Morana folds her white robes around her and steps quietly aside so that spring can finally begin its slow green return. Before we begin, however, let us take a moment to settle into the place where you are right now. Close your eyes, if you have not already, and allow your body to release whatever it has been holding on to throughout the day. Your shoulders, your jaw, the small muscles around your eyes. Let them all go soft. Here, in this moment, there is nothing that is asked of you. There is nowhere you need to be. By simply closing your eyes and letting the sound of my voice carry you forward, you are already giving yourself something that your body and your mind have been waiting for all day. You are already resting. Let your body sink a little deeper into whatever is beneath you. Notice the warmth of the blanket over you, or the soft weight of the pillow beneath your head. Take a slow breath in, and then let it go. Take another, and release it fully, right down to the very bottom of your lungs. You are doing exactly what you need to be doing. Now, for a moment, let us imagine that you are not lying in your bed at all. Instead, picture yourself reclining gently against the roots of an enormous birch tree at the very edge of a quiet forest. It is dusk. The sky above the tree line is a deep, soft blue, the last traces of rose and amber just barely clinging to the horizon. The roots of the birch rise around you like the curved arms of a wooden chair, cradling you completely, and the mossy ground beneath you is as soft as anything you have ever rested on. The tree at your back is ancient and patient, and it does not mind your weight against it at all. The birch trunks around you are the color of old silver, and between them, fireflies are beginning to drift, small, slow pulses of warm gold light moving through the still air like tiny lanterns with no hurry in the world. The smell of pine resin is faint and sweet. Somewhere beneath it, if you breathe in deeply, there is the smell of distant wood smoke, a hearth fire in some house far enough away that all it can offer you is its scent, and it is exactly enough. And just behind the soft sounds of the evening, the breeze barely moving through the leaves above you, the occasional low call of a bird settling in for the night, there is the sound of a stream you cannot quite see, running gently over smooth stones somewhere just out of sight. Take a deep breath in now, drawing that cool forest air all the way into your chest, and as you breathe out slowly, watch the fireflies drift a little closer, their light warming the space between the trees just around you. Breathe in again, filling yourself with the clean and quiet evening. And breathe out, feeling your shoulders drop, feeling the roots beneath you hold a little more of your weight. With every breath out, your body grows heavier and more settled, the way the old trees around you have grown heavy and settled over many, many years. Their roots go deep. So do yours just now. You are not going anywhere. You are held. Your legs feel heavy. Your arms feel heavy. Your hands rest open and relaxed, and you let them. The fireflies drift among the silver birch trunks, unhurried and unconcerned, and the stream runs softly just beyond where you can see it, steady and uninterrupted, the way it has been running since long before any of tonight's stories were first told. Know that you can return to this forest at any moment, to the root cradle of the birch tree, the smell of wood smoke and pine, the fireflies moving in the blue dusk, whenever you need to find your way back to stillness. Now, with your body heavy and your mind soft and open, let us begin. Long before the first Slavic village was built along the banks of a quiet river, before the first field was ploughed or the first hearth fire was lit, Perun was already there, standing at the top of the world, watching the sky with eyes that flickered like lightning. He was the oldest of the sky gods and the most powerful, and the ancient Slavic people understood this, not as an abstraction, but as something they could feel in their own bodies every time a summer storm rolled in from the west. He was not a god who needed temples to make himself known. He announced himself in the deep crack of thunder that rattles the windows and silences the birds, in the sudden flash that turns a dark afternoon white for a single breathless instant, in the warm, iron smell of rain soaking into dry earth. Yo, you would have known him, even if no one had ever told you his name. His presence was simply part of what the world was. And yet, for all his immensity, it is worth taking a moment to imagine what he actually looked like, because the people who loved him were very specific about that, and they were right to be, because there was something deeply reassuring about a god who looked exactly like what he was. His beard was the deep, vivid red of a fire seen through smoke. His hair was silver, not with age, but with something brighter and older than age. It caught the light the way the underside of storm clouds catches it, luminous and cool and alive. His mustache was the color of hammered gold, and beneath it his expression was almost always composed, the way that wide-open skies are composed, still on the surface and full of enormous movement underneath. His skin was like stone that has been worn smooth by centuries of weather, not hard, but settled, permanent, the kind of surface that has simply been in the world long enough to stop being surprised by it. And his eyes were the thing the old stories always came back to. In ordinary moments they were steady and grey, the grey of sky before rain. But in moments of anger or grief or fierce protectiveness, they flashed white, a pure, cold, total white. And in that instant, every creature beneath the sky, human or animal or spirit, understood without needing to be told that something enormous was paying attention. The people who saw him in their visions and dreams noted other details as well. His hands were large and capable, the hands of someone who had built things and repaired things and held things precious. He wore armor that seemed to be made not of forged metal, but of something more fundamental, solidified storm perhaps, or the idea of strength given physical form. Around his waist was a belt that crackled with barely contained power, and from it hung a weapon of such terrible significance that the old stories treated it with almost sacred circumspection. This was Perun's hammer, known by a name that translates roughly as the splitter, though translations hardly do it justice. The hammer was not merely a tool or a weapon. It was an instrument of justice, a symbol of his authority over the sky, and a reminder that the difference between creation and destruction often depends entirely on the intention behind the blow. When Perun wielded it, the sky itself seemed to hold its breath. Lightning did not merely flash in those moments. It seemed to originate from the hammer itself, radiating outward in patterns of such mathematical precision that later generations would spend lifetimes trying to understand the geometry hidden in a thunderstorm. The hammer returned to his hand always, no matter how far he threw it, guided by forces that the living world could only perceive and never fully comprehend. This was the nature of divine tools. They functioned according to rules that were older and stranger than the rules that govern mortal weapons. He travelled the sky in a chariot pulled by horses whose manes burned like torches. The horses were not cruel animals. They were powerful in the way that rivers in full flood are powerful, doing exactly what they were made to do with a kind of absolute, unhesitating completeness. Their hooves struck sparks from the clouds as they ran, and those sparks fell earthward as lightning. When you lay on your back in a summer field as a child and watched a distant storm move across the sky, you may have felt something like this. That particular awe that has no fear mixed into it, only wonder, only the sense of being very small beneath something very grand. That feeling was, for the ancient Slavic people, an encounter with Perun himself. They felt it the same way you feel warmth from a fire in another room, indirectly, through walls and distance, but unmistakably real. His domain was not merely the sky as a physical place, but the sky as a principle. Order, law, the reliable turning of the seasons, the promise that rain would come when the earth needed it, that the sun would follow the storm, that the world would continue to function according to rules that could be trusted. He presided over all of this from his place atop the world tree, the great cosmic axis that the ancient Slavic people imagined running through the center of everything, its highest branches reaching into the heavens, its trunk passing through the world of the living, its roots plunging down into the cold underworld below. From that height, he could see all three realms at once, and he watched them all with the careful attention of someone who understood that the entire structure depended on nothing falling out of balance. The oak tree was his most sacred symbol on earth, and the old stories offered a simple, beautiful explanation for why oaks were struck by lightning more than any other tree. It was not destruction, it was devotion. He struck the oak because he loved it. He returned to it again and again the way that you return to a place that matters to you, not because you need anything from it, but because being near it makes you feel more like yourself. The nature of Perun's watch was constant and without mercy toward those who disrupted the order he maintained. He saw everything that happened beneath his sky, from the smallest dishonesty in a merchant's scales to the grandest betrayals that shook the foundations of trust between people. The ancient sources make clear that Perun was not a god of vengeance for its own sake, but rather a god who understood that injustice was a kind of disorder, a breaking of the natural law that held communities together. When he struck a man down with his hammer or with lightning, it was not random, not capricious, but a correction, a removal of something that had begun to poison the order of things. This made him fearsome, certainly, but it also made him reliable. A Slavic farmer could trust that if he kept faith with his agreements and treated others justly, he would not have to fear Perun's wrath. The sky would remain his ally rather than his enemy. The thunder would announce the coming of welcome rain rather than the arrival of divine punishment. This understanding shaped the way that Slavic communities organized themselves. Justice was not merely a legal concept, but a cosmological one, something that affected the functioning of the world itself. A ruler who allowed injustice to flourish was not merely morally corrupt. He was weakening the cosmic structure, angering the god who held the sky in place, and thereby risking disaster for everyone under his dominion. This connection between human conduct and the behavior of the heavens was not conceived, read, metaphorical, but absolutely literal. The Slavic farmers who planted their fields each spring did not think of Perun as a distant and theoretical deity. They thought of him the way they thought of weather, as something genuinely present, genuinely involved in the outcome of their lives, and genuinely worthy of being spoken to directly. Before a farmer pushed his plough into the earth for the first time each year, it was common to pause for a moment and address the sky, not in elaborate ceremony, but simply and honestly, the way you would speak to a neighbor whose help you were counting on. Warriors preparing for battle honored him with similar directness, not begging for safety, exactly, but acknowledging that there was a god of justice and force watching from above, and that how they conducted themselves in that battle would be scene. This is one of the most quietly moving things about Perun as a figure. He was not a god who rewarded flattery. He was a god who rewarded conduct. He cared about what you actually did, not what you promised or what rituals you performed. And the people who believed in him seemed to understand this at a very deep level. He was protective in the way that a truly just authority is protective, not by removing difficulty, but by ensuring that the world remained a place where honest effort could find its reward, where the rain did fall, where the fields did grow, where the storm did pass. He was fierce, without question. There was nothing gentle about lightning, nothing soft about the sound that shook the ground when he drove his chariot across a particularly heavy bank of cloud. But fie, arsiness in service of something you love is a different quality entirely from cruelty. And Perun was never cruel. He was vast, and he was serious, and he was extraordinarily devoted to the living world spread out beneath his sky. The rivers threading through it, the forests gathering darkness at their edges, the small fires burning in the small houses, the people sleeping quietly inside them. He held all of it in his attention with a tenderness that his power made possible rather than obscured. And below him, always, the world tree held everything in place. Sky and earth and the deep underground, its roots reaching into a darkness that Perun watched carefully, and for good reason. But Perun was not the only power in this ancient world, and he knew it, because deep beneath the roots of world tree, something was always stirring. Down below, where the roots of the world tree plunged deep into the cold earth, there was another kingdom entirely, darker and stranger than the sky above, but no less alive. This was Nav, the Slavic realm of the dead, and it was nothing like the place of punishment that later traditions would imagine when they pictured the world beneath the living one. Nav was quieter than that, and in its own way, more tender. It was a place of deep roots and cold underground water, of the slow, rhythmic breathing of things that were not gone but simply resting, seeds in the frozen soil, bears in their dens, rivers held still beneath thick winter ice. It was a place that moved at the pace of sleep, unhurried and dark, and it was the domain of Veles, the great old shape-shifting god who was Perun's eternal opposite, the other half of everything. Where Perun was fire and height and the open sky, Veles was depth and shadow and the slow pull of the earth. He belonged to the world beneath. He was its master, its voice, and in many ways, its heart. And the ancient Slavic people understood that you could not have one of these two gods without the other, any more than you could have a year with only summer and no winter, or a world with only light and no darkness for the light to push against. Veles was not evil. He was simply the other side of things, and to look at him clearly was to understand that the world required both sides in order to keep turning. Nav itself was not a place of torment or punishment, though outsiders would often misunderstand it in that way. It was simply the necessary complement to the world above, the place where things went to rest and be remade. The Slavic people did not fear Nav the way later cultures would come to fear their underworlds. They understood it as a natural part of the great cycle, as essential and unremarkable as night following day. To the ancient Slavic mind, Nav was not separate from life, but woven through it, present in every seed that had to die in winter to sprout in spring, in every animal that denned up for months in the dark and emerged again when the sun returned. It was present in the patience of the earth itself, in the way the soil held everything that fell into it, not as a tomb, but as a storehouse, waiting for the moment to give it back. The Slavic people who worked the land understood this rhythm intimately. They planted their crops in soil that had been dark and still all winter long. They watched their livestock disappear into the deep forests when the snow came and return in the spring, somehow both the same animals and changed by their time in that other realm. They saw their children born in the spring following winter births, and they understood that Nav was not an ending, but a transformation. It was where potential lived, held quietly, until the moment when it could emerge into the light again. The boundaries between Nav and the world above were not hard walls, but more like the surface of water, permeable, shifting, a place where one realm touched the other and transformed according to the season. Veles himself was not easy to look at clearly, because he was rarely the same shape twice. He was a shapeshifter, and the forms he took when he moved through the world were as varied as the things he governed. Sometimes he appeared as a great serpent, thick and ancient, moving slowly through the roots of the world tree like a river through dark stone. Sometimes he rose from the ground as an enormous horned bear, his fur so heavy and dark it seemed to absorb the light around him, his eyes amber and unreadable and very old. He was sometimes a wolf moving alone through the deepest part of the forest, or a raven sitting at the edge of a field when the first cold winds of autumn came down from the north. And sometimes, perhaps most strangely, he appeared as a wizened old man, small and bent, wrapped in furs so thick and layered that you could not tell where the furs ended and the man began, and he walked with a staff cut from an old tree, and there was something about the way he moved that suggested he had been walking for longer than any road had existed. Whichever form he wore, there was always something about him that belonged more to shadow than to light, not in a threatening way, exactly, but in the way that the bottom of a river belongs to shadow, or the inside of an old tree. He was a thing of depth. He governed the cattle in their fields, the wealth buried in the earth, the poetry that rose up from some place people could not quite name, the sorcery that drew on the hidden power of the living world. He was the patron of everything that moved quietly, underground or at the edges of things, away from the brightness of the open sky, and he accepted all of that with an ancient patience that had never once been disturbed. Veles was called by many names in the Slavic lands, each one reflecting a different aspect of his nature and dominion. In some places, he was known as the god of cattle and herds, and farmers would leave offerings at the edges of their fields in his honor, hoping he would bless their livestock and keep them healthy through the year. In other places, he was spoken of as the master of wealth, not only the gold and silver that could be held in a hand, but the true wealth of the earth, the fertility and abundance that came from the soil itself. Some called him the god of poetry and music, for there was something about the deep places of the earth that seemed to inspire the kinds of songs and stories that came from the depths of the human heart, rather than from the conscious mind. Merchants and traders sometimes invoked his name, for he was also understood as the god of commerce and exchange, the force that kept goods and money moving through the world. And in other contexts, he was feared as a god of sorcery and hidden knowledge, for he knew the secrets that lay beneath the surface of things, the old magic that had been in the earth since before people walked across it. All of these aspects of Veles were true at the same time. He was not contradicted by having so many roles. Rather, he was made complete by them, the way a great forest is made complete by containing both the highest branches and the deepest roots. The great story that the Slavic people told about Veles, the one that explained why winter came and why spring always followed it, was a story about conflict and about the way that conflict can hold the world together rather than tear it apart. Each year, as the cold settled over the land and the days grew short and the light pulled back toward the horizon, Veles would rise slowly from Nav and move across the earth, and with him came the stillness of winter. He would take the cattle to shelter in his realm, or draw the clouds down so that no rain fell, or pull the fertility of the fields down into the cold ground where only he could reach it. This was not cruelty. This was simply the nature of things. The earth resting, the world drawing in its breath, everything going quiet and still and dark for the long months of winter. And Perun, watching from his place high above the world tree, would see what Veles had done. He would see the fields gone cold, the sky gone grey, the cattle vanished, and something in him that could not tolerate stillness would rise up fierce and bright, and he would come down through the sky in his burning chariot with lightning in both hands. The chase that followed crossed the whole breadth of the sky. Perun's thunderbolts struck the earth wherever Veles tried to hide, behind hills, beneath rivers, inside hollow trees, and every place the lightning struck, the ground cracked open with warmth, and the ice began to pull back from the edges of things. Veles moved through every shape he had, serpent, wolf, bear, old man, but Perun's fire found him in each one, and drove him steadily back toward the roots and the cold water and the patient dark of Nav. This was not a battle with a winner and a loser in the ordinary sense. Veles was never destroyed. Perun was never truly satisfied. The chase ended the same way every year, with Veles retreating deep into the earth, and the warmth rushing in behind him to fill the space he had left, and the fields slowly drinking the first rains of spring, like someone who had been thirsty for a very long time. The Slavic people understood that this cycle was not a tragedy. They understood that Veles's reign was necessary, that the land needed to sleep the way people needed to sleep, deeply and without interruption, before it could grow again. They understood that Perun's fury was not punishment, but renewal, the energy that shocked the world back into color after months of quiet grey. Neither God was wrong. Both were doing what the world required of them, and the endless, rolling conflict between them was not the sound of the world breaking apart. It was the sound of the world working, the oldest rhythm there is, older than any prayer or any story ever told about it. And so the ancient Slavic people understood that whenever summer rain fell warm and heavy on their fields, it was Perun, victorious again, watering the earth with the tears of his endless war. Welcome to this collection from Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I'm Arif. Tonight I shall be your guide as we travel deep into the birch forests of old Russia to spend some time with Vasilisa the Beautiful, a young girl of extraordinary patience and courage, the magical doll that never left her pocket. We will follow her through some of the most frightening hours of her young life, from the cold autumn evening when her stepmother put out every last light in the house and sent her alone into the dark forest, all the way to the quiet dawn when she finally stood in her own doorway with the whole world open before her. As we prepare to embark upon this tale, it would be beneficial to first take some time to settle into the place where you are now. Close your eyes and allow the weight of your day to begin its slow and gentle retreat. Your body has worked hard, and it deserves this rest, this long, unhurried, undemanding quiet. Let your legs grow heavy against the mattress beneath you, your arms soften and release, your shoulders drop away from your ears. Feel the bed rising up to hold you, firm and steady and generous. Know that there is nowhere else you are required to be, and nothing else you're required to do. In this moment, the only thing asked of you is to breathe and to listen. This story has been told for many centuries across the vast landscape of Russia, passed from grandmother to grandchild on winter evenings much like this one. The tale of Vasilisa carries within it the wisdom of ages, lessons woven into every thread of her journey. In the Russian tradition, stories serve a purpose beyond mere entertainment. They are vessels of understanding, carrying truths about resilience, about the hidden strength that exists within those who appear fragile or powerless on the surface. Vasilisa's tale is no exception. It speaks to the part of us that has ever felt small in the face of overwhelming circumstance, the part that has questioned whether we possess the courage required to move forward into darkness. The birch forests that form the backdrop of this story are themselves significant in Russian culture. These forests have been witness to countless stories and secrets throughout history. They are places of mystery and refuge. places where the boundary between the ordinary world and the realm of magic seems particularly thin. The white bark of the birch trees seems to glow in moonlight, creating an ethereal landscape that exists between dream and reality. In winter, these forests become entirely transformed, draped in snow that muffles sound and creates a hushed, almost sacred atmosphere. The forests call to something deep within the human imagination, a place where anything seems possible and where the rules of the everyday world might not quite apply. Vasilisa herself is a figure of quiet power. She does not command attention through force or dominance. Rather, she moves through her world with a gentle persistence, guided always by the wisdom passed down to her by her mother. Her strength lies not in her muscles or her voice, but in her character, in her ability to remain calm when others would panic, to think clearly when others would despair. She is the kind of heroine who accomplishes great things, not through magic of her own making, but through virtue, intelligence, and an unwavering commitment to what is right. This is what makes her story particularly resonant, particularly worthy of contemplation as you settle into sleep. The magical doll mentioned in the story's introduction is not a wand-waving implement of power. It is something far more subtle and perhaps more profound. It represents the internalized wisdom of those who love us, the guidance that accompanies us even when we must walk difficult paths alone. Many of us carry such dolls in metaphorical form, the memory of a parent's advice, the echo of a beloved teacher's words, the internal voice that counsels us toward our better nature. The doll is present throughout Vasilisa's ordeal, and understanding its significance becomes central to understanding the story's deepest meanings. The stepmother in this tale embodies a particular kind of cruelty, the casual, deliberate infliction of suffering upon those who are in one's care. She represents the malice that arises from envy and resentment, from the inability to accept that beauty or goodness in another person might exceed one's own. Her daughters, too, participate in this cruelty, though perhaps with less intentionality. They are caught in their mother's shadow, shaped by her influence, limited by her narrow vision of the world. Yet even in their cruelty, there exists the possibility for change, for awakening to something beyond their mother's reach. The story will test this possibility and ask us to consider the nature of redemption and transformation. The forest that Vasilisa must enter represents all the unknowns we face in life, all the uncertainty and fear that arises when we step beyond the boundaries of what we know and understand. It is dark, it is cold, it is inhabited by forces we cannot control or fully comprehend. Yet the forest is also a place of power and magic, a realm where extraordinary things become possible, where the rules of ordinary life no longer strictly apply. To enter the forest is to accept risk, but it is also to open oneself to transformation and growth. The forest demands that we draw upon resources we did not know we possessed, that we discover capacities for courage and wisdom that we had taken for granted. Baba Yaga, the figure who dwells at the heart of the forest, is perhaps the most fascinating character in all of Russian folklore. She is neither purely evil nor entirely good, but rather a force of nature, ancient and powerful and utterly unconcerned with human morality. Her hut, which walks upon chicken legs, is one of the most distinctive images in all of world folklore. It is a place of danger, certainly, but it is also a place of testing, where those who seek knowledge or aid must prove themselves worthy. Baba Yaga's role in Vasilisa's story is complex and layered, and one of the great pleasures of this tale lies in contemplating her character and the choices she makes. The fire that burns in Baba Yaga's dwelling is itself a character in the story, a force that consumes and illuminates in equal measure. Fire in Russian folklore often represents transformation, the burning away of the old to make room for the new. It is associated with truth, with the inability to hide or dissemble in its revealing light. The seeking of fire becomes, in this story, not merely a practical necessity, but a spiritual quest, a journey toward illumination and understanding. Each character in the tale relates to this fire differently, and their relationships to it tell us much about their inner nature. The timeline of the story unfolds across several crucial moments. The autumn evening, when Vasilisa is sent into the forest, represents the crisis point, the moment when circumstances force her to move beyond her comfortable life into something far more challenging and uncertain. The days that follow in the forest are days of testing and trial, days when she must draw upon all her inner resources. The journey toward Baba Yaga's hut constitutes a descent into ever deeper mystery, a progressive movement away from the known world towards something wholly other. And finally, the return journey and the dawn that follows represent a transformation, a movement back into the ordinary world, but changed, fundamentally altered by the experience. The other characters Vasilisa encounters in the forest serve important functions in her journey. Each meeting is an opportunity for her to demonstrate her character, to reveal her inner qualities through her choices and responses. Some of these characters are helpful, extending aid and guidance when she most needs it. Others are more ambiguous, their intentions unclear, their allegiances uncertain. Still others represent forces that wish her harm, that would gladly see her fail. Learning to navigate these encounters, to discern who is trustworthy and who is not, becomes part of Vasilisa's education and development. The concept of beauty in this story is worth contemplating. Vasilisa is called the Beautiful, and this designation is significant. Yet beauty in this story is not merely a matter of physical appearance, though that certainly plays a role. Rather, Vasilisa's beauty is intimately connected to her inner qualities, to her virtue and courage and patience. It is a beauty that shines through precisely because her character is beautiful. This is a profound lesson that the story offers us, a counter to our culture's often shallow understanding of what makes a person truly beautiful or worthy of admiration. The patience mentioned in the initial description is perhaps Vasilisa's greatest strength. In a story filled with danger and urgency, it is her ability to wait, to endure, to remain calm and centered that serves her best. Patience is not passive weakness, but active strength, the ability to trust in the unfolding of events, to maintain composure when others would lose it. This patience is tested repeatedly throughout the story, and each test reveals it to be not merely a character trait, but a kind of wisdom, a deep understanding of how the world works and how transformation occurs. Imagine, if it pleases you, that you are standing at the very edge of a birch forest as dusk comes softly down over the world. Greetings, and thank you for joining Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I'm Arif, your steadfast companion for this night, as we make our way to the edge of a wide, quiet river, somewhere in the ancient Slavic countryside, where the water is clear and cold and full of things that the daylight hours don't often reveal. Before we settle into our story, I want to take a moment with you, just a quiet moment, here in the place where you are right now. Allow your eyes to close, if they haven't already. Allow your hands to rest open at your sides, your fingers loose and still. Feel how the bed beneath you accepts your weight without hesitation, without condition. It has been holding you all this time, and it will go on holding you. There is nothing that requires your attention tonight. There is nowhere you are meant to be. By simply lying here with your eyes closed and your body soft, you are giving yourself something genuinely precious, the kind of deep, unhurried rest that heals things you may not even know need healing. So let yourself have it. Let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw unclench. Let your breath move through you the way a river moves through its channel. Not forced, not hurried, simply following the shape that was always there, waiting for it. Imagine, for a moment that you are sitting at the bank of a river, very much like the one we will visit tonight. The hour is late in the afternoon, almost evening. The light is coming in low and amber across the water, turning it the color of warm honey. The trees along the opposite bank, birch and willow mostly, their long branches trailing in the current, catch that same golden light and hold it in their leaves. There is the sound of the river moving beside you, unhurried and constant, the kind of sound that has no beginning and no end. The grass beneath you is cool and slightly damp from the day's moisture. You can smell the clean mineral scent of the water, and underneath it, the sweet green smell of the reeds growing in the shallows a little way upstream. Each time you breathe out, the light on the water grows a little softer, a little more amber, shading slowly toward the deep and quiet blue of evening. Each time you breathe in, the cool air off the river fills your chest and carries with it all the stillness of a world beginning to settle into night. You are safe here, you are held. Now, with your body easy and your breath slow and your mind as open and unhurried as the river itself, let us begin our story. The Rusalki are among the oldest spirits in all of Slavic memory, and they are also, in some ways, among the most misunderstood. If you had grown up in a riverside village in the very earliest centuries of Slavic life, you would not have thought of them as dangerous. You would have known them the way you knew the spring floods or the summer rains, as something powerful, yes, and worthy of deep respect, but fundamentally connected to the turning of the living world. The Rusalki were spirits of fertility and of water, and each spring they rose from the rivers and lakes and streams, where they lived and drifted out through the countryside in the long evenings, dancing in the fields and meadows in the moonlight, trailing water and mist wherever they walked. The old people believed that wherever a Rusalka danced, the grass grew greener and the grain grew fuller in the weeks that followed. They carried the moisture of the river with them like a gift, and the land received it. They were not, in those earlier stories, creatures of sorrow or malice. They were simply part of the same great, patient rhythm that brought the seasons around again and again. The same rhythm that filled the rivers in spring and let them slow in summer and coated the banks in frost in the deep of winter. Over the centuries, as the old Slavic world changed and the stories were told and retold and shaped by new fears and new ways of seeing the world, the image of the Rusalki grew darker and more complicated. They became associated with young women who had suffered, women who had drowned, women who had been betrayed, women whose lives had ended too early and too harshly. And though there is a kind of truth in that later understanding, it is worth remembering the older one first, the one in which the Rusalki were not tormented spirits reaching upward from grief, but something far more ancient and far less troubled than that. They were the river, given a face. They were the water, given a voice. They looked, in the stories that described them, like young women of extraordinary, unsettling beauty. Their hair was long and unbound, drifting around them the way river grass drifts in a current. Some of them dark-haired, some with hair the deep green of river moss, some with hair so pale it was almost golden, catching light from sources that no one could quite locate. Their skin was pale in the manner of things that live beneath water, and their eyes were the color of deep water, not quite blue, not quite grey, not quite green, but somehow all three at once, and looking into them was said to feel like looking down into a very clear river and seeing something move far below the surface. Their voices sounded like the river itself, like water over smooth stones, like the sound of rain beginning on a still pool. You could hear them singing on quiet nights, when the water was flat and the air was cool and every other sound in the world had gone soft. But whether the song was happy or sorrowful was something no one who heard it could ever quite agree upon afterward. There was a village in the old stories that sat beside a wide river, the kind of river that had been there longer than any memory of it, wide enough that the far bank seemed almost like another country. on mornings when the mist was heavy. Most of the people who lived in that village were river people through and through. They fished it, they drew their water from it, they marked their seasons partly by how it behaved. The ice breaking in early spring, the high water of summer melt, the slow darkening of the current in autumn as the days grew short. Among them there was a young woman named Daria, who had always felt the river more deeply than most people felt anything at all. She was not unfriendly, people liked her well enough, but she was happiest alone, and the place she most often chose to be alone was the bank of the river. She could spend an entire afternoon sitting at the water's edge, watching the way the light moved through it, watching the way the current arranged and rearranged the sand at the bottom in patterns that were never quite the same twice. She was not melancholy exactly. She was simply someone who found in the river a kind of company that the village festivals and the busy half-sides of her neighbours could not quite provide. She understood the river in the way that certain people understand certain things, not intellectually, not by having studied it, but in her body, in some place below thought. The river, for its part, seemed to know her too. The older women of the village sometimes watched her at the bank and felt something they could not fully name, not worry exactly, but a kind of tender attention, the way you might watch a child who has wandered a little close to a fire that has not hurt them yet. One autumn evening, when the light was already fading and the river had taken on the dark, pewter quality that it held in the final weeks before the first ice, Daria walked further along the bank than she usually did, following the curve of the river around a bend where the willows hung so thickly that the path disappeared entirely beneath their trailing branches. The bank there was soft and undercut by years of current, working quietly at the earth beneath it. She slipped. The river was very cold. She did not come back. The village mourned her with great sincerity, and with a grief that went on for a long time, because she had been well loved in the quiet way that solitary people are often loved. Not loudly, not obviously, but genuinely, in a way that makes itself known only in the absence. And then, after several days had passed, something began to change about the river. Not dramatically, not in any way that a stranger passing through would have noticed, but the people who had lived alongside that water their whole lives felt it, a new quality in the sound of the current on still nights, something that sat just at the very edge of being a voice without quite becoming one. The oldest women of the village understood it immediately, and they were not frightened. They were simply respectful, the way they were, ought to have been respectful of any power that had made itself known. They began to leave offerings at the water's edge in the evenings, wreaths woven from the last of the autumn flowers, small loaves of dark bread, cups of millet set carefully on the flat stones along the bank. They did not do this with ceremony particularly. They did it the way you might leave a candle burning in a window for someone you wanted to know they were remembered, quietly, without demanding anything in return. Most families kept their children away from the bank after that, especially in the evenings, especially when the water was still and the voice that was almost a voice came drifting across it from somewhere that had no clear location. But there was a girl named Anya who was 10 years old and possessed of the particular stubbornness that belongs to children who have decided they are not afraid of something, whether or not that decision is fully supported by their bodies. She had known Daria. She had liked her, and she did not believe that whatever was in the river now was something that needed to be kept away from. One evening, a still evening, the moon just beginning to rise above the tree line across the water, she slipped away from the house and made her way down to the bank alone. She sat down at the water's edge, on the flat stone where the offerings were usually left. The millet cup and the bread wreath were already there from that morning. The river moved past her, dark and quiet. She did not call out. She did not demand anything. She simply sat there the way she had seen Daria sit there, watching the water with the particular quality of attention that was neither expectation nor indifference, simply a willingness to receive whatever there was to receive. She spoke, after a while, in a voice barely louder than the current itself. She said that she had come because she wanted to, not because she was brave, or because she had something to ask for, but simply because it seemed wrong that no one ever came to sit here anymore the way Daria used to. The river went on, oving. The moon climbed a little higher and laid a long pale track across the water. And then, at the very edge of the shallows, where the banks sloped gently into the river and the water was barely deep enough to cover a hand, something changed in the surface. A difference in the way the light moved, a shadow that arranged itself in a shape that shadows do not usually take. It was barely there. It was less like a presence and more like the idea of one, the way you sometimes see, from the corner of your eye, the shape of someone standing behind you, and when you turn, there is no one, but you are still quite certain, in some part of yourself that is older than logic, that something was there. The water around the shape was perfectly still, in a circle perhaps an arm's length wide, while the rest of the river continued moving all around it. Anya did not move. She did not speak again. She simply sat with it the way she would have sat with a wild animal she did not want to startle. The shape moved, or seemed to move, or seemed to indicate a direction without actually going there, toward a place a little upstream where the bank jutted out into the water in a smooth, flat shelf of pale stone. Anya followed. Beneath the stone, welling up from between two river rocks with a slow and perfectly clear upwelling, was a small spring, cold enough to make her fingers ache when she reached into it. The water so clear that every pebble at its source was visible in perfect detail, the colors of them brilliant even in the moonlight. She knelt there for a long time with her hand in the cold water, feeling it move around her fingers like something alive, which of course it was. When she looked back toward the place where the shape had been, it was already gone, drawn back beneath the surface without a sound, without so much as a ripple to mark its going. She walked home in the dark with her hand still cold from the spring, and she did not tell anyone what had happened for a very long time. The offerings continued to be left at the water's edge each evening. The river continued to sound, on still nights, almost like singing. The children of the village continued, mostly, to stay away from the bank after dark, all except Anya, who sometimes came back and sat on the flat stone and listened, and felt no need to explain to anyone what she was listening for. The spring beneath the jutting shelf of pale rock became a place the village drew from in dry summers, when the river ran lower and the well water had a taste of iron in it. The water from the spring was always cold and perfectly clear, and on certain nights, when the moon was full and the river caught its light like a mirror, the people of those old villages said you could still hear her, singing softly just beneath the face, the sound of her voice, so like the river itself that you could never quite be sure which one it was. Greetings, and thank you for joining Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I'm Arif, and through this night I will lead you as we step off the road and into the deep old forest, a place where the trees grow so thick that the sky disappears entirely, and the only sounds you hear are the ones the forest decides to let you hear. We will spend some time tonight in the company of one of the most ancient and mysterious figures in all of Slavic folklore, the Leshy, the master of the deep forest, the keeper of every wild creature and every breathing tree within his territory. He is not a figure that the old Slavic people feared in the way they feared illness or famine. He is something quieter and stranger than that, more like the forest itself, neither hostile nor welcoming, simply present, simply watchful, simply his own. But before we make our way into the trees, let us take a moment to settle ourselves here, in the place where we already are. Let your body grow still against the surface beneath you. Feel the weight of your arms, your legs, the gentle heaviness of your head sinking back into the pillow. There is nothing that needs your attention tonight. Whatever the day has left behind, its noise, its unfinished things, its small worries, let it sit at the edge of your awareness, the way a light sits at the edge of a field at night, distant and harmless. You do not need to go toward it. You do not need to send it away. It can simply wait there while you rest. Close your eyes, if they are not already closed, and allow your breathing to slow. Breathe in through your nose slowly, as if you are drawing in the cool, resin-scented air of an old forest just before nightfall. Hold it for a moment, then breathe out, long and easy, and let your shoulders fall. Let your jaw unclench, let your hands open. You are being invited right now to set down whatever you have been carrying. The forest we are about to enter is peaceful. It is ancient. It has been standing long before any worry of yours was born, and it will be standing long after. Now that we have found our way to stillness together, let us begin our story. In the forests of old Russia and across the Slavic lands, the people who lived close to the trees knew that the forest was not empty. It was not simply a collection of wood and shadow and leaf. It was a territory, governed, tended, and watched over by a spirit who had been there since the first seeds fell and the first saplings pushed their pale shoots up through the cold earth. His name was Leshy, and he was as old as the oldest tree you can imagine. The old people described him with such particular detail that you feel certain they must have seen him, or at least sensed him. In the very heart of the forest, Leshy stood as tall as the highest canopy, his grey-green skin carrying the texture of birch bark, rough and furrowed, and beautiful in the way that very old things are beautiful. His eyes were the colour of still green water, the kind you find deep in a forest pool where the light barely reaches. He had no shadow, no matter what hour it was or where the sun sat in the sky, and he had no right ear, only a smooth, unmarked place where that ear should have been, as though the forest had taken it in payment for something long ago. At the edges of his territory, where the trees thinned and the fields began and the human world started to assert itself, he shrank, becoming small enough to hide in the grass, invisible among the roots and fallen leaves. He was never the same size twice, and this was part of what made him so difficult to reckon with. He was not like the Rusalki, who were tied to the water, or the Domovoi, who belonged to the warmth of a single hearth. Leshy belonged to everything green and wild and beyond the reach of human hands. He was master of all the animals within his forest. The wolves knew him. The bears deferred to him. The small creatures moved through his territory with a kind of permission that he granted and could revoke. The trees themselves responded to him, in the way that the Slavic people believed trees responded to things they could not quite name. His laughter, when it came, had no source. It arrived from everywhere at once, from behind you and above you, and from the ground beneath your feet, and it sounded almost human, which was the part that unsettled people most. He did not hate the woodcutters, or the hunters, or the mushroom gatherers who entered his forest each day. That is an important thing to understand about Leshy. He was not malicious in the way a villain is malicious. He was more like a landowner who had never been asked permission, a presence that tolerated human incursion with a certain long patience, but who could, when the mood struck him, remind a person that they were guests in a place they did not own. His favoured method of reminder was to get someone thoroughly, completely, impossibly lost. This is what happened to a young woodcutter named Alexei, who worked the same stretch of forest in late autumn for the better part of his adult life. Alexei knew his forest the way you know the rooms of a house you have lived in for years. He knew which paths softened in wet weather and which stayed firm. He knew where the oldest oak stood and where the ground dipped into a boggy hollow that looked solid but wasn't. He knew every sound the forest made by season, the particular stillness of November, the creak of branches in a wind that hadn't yet reached the ground, the distant drumming of a woodpecker that meant the day was still early. He was not a careless man. He was not the kind of man who made foolish mistakes. But on one particular afternoon in late October, when the light was coming in at that low, amber angle that arrives just before dusk and does something strange to the shadows between the trees, Alexei went into the forest an hour later than he should have. The old people of his village had always said it plainly and without elaboration. There are certain hours when the forest is not entirely itself, and the slant of late autumn light was one of them. Alexei had heard this his whole life. He had simply never thought it applied to him. He walked his most familiar path. He had walked it hundreds of times, and his feet knew it the way his feet knew the floor of his own home. But after only a short while, something began to feel wrong in a way he could not exactly name. The trees looked correct. They were the same birches and pines and oaks he had always known, but their arrangement had shifted, subtly, the way a room looks different when a piece of furniture has been moved only slightly. The path beneath his feet felt right, and yet it led him somewhere unfamiliar. He stopped and turned around, and behind him was more forest, indistinguishable from the forest in front of him. He stood very still and listened. The sounds came from no direction he could fix. The snap of a twig reached him from the left, and when he turned toward it, the same sound came from behind him. A low rustling settled into the canopy overhead, and then stopped, as though it had been listening back. And then he heard it. Laughter, light and unhurried, carrying through the trees from somewhere that was not quite anywhere. It was the kind of laughter that made the back of your neck prickle, not because it was threatening, but because it knew something you didn't. Then he heard his own name, said in a voice he almost recognized, almost his brother's voice, almost his wife's, almost someone from his childhood. He was wise enough not to follow it. He stood where he was, breathing carefully, and he thought of his grandmother. She had told him, years ago, sitting by the stove on a winter evening, that if you ever found yourself lost in the forest in a way that shouldn't be possible, if the paths you knew refused to work the way they were supposed to, there was only one remedy. You took off your coat and turned it inside out and put it back on. You switched your boots to the wrong feet. You made yourself, in small ways, the mirror of what you had been. And the forest, she said, would release you. Alexei stood in the middle of that shifting, laughing forest, and he did it. He felt completely foolish doing it. He shrugged off his coat in the cold air, turned it inside out, so the lining faced out, and put it back on. He sat down on a cold root and switched his boots, right foot, left boot, left foot, right boot. He stood up. He looked at the path in front of him. It was the path he knew. Immediately, unmistakably, it was the right path, stretching away between the trees in exactly the direction he needed to go. The familiar dip in the ground to the left, the pair of birches leaning toward each other just ahead, every landmark in its proper place. He walked out of the forest into the last grey light of the afternoon, and the cold open air of the field met him like something offered with open hands. He turned back once at the tree line. He saw only trees, dark, patient, inscrutable, but he was almost entirely certain that something in the density of that darkness was watching him go. He felt it the way you sometimes feel, walking out of a room, that the room has not quite finished with you yet. On his way back to the village, he stopped at the oldest oak at the forest's edge, a tree so wide that 3 men linking hands could not have reached around it, its bark ridged and deep and very old. He took the heel of bread from his coat pocket, the small piece he had saved from his midday meal, and he left it at the base of that oak with both hands, quietly, without ceremony. It seemed like the right thing to do. It seemed, actually, like the only reasonable thing to do. He walked the rest of the way home in the growing dark, the forest behind him neither hostile nor forgiving, simply present, simply itself, simply waiting for the next person who might wander in at the wrong hour, in the wrong light, and need to be reminded, gently, of where they were. Alexei never forgot what the forest had taught him that day, and from then on, whenever he crossed the tree line with his axe over his shoulder, he always left something at the foot of the oldest oak, a heel of bread, a pinch of salt, just to say that he remembered whose woods these truly were. Greetings, and thank you for joining Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. I am Arif, and tonight I will serve as your guide as we step inside a small, warm farmhouse at the edge of a Slavic village, where the fire in the hearth burns low and golden, and the smell of bread and pine wood drifts through every room. Greetings, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I am Arif. This evening, I shall be your guide as we follow a young prince through the vast and dangerous kingdom of Slavic legend, a kingdom ruled over by a creature who could not be killed, who had lived so long he had forgotten what it felt like to fear anything at all. Before we venture deeper into this tale, it would serve us well to understand the nature of the land we are about to explore. The kingdom of which we speak was not always under the dominion of such a being. Centuries before our prince was born, the realm had been governed by ordinary rulers, mortals who had risen and fallen like waves upon the sea. They had built great fortresses of stone and wood, established systems of law and order, and attempted to bring civilization to the vast forests and plains that stretched across the landscape. Yet all of these efforts, no matter how grand or well-intentioned, had ultimately crumbled into dust. The forests that surrounded this kingdom were unlike any other in the known world. They were ancient beyond measure, with trees so tall and thick that sunlight barely penetrated their canopy. These woods held secrets that had been guarded for millennia. Creatures both real and imagined dwelled within their depths. The people who lived at the edges of these forests spoke in hushed whispers about the things they had glimpsed between the trees. Shadows that moved independently of their sources, eyes that glowed in the darkness, and sounds that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The settlements and villages scattered throughout the kingdom had developed their own customs and ways of life, shaped by generations of living under the rule of the immortal being. These communities had learned to coexist with the strange forces that pervaded their land. They had developed rituals and practices designed to appease the darker elements of their world. Offerings were left at crossroads. Certain days were considered sacred and dangerous in equal measure. Stories were told to warn children away from forbidden places, and these stories had become so embedded in the culture that no one questioned whether they were entirely true or merely cautionary tales. The immortal ruler himself was a figure of great complexity. He had not always been what he was when our story begins. Long ago, in an age when magic was more abundant and less constrained by the rules that would later govern it, he had been a man much like any other. He had ambitions and desires, dreams and fears, but through means that have been lost to time, he had obtained the secret to eternal life. Whether he had sought this gift willingly, or whether it had been thrust upon him through curse or magic gone awry, the chronicles of that era disagreed. What was certain was that he had achieved immortality, and in doing so, he had transformed into something altogether different from his original self. The centuries had worn away at his humanity, like water wearing away stone. Emotions that had once burned bright within him had gradually dimmed. The capacity for compassion, which all creatures possess in some measure when they are young, had atrophied from disuse. He had watched generations rise and fall. He had seen empires crumble and rebuild themselves. He had witnessed the birth and death of countless individuals, and none of it moved him anymore. His vast, ancient mind was filled with memories that stretched back further than anyone else could conceive. He remembered languages that had ceased to be spoken thousands of years ago. He knew secrets of the natural world that had been forgotten by all others. This creature, for it had become difficult to think of him as merely a man, had taken control of the kingdom through means both subtle and overt. He did not rule through traditional governance or the consent of the governed. Instead, he dominated through the sheer force of his presence and the knowledge that he could not be removed. Kings and princes had challenged him in the past. They had raised armies and marshaled their courage. Some had even managed to wound him with blessed weapons or magic of considerable power. Yet none had been able to deliver the final blow. None had discovered the means to truly end him. And so he remained, fixed at the center of the kingdom, like a spider at the heart of an infinite web. The inhabitants of the realm had adapted to this reality in various ways. Some had simply accepted the situation and learned to live their lives as best they could. Others harbored secret hopes and desires that one day someone would arise who could break the cycle of eternal rule. These latter individuals were often the ones who would listen most intently to prophecies and signs. They would gather in hidden places and speak of a hero who might one day come to free them. Whether such a hero actually existed, or whether these were merely the desperate fantasies of people who had suffered too long under an oppressive rule, was a question that few dared to ask openly. The prince of our story was born into a noble family that held considerable lands and influence within the kingdom. His father was a duke of some importance, a man who traced his lineage back through many generations. The family had survived the transition of power from the old order of mortal rulers to the new order of the immortal being through a combination of cunning, discretion, and strategic alliances. They had learned when to bow and when to maintain a dignified distance. They had neither openly rebelled nor fully embraced servitude, instead maintaining a precarious balance that had allowed them to retain their wealth and status. The prince had been raised with all the privileges that his station afforded. He had received education in languages, warfare, strategy, and the arts. He had learned to ride horses with exceptional skill. He had studied the histories of the realm and the legends of his people. Yet despite these advantages, or perhaps because of them, he had developed a restless spirit. There was something within him that yearned for something more than the comfortable, limited existence that awaited the sons of nobility in his world. He had heard the stories, not the official histories that were taught in the courts, but the whispered tales that were passed around in taverns and told by the firesides of ordinary people. These stories spoke of a time before the immortal rule. They recalled a kingdom that was different in fundamental ways. In these tales, the land had seemed more vibrant, more full of possibility. The people had possessed a sense of agency and hope that had been gradually eroded by centuries of powerlessness. The prince found himself drawn to these narratives, and he began to search for more information about them. He spent hours in dusty libraries and ancient archives, poring over texts that seemed to be largely forgotten by others. He sought out old scholars who still retained knowledge of the earlier epochs. And gradually, through these efforts, he began to form a picture of the kingdom as it had been, and more importantly, of what it might become again. The immortal ruler, despite his vast age and apparently limitless power, was not entirely without vulnerabilities. This was a fact that very few knew, and those who did know it guarded the information carefully. There were whispers of a weakness, a single point through which he might potentially be defeated. But the nature of this weakness was shrouded in mystery. Some said it was hidden within the kingdom, in a place that had been sealed away and forgotten. Others claimed it was something that could not be found, but only understood through wisdom and insight. Still others insisted that the only true vulnerability was the immortal's own nature. that he had grown so distant from anything that could be considered humanity, that he had made himself fragile in ways that were not obvious to casual observation. The prince, as he matured, began to wonder if he might be the one to uncover this mystery. He did not possess the arrogance to believe himself destined for greatness, but he possessed enough hope and idealism to believe that the attempt might be worthwhile. He began to take actions that, while subtle enough not to draw the direct attention of the immortal ruler, were definitely moving him in the direction of challenging the established order. He made alliances with certain groups of people who shared his dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs. He gathered information through a network of trusted associates, and most importantly, he began to train himself, in secret, for the possibility that one day he might need to face the immortal being directly. The kingdom itself seemed to sense the stirrings of potential change. The ancient forests grew more active. The creatures that dwelled within them seemed to be moving with greater purpose. Strange omens began to appear in the sky. The weather became more unpredictable and violent. These signs were interpreted in various ways by different people. Some saw them as portents of great changes to come. Others viewed them as warnings to remain cautious and avoid reckless action. The immortal ruler, for his part, seemed largely unconcerned. He had seen countless upheavals and disturbances over the long centuries of his existence. He had learned that most threats resolved themselves if one simply waited long enough and possessed sufficient patience. As our story begins, we find ourselves at a particular moment in time, a convergence point where various factors and forces are aligning. The prince has reached an age where he must make decisions about the kind of man he will become and the role he will play in the world. The kingdom is at a juncture where change seems possible, though whether that change will come about through peaceful means or through violence and conflict remains to be seen. And the immortal ruler, though he has not recognized it clearly, is facing a challenge unlike any he has encountered in his long existence. For the first time in centuries, something is stirring that has the potential to truly threaten his absolute dominion. This is the backdrop against which our tale unfolds. It is a story of ambition and courage, of the clash between hope and despair, and of the eternal struggle between those who would maintain the status quo and those who dare to envision something different. As we follow the prince through the vast and dangerous kingdom of Slavic legend, we will witness events that test his resolve, challenge his assumptions, and ultimately determine not only his own fate, but potentially the fate of the entire realm. Greetings and welcome to this evening's presentation from Soothing Pod's collection of sleep stories. I am Arif. Tonight, for our final story, I will be your guide as we sit quietly at the edge of a great open field on the last night of winter. The snow still deep and undisturbed. Watch together for the very first sign of what is coming. This is the story of Marana and Jarillo, the goddess of winter and death, the god of spring and returning life, and of the great turning wheel that the ancient Slavic people watched with patient, reverent eyes year after year, finding in it not fear but comfort, finding in it not an ending but the oldest and most faithful promise the world has ever made. Before we begin, I want to invite you to settle more deeply into wherever you are resting tonight. Feel the weight of your body, the heaviness of your arms, the slow, easy expansion and release of your chest, the warmth gathered beneath your blanket like something alive and kind. You have carried a great deal today. You have thought a great many thoughts, and now, here in the quiet, you are invited to let all of that soften and fall all. Aye, the way snow falls from the branch of a pine tree when the branch has held it long enough. There is nothing required of you in this moment. There is nothing to solve, nothing to prepare for, no edge of any worry that needs your attention tonight. The only thing you are asked to do is breathe, slowly and completely, and allow my voice to carry you somewhere far away and long ago, to the edge of a wide white field at the very end of the coldest season, where the snow lies so still it seems almost reverent. The sky above is a deep and perfect blue. Something, just beneath the surface of everything, is very quietly preparing to change. The ancient Slavic peoples lived in a world that demanded from them a particular kind of attention. The climate in which they dwelled was unforgiving, the winters long and severe, the margins of survival often thin and uncertain. But in their relationship with the turning of the seasons, they found not despair, but a kind of profound wisdom. They understood that the world moved in patterns, that what seemed like endings were always and inevitably followed by beginnings. They developed stories to make sense of these patterns, not as explanations to be tested or proved, but as containers for truth of a deeper kind. The story of Marana and Jarilo was one such story, passed down through countless generations, refined and cherished until it held within it centuries of observation and understand. These were not gods worshipped from a distance in temples made of stone. They were intimate presences, woven into the daily fabric of existence. The ancient peoples felt their presence in the turning of the light, in the softening and hardening of the earth beneath their feet, in the birds arriving and departing, in the way the smell of the air changed season by season. To understand Marana and Jarilo was to understand the fundamental rhythms that governed not only the natural world, but the inner world of the human heart as well. The ancient Slavic people knew Marana well. They had felt her arrive each year, as they always had, not with a sudden dramatic entrance, but with a slow, accumulating presence, the way the days grow shorter by degrees, the way the air takes on that particular sharpness that has no other name but cold. She is tall and impossibly pale, clothed from throat to floor in white and grey. Her robes layered like drifting snow, her hair the colour of ice where a river has gone still. Her face, by every account the ancient storytellers gave her, was breathtaking in the precise way that a frost-covered window pane is breathtaking, beautiful beyond argument, yet utterly, profoundly still. The air around her when she walks does not simply feel cold. It becomes crystalline. It sharpens into something transparent and perfect, and in it every sound is made quieter. Every moving thing is made slower, and the whole world draws a single long breath and holds it. When Marana sets her foot upon the earth goes to sleep beneath her. The grasses fold down into the soil. The rivers seal themselves in glass. The birds go south. The bears pull darkness around themselves like a blanket and stop thinking. Everything that lives and breathes and moves through the warm months finds its stillness. It rests, and this is not a cruelty. The ancient people understood this with great clarity, and they were right. Marana was not a punishment visited upon the world. She was the reason the world could endure at all. She gave the earth its necessary silence. She gave the seeds their darkness and their cold, without which they could not know, when warmth returned, that it was truly time to open. She was not loved the way that spring was loved, and she did not ask to be. She asked only to be understood, and those who lived close to the land, who watched the seasons with the full attention of people whose lives depended on understanding them, did understand her. They honored her accordingly, and they did not mistake her stillness for emptiness, or her cold for hatred. In the oldest traditions, Marana was said to have a voice like wind through a frozen forest, not cruel or angry, but penetrating in a way that spoke directly to something ancient within the listener. This was the voice of necessity itself, of transformation, of the great clearing away that must happen again and again in order for renewal to be possible. The ancient peoples heard in this voice not a threat, but a teacher. When winter was hardest, when the stores of grain were running low, and the cold seemed as though it might never release its grip, the people would remember that Marana's work was already half done, that she was counting down to her own departure as faithfully and steadily as she carried out her arrival. She was not a force that ran wild or unchecked. She was part of a partnership, a dance with Jarilo that was ordered and true and as reliable as the turning of the great wheel itself. This knowledge brought comfort not because it made the winter less hard, but because it placed the hardship within a pattern that made sense, within a story that held meaning. Jarilo is everything that Marana is not, yet they belong to each other the way that night belongs to day, not as opposites at war, but as two halves of the same necessary thing. He is young-looking in a way that has nothing to do with actual age, warm-eyed and barefooted, even when the soil beneath him is still frozen and black. He wears a loose crown of the very first green leaves, not the full dark green of summer, but the pale, hopeful, almost translucent green of leaves that have only just arrived in the world and are still deciding whether to stay. His hair is dark and loose. Wherever he walks, the smell arrives before he does, the smell of thawed earth. That is one of the most particular and wonderful smells that exists anywhere, that deep, rich, living scent that rises from soil that has been cold and sealed for months and is only now opening itself to the air again. After that smell comes the smell of wet grass. After that, the faint sweetness of the very first small flowers, snowdrops, crocuses, violets at the edge of the melting, pushing up through the mud with that extraordinary, quiet determination that small flowers have always had and will always have. Jarilo spends each winter far away, in the realm of Veles, the god of the underworld, that deep and patient kingdom beneath the roots of the world tree, where we have already spent some time tonight. He is not imprisoned there. He simply belongs to that other world for half of every year, resting, or dreaming, or simply being elsewhere. The way that spring itself is elsewhere in the deep of January, real, certain, patient, but not yet arrived. He does not rush, he never has. And when the time comes, when the deepest and most absolute stillness of winter has been thoroughly and completely settled into, he begins, slowly and with great calm, to walk back. In the stories as the ancient peoples told them, Jarilo's emergence from Veles's realm was spoken of as a kind of awakening, not his own, but the world's. It was as though the entire earth stirred and opened its eyes when it felt him approaching. The creatures of Veles's kingdom would part before him without resistance, recognizing that his time in their realm was finished, that he belonged now to the upper world and to light. The transition was never marked by conflict. It was a movement as natural and ordered as breath itself, exhalation giving way to inhalation, rest giving way to activity, one phase of being yielding gracefully to the next. Those who lived through these transitions understood them not as events that happened to them, but as events that happened through them, as though they themselves were part of the great mechanism of change. The sap rising in the trees was the same impulse that made the human heart quicken with hope as the light returned. The softening of the frozen ground was the same process that softened the human spirit after the long depression of winter darkness. Macrocosm and microcosm were understood to be one, a truth that modern people have largely forgotten, but that the ancient peoples held as fundamental knowledge. His footsteps melt the snow as he goes. Not dramatically, not all at once, a small soft circle of revealed dark earth with each step, widening gently behind him, the way a breath does when it touches cold glass. He walks through the forests first. You can trace his path by the way the trees respond, a subtle shifting in the bare branches, a loosening, as though something that had been held tightly for a long time is beginning to release its grip. The first birdsong appears ahead of him like a scout, and then another bird, further on, and then the sound of water that is no longer quite ice, a low murmuring beneath the frozen surface of a stream, a sound like a thought that is just beginning to form. Morana, far away across the wide white fields, feels him coming long before he arrives. She does not hurry. She is not the kind of being who hurries. She gathers her white robes around her with the slow, unhurried dignity of someone who has done this many times before and knows exactly what it means and is at peace with it entirely. She is not defeated when she withdraws. She is not diminished. She is simply done for this half of the year. She knows with complete certainty that the earth will need her again when the summer has burned itself out and the days have grown short once more. She withdraws toward the edges of things, the high northern places, the deep cold forest interiors, the places where even summer does not fully penetrate, and she folds herself into the shadows there. She waits with extraordinary patience, and she watches. This is not loss. This is her other work, the watching, the waiting, the holding of herself in readiness. She has been doing it since before the oldest tree in the oldest forest was a seed. She will be doing it long after anything alive today has returned to the soil she once pressed into sleep. Behind Gerillo, as he continues his slow walk across the land, the world remakes itself with the kind of joyful urgency that only comes after long deprivation. The snowdrops appear first, impossibly white against the grey-brown mud, their small heads bowed as if in gratitude. Then crocuses, in pale violet and gold. Then the willows along the riverbanks begin to soften, their bare branches taking on a faint green haze that from a distance looks almost like mist. The streams run with a new confidence now, cold and clear and quick over the same smooth-worn stones they have run over for centuries. The fields begin to green from the bottom up, a slow suffusion of colour like something being gently painted in. By late spring, the world is so full and so emphatic about its own abundance that it can be almost overwhelming. The hedgerows thick with white blossoms, the meadows a rolling sea of grasses and wildflowers in every shade of yellow and pink and purple and blue, the air warm and so alive with the smell of growth and pollen and turned earth that you feel, breathing it, as though you are being fed. Summer arrives not with an announcement, but with a kind of settled weight, a fullness and a warmth that feels permanent even though, deep down, everyone who has ever lived through a season knows it is not. The days are long. The light lasts until late in the evening. That long golden hour that stretches and stretches before finally releasing the sky to blue and then to dark. The rivers run slower and greener. The fields go from bright green to deep. The grain stands tall in rows. The animals and children move through it all with a confidence that is itself a kind of joy. In summer's abundance, the ancient peoples found not only sustenance for their bodies, but also a kind of spiritual nourishment that carried them through the harder months ahead. The long days and warm nights allowed for gatherings, for celebrations, for the deepening of community bonds that would sustain everyone through the isolation and hardship of winter. The work of summer was constant and demanding. The tending of fields, the gathering of wild foods, the preparation of everything that could be preserved against future scarcity. But there was in this work a quality of cooperation and shared purpose that transformed labor into something more like a celebration. Festivals marking the turning points of summer, the summer solstice with its acknowledgement of the sun at the height of its hour, were times when the boundaries between the human and the natural world seemed to thin, when the divine presence in all things became nearly tangible. The ancient peoples lived so close to the rhythms of nature that they could feel in their own bodies the great pulse of life moving through the world. The quickening of growth, the ripening toward harvest, the underlying knowledge that abundance carried within it the seeds of eventual diminishment. This cyclical understanding was not pessimistic. Rather, it was liberating. To know that all things moved in circles meant that no condition was permanent, no suffering was endless, no winter lasted forever. And then, so gradually at first that no single day announces it, the light begins to change. The angle of the late afternoon sun shifts by the smallest degree. The evenings arrive a little sooner. There is a morning, somewhere in the middle of August, when you step outside and the air has something in it that is not quite warmth, not quite cool, a quality that has no name except autumn coming. You feel it in a part of yourself that does not think in words. The leaves begin to turn, slowly at first, a single yellow leaf here and there among the green, then more, and then the whole hillside catching fire in orange and red and amber. The fruit falls heavy from the trees. The grain is brought in. The birds begin to move south in long, unhurried formations. Gerillo, who has been walking illy through all of it, slows as autumn deepens. Then at last he stops. He turns, and he begins the long walk back toward Velis's quiet kingdom, taking the warmth with him by degrees as he goes. And Morana, who has been watching from the edge of things all through the long summer, patient as stone, patient as soil, rises now and begins her own slow walk back across the land. You can feel her arrival the same way you felt Gerillo's departure, not as a single moment, but as a gradual, accumulating presence, a certain quality that enters the air, a stillness that deepens day by day until the first frost arrives one night without warning, and by morning the grass is white and the puddles are rimmed with ice, as thin and fragile as a whisper. The earth accepts her return the way it always has, with a kind of deep collective exhale, everything letting go at once. The leaves releasing their branches, the grass is lying down, the rivers slowing toward their winter glass. Morana sets her foot upon the soil, and the soil grows still beneath her. The world draws its long breath and holds it once more. In the holding there is rest. In the rest there is the beginning of every thing that will come after. The ancient Slavic people watched this cycle with their whole lives, and found in it something that we might do well to remember even now, that the cold is not a mistake. The dark is not a punishment. The long stillness of winter is not the world forgetting how to live. It is the world remembering how to rest. It is the same great wheel that has been turning since long before the first person stood at the edge of a field and looked up and tried to understand it. It will go on turning long after the last word about it is spoken. Morana settles now in some quiet place, a hollow in the deep forest, the still surface of a frozen lake, the particular silence that lives at the very center of a snowfall, and she folds her pale hands in her lap. She closes her eyes, and she waits. She is in no hurry. She has never been in any hurry. Autumn will come again the way it always has. The world will need her again the way it always does. She will rise and walk back across the land and press it gently into its long, necessary sleep. The seeds will wait in the cold dark for their appointed hour. Gerillo will be somewhere in Velis's quiet realm, resting, dreaming, simply being elsewhere, and the wheel will go on and on and on. I hope these stories have brought you some peace tonight. Wherever you are in the world as you listen to this, I hope your sleep is deep and restful and full of the kind of dreams that feel, in the morning, like gifts. Until tomorrow night, sweet dreams.
Hello there. Welcome to our Mythology podcast. Before we start our sleep journey, let us know in the comments from where you listen. There is a book that nearly did not survive, a manuscript written in the highlands of Guatemala sometime around the middle of the 16th century, in the language of the Quiche Maya, by people who understood that what they were setting down had to be hidden from the priests who were, at that very moment, burning every other sacred text they could find. The Spanish had arrived in Mesoamerica with tremendous force. Among the many things they sought to dismantle was the spiritual life of the people they had conquered. So the priests and missionaries gathered up every codex and painted book they could find and committed them to fire, methodically and without particular regret, believing they were clearing the ground of something corrupt so that something better could grow in its place. What they did not know, or perhaps what they knew and could not prevent, was that in the town of Chichicastenango, or somewhere close to it, in the highlands of what is now Guatemala, a group of Quiché Maya scribes were quietly and carefully setting down in alphabetic script what had previously existed only in oral tradition and in now destroyed painted books. The manuscript they produced was called the Popol Vuh. That translates from Quiché roughly as council book or book of the community. It contains something extraordinary, a nearly complete account of Quiché Maya cosmology, of how the world was made and made again, of the two young men at the heart of it all, Hunahpu and Ixbalanque. The hero twins who descended into the underworld and came back from it changed. The manuscript was hidden, passed quietly from one keeper to another, until a Dominican friar named Francisco Ximenez came across it in the early 18th century, recognized what it was, transcribed it, translated it into Spanish, and even that act of preservation carried within it the complicated weight of the colonial moment, since Ximenez filtered what he read through a Catholic lens, finding in the creation narrative echoes of Genesis that the Quiché authors had not necessarily placed there. Still, the text survived. The original manuscript has been lost, but Ximenez's transcription and translation endured, and through it, the story reached the world. It is the only Maya sacred narrative of its kind to survive in anything approaching its complete form. That makes it precious in a way that is almost difficult to hold in the mind, a single thread from a much larger weaving, most of which is gone. What the Popol Vuh preserved, however, was not a new story, even when it was first written down. The Quiché scribes who composed it were transcribing a living oral tradition that stretched back centuries before the Spanish arrival. The story of the hero twins in particular appears to be far, far older than the 16th century. Painted ceramic vessels from the classic Maya period, artwork produced somewhere between roughly 600 and 900 CE, hundreds of years before the manuscript was ever set down, depict scenes unmistakably drawn from the hero twins narrative. The ball court, the lords of the underworld, the twins themselves in poses that match the story beat for beat. This means the tale was being told and illustrated and understood across the Maya world at least 6 or 7 centuries before any pen touched any page in Chichicastenango. It was likely older still, its roots reaching back into a time before the classic period flourished. The Quiché Maya who eventually wrote it down were highland people, farmers and craftsmen and nobles living in the cool, mountainous interior of what is now Guatemala, surrounded by volcanoes whose silhouettes cut sharply against a sky that felt, in that altitude, unusually close. They organized their world with great care. They kept sophisticated calendars. They tracked the movements of Venus with precision. They built their ceremonial life around cycles of planting and rain and harvest that gave shape and meaning to the passage of time. They understood the world as layered. With the earth they walked on as only one level of a much more complex structure that extended both above and below, into sky and into earth. The story of the hero twins was, among other things, a map of that structure, a way of understanding what lay beneath the ground, who ruled there, what it might be possible to do about it. The story they told was large enough to hold all of that, quiet enough to be told at night, in the dark, to children and elders alike, to mean something different to each of them without ever contradicting itself. And so we begin where the book itself begins, not with the twins, but with everything that came before them. Before there were any twins, before there was any ball game, there was Xibalba, and the Maya understood it not as a distant abstract concept, but as something with a physical address. This is perhaps the detail that settles most quietly in the mind when you first encounter it, that the underworld was not elsewhere in some vague theological sense, but genuinely beneath the ground, accessible by descending the right road, entering the right cave, slipping through the dark throat of the right cenote. The Maya lowlands sit atop a vast shelf of cast limestone. That stone is riddled with passages, with caves that swallow rivers whole and return them somewhere else, with sinkholes that open suddenly in the earth and plunge down into chambers of still water so far below the surface that the light disappears long before the bottom does. These were not merely natural features to the Quiché Maya and their ancestors. They were doorways. The word for them, chen, carried within it something sacred and a little dangerous. A person who stood at the lip of a cenote and looked down into that dark green water was standing. In a very real sense, at the edge of another world. Xibalba itself takes its name from the Quiché root word for fright or trembling. So the place was called, in its most honest translation, something like the place of fear. That name was not meant as a simple warning, the way one might post a sign at a dangerous crossroads. It was a description of the atmosphere of the place, of what it felt like to be there, that low, persistent trembling that moves through the body when the mind cannot quite locate the source of the threat. The air in Xibalba was said to carry that quality, a humming unease that settled into the bones of anyone who passed through the gates and did not leave until they did. The road leading down into Xibalba forked constantly. According to the Popol Vuh, there were 4 roads at the first junction: a red road, a white road, a yellow road, a black road, and each led somewhere different. But only the black road led where a traveller might expect to go. Even that expectation was not reliable. The lords who ruled the place had designed the approaches to confuse and exhaust visitors before they ever arrived at court. The roads cooperated enthusiastically in this effort. One account describes a figure sitting in the darkness at one of the junctions, apparently a lord waiting to be greeted, who turned out to be only a carved wooden mannequin, a dummy dressed in finery, seated precisely where a visitor's instinct to show politeness would be most likely to humiliate them. To bow to a wooden figure was to announce yourself as someone who could be fooled. The lords of Xibalba were watching. Beyond the branching roads lay rivers. They were not the clear, murmuring rivers of the surface world, but rivers of a darker character, a river of pus, a river of blood, wide and slow, and smelling of exactly what they were. A visitor to Xibalba had to cross these rivers, and there were no bridges. This was another test, another early way the underworld separated those who arrived with their eyes open from those who arrived hoping the worst might somehow not apply to them. The rivers ran through a landscape of perpetual darkness, broken only occasionally by the thin and uncertain light that the lords of Xibalba permitted, which was not much. It is worth pausing here to say something that surprises many people who encounter this mythology for the first time. That is, that Xibalba was not conceived as a place of punishment, unlike some other traditions that reserve their underworld's darkest corners for those who behaved badly in life. The Maya understood Xibalba as the destination of nearly all souls, not because they had done wrong, but simply because they had died. It was the general direction of the dead, the place the road led after the last breath, as ordinary in its inevitability as sleep. The exceptions were specific, and in some ways enviable, those who died in battle or in childbirth, or through sacrifice, or by certain other deaths the Maya considered sacred, were understood to travel upward instead, toward a place of rest near the celestial bodies that governed the sky. But for most people, the path was downward, through the forking roads, past the wooden dummies, across the rivers that were not water, into the courts of the lords who waited there. Those lords were many. The Popol Vuh names a council of them, a gathering of death and affliction given individual faces and individual purposes. At the head of this assembly sat Hun-Kame and Vukub-Kame, 1 death and 7 death, the 2 supreme lords of Xibalba, whose authority over the underworld exceeded that of all the others. They were the judges who set the terms, who issued the summons, who decided what would happen to those who arrived at their court. Around them and beneath them in the hierarchy sat lords whose names described precisely what they did. Shakirapat and Kuchumaquik were concerned with the shedding of blood. They brought illness to people walking on the roads, caused the blood of travellers to flow without apparent wound. Aholpu and Aholgana brought a different variety of suffering, swelling the bodies of the dead and filling them with pus. Chamiabak and Chamiaholam reduced their subjects to skeletons, working the flesh away until what remained was only structure, only the white and naked frame of what a person had been. There were lords who brought cold into the bones of the living, lords who caused people to waste away as if something essential were being slowly drawn from them. Lords who ruled over fear so specific it had no name in living experience. Each of these lords occupied a domain within Xibalba, the various houses and courts and passages that made up the underworld's interior. To think of Xibalba as simply a dark room beneath the earth is to miss the fullness of its geography. It had its own landscape, its own internal logic, its own version of an ordered society. Strange as that order was, there were courts where the dead were judged, chambers where specific ordeals were administered to visitors who arrived still alive, spaces between them that were neither one thing nor another, corridors of ambiguity where a traveller who had survived one test could not yet know what the next would require. The lords received offerings from the world above. In the time before the hero twins arrived, Xibalba was a place of considerable power and considerable reverence, feared and therefore respected, propitiated with the kinds of gifts that frightened people give to things they cannot control. The dead arrived in a steady current. The lords processed them. The world above sent tribute in the form of ritual and sacrifice. The whole arrangement had the quality of something that had been running for a very long time and saw no reason to change. There was a particular pride in that court, a settled confidence that came from having never encountered a challenge that lasted. Visitors who arrived alive either fell into the traps laid for them, the dummy lords, the burning bench designed to look like a seat of honor, the consuming darkness of the ordeals, or they did not. But eventually something in Xibalba wore them down. The lords were patient in the way that only something truly powerful can afford to be patient. That is to say, they were patient without effort, because time itself worked in their favor. These lords had ruled for a long time. They expected to go on ruling. They had not yet met anyone clever enough to give them reason to think otherwise. The first pair of twins to walk into Xibalba were not Hunahpu and Ixbalanque. They were one Hunahpu and 7 Hunahpu, the father and uncle of the hero twins we have come to know. And their story is really a story about what happens when skill is not matched by wisdom. They were, by every account, the Popol Vuh offers, genuinely gifted. 1 Hunahpu and 7 Hunahpu loved the ball game the way some people love the first light of morning, completely, without reservation, in a way that organized their entire lives around its rhythms. They played together on a great stone court on the surface of the earth, sending the heavy rubber ball back and forth between them with a kind of practiced ease that only comes from years of devotion to a single thing. The ball struck the stone with a sound that carried, and they played often, and they played well, and for a time that was enough. But the court where they played sat directly above Xibalba, above the roads and the dark rivers and the great hall where Hun Kame and Vukub Kame presided over the dead. The sound travelled downward through the limestone, through the roots and the deep wet earth, down into that place where sound had no business arriving uninvited. The lords of Xibalba heard it. They heard it again, and then they heard it again after that. And the sound of it, steady, cheerful, entirely indifferent to the kingdom it was disturbing, became something they found intolerable. There is a version of this that might seem almost funny, the idea of the Lords of Death being annoyed by a ball game. But the Popol Vuh does not play it that way, and neither should we. What the lords felt was closer to a deep, cold affront. They had a sense of the order of things, and in that order, the surface world existed above them and showed a certain deference downward. The ball game showed no deference at all. It was simply there, thudding away overhead, season after season, and the lords decided the only appropriate response was to put a stop to it. They sent their messengers, 4 owls, described in the Popol Vuh as the swiftest and most reliable servants of Xibalba, up through the roads and the dark to deliver an invitation. The word invitation is generous. 1 Hunahpu and 7 Hunahpu were summoned to come down into Xibalba and play ball against the lords themselves. The message was polite in its phrasing. It was not polite in its intention. 1 Hunahpu and 7 Hunahpu said their farewells. They left their ball game equipment behind. They told their mother, the grandmother Ixmukani, that they were going, and she was sorrowful in a way that suggested she understood something they perhaps did not, though the story does not dwell on what she said to them, or they to her. They gathered what they thought they needed, and they began the descent. The road down to Xibalba was not a simple path. It forked and forked again, and the branches of it were intentional. The lords had designed the road to confuse, to tire, to disorient visitors before they ever arrived at the first test. There were roads coloured black and white, and red and yellow, each leading somewhere different, most of them leading somewhere worse. There were rivers along the way that were not made of water. One ran thick with blood, another ran with something that the Popol Vuh describes only as pus, a kind of slow, grey wrongness that spread across the path and had to be crossed. The twins crossed them both. They kept going down. When they arrived at last in the great hall of Xibalba, and their eyes adjusted to whatever dim and wrong light existed there, the lords were assembled and waiting. But assembled among the true lords of Xibalba were figures that were not lords at all. They were wooden mannequins, carved dummies dressed and posed to look like seated gods, placed at the front of the hall where a new arrival would naturally direct their greeting. The trick was not subtle, but it did not need to be. It only needed to work once. 1 Hunahpu and 7 Hunahpu walked forward and offered their greetings to the wooden figures. They spoke respectfully, as they would to any gathering of powerful beings. The hall filled with laughter. The real lords of Xibalba were seated further back, watching, and the sound of 2 brothers earnestly addressing a pair of carved dummies was apparently very satisfying to them. The twins had failed the first test before they even knew there was one. They were invited to sit. There was a bench available, long and flat, positioned exactly where guests would be expected to take their place. 1 Hunahpu and 7 Hunahpu sat down. The bench was burning hot, heated from beneath, carefully, so that the discomfort would take a moment to register, and by then the damage to one's dignity would already be done. They leapt up. The lords of Xibalba laughed again. The tone of the visit had been established, and it was not one that favoured the guests. What followed was a series of ordeals that the twins were not equipped to pass. They were sent to the dark house for the night, given pine torches and cigars to burn for light and warmth, and told to return these items in the morning intact and unconsumed. No one had told them this rule. They burned through them in the dark, because that is what one does with torches and cigars in darkness, and in the morning they had nothing whole to offer back. They had failed again. The lords of Xibalba moved through the process with the unhurried confidence of beings who had done this before and expected the outcome they received. There is a quality to this part of the story that the Popol Vuh holds without quite naming it, a kind of quiet inevitability. 1 Hunahpu and 7 Hunahpu were not cowards, and they were not foolish men. They were skilled athletes, and they had real courage, because walking down into Xibalba at all requires something that most beings would not find inside themselves. But courage and skill were not the things Xibalba tested. The tests were for cleverness of a specific kind, the kind that prepares before it acts, that gathers information before it commits, that refuses to assume anything about what it is walking into. 1 Hunahpu and 7 Hunahpu had not prepared that way. They had come because they were summoned, and they had brought their confidence, and that was not enough. They were defeated. The Popol Vuh is not graphic about what happened to 7 Hunahpu, though it is clear that he died in Xibalba, and that the lords disposed of him without ceremony, burying him somewhere in the dark and keeping nothing of him for remembrance. He simply disappeared into the underworld, the way that the underworld takes most things, quietly, completely, without leaving much behind. 1 Hunahpu was treated differently, and the difference was deliberate. The lords of Xibalba cut off his head. They buried his body at a place called Pukbalchaj, and they carried his head to a road that led up toward the surface of the earth, where a bare and leafless calabash tree stood. They placed the head in the branches of the tree. Almost immediately, the story tells us, the tree filled with round, pale gourds, so many and so densely clustered that the head of one Hunapu became indistinguishable among them, just another round pale thing hanging in a tree full of round pale things, hidden and displayed at the same time. The lords of Xibalba declared that no one should go near the tree. They were satisfied with this arrangement, and they returned to their hall, and they waited for the sound of the ball game to stop coming down through the earth from overhead. For a time, it did stop. His head hung in the branches of a calabash tree along the road, and for a time, that seemed to be the end of it. Among the lords and their families who lived in Xibalba was a young woman named Exquic, that in the Quiche language means something close to blood moon. She had heard, as everyone in the underworld had heard, about the strange head hanging in the branches of a calabash tree along one of the roads. She had heard about what the lords had done to the 2 ball players who came down and lost, how one of them had been decapitated and his head placed in that tree as a kind of monument to their power and a warning to anyone who might follow. The story had moved through Xibalba the way stories do in enclosed places, from one household to the next, gathering weight and detail as it travelled, until even those who had no particular reason to think about calabash trees or severed heads found themselves thinking about them anyway. Exquic was the daughter of Cuchamaquik, one of the lords of the underworld. She had grown up in that place of deep roads and permanent darkness. She was not, by any ordinary measure, someone who should have been curious about that tree, but she was curious about it, genuinely, irresistibly curious, and one day she walked down the road to see it for herself. The Popol Vuh does not explain why she went, exactly. It simply tells us that she had heard about the fruit of the tree, as the text calls the head, that she went to look at it, and that what happened next changed everything. She stood beneath the tree and looked up. The head of Hun-Hunapu looked back down at her from among the branches, resting there among the pale round gourds that had grown up around it and had come to resemble it so closely that it was difficult to tell at a glance. That was the head and which was the fruit. She reached up toward it. This was because the tree had called to her, or because she had simply decided to reach. In that moment, the head spoke to her. According to the story, it asked her what she truly wanted, whether it was really the fruit she was reaching for, and she said that yes, she wanted it. The head told her to hold out her right hand. When she did, it gathered something within itself and spat into her open palm. She looked at her hand, and there was nothing there she could see, nothing she could touch. The head told her not to worry, that what had passed into her hand was not nothing. It was everything. It was the continuation of something that the lords of Xibalba had believed they had ended. It told her that she now carried his descendants within her, that saliva and promise were sometimes the same thing, that she would not regret what she had received. She walked home through the dark roads of Xibalba, her hand still open at her side, thinking about what the head had said to her. It was not long before her body began to confirm it. When Cuchamaquik noticed that his daughter was pregnant, he did not ask her how it had happened with any real interest in her answer. He called a council of the lords and told them what he had discovered. The lords decided the matter quickly and without much apparent difficulty. She had dishonored herself and by extension dishonored the household of Xibalba. She was to be sacrificed. 4 owl messengers were summoned and given their instructions along with the bowl. They were told to bring back her heart in that bowl as proof that the sentence had been carried out. The owls took Squick into the forest, or whatever passes for a forest in the deep roads of the underworld. They told her what they had been sent to do. She did not scream or run. She was frightened, the story makes that clear, but she spoke to them steadily. What she said to those owls is one of the more quietly remarkable moments in the Popol Vuh. She told them that what they had been ordered to do was wrong, that she was not guilty of anything shameful, that the child she was carrying had been conceived by the power of a word and a promise, and not by any disgrace. She told the owls that if they spilled her blood, they would be doing the bidding of lords who were wrong. She asked them to consider what that meant for them. The owls listened. They were messengers by nature, creatures whose purpose was to carry things from one place to another. Squick gave them something to carry that was not her heart. She gave them her words. Her words were more persuasive than her lords had anticipated. The owls looked at each other. Then they looked at the empty bowl in their hands. She gathered the red sap of a tree nearby, the kind that bleeds a deep crimson when its bark is cut. She shaped it into something round and dark within the bowl. The owls carried that back to the lords of Zigbalba. The lords burned what was in the bowl without looking too closely at it. The smoke rose the way smoke from offerings always rose, and they were satisfied. Squick, in the meantime, was climbing. She had asked the owls, now that they had spared her, to guide her up toward the surface of the world, and they did. They brought her up through the long roads and out into the light of the upper world. Then they left her there. She was alone on the surface of the earth for the first time in her life, carrying children she had never expected, and looking for a place that she had only heard about. She found the house of Exmucain, the grandmother of the children she carried, though Exmucain had no reason yet to believe that. Exmucain had lost her son to Xibalba already, and had watched her other son go with him. She was not a woman inclined toward easy trust. When Exquick arrived at her door and told her who she was and whose children she was carrying, Exmucain looked at her with the calm skepticism of someone who had already been asked to absorb too much loss and was not willing to absorb any more on insufficient evidence. She told Exquick that if she was truly who she said she was, she should be able to prove it. She sent her into the garden to harvest a net full of corn, a full net, enough to account for a real harvest from a single corn plant. That was all that was growing there. Quick went into the garden and stood before the single plant, and understood that she had no ability to make it produce what Exmucain had asked for by ordinary means. So she called out to the guardians of the food, the presences the Kiache believed attended the places where things grew. She pulled a single strand of silk from the corn plant and placed it in the net. When she lifted the net, it was heavy and full and overflowing with ears of corn. More than one plant could ever have produced, a harvest out of all proportion to what the garden contained. She carried the net back to the house and set it down in front of Exmucain, who looked at it for a long time and then looked at Quick. She had come from the underworld, but the corn filled the net, and Exmucain understood then that she was telling the truth. Blood Moon had arrived at Exmucain's door, a stranger, a woman from the underworld, carrying children whose father was already dead. Even after the corn miracle had persuaded the old grandmother that she was telling the truth, the warmth between them never became quite what it might have been under easier circumstances. Exmucain was not a cruel woman. The Popol Vuh takes care to show her as someone who loved deeply and grieved honestly. But she had already raised one set of her son's children, one monkey and one artisan. They had grown into remarkable young men, gifted and industrious and deeply certain of their own importance. The arrival of 2 more babies into that household was, from the older brother's point of view, an intrusion they had not asked for and did not intend to accommodate. One monkey and one artisan had their names in the Kichish language, Hunbats and Hunchuen, and those names carried within them the suggestion of art and craft and the ordering of beautiful things. That is more or less what they were. They could sing, they could play instruments, they could carve and write. In the world of the Kichish Maya, where all of these things were bound up with something sacred, being good at them was not a small matter. The household that contained all 4 of those boys was itself a kind of story, a small drama of preference and displacement that played out in the details of daily life. Exmucain's house would have been a modest structure by the standards of the Quiche, likely a single large room with a hearth, the kind of dwelling that was built to last only as long as the materials held up. Every person in it would have been constantly aware of the others, the way their bodies moved through the space, the sounds they made, the portions they took. In a house of that size and that degree of crowding, favoritism was not a quiet thing. It was there in the quality of attention, in the way a voice changed when one monkey or one artisan entered a room, in the difference between being looked at and being looked through. For Hunahpu and Ixbalanque, who had arrived into the world without a father and with a mother whose own place in that household remained uncertain, the message was clear and consistent. They were the ones who did not quite belong. They were the ones who had to prove something that the older brothers had never needed to prove at all. They made it understood, in the way that older siblings sometimes do without saying it plainly, that the twins were beneath them. Hunahpu and Ixbalanque were sent to sleep outside rather than inside the house, left to find their rest wherever the ground was soft enough and the night was not too cold, while the older brothers settled comfortably into their places beneath the roof. At meals, whatever was left after one monkey and one artisan had eaten was what the twins received. That was often not very much. Ixmucain, whether out of deference to the older boys or simply out of the quiet resignation of someone managing too many competing needs at once, did not intervene in a way that changed anything. The twins grew up on the margins of that household, not quite belonging to it in the way the older brothers did, learning early and without great drama that the world inside those walls was not arranged in their favor. What is striking in the way the Popol Vuh tells this part of the story is how little bitterness the twins seem to carry about any of it. They are not described as angry children, not brooding, not quietly nursing grievances in the dark outside the house. They were simply themselves, and being themselves turned out to be enough to keep them occupied. Hunahpu was precise. There is a quality in how the story describes him that suggests a person who sees things clearly, who aims carefully before acting, who possesses a kind of focused stillness that makes him very difficult to surprise. Ixbalanque was something else, quicker, more fluid, with a quality that the Popol Vuh hints at rather than states directly, a capacity for seeing around corners, for understanding that the most direct path is not always the useful one, for wearing whatever face the moment called for. Together, the two of them made a kind of whole, the one who aimed and the one who improvised. And even in those early days in and around Ixmucain's house, that wholeness was already visible to anyone who was paying attention, that the older brothers, comfortable and certain of themselves, were not. There is something important to understand about what it meant to be cast outside in the world of the Quiche Maya. The space beyond the house was not empty or without meaning. It was where the forest lived, where the animals moved, where the boundaries between the human world and something older and less settled began to blur. The twins, in being excluded from the comfort of the interior, were given instead a kind of access. They were allowed to be in the forest in the way that stayed children, who were always needed at home, often were not. They could move through those spaces without being called back. They could pay attention to the patterns of birds and animals, to the way the light fell through the canopy, to the small signs that meant one thing or another about where to go and what to do. The forced margins of their existence in Ixmucain's house were, in a way that they could not have known at the time, an education. Their great skill in those years was with the blowgun, a long, slender instrument that the Maya used for hunting birds. Hunahpu and Ixbalanque became extraordinary with it in the way that people sometimes become extraordinary at the one thing they're allowed to do freely. They went out into the trees every day and came back with birds, enough birds to feed the family, more birds than the older brothers, for all their gifts. Ever thought to provide? And they laid them out with a quiet matter-of-factness that said nothing directly, but communicated something nonetheless. The birds they brought home were the birds of the forest canopy, small and difficult to hit, requiring exactly the kind of patience and precision that Hunahpu possessed, and the kind of reading of the moment that Ixbalanque contributed. There is something in the image of the two of them moving through the trees together, silent and unhurried, each one knowing what the other was about to do before it was done. That carries the feeling of a partnership being quietly forged into something that would eventually be very hard to break. Ixmucain cooked what they brought. One monkey and one artisan ate it without comment, without acknowledgement, without the smallest gesture toward the two boys who had gone out before dawn to get it. The twins ate what remained and went back outside when the meal was done. This was the shape of their days for a long time, the going out, the careful work in the trees, the return, the silence from the older brothers, the scraps. Then the beginning of it all again. Whatever feelings lived inside Hunahpu and Ixbalanque during those years, the Popol Vuh keeps them private. There is something in that privacy that feels true to who these two would become. People who did not waste themselves on complaints that would change nothing. Who were, even then, saving something up for when it might actually matter. They did not complain about it, and they did not plan their revenge. Not yet. In the age before the hero twins descended into Xibalba, before the ball game and the trials, there was a creature who had appointed himself the light of the world, a great and glittering bird named Seven Macaw, Vukubkakich, who perched high in a nance tree and declared himself the sun and the moon both. He was not modest about it. The Popol Vuh makes clear that Seven Macaw was a being of extraordinary physical beauty, and he knew it with every fibre of his magnificent self. His beak gleamed like polished metal, catching whatever light fell through the canopy and throwing it back in cold flashes. His eyes were not ordinary eyes. They were encrusted with brilliant stones, green and blue, and catching the world around him as if it were something placed there purely for his reflection. When he spread his wings, the feathers shimmered in layers of colour, and he would sit at the very top of his nance tree above the earth and announce himself to anyone who would listen, and even to those who would not. He claimed the silver and gold of his face made him the rightful sun. He claimed the stones in his eyes were the proper moon. In the time before the true sun had yet risen, before the world had been properly ordered and lit, there was just enough darkness and ambiguity in the sky that a creature of Seven Macaw's confidence could make such claims and find them going more or less unchallenged. The hero twins found this deeply wrong. It is worth pausing on that, because Hunahpu and Xbalanque were not, by nature, crusaders who went looking for trouble on behalf of the world. They were young men who lived quietly, fed their grandmother with birds they hunted, and endured the condescension of their half-brothers without complaint. But Seven Macaw's vanity was not merely personal arrogance. It was a disruption of something that needed to be correctly ordered. A false light claiming to be the true one was, in the understanding the Popol Vuh carries, a problem that rippled outward and touched everything. And so the twins took up their blowguns and went to find him. They found him easily enough. Seven Macaw was not a creature who hid. He came every morning to eat from the nance tree, a tree heavy with small yellow fruit, and he did so with the unhurried confidence of a being who believed himself the sovereign of all light and had no reason to rush or conceal himself. The twins positioned themselves below, waited, and when the great bird settled into the branches above them and began to eat, Hunahpu raised his blowgun and sent a dart directly at Seven Macaw's jaw. The shot was true. Hunahpu was a remarkable marksman, precise and patient, and the dart struck its mark with exactly the force intended. However, Seven Macaw was not an ordinary creature, and the blow that would have felled almost anything else only enraged him. He fell from the tree, but did not fall far, and when he rose from the ground, his fury was something to witness. He seized Hunahpu by the arm, wrenched it clean from its socket, and carried it away with him, calling out in a voice that rang through the forest that this arm would hang from the rafters of his house until the insult to his dignity had been properly answered. Then he flew home, bleeding from the jaw and more furious than he had ever been in his long vain life, and the twins were left in the clearing with the problem of Hunahpu's missing arm and a plan that had not gone entirely as hoped. Here is where the story offers one of its quieter pleasures. Rather than charging after Seven Macaw in grief or anger, the twins thought carefully. They went to find help, and the help they found came in the shape of two very old people who are introduced in the Popol Vuh with a warmth that feels almost fond. An elderly man named Great White Peccary and an elderly woman named Great White Tapir, though they were not actually peccaries or tapirs, but rather ancient and wise beings, taking on those forms as a kind of costume. You might think of them as the twins' secret allies, disguised as something harmless and entirely unremarkable. The twins explained what they needed, and the old pair understood at once. The plan was a gentle sort of deception, which is to say, it was elegant rather than violent, clever rather than forceful. The elderly couple would go to Seven Macaw's home posing as healers, travelling physicians who had heard the great bird was suffering from a terrible toothache. The twins would accompany them as their grandchildren, anonymous and unremarkable behind the old couple's slow and humble manner. Seven Macaw was, of course, in considerable pain from Hunahpu's dart, and pain has a way of making even the most proud creature willing to accept help from strangers. Seven Macaw received them. He was in his house with his wife, Chimolmat, and he was suffering. The wound to his jaw had not eased, and whatever pride he took in displaying Hunahpu's arm from the rafters was being somewhat dimmed by his own misery. The elderly healers examined him with great seriousness and told him that the source of his pain was his teeth, and that if they were to remove those teeth and replace them with something new and fine, the pain would leave him entirely. This was true in the narrow technical sense. The stones set into Seven Macaw's face, the ones he had always claimed were the source of his magnificence and proof of his divine status, were, the healers said gently, also part of the trouble. They would need to come out as well, and new stones, bright and lovely, would be placed there in their stead. Seven Macaw agreed. He was hurting, and he trusted the appearance of old age in a way that said something about how he saw the world. He could not imagine that people who looked so frail and unhurried could pose any kind of threat to him. The healers removed his gem-studded eyes and replaced them with plain white corn. They replaced his gleaming metal teeth with something far simpler and softer and altogether ordinary. And with each thing they took away, something in Seven Macaw went quiet. The brightness left him. The claims he had made about being the sun, about being the moon, about his face casting light across the whole of the dark world, these things had never been strictly true, and now even he could feel that they were not true, because the feeling of greatness had gone out of him along with the stones and the metal, and without that feeling he was simply a large bird sitting in a house with a sore jaw. Hunahpu's arm was recovered and restored. The details of exactly how the restoration was made are touched on gently in the Popol Vuh without much ceremony, which feels right. The arm belonged back where it had been, and so it returned, and the twins were whole again. Seven Macaw declined slowly after that, without the jewels that had been the foundation of his self-belief, without the metal gleam that he had always taken as evidence of his own magnificence. He lost the energy and conviction that had kept him perched at the top of his nance tree making pronouncements. His wife, Chimolmat, faded with him, as sometimes happens when two lives have been so completely entangled that one cannot long outlast the diminishment of the other. There was no dramatic end, no great confrontation, no final speech. He simply settled into the earth quietly, the way things do when the particular force that was animating them has been gently and thoroughly removed. What the twins had taken from Seven Macaw was not his life exactly. It was his false certainty about what he was. And once that was gone, everything else followed naturally. The world did not mourn him. The nance tree still grew its small yellow fruit, and the sky above it was still waiting, as it had always been waiting, for the true sun to rise. Seven Macaw's sons, for they also existed, and also caused trouble, are stories that belong nearby, but the bird himself settled quietly into the earth and troubled no one after that. One monkey and one artisan were genuinely talented. That part is worth saying clearly. This was because the Popol Vuh doesn't pretend otherwise. They could sing beautifully, carve wood and stone, play flutes, and write. That in the Maya world was itself a kind of sacred art. They were the older half-brothers of Hunahpu and Ixbalanque, born to their father Hun Hunahpu from an earlier time, before the ball game and the summons and all the grief that followed. By the time the hero twins came along, sleeping outside, eating last, watching their older brothers occupy the warm and honoured centre of the household, one monkey and one artisan had already settled comfortably into the role of the gifted ones, the celebrated ones, the ones their grandmother Ixmucanane looked upon with obvious affection and quiet pride. They were flautists of some skill. Their carved figures held a kind of life in them. When they sang, the sound carried through the trees around the house in a way that made the air feel fuller than it had been before. None of that was invented or exaggerated. The Popol Vuh grants them their gifts without reservation. That makes it all the more telling that it also grants them their cruelty, because they were not generous with those gifts. They were not kind to the two younger boys who had appeared, uninvited it seemed to them, into a household that had already sorted itself out without needing anyone new. They made Hunahpu and Ixbalanque sleep on the ground. They ate first and left little. When the twins brought birds home from a morning with their blowguns, one monkey and one artisan expected to be fed from that hunt as though the effort had been theirs, and the twins, for a long while, simply let this be the way of things. They fed the household and said nothing. That anyone who has ever been underestimated will recognize as a particular kind of patience, the sort that is not entirely peaceful on the inside, whatever it looks like from the outside. The older brothers never once asked themselves why two boys who seemed so unremarkable could return every single morning with enough birds to keep the family comfortable. It did not occur to them that someone worth ignoring might also be someone worth watching. When the twins finally did act, they did it with a lightness of touch that is one of the most quietly satisfying things in the whole of the Popol Vuh. They told their older brothers that the birds they had shot that morning had gotten caught in the high branches of a tree not far from the house, and that they could not bring them down alone. They needed help, they said. They needed it from someone who could climb. One monkey and one artisan, pleased, it seems, to be needed in any capacity, followed the twins out to the tree without much hesitation. They were skilled at many things. Climbing was not beyond them, so up they went, hand over hand into the branches, higher and higher, looking for birds that were not there and would never be there. And as they climbed, something began to change about the tree. It grew, not in any sudden, dramatic way that would have caused alarm before they were already deep into the canopy, but steadily, the trunk lengthening beneath them, the branches rising, until the ground was a very long way down indeed, and the two brothers found themselves clinging to a height they had not agreed to and could not comfortably descend from. Then something changed about their clothing, specifically the loincloths they wore. That began to lengthen behind them, snaking out between the branches, wrapping around limbs until what had been a garment became something else entirely. The Popol Vuh describes it with a certain plainness that makes it funnier than any embellishment could. The loincloths became tails. One monkey and one artisan became howler monkeys. Peering down from a canopy, they would not be leaving the same way they had entered it. Their faces had changed. Their hands had changed. The tree was very tall. The ground was very far. Hunahpu and Ixbalanque stood below, looking up at two creatures who had, until quite recently, been their older brothers. The twins had not shouted or struck anyone. They had simply asked for some help reaching a bird in a tall tree. Then they had waited for the rest to take care of itself. Ixmucain heard the commotion and came to see what had happened. What she saw broke her heart in the way that only a grandmother's heart can be broken, completely and without much logic to it. This was because one monkey and one artisan had not been particularly kind to her grandchildren. Yet they were still hers, still the ones she had watched grow up with their flutes and their carvings and their lovely voices. Now they were in a tree, and they were not coming back as themselves. The twins, to their credit, told her they could try to call the brothers back. They could play music, they said, music so familiar and beautiful that it might reach whatever remained of one monkey and one artisan inside their new shapes and coax them down from the canopy and perhaps, if everything went gently and carefully enough, back into themselves. And so the twins played. The music rose into the branches. The howler monkeys above stilled and turned their heads downward and began, slowly, to descend, drawn by something they perhaps could not have named, only felt. They came lower and lower, the music pulling at them like a tide pulling at sand, and then something shifted. They began to laugh. The moment they laughed, the spell was broken, and they scrambled back up into the canopy and were gone. The twins tried 4 times. Each time the brothers descended a little further. Each time something cracked the solemnity of the moment, a grin, a sound, some small involuntary thing, and the brothers rose again into the green darkness above. The grandmother wiped her eyes. The twins looked sheepish. The howler monkeys disappeared back into the forest canopy, where their descendants have been calling out ever since. A rat changed everything, which is perhaps not how one expects a great myth to pivot. But the Popol Vuh has a fondness for the small and ordinary being the hinge on which something enormous swings. The twins had been living in the household of their grandmother Exmucain for some time, enduring the long indignities of their older brothers, sleeping where they were told to sleep, eating what was left for them, going out each morning with their blowguns to bring back birds that the family would eat and that the twins themselves rarely tasted. They were not idle children, but they were, in a very real sense, children who had not yet found the thing they were meant for. That changed on the day a rat appeared in the house. The twins caught it, as they caught most things that moved and could be caught, with an ease that had become second nature to them by then. The rat, facing the kind of end that rats in such situations generally face, offered something in exchange for its life. It told them that their father and uncle had been men of extraordinary talent, not farmers, not craftsmen, but ball players, and that there was equipment belonging to those men still hidden in the house, placed high in the rafters where Exmucain had put it so that the twins would never find it and never be drawn toward the same fate that had taken their father underground. The rat described what was up there: a rubber ball, yokes, arm guards, the leather padding that a serious player would strap to his hips and knees before stepping onto the court. The twins listened to all of this very carefully. Then they let the rat go, and they went looking. They found the gear exactly where the rat said it would be. There is something in the Popol Vuh's telling of this moment that does not rush past it. The way Hunahpu and Ixbalanque stood there in the house, with their father's things in their hands. Them over, feeling the weight of them. These were objects that had belonged to a man they had never known, a man whose severed head was even now hanging in a tree somewhere in Ixbalba. There was grief in that, though the story holds it quietly. There was also something like recognition. They had always been good with their hands and their eyes and their timing. They had always been drawn to motion, to precision, to the kind of stillness that comes just before a thing is released. What they were holding explained why. The ball game they were inheriting had a name, Pits, and it was far older than the Quiche tradition that preserved the hero twins' story. Ball courts have been found across Mesoamerica, going back more than 3,000 years. The game seems to have been woven into religious life as deeply as any ceremony. It was played on a long, narrow stone court, sunken between two sloping walls that rose on either side. The surface underfoot was hard-packed and unforgiving. Players wore thick protective gear, heavy padding of leather and woven cloth along the hips, knees, forearms, because the ball itself was not something to be taken lightly. It was made from solid rubber, harvested from the latex of trees that grew in the lowland forests. It could weigh several pounds, dense and dark and resilient, in a way that made it spring off the stone walls with surprising force. The object of the game was to keep the ball in motion without letting it touch the ground. In some versions of the court there were stone rings mounted high on the walls. Getting the ball through one of those rings was a feat difficult enough that it might end the game on its own. Players could not use their hands. The hips and the forearms bore most of the work, redirecting the ball in long arcing passes between teammates or driving it back toward the opposite end of the court. It was a game that required not just strength but a very particular kind of bodily intelligence, the ability to read the ball's trajectory almost before it had completed its arc, to position oneself without seeming to hurry, to absorb impact and redirect it gracefully. The religious and cosmological weight of the game was immense. It was understood in some sense as a reenactment of the eternal contest between the forces of life and the forces of death, between the world above and the world below. The ball itself moved like a celestial body, like the sun tracing its path across the sky, descending, returning, never quite coming to rest. The courts were sometimes oriented deliberately, aligned with astronomical events, or placed near the mouths of caves that were understood as entrances to Xibalba. The game was not always, or even often, deadly. That idea has been somewhat exaggerated in popular telling, but it carried stakes that went beyond winning or losing in any ordinary sense. To play well was to participate in something larger than sport. To play badly, or to stop playing, was to allow something important in the cosmic arrangement to come undone. Hunahpu and Ixbalanque took their father's equipment out onto the court, the same court, the Popol Vuh suggests, where their father had played before the lords below heard the noise and decided they had heard enough. They were immediately, startlingly good. Whatever the twins had developed through years of hunting with blowguns, the patience, the stillness, the exact calibration of distance and force, translated perfectly to this. They moved as though they had been playing their whole lives. That, in a sense, perhaps they had been, though they had not known it. The ball rang off the stone walls of the court with a sound that carried, as all sounds in the Highlands carry, a long way. Xmucain heard it and understood what they had found. Her grief was real. She had hidden those things precisely to prevent this. But the twins were not children who could be stopped once they had found the shape of themselves. They played through the heat of the day and into the long cool of the evening. They played again the next morning, and the morning after that. Word spread among the people nearby that there were 2 players on the old court who played with a kind of ease that was unusual to watch. Those who came to watch did not leave quickly. Below the surface of the earth, beneath the stone of the court, Xibalba was listening. The lords who lived there had built their domain directly beneath the places where the living gathered and made noise. The sound of a rubber ball striking a stone court was not a sound they were unfamiliar with. They had heard it before from the feet of the first twins, Hunhunapu and Vukubhunapu. They had put an end to it in the way they put an end to most things that displeased them. They had extended an invitation downward, into their territory, onto their terms. The first twins had not known enough to be careful. The hero twins played on. The ball rose and fell, striking the court with a rhythm that was almost like a heartbeat. Steady, insistent, unhurried. Each impact sent a small vibration down through the stone, down through the earth, down through the layers of darkness and river and road that separated the world of the living from the world of the dead, until it arrived, diminished but still perceptible, in the great dark halls where the lords of death sat in their paired thrones and conducted the business of the underworld. Down below, in the dark, Hunkame and Vukubkame listened to the sound of the ball striking the court above their heads. They had heard that sound before, and they did not like it. The owls came with a message. The message was exactly what Xmucain had been dreading. The lords of Xibalba wished to see her grandsons. They sent their invitation in the way that Xibalba always did, with feathered messengers whose voices were pleasant and whose purpose was not. There were 4 of them, according to the Popol Vuh. They had names that carried the particular flavour of Xibalba's dark imagination: Shooting Owl, One-Legged Owl, Macaw Owl, and Skull Owl. They arrived at the ball court where Hunapu and Spelunke were playing and delivered their summons with impeccable courtesy. This was because that was also very much in keeping with how Xibalba operated. The terror came not in spite of the politeness but wrapped inside it. The boys were to come below. The lords wished to play ball. The invitation carried no room for refusal. The owls themselves were creatures caught between worlds, neither wholly of the sky nor of the underworld, but able to move freely between them. They carried the weight of Xibalba's authority in the very set of their wings. These were not ordinary birds sent on an ordinary errand. They were instruments of a will so ancient and so practiced in getting what it wanted, that refusal had long ago ceased to be a concept anyone below dared to entertain. The 4 owls waited while the boys finished their game, and their waiting was itself a kind of threat, patient, unstoppable, certain of compliance. They did not rush. They did not need to. Xmucain received the news the way a person receives something they have been quietly expecting for a long time, not with shock, but with a grief that had already been living in her chest, waiting for a reason to fully open. She had lost her son this way. She understood what the summons meant. She wept with the kind of sorrow that is heavier for having been anticipated, the kind that does not surprise you and still finds a way to take your breath. The weight of that understanding was something Xmucain carried alone. No one else could truly share it, not in the way she needed to be understood. She had already endured the loss of the first father and uncle, Hunhunapu and Vukubhunapu, had waited through the long years of her grandson's childhood, wondering if she would have to survive that particular grief again. She had raised these boys knowing what lived beneath the earth and what it wanted. She had given them what protection she could. her presence, her stories, her careful instruction in the world as she understood it. But there were limits to what even a grandmother could do against the will of the underworld itself. She had reached those limits now. She had only one way to reach her grandsons before they descended, so she sent a louse to find them at the ball court with her message. The louse passed the errand to a toad. The toad passed it to a snake. The snake passed it at last to a falcon, who carried the word to the boys while they were still in the middle of their game. The Popol Vuh takes a gentle pleasure in this chain of small creatures, each one doing its faithful part. Exmucain had asked the boys to say goodbye before they went. She loved them with every careful, exhausted corner of her heart. She needed to see their faces once more. They came to her. The parting was tender and quiet. They left her a sign so that she would know, even from the surface. Whether they still lived, they planted corn in the middle of the house, so that if the stalks grew green, she would know they were alive. If the stalks withered, she would know they were gone. It was a small and beautiful promise, the kind that costs nothing to make and everything to keep. The corn would become her lifeline to knowledge in the dark days ahead. Every morning she would walk past those stalks, checking them the way a mother checks a child's breath in sleep. The corn would hold her connection to the twins in a way that nothing else could. Without that sign, the uncertainty would have been absolute and unbearable. With it, she would have something concrete to watch, something tangible that proved the connection between the worlds could still carry information in both directions. But unlike their father and uncle before them, Hunahpu and Xbalanque did not descend unprepared. They had heard the story. They knew every trap the first twins had walked into with open eyes and no warning. Before they set foot on the road downward, they sent ahead a single mosquito, a creature so small and ordinary that no one in Xibalba would think to worry about it, with a task of very specific intelligence. The mosquito was to fly into the great hall of Xibalba before them, and bite each lord in turn. As each lord flinched and cried out or grumbled at his neighbor to stop touching him, the others would call that lord's name in complaint. The mosquito would remember every name it heard. Hunahpu and Xbalanque trusted it absolutely. The mosquito went ahead. The lords sat in their rows, and one by one, as the biting moved through the hall, names were called out into the dark air of Xibalba. The mosquito held each one carefully in its memory. Knowledge itself was a weapon, and the twins understood this where their predecessors had not. Every advantage the underworld possessed came from working in darkness, from keeping its victims disoriented and ignorant. By learning the names of the lords before entering their hall, Hunahpu and Xbalanque seized a portion of that knowledge for themselves. The lords had been accustomed to being unnamed to those who came before them, addressed only by titles or by silence. This small reversal would change nothing about their power, but it would establish that these two were not the same as the ones who had come before. The road down was not a single path. It forked constantly, offering the traveller choices that were not really choices at all. Black roads, white roads, yellow roads, yet or one pulling in a different direction, each one designed to confuse and separate and exhaust. The first twins had chosen wrong at every turn. Hunahpu and Xbalanque already knew this, so they moved with a kind of quiet, deliberate patience along roads that must have felt genuinely unsettling. The light disappearing in a way that was different from ordinary darkness, more complete, more intentional. There were rivers to cross along the way. These were not the clear running rivers of the gardens above. There was a river of blood, dark and slow, which had to be forded without drinking from it. There was a river of pus, pale and foul, which required the same careful crossing. These rivers were Xibalba being entirely honest about what it was, a place built from the substances of decay, from everything the living world was always in the process of returning to. The twins moved through them with steady feet and did not allow themselves to be stopped or sickened or turned around. The descent required not just physical endurance, but a kind of spiritual discipline. The twins had to maintain their sense of who they were and where they came from, even as the world around them insisted that this underworld was the only world that truly mattered. They had to remember the light they had left behind, the corn growing in their grandmother's house, the surface of the earth where the sun still moved across the sky in orderly patterns. All of this had to remain real to them, even as the darkness pressed close and the landscape around them became increasingly hostile to any thought of the world above. It was the kind of remembering that took strength, the kind that required them to hold two truths simultaneously: that this place was real and present and dangerous, and that it was not the only reality. Their father and uncle had failed at this balance. The younger twins would have to succeed. When they arrived at the Great Hall, they were met with the first test, the one that had undone their father without his ever quite knowing why. Ranged before them in the hall were figures that looked like the lords of Xibalba, seated in rows, some of them mannequins carved from wood and dressed to deceive, placed there precisely to receive the respectful greeting that a visitor would naturally offer before they realized their error, to let the lords observe who bowed to a puppet and who did not. The first twins had greeted the dummies warmly and been laughed at for it. The humiliation of that moment had set the tone for everything that followed. Hunahpu and Ixbalanque did not bow to anyone. They looked at the rows of figures, real and false, stone still and silent, and they called out the names they had received from the mosquito, one after another, addressing each true lord directly by name and leaving the wooden figures without acknowledgement. They knew the names of every lord in that great dark hall. They called them out one by one, the lords of Xibalba, for the first time in their long reign over the dead, felt something that may have been the faintest early edge of unease. The first night in Xibalba, the twins were shown to the dark house, a place where there was no light at all, not even the faint suggestion of it, where the lords expected their guests to burn through their supplies of pine and tobacco, emerging hollow-eyed and defeated by morning. The rules of the dark house were simple enough in their cruelty. Guests were given a pine torch and a single cigar each upon entering. When they emerged at dawn, those items were expected to be returned intact, unburned, untouched. The lords had designed this as an impossibility. To stay warm through the night, every visitor before had done what anyone would do. They had lit the torch, they had smoked the cigar, and in the morning, when they shuffled out blinking into whatever passed for light in Xibalba, they had nothing to show for themselves. That failure alone was enough to seal their fate. Hunahpu and Ixbalanque understood this. They had come prepared in ways that the lords could not quite anticipate. Rather than lighting the torch, they placed a scarlet macaw's tail feather at its tip, bright enough in the darkness to resemble flame, steady enough to hold its shape through the long hours. The cigar they tipped with fireflies, which glowed at its end with a patient and convincing ember. When morning came and the lords opened the door, expecting ruins, the twins walked out carrying both items whole. The pine torch was intact. The cigar was unsmoked. The lords of Xibalba looked at one another and said nothing, though the Popol Vuh suggests they were not pleased. They had gambled on the dark, and the dark had not cooperated. What the lords understood in that moment was that they had misread the nature of their guests entirely. This was not a failure they had much experience with. In Xibalba, the powerful were accustomed to knowing what would break their opponents, to understanding the precise pressure point where resistance would finally give way. The twins had proven that such certainties were not reliable, that the inventory of suffering the lords had built so carefully over centuries might not be as comprehensive as they had believed. There was a quality to the twins that seemed to exist outside the categories the lords had learned to recognize. It was not simple strength, though they were strong. It was not magical protection, though they carried something that resembled protection. It was something closer to preparation, to an understanding of the world that allowed them to see the tests, not as impossible demands, but as problems to be solved. The lords did not know what to make of this. They were accustomed to desperation, to the way fear unmakes a person from the inside out. They were not accustomed to opponents who arrived at each house and asked not, "How do we survive this?" but rather, "What is this house designed to make us do, and what else might we do instead?" This represented a fundamental challenge to the way the lords understood power itself. It suggested that their dominion over Xibalba, built on countless small victories over countless terrified opponents, might have some fragility to it, some weak point they had never had to consider. The houses that followed were each built around a different kind of suffering, each one chosen as if the lords had sat together and inventoried the things that wear a person down, and decided to give each of those things its own room. The razor house was filled with blades, not fixed in place, but moving, spinning, whistling through the air in every direction. The sound of them alone, that constant thin singing of metal in motion, was meant to be enough to drive a visitor to the edges of reason before the blades themselves could even reach them. The twins spoke to the blades, according to the Popol Vuh, in the way that one might speak to any creature that does not fully understand what it has been asked to do, quietly, directly, with a calm certainty, and the blades were still. The cold house was ice and wind, a darkness that pressed in from every wall. Yet the twins passed the night there without freezing, wrapping themselves not in anything the lords had provided, but in something they carried within themselves, a steadiness that the cold could not find its way past. The firehouse was built to burn, and it burned. But the twins moved through its heat without being consumed. In the morning they were, as they had been every morning in Xibalba, rested and whole, and faintly polite. The pattern that was establishing itself across these trials suggested something that the lords may have only begun to grasp as the nights accumulated. Each house had been designed with a particular kind of vulnerability in mind, a specific human weakness that the architects of these chambers understood well. But the twins seemed to operate from a different understanding of what their bodies were capable of, what their minds could sustain. When the razor house filled with its spinning blades, and the sound of them created a chaos that would have been paralyzing to anyone untrained in the art of stillness, the twins did not panic. They did not try to dodge or flee. They simply stood in the center of the whirling blades and spoke with the same calm they might have used to address any other being. The blades, according to the text, were themselves creatures of a sort, bound to their task by the will of the lords, but not necessarily possessing any malice of their own. They were tools, instruments of torture, but instruments nonetheless. The twins treated them as such. They acknowledged them, addressed them directly, and in doing so, transformed the nature of the confrontation. What had been designed as an exercise in fear became instead a conversation. What had been constructed as a trap became something closer to a test that could be passed by those who understood its true nature. Between each house, the lords called them to the ball court. Those games were their own kind of test. This was because the lords of Xibalba were not above cheating at sport any more than they were above cheating at hospitality. At one point they substituted the proper rubber ball with something that looked nearly identical but concealed a blade inside, a white flint knife hidden within the ball's dark skin. That would have opened the twins the moment they struck it in play. A creature warned them, the Popol Vuh says. The twins refused to use the lord's ball. The game continued with their own. Once again the lords found themselves looking across the court at two boys who were, somehow, still standing. The Popol Vuh does not provide extensive detail about these ball games themselves, which may be significant in its own way. The narrative moves past them with a kind of efficiency, as though what mattered was not the specific strategies employed or the particular scores achieved, but rather the fact that the twins continued to persist in the face of continued attempts at deception. The lords had grown confident in their methods, had accumulated centuries of experience in the ways that people could be broken and unmade. Yet each time they introduced a new variation on their approach, whether through the substitution of a weapon for a ball, or through some other mechanism of betrayal, the twins remained unbroken. There is a quality to their resilience that suggests something more than luck or simple competence. It suggests a kind of clarity about what was being attempted, and a determination not to be drawn into the trap of expecting fairness in a place that had been explicitly designed as unfair. There is something almost restful in the way the Popol Vuh describes this portion of the story. Even though the houses themselves were designed to be anything but restful, the lords of Xibalba had built their ordeal chambers with great attention to what breaks people: the absence of light, the presence of cold, the relentless motion of sharp things, the heat that takes the breath away. and the twins moved through all of it with a quality that is harder to name than simple bravery. They were not fearless in the way that reckless people are fearless, unaware of what surrounds them. They knew exactly where they were and what each house had been made for. They simply refused to be undone by it. They had prepared carefully enough, thought through the tests thoroughly enough, that their preparation held. The bat house was the last of those chambers. It was different from the others in a way that the Popol Vuh takes some care to convey. It was home to Camazotz, the great death bat, a creature with a stone blade where other creatures have a snout. It moved through the darkness of that place with a speed and a silence that no torch, no clever substitute flame, no smooth word spoken to a room full of spinning knives could do anything to prepare for. The twins climbed inside their blowguns for the night, lying still, waiting out the hours inside the narrow darkness of those long tubes while Camazotz swept above them and the sounds of the house settled around them like water. It was a sound of wings, of something enormous moving just overhead in the dark. The twins lay quiet inside their blowguns and did not look out. This was because looking out was the one thing that the bat house required, the one thing they understood they could not afford. Each house was designed to break something, the will, the senses, the body, the courage, and each time the lords looked in the next morning expecting wreckage, they found the twins rested, unharmed, and apparently quite comfortable. Of all the houses the lords of Sebulba had built for their guests, the bat house was the one that came closest to breaking the hero twins, not through cold or darkness or spinning blades, but through a single careless moment at the edge of dawn. By the time they reached the bat house, the twins had already moved through rooms that the lords had designed with great confidence in their power to destroy. They had kept their pine torches whole and their tobacco intact through the dark house by returning both to the lords in the morning, unburned and unsmoked. They had slept through the razor house while the blades swept and whistled around them, without drawing so much as a thread from their clothing. The cold house, which was said to be filled with a cold so penetrating it moved through bone the way water moves through cloth, had left them no worse than they had been before they entered. And the firehouse, with its walls of heat and its suffocating light, had not touched them either. The lords had watched each morning with something that had slowly shifted from confidence to a quieter, more unsettled kind of attention. But the bat house was different, and they knew it, and they told themselves that this was the one that would settle the matter. Camazotz, the name means something like death bat in the Quiche language, and the name was meant to say everything that needed saying, was not simply a large creature or a dangerous animal in the ordinary sense. He was one of the specific powers that lived in Xibalba, a god of the bat in his most terrifying expression, and the house that bore his presence was built for him entirely, a space where he moved freely and his visitors did not. According to the Popol Vuh, when the twins were placed inside the bat house for the night, Camazotz was already there, moving through the absolute dark with his wings and his talons and a weapon like a blade at his snout, circling without sound, patient in the way that only something truly dangerous can afford to be. The lords of Sebulba had arranged this trial carefully, understanding that they had finally reached the place where the twins' resourcefulness might finally meet its match. Camazotz was not a puzzle to solve or a test to pass through skill alone. He was appetite and reflex and ancient hunger given form. The lords had seen other visitors arrive at the bat house with confidence, and they had seen them leave quite differently or not leave at all. Hunahpu and Ixbalanque understood what they were dealing with. They had come this far precisely because they did not repeat the mistakes of their father and uncle, who had approached Xibalba with skill, but without the kind of preparation that comes from really understanding your situation. And so the twins did something that was, in its simplicity, exactly right. They climbed inside their blowguns. Their blowguns were long and hollow, and just wide enough to shelter a person curled carefully within, and the twins fitted themselves inside and lay still, and Camazotz circled above them through the hours of the night and found nothing to take hold of. This was not heroism in the way that word usually presents itself. It was patience and a willingness to be uncomfortable and invisible for as long as the darkness required. The twins understood that sometimes the victory comes not from action, but from the discipline of inaction, from knowing when to fight and when to hide, from accepting that the body's discomfort is a small price to pay for remaining alive. The night in the bat house was very long. The sound of camazots moving through the dark, the soft percussion of wings, the occasional sharp cut of air as he passed close, filled the space in a way that made time feel unreliable. The twins could not see him. They could only hear him and wait and trust that the blowguns would hold. Hours passed in that particular way that hours pass, when there is nothing to do but endure them. In the darkness and the stillness, curled inside the hollow tubes, the twins were forced to confront a different kind of challenge than any of the previous houses had presented. It was not a challenge that could be solved through intelligence or preparation or even courage. It was simply the challenge of remaining still, of not moving, of not responding to the sounds of danger above them with the panic that would betray their location. The mind, in such circumstances, becomes its own kind of maze. Each small sound seemed to grow and echo. Each moment stretched. The twins had to learn to breathe in a way that made no sound, to exist almost as if they were not existing at all. And then, at what seemed like the edge of morning, Hunahpu made a mistake that was entirely human, entirely understandable, and entirely devastating. He lifted his head from the end of the blowgun, just slightly, just enough to look out and see whether the darkness had begun to change, whether the first grey suggestion of dawn was coming to release them from the house. He was tired. He had been still for hours. The night seemed like it must be over. And in that one small, hopeful movement, the head lifted just far enough above the opening of the blowgun. Camazots was there. The Popol Vuh does not dwell on the moment itself. It simply says that Camazots cut off Hunahpu's head. One swift pass in the dark, and it was done. Xbalanque, still inside his own blowgun, heard what happened. He knew immediately what it meant. Dawn did arrive not long afterward. The real dawn, the one Hunahpu had been trying to look for. And with the light came the sound of the lords of Xibalba celebrating. They had Hunahpu's head, and they brought it to the ball court and hung it above the playing field, intending it as a trophy and as a message. They had finally taken something the twins could not recover. They believed that completely. For the first time, the lords felt the return of the confidence they had possessed before the trials began. They had watched the twins move through every obstacle unscathed, had seen their careful planning and their impossible luck, and now they had finally broken their streak. They had drawn blood. They had taken something irreplaceable. The satisfaction was profound and complete. What happened next in the Popol Vuh is one of the episodes that makes the story strange and wonderful and unlike almost anything else. Xbalanque, alone now in the bat house with the grey light arriving, and Camazots finally settled somewhere in the dark above him, did not despair in any way the story records. He called the animals. According to the account in the Popol Vuh, he summoned all the animals of the night and the forest, and they came, each bringing what they had, their own food, the things they carried, the raw materials of their lives. Xbalanque looked at what they had brought and selected a squash, a round and pale green gourd, and he worked it in his hands until it had taken the shape of a head. He set it on Hunahpu's shoulders, and remarkably, astonishingly, it worked. Not as a disguise merely, but as something more than that. Hunahpu's face appeared on the surface of the squash. He could speak, he could move. He was not whole exactly, but he was present, and he was able to stand and walk and take the court. There is something in this moment that resists easy explanation, which is perhaps why the Popol Vuh presents it so matter-of-factly, as if the transformation of a squash into a living head is simply what happens when you know what you are doing, and the animals are willing to help. The story doesn't ask the listener to marvel at it. It only asks the listener to accept it and follow along, and there is something restful about that quality, the way the myth moves forward without pausing to explain its own logic, trusting that the logic is already understood. What Xbalanque had performed was not magic in the sense of something impossible or contrary to nature. It was knowledge of a different kind, a knowledge that belonged to the world before the world was fully itself, when transformation and identity were not yet fixed things, when what something was and what something could become were still negotiable, still fluid. The twins went to the ball court, and the game was played, and the lords of Xibalba used Hunapu's real head as the ball, rolling it down the court with a satisfaction they had been waiting a long time to feel. Xbalanque played carefully. He was attending to more than just the game. At a certain moment, the Popol Vuh says a rabbit was waiting nearby, crouched in the shadows at the edge of the court. Xbalanque sent a shot toward what the lords believed was the ball, and a rabbit bolted from the shadows and ran, and the lords turned and chased it, as the scene was convincing enough to follow. They believed the ball had bounced impossibly high and far, and they went after it, shouting, moving away from the court. In that brief window, Xbalanque crossed the court and retrieved Hunapu's actual head, and carried it back to where his brother stood. He removed the squash and replaced it with the real head, and Hunapu was restored. What the squash had been holding in place, the presence, the voice, the capacity to play, returned to its proper home, and the gourd was left on the court in the head's place. When the lords came back from chasing the rabbit, empty-handed and slightly foolish, they found a squash on the court where the head had been, and they found both twins standing whole and ready to continue the game. The lords had used his severed head as their ball, and thought they had finally won, and then they looked at the court, and the ball was a squash, and they looked at the twins, and both of them were whole. There is a point in the story of the hero twins where cleverness alone stops being enough. What the Popol Vuh offers instead is something stranger and harder to name, a willingness, clear-eyed and unhurried, to step into the fire. The twins had done everything right up to this moment. They had crossed the forking roads without being fooled, greeted the lords by their true names when everyone before them had politely bowed to carved wood, endured the dark house and the cold house and the razor house, and come through each one with their composure intact. They had played the ball game in the court of Xibalba and held their own against opponents who had been cheating at games for longer than most things had been alive. They were, by any reasonable measure, winning, and yet the word came to them. The story describes it as arriving through a seer, a wise figure moving quietly at the edges of the underworld. A creature or presence who understood how things in Xibalba were going to end regardless of the score. And the word was that the lords had already decided. Whatever happened on the ball court, whatever cleverness the twins brought to bear, Hunkame and Vukubkame intended to destroy them. The game was not the point. The game had never been the point. It was a formality, a prolonged ceremony of humiliation before an ending that the lords of Xibalba considered already written. Another pair of boys had come down the long road. Another pair of boys was going to be ground into the earth. That was how things had always been and would always be, as far as the lords were concerned. The twins received this information and sat with it. They talked it over between themselves, the two of them together in the particular quiet that had always existed between them. What they arrived at was not panic and not despair, but something more interesting and more difficult. A decision to choose the terms themselves, to walk into what was coming on their own feet rather than be dragged there, to make the ending theirs in the only way still available to them. This is the moment when the Popol Vuh becomes something more than a story about cleverness triumphing over obstacles. It becomes a story about what happens when knowledge and will align. The twins had possessed information that might have broken anyone else. The understanding that their efforts in the ball court were meaningless, that the outcome had already been determined by forces far greater than themselves. But possession of this knowledge changed nothing unless they also possessed the will to act upon it in a particular way. There is a difference between knowing you will die and choosing when and how. There is a difference between being a victim of circumstances and being an architect of your own undoing. The twins understood this with a clarity that suggests they had always understood it, that perhaps the seer only confirmed what they had already begun to suspect. The Popol Vuh does not tell us what passed between them in those final moments before the Lord summoned them, but the story seems to suggest that what passed between them was not fear, but recognition. recognition of what they were being offered, not as an ending, but as a threshold. The lords meant it as a trap. The twins chose to see it as a door. The lords announced their plan with what the Popol Vuh suggests was barely concealed satisfaction. There was to be a great stone oven, heated until it glowed. The twins were invited to leap inside it. The invitation was of course a command dressed in the thinnest possible courtesy. They expected resistance. They expected the pleading and the bargaining that the doomed always attempted. The last negotiations, the small dignity surrendered in exchange for a few more hours. However, the twins surprised them. Hunahpu and Ixbalanque looked at the oven, and they looked at each other, and they jumped. Not when they were told to, and not in the direction the lords had pointed, but in their own moment and with something approaching serenity. That is perhaps the bravest thing the story records. There is a quality to that leap that the Popol Vuh does not quite explain, but that settles into the listener like something recognized rather than learned. The understanding that a sacrifice chosen freely is not the same thing as a defeat, that there is a difference between being consumed and offering yourself. The twins understood this in a way that the lords, for all their centuries of governance over death, did not. The fire took them. The oven did what ovens do. And when nothing remained of Hunahpu and Ixbalanque but ash and the fine white powder of ground bone, the lords of Xibalba gathered what was left of them with something that probably felt, to the lords, like triumph. They carried the remains to the edge of a river that ran through the underworld and scattered them across the water, watching the grey cloud of ash drift and dissolve and disappear. The river carried everything away, and the lords returned to their hall and considered the matter closed. What the lords did not understand, and what the Popol Vuh takes care to emphasize, is that scattering is not the same thing as destruction. They had burned the twins to ash, yes. They had ground the bones to powder, yes. But they had done so in the presence of water. The river that ran through the underworld was not a river of forgetfulness or a river of endings. It was a river of transformation, one that had been flowing through the earth since the world began. The lords had performed their ritual of conquest many times before, always with the same result. The consumed stayed consumed. The dead remained dead. But they had never encountered an enemy who had entered death, not as a victim but as a participant. An enemy who had chosen their own burning rather than being forced into it. This made a difference that the lords could not perceive, not because they lacked intelligence, but because they lacked the capacity to understand willing surrender as anything other than defeat. They celebrated what they had done and returned to their halls, certain that the pattern that had held for centuries would hold once more. But the river was not finished with what it had been given. Beneath the dark surface, where the current moved in slow, cold channels through the stone of the underworld, something began to change. Or perhaps the more precise word is continue. This was because what happened next in the water was not a reversal, but a persistence, a refusal to stop that had been built into the twins before they ever jumped. The ash became fish, silent and silver-sided, moving in the deep water with the particular unhurried grace of creatures that belong entirely to where they are. The Popol Vuh tells us they were catfish. That is a homely and specific and somehow exactly right detail. Not magnificent creatures, not celestial fish ringed in light, but catfish, bottom dwellers, creatures associated with the dark and the slow and the unseen. That is fitting for a resurrection that happened in secret in the river of the underworld, while the lords above them celebrated the completion of their plan. They moved through the water for a time. How long is not something the story worries about. That lack of concern is itself instructive. Time in Xibalba had never behaved the way time behaved in the world above. The twins had understood this from the beginning. What mattered was not the duration, but the direction. The direction was always upward, always towards something more. The catfish became boys again, gradually, the way a dream sometimes accumulates detail as the night deepens. The boys who came back were Hunahpu and Ixbalanque, recognizably themselves, with their blowguns and their particular way of regarding the world and the easy confidence that had carried them through every house Xibalba had put them in. But they were also something else now, something they had not been before the oven. They carried in them the knowledge that death was a thing you could move through, not a wall, but a passage. More than that, they carried the power to do it again, to offer that passage to others and to take it back, to cut and restore, to kill and return to life. The lords had meant to end them. Instead, they had made them complete. They came up from the river as catfish first, then as something more, whatever they were when they climbed out of the water onto the bank of Xibalba. They were not exactly what they had been before. Nobody recognized them, which was exactly the point. Two ragged performers moving from place to place through the underworld, doing tricks for whatever audience would have them, wearing their obscurity like a second skin. They had come up from the river as something new, carrying powers they had not possessed before. The most important thing about those powers, for the moment, was knowing when not to use them. They dressed plainly, and they moved without ceremony. Two anonymous figures making their way through the corridors and plazas of Xibalba with the unhurried ease of people who had nowhere in particular to be. They did not look like heroes. They did not look like the young men who had passed through the trial houses and played ball against the lords and leapt willingly into a stone oven. They looked, by all accounts, like the kind of wandering performers one might find in any corner of the world, a little dusty, a little worn, carrying their act from one small audience to the next and grateful for whatever they were given in return. The performances themselves had come from nowhere, or so it seemed. No one in Xibalba could quite place where the twins had learned their craft. There was a quality to their movements that suggested long practice, but also something else, something that suggested they had always known, in the way that certain knowledge arrives without instruction. They carried themselves with the ease of those who had made a bargain with themselves to accept what had happened and to move forward regardless. The underworld crowds, accustomed to beings who carried themselves with either great ceremony or great dread, found this strange. These two moved with neither. They simply were, and they simply performed, and there was a kind of power in that simplicity even before the sacrifice dance. The minor lords and attendants who watched them in those early days sensed that something was different about these performers, though most could not have said exactly what. They seemed to belong nowhere and everywhere at once, fitting into Xibalba as easily as water fills whatever vessel contains it. The performances themselves were modest at first, suited to the modest crowds that gathered to watch them. They danced, and they were good at it in the way that people who have nothing to prove are often good at things, loosely, easily, without the stiffness that comes from wanting to impress. There was a dance that mimicked the armadillo, slow and deliberate, and somehow comic in the way the armadillo itself is comic, a creature too earnest for its own armored dignity. There was another that moved with the quick, liquid darting of the weasel, low to the ground and full of sudden changes of direction. The audiences in Xibalba found this entertaining in the way that people who live surrounded by darkness and dread will find almost anything a relief, if it is offered without menace. The twins gave them that. They performed with a kind of generous lightness. The crowds who watched them were perhaps the strangest audiences that two performers had ever played for. Souls and demons and minor lords and the attendants of death. And yet they laughed and leaned in. This was because a good performer is a good performer regardless of where the performance is given. But it was the sacrifice dance that made people talk. It was the act that travelled ahead of them through Xibalba, passed along in the whispering, word-of-mouth way that remarkable things always travel, so that by the time the twins arrived somewhere new, there were already people who had heard about it and were waiting. In the sacrifice dance, one twin would take up a blade and, with a grave and ceremonial air, cut the other apart, slowly, deliberately, organ by organ. The whole terrible procedure conducted with such calm precision that the watching crowd would go absolutely silent, as people do when they cannot quite believe what they are seeing and are afraid that making any sound might break the spell. The organs were removed and held up, presented to the audience like offerings, like evidence. And then, before the silence could tip into something heavier, the other twin would restore everything, The body reassembled, the life returned. The one who had been taken apart standing upright again, composed, unhurt, blinking in the dim light of the underworld, as though he had simply been briefly elsewhere and had now returned. The crowd would exhale all at once, and then they would begin to shout. Word of the sacrifice dance spread through the lower reaches of Xibalba with remarkable speed, far faster than the twins themselves could travel. Those who had witnessed it found themselves compelled to recount it, to describe it to others with whatever level of detail they could summon. Each account seemed to add new dimensions to the original performance. The precision of the cutting became more exact in the retelling, the restoration more impossible. Some who had not seen it began to claim they had, simply to participate in the wonder of it. Others who had seen it found their memories reshaping itself around the strangeness of what had occurred. The performance became, in this way, something more than what it actually was. It became a marker of division in the underworld, a before and after. Those who had seen the twins' sacrifice dance existed in a different category than those who had merely heard of it. And both of these groups found themselves anticipating when and where the twins might perform again, carrying with them the hunger that witnesses of genuine strangeness develop. It was extraordinary, and it was extraordinary in a way that Xibalba had not seen before. That was itself a remarkable thing, because Xibalba was a place that had seen a great deal. The lords of the underworld presided over suffering and dissolution in all its varieties. They understood death intimately, as a matter of professional expertise, and yet here were two performers offering something the lords had never managed to offer: death undone. It must have seemed to the minor lords and attendants who watched and then carried the news upward toward the highest courts, like a kind of inversion of everything Xibalba stood for. The fact that it was being done so casually, without solemnity, almost as entertainment, made it stranger still. The twins never explained how they did it. They never called attention to the strangeness of what they had offered. They simply performed, and then they moved on, and behind them the conversations began. The news reached Hun Kame and Vukub Kame the way that news of anything unusual eventually reached the highest lords of Xibalba, through the accounts of those who had witnessed it, each telling slightly more embellished than the last, until the original performance had become, in the retelling, something almost mythological. The lords heard that there were performers somewhere in their realm who could kill and restore, burn and rebuild, take apart and reassemble. They heard the crowds had gone wild. They heard that nothing like it had ever been seen in the underworld, and Hun Kame and Vukub Kame, who were powerful and ancient and accustomed to commanding whatever they wanted from their subjects, decided that they wanted to see it for themselves. This was not an unusual impulse in the powerful, the desire to witness something extraordinary, to possess for oneself the experience that others have been having without permission. They sent word through the underworld that the performers were to be found and brought before them. There was something almost innocent in the summons, or at least something that looked like innocence from the outside. Two great lords of death, curious as children, asking to be shown a trick. They had no reason to think the performers were anything other than what they appeared to be. They had scattered those ashes themselves. They had watched the river carry them away. And so it was that Hun Kame and Vukub Kame, the lords who had crushed the first twins and scattered the second twins' ashes into a river, sent word that they wished to be entertained. The two performers said they would be honored to come. When the twins killed the dog and the dog stood up again wagging its tail, the lords of Xibalba laughed with the delight of people watching something they cannot explain. When they burned the house down and the house rebuilt itself around them, the lords clapped and called for more. There was something almost tender about it. These great rulers of death and suffering, clapping their hands in a dark hall like children at a festival, entirely unaware that the two ragged performers standing before them were the same boys they had ground into powder and thrown into a river not long before. Hun Kame and Vukub Kame sat forward on their thrones and watched with the kind of hungry attention that powerful people give to the few things that can still surprise them. The twins gave them every reason to keep watching. They danced. They burned and rebuilt. They killed the dog again. The dog came back again. The lords leaned closer each time, as though proximity might help them understand the mechanism of it. That, of course, it did not. Then came the sacrifice dance itself. That was the thing the lords had most wanted to see since word of the wandering performers had first reached them. In this act, one twin would kill the other, openly, completely, without apparent trick or concealment, and then draw him back into being, whole and smiling, as if death were simply a door one could walk through and then walk back out of. Ixbalanque went first, and the lords watched every movement with the particular intensity of those who have spent an eternity administering death and have never once seen it reversed. What the lords of Xibelba could do was destroy. What they had never been able to do. What they now watched being done before them with almost casual ease was undo. When Hunahpu stood again, easy and untroubled, the great hall went very quiet for a moment. In that silence, you could hear something shifting in the room. Not a sound exactly, but a change in the quality of the air. The way a room changes when everyone in it wants the same thing at once. It was the wanting that proved most dangerous. The lords of Xibelba had spent such vast stretches of time in their dark kingdom that wanting had become unfamiliar to them, become almost theoretical. They had long ago ceased to desire things the way living people desired them. But this was different. This was a desire that moved through them like hunger, like thirst, fundamental and immediate, and past the point of reason. They could feel it in their chests, this need to know what lay on the other side of that particular death. The twins had shown them something none of their eternal dominion had ever shown them, a thing that was impossible and yet occurred anyway. A demonstration that what they had always believed about their own absolute power was incomplete, perhaps even wrong. Hunkame spoke first. He wanted to experience it himself. He wanted to be killed and restored, to feel what it felt like to pass through that door and come back. Vukubkame agreed. They both did, with the unguarded eagerness of people who have never had cause to mistrust their own desire, who have ruled long enough to assume that wanting something is roughly equivalent to receiving it safely. The twins agreed, as they always agreed, quietly, pleasantly, without hesitation. They asked the lords to come forward. Hunkame and Vukubkame descended from their thrones and stood before these two anonymous performers with the expectant patience of the very powerful. That is to say, they were not patient at all, only still in the way that a stone is still. The twins killed them cleanly, and then they did not bring them back. The hall was silent in a way it had probably never been silent before, a silence that had a texture to it, dense and a little stunned. As the remaining lords of Xibelba looked at the two bodies and then at the two performers and began to understand, slowly, what it was they were actually looking at. The performers were not ragged at all anymore, not in the way that mattered. They were Hunahpu and Ixbalanque, the sons of one Hunahpu, the grandsons of Ixmucain, the boys who had been summoned into Xibelba, who had survived every house and every trick and every trap, who had been killed and scattered as ash into a river, and had come back from that river, carrying something the lords had never anticipated giving them. The lords knew these names. They knew this story. They had written parts of it themselves, or believed they had. Finding themselves now inside a version of it they did not author was, one imagines, a great deal to absorb. What followed was not a battle. There was no final confrontation of the kind that stories sometimes build toward. No last desperate effort by Xibelba to reclaim what it had lost. The remaining lords simply gathered together in the way that people gather when they understand that everything has already been decided, and they pleaded. The Popol Vuh describes this plainly and without embellishment. They wept, some of them. They offered whatever the twins asked. They wanted very much not to be destroyed in the way that Hunkame and Vukubkame had been destroyed. There is something almost quiet about this moment in the text, something that feels less like a great victory and more like the natural settling of a long argument. The moment after the argument ends, and everyone is simply tired. The twins had not come to annihilate Xibelba. They had come in the deepest sense. This was because Xibelba had summoned them. Now that they were here and the thing was done, they were not particularly interested in burning everything to the ground. What they offered the remaining lords was not exactly forgiveness and not exactly mercy, but something more practical than either, a revised set of terms. Xibalba could continue. The underworld would still exist. This was because, of course, it would. This was because death is not a thing that can be abolished even by the sons of the maize god. But the lords would no longer receive what they had once received. The great sacrifices, the offerings made in fear and reverence, the worship that had kept them powerful for so long, those things were finished now. The story of what had happened here would spread. When it did, the people on the surface would know what the lords of Xibalba truly were. Not invincible, not inevitable, not even particularly clever when placed alongside two boys with enough patience to become performers and enough nerve to walk calmly into an oven. The lords had built their authority on the certainty that death was the final word in any conversation. The twins had very methodically demonstrated that this was not quite right. That demonstration would not be forgotten. There is a quiet irony in the way the Popol Vuh handles this moment, a kind of dry satisfaction in its telling. These were the lords before whom 1 Hunahpu and 7 Hunahpu had been helpless, before whom all the souls of the dead passed in submission. They were now standing in their own great hall, asking two young men to please let them continue to exist in some diminished form. That the young men graciously allowed. The twins did not gloat. The text does not linger on their triumph in the way a story told for glory might. It simply moves forward, because there was still more to do. The twins knew it. The mood in the hall was one of endings giving way to other things. The other lords of Xibalba gathered around and begged not to be destroyed. The twins listened, and what they offered in return was not mercy exactly, but a kind of reduced existence. They could remain, but they would no longer be feared the way they once were. The offerings made to them would be small things now, humble things, nothing like before. Before they left Xibalba, the hero twins went to find their father. The lords had been defeated. The great hall had gone quiet. The power that had once radiated outward from that place like heat from a stone left in the sun had cooled considerably. And yet the twins did not climb upward, not yet. This was because there was something unfinished here, something older than their own story. Buried in the dark earth of the underworld, at a crossroads where a calabash tree had once stood, and where the bones of Hunahpu had been left without ceremony, without mourning, without anyone to speak his name back to him. They knew the place. They had carried the knowledge of it with them through every ordeal, house and every ball game, and every night they had spent crouched inside their blowguns, listening to wings in the dark. Now that the dark had softened around them, and the lords were no longer arranging new torments, they walked that road with a kind of quiet deliberateness, the way a person walks towards something they have been meaning to do for a long time. The Popol Vuh tells us that they called to him when they arrived, that they spoke his name and asked him to rise, asked him to name himself back into the world. The journey to that crossroads was not merely a physical descent, but a movement backward through time itself. The twins retraced the steps of their father, following the same passages through darkness that he had travelled when he descended to accept the challenge of the lords. They passed through the same doors, heard the same echoing emptiness that had greeted their father before his defeat in the ball court. In moving through these spaces, the twins were performing a kind of reversal, a ritual undo. They were unmapping the tragedy, walking its path in the opposite direction. This kind of movement, backward, downward, into the place where a story had ended, was itself a form of powerful magic in Maya understanding. To retrace someone's path was to claim authority over it, to remake it, even if only in small ways. The twins had learned this in their own confrontations with the underworld lords. They learned it through deception and cleverness. Now they would learn it through an act of pure intention and naming. What followed was not the swift and complete restoration one might hope for after so long a wait. He stirred, and he answered. But something in the long burial had loosened the threads that held his self together. When the twins asked him to say what his face looked like, to describe the shape of his own nose, the particular way his mouth sat beneath it, he could not quite do it. He could feel that he had a face. He could not find it. They asked him to name each feature in turn, to feel his way back into himself, the way one feels along a darkened wall for a doorway one knows must be there. With each question he came closer. With each answer, a little more of him gathered back into the form that had once played ball on the surface courts and laughed and felt the sun on his arms. But the full restoration, the Popol Vuh tells us gently, did not come. Not entirely, not in the way the twins had hoped. Not the way a person wakes from sleep and is immediately and completely themselves again. He rose into something. The incompleteness of his restoration was not a failure, but a doorway into a different kind of existence. The twins accepted this. There was wisdom in accepting what could not be wholly repaired, in recognizing that certain thresholds once crossed could not be entirely recrossed. Hunhunappu had been transformed by his time in Xibalba, not destroyed by it. He carried that transformation in every incomplete gesture, in his difficulty finding his own face. This difficulty itself became meaningful. It became part of the story that would be told and retold, generation after generation. What he became was something the Maya understood in a way that went very deep, deeper perhaps than the story itself. He became the maize god, the lord of corn and cultivation, the deity whose whole existence was structured around the idea that going into the earth was not the end of the story, but only a particular part of it, the part that had to happen before anything else could. His death in Xibalba, the decapitation, the long burial, the bones left at the crossroads, all of it mapped, with a precision that felt less like coincidence and more like intention, onto what a kernel of corn does when it is pressed into the dark soil and covered over and left there. It disappears. It is, by every outward appearance, gone. And then something in the darkness begins the slow, unhurried work of becoming. The shoot finds its way upward through the layers of earth, the way a thought finds its way upward through sleep. Tentative at first, and then insistent. Eventually it breaks the surface and stands in the light with its face tipped toward the sun, as if it has always known exactly where the sun would be. The Maya farmers who told this story, and who heard it told, understood that they were not listening to something separate from their fields. They were listening to the explanation of their fields. The reason the corn could be trusted to return, the deep logic underneath the planting. Every year the maize god went into the earth, and every year he came back. The hero twins calling their father's name in the underworld, and the farmer pressing seed into prepared ground were participating in the same story, separated only by scale. There is an image that appears on many classic period Maya painted vessels, a young man emerging from a cracked turtle shell, his body long and golden and just beginning to unfurl into the light. The figure around him, assisting in his emergence, is often understood to be one or both of the hero twins, lifting their father back into the world from below. The turtle is the earth, or a portion of it. What rises through the crack is what has always been waiting beneath the surface to rise. The twins stood over their father in the underworld. They spoke his name. He gathered himself around that name, the way a plant gathers itself around the fact of sunlight. Even if the gathering was incomplete, even if he could not quite remember the precise arrangement of his own face, what he became in that moment was perhaps more important than what he had been. He became the promise that the earth keeps, every season, without fail. This was because the story says so. This was because the twins said so. This was because the name was spoken, and the ground received it and gave something back. He rose, and the corn rose with him. And the Maya would see that story repeated every planting season for as long as the fields were tended and the rains came. They did not stop when they reached the surface. That is perhaps the most remarkable thing about the end of the hero twins story. The way it keeps going upward, past what seems like it should be the natural conclusion. Most stories about descending into the underworld end with the return to the living world as the triumph itself, the moment of arrival back among the trees and the sky, and the ordinary sounds of the earth being sufficient reward for everything endured. But Hunahpu and Ixbalanque did not treat the surface as a destination. They had broken the power of Xibalba, restored their father to something resembling life. Now the world above opened before them, and they kept moving. The road upward out of the underworld was the reverse of the road they had taken down, the branching paths, the rivers that had to be crossed again, the deep limestone passages narrowing and then widening, the gradual lightening of the dark. They had entered Xibalba as young men carrying their father's ballgame equipment and a mosquito sent ahead to do their reconnaissance. They emerged changed in ways that are difficult to describe precisely, carrying something the Popol Vuh does not name directly, but that every reader understands as a kind of earned authority over the boundary between life and death itself. When they came out from the caves and the cenotes that had served as the doorway down, the earth was still there, patient and unchanged, the corn growing, the mountains holding their shapes against the sky, the birds settling into the trees at evening just as they always had. The surface world did not know yet what had happened below it, but it would soon enough, because the twins were not finished and they did not slow down. They moved upward through the world the way a thought moves through a mind, quickly and without effort. The sky above them was not a ceiling to stop at, but the next place they were going. This upward movement was itself a kind of transformation. The twins carried with them the knowledge they had gained in the depths, the understanding of sacrifice and return, of dissolution and reformation. They had learned the languages of the dead and had not forgotten them. As they rose higher, the boundary between their human forms and something greater began to shimmer and shift. The Popol Vuh speaks of this passage with the spare language it reserves for moments when the ordinary rules no longer apply. The twins ascended not as mortals fleeing danger, but as beings who had earned a different kind of existence. They were still themselves, still Hunahpu and Ixbalanque, the clever young men who had outsmarted demons and restored honor to their family. But they were also becoming something the world below had never seen before. Beings who could exist simultaneously in multiple registers, who could be both earthbound and celestial. This was the earned authority made visible. This was what the victory in the ball court had purchased. It is worth pausing on what this ascension meant to the Quiche Maya, who kept this story alive through generations of telling. This was because it was not a minor detail tacked onto the end of a longer adventure. The moment Hunahpu and Ixbalanque rose into the sky was the moment the world received its most fundamental structure, the one that made everything else possible. According to the Popol Vuh, it is Hunahpu who became the sun, rising each morning in the east and crossing the sky in that slow, steady arc that the Maya tracked with extraordinary precision across centuries of careful observation. Ixbalanque became the moon, following a softer and more variable path, waxing and waning in the way that the moon does, present and then diminished, and then present again. Some versions of the tradition reverse this, or identify Ixbalanque specifically as the sun. Scholars who have studied the classic period ceramics on which these stories were also painted have noted that the visual record does not always settle the question cleanly. It is one of those places where the tradition holds more than one answer. Perhaps the Quiche Maya understood both twins as solar in some aspect of their nature. After all, Ixbalanque's name has been translated as something close to jaguar sun or hidden sun. That suggests a solar quality dwelling even in the twin who rose as the cooler light. What the tradition agrees on is the essential thing, that the sky received its two great lights because of what the hero twins had done and who they had become. That every sunrise from that first one forward carried the memory of the journey they had made, the daily cycle, the sun rising, travelling, setting, then the darkness of night before the return of light, was understood as a kind of ongoing repetition of the twins' own passage, down into darkness and back up into the world, over and over, without end. The 400 young men who had been killed earlier in the myth by the demon Zipacna, the son of Seven Makar, those young men also found their place in this newly ordered sky, rising together as a group of stars, clustered there in a way that the Maya recognized and named and incorporated into their understanding of the heavens. The sky after the twins' ascension was not empty and accidental, but populated and meaningful. Every light in it connected to a story that explained why it was there and what its presence meant for the people watching from below. And the people below did watch. The Maya were among the most careful sky watchers of the ancient world, tracking the movements of the sun and moon and stars with a patience and exactness that still draws admiration. For them, the sky was not a separate realm to be observed from a distance, but a living continuation of the same world that included the underworld below and the surface between. What moved above them had names. The names had stories. The stories connected the visible rhythms of the sky to the older, invisible rhythms of sacrifice and return that the hero twins had made the central fact of existence. When the sun rose over the mountains each morning, it was not merely a natural phenomenon to be noted and used for practical purposes. It was Hunahpu, moving again through the arc of his daily passage. The people who planted corn and watched the rains and tended the ball courts understood that the light falling on their fields came from the same source as the story they carried in their memory. The young man who had once lost his head to a bat in the dark of Xibalba and had it returned to him by his brother's ingenuity, who had leapt into a stone oven willingly, who had dissolved into a river and come back as something more than he had been. The sunrise, seen this way, was not a beginning. It was a continuation. And in the morning, when the sun came up over the mountains, the Quiche Maya knew whose face that was. End of chapter revised. Section. What the hero twins story is really about depends somewhat on where you stand when you ask the question. This was because if you are a farmer watching the first green shoots of corn push up through dark soil in the weeks after planting, the answer feels obvious and immediate. This is a story about return, about the reliable miracle of things that go down into the earth and come back up again changed, carrying something they did not have before. The Maya did not experience that cycle as metaphor so much as they experienced it as literal truth. The same truth the twins enacted in the rivers of Xibalba, moving from ash to fish to the full restored weight of themselves, so that every field at planting time was a small version of what Hunahpu and Ixbalanque had already done. Every kernel pressed into the ground, a kind of voluntary descent, trusting that descent was not the end of the story. The maize god himself, their father, Hunahpu, whose bones they spoke over in that dark place before they climbed back toward the sky, was the embodiment of that cycle, so completely that his resurrection and the sprouting of corn were not two separate events, but a single one. The earth opening, not because it was forced, but because the right names had been spoken. The people who tended the fields understood this, understood it in the way you understand something that has been true your whole life and your grandmother's life and her grandmother's life before that. Not as information, but as something carried in the body. And if you are not a farmer, if you are instead someone who has looked at the ball courts carved into the limestone plazas of Copan or Chichen Itza and wondered what happened there, then the story opens differently. This was because the ball game in Maya thought was never only a sport. It was a held conversation between the surface world and what lay beneath it. The hard rubber ball moving through the air like a celestial body tracing its arc. The court itself understood as a passage, the game as a ritual reenactment of what the twins had done. So that every match replayed the descent and the return. The players standing in for those two boys who had gone down into the place of fright with their equipment and their considerable nerve. The outcome of the game meant something accordingly, carried weight that went beyond the players themselves and touched the community watching from the sloped sides of the court. People who knew the story the way you know a story that has always been there, that you heard before you were old enough to understand it and kept hearing until understanding arrived on its own. If you were neither farmer nor ball player, but someone for whom the story spoke to something else entirely, the answer would shift again. This was because the hero twins story, in its deepest architecture, was also a story about knowledge and the cost of knowing, about the kinds of wisdom that can only be purchased through ordeal, through descending into what frightens you most and returning from it transformed. The twins did not survive the trials of Xibalba because they were stronger or faster or more skilled, but because they understood what was happening to them. They named the deceptions. they saw through illusion. In a world where the boundary between illusion and reality was porous and uncertain, this clarity of vision was the most valuable thing anyone could possess. The story thus became a map for anyone facing their own darkness, their own descent. What is remarkable, quietly, stubbornly remarkable, is that the story survived at all. This was because the Spanish priests who arrived in the 16th century burned what they could find. What they could find was considerable. The Quiche scribes who set the Popol Vuh down in writing around that same period understood exactly what they were doing and what it cost to do it. Working carefully, keeping the manuscript hidden, yet the story itself was already so old by then that no single act of destruction could have reached back far enough to touch it. Archaeologists have found it painted on ceramic vessels from the Classic period. That is to say, from somewhere between 600 and 900 years of the Common Era. That puts those images roughly 600 years before the manuscript that we hold. The story on those ceramics is recognizable. Hunahpu and Ixbalanque moving through their trials, their father's head in the calabash tree, the ball court and the lords, and the whole intricate sequence of descent and return, painted by hands that knew it as well as the Quiche scribes would know it centuries later. That means the story was being carried and told and retold across all of that time, moving through spoken language and painted image and whatever other forms it took that have not survived. Persisting not because anyone protected it exactly, but because it was the kind of story that people needed to keep telling, that answered something the people who heard it needed answered. That answer had to do with what death is and what it is not, whether the dark place at the end is actually the end or whether it is, like the soil in the planting season, a place from which something returns. The twins had demonstrated rather conclusively that it was the latter, that the willingness to enter the dark without flinching, to go in on your own terms and with your eyes open, was itself the thing that undid death's authority over you, not strength, not the favor of more powerful gods, not luck, but the clarity to understand what was happening and to choose it anyway. That is perhaps why the story never stopped being told, why it moved through centuries and survived fires and found its way into a manuscript and then into translations and then into the world beyond the highlands of Guatemala. This was because it was carrying something that people in a great many different circumstances and a great many different kinds of darkness recognized as true. The twins went into the dark. They came back, and the corn still grows, and the sun still rises, and somewhere in that simple persistence is everything the story was ever trying to say. Now let's take you to a journey into the misty forests of Eastern Europe, to a place where ancient magic still whispers through the trees and where folklore runs as deep as the oldest roots. We will explore the story of Baba Yaga, one of the most mysterious and enduring figures in Slavic mythology. She is a character who has captivated imaginations for centuries, appearing in countless tales told around dim fires on winter nights. Through her story and the strange world she inhabits, we will learn about transformation, wisdom, and the hidden forces that dwell beyond the edge of ordinary understanding. Before we begin our journey into her domain, I want you to settle into a comfortable place. Close your eyes and feel the weight of your body sinking deeper into whatever surface supports you. There are no obligations here, no demands on your attention, except to listen and to let the words carry you gently toward rest. As we explore Baba Yaga's world together, know that you are safe in this moment. The dangers she represents exist only in story, and we will move through them with curiosity and calm. Let your breathing find its own natural rhythm as you prepare to enter the forest where she dwells. The path before us winds through tall trees and across shadowed glades, and at the end of that path stands something unlike any house in the world you know. In the depths of Eastern European folklore, there exists a figure who has haunted dreams and inspired countless tellings for more than 1,000 years. Her name is Baba Yaga, though the true meaning of that name has been debated by scholars and storytellers alike. The word Baba originally meant simply a woman, and particularly a peasant woman, though over centuries it evolved to mean an old woman or grandmother, a babushka, though the term is not always spoken with affection. Yaga remains more mysterious, more contested. Some believe it comes from an ancient word meaning snake or viper, conjuring images of something slithering and dangerous. Others suggest entirely different origins, lost to time and the erosion of languages, meanings that have been swallowed up as Slavic traditions changed and adapted across the centuries. Scholars have written extensively about the name, filling pages with theories and debates that sometimes seem to say more about the scholars themselves than about the figure they study. What we can say with certainty is that the name has echoed through Eastern European tradition for a very long time indeed. The earliest written record of Baba Yaga appears in the 18th century, documented in a Russian grammar book by scholars who were beginning to collect and categorize the folklore that had sustained their people. This was in the year 1755, when a man named Mikhail Lomonosov mentioned her in a poem, but her stories had already traveled through oral tradition for centuries before that, passed from grandmothers to grandchildren in whispered tales during the long winters when families huddled together for warmth and distraction. In those centuries before writing, before the official documentation, thousands of versions of her story had been shaped by the voices of storytellers, each one adding their own details, emphasizing different aspects of her character, adapting her to the particular landscape and culture in which they lived. What we know is that Baba Yaga belongs to Slavic tradition, to the folklore of Russia, Ukraine, Poland, and the broader Eastern European lands where villages clung to the edges of vast forests, and where the line between the civilized world and the wild seemed thin and permeable, almost negotiable depending on the season and the time of day. She appears in stories in various forms, sometimes as a single ancient woman living alone in her strange house, waiting for visitors who might arrive seeking help or who might stumble upon her domain by accident. Sometimes she appears as a collection of three sisters who share the same name and nature, or at least share profound similarities that suggest they are different expressions of the same fundamental being or force. In some tales, these three sisters live in three different houses, and a person might encounter one or all of them depending on the nature of their journey and what they need to find. The sisters may treat a visitor differently from one another, one helping while another harms, suggesting that they embody different aspects of the same power, different responses to the same situation. Her character has shifted across time and geography, flowing and changing like water finding the path of least resistance through a landscape. In some regions and tellings, she is a purely malevolent force, a creature of hunger and danger to be avoided at all costs, a being who feeds on travelers and steals children away from their homes. In other traditions, she becomes something more complex, more ambiguous, a trickster figure, or even a teacher who tests heroes and brings them wisdom through their trials and challenges. The versions that emerged in Russia tend to emphasize her role as a guardian and test maker, someone who hurts and harms but who also has rules, codes that can be understood and followed if one is wise enough to decipher them. In the Ukrainian tellings, she sometimes appears with a more maternal quality, less purely wicked and more simply strange, a force of nature that can be understood if approached with the right attitude. In Polish versions, she may act as a cunning advisor, someone who speaks in riddles and tricks, but who ultimately provides aid to those clever enough to use her advice. The South Slavic regions developed their own distinctive versions of the mythology. In those versions, fairy tales mention that Baba Yaga has an underground kingdom in far, far away land, described as a place beyond the steppe river, among the silken grasses and by the spring water near the sea, somewhere that seems almost pleasant when compared to the darker forest versions of her dwelling. In that version, Baba Yaga owns herds of cattle and magical horses, and the hero's goal is to obtain those horses through wit or courage or negotiation. What remains consistent across all these variations is her power and her strangeness, her deep connection to the magical and the wild, and her association with forces that stand outside the normal order of things. She appears in folk tales from Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, Serbia, and across the Slavic lands. A figure so fundamental to the cultural imagination that she seems almost inevitable, as though she could not have failed to exist. People who study folklore have noted that she serves multiple purposes within the stories. Sometimes she appears as a villain, an antagonist that the hero must overcome or escape. Other times she is a teacher, someone who provides knowledge or items of power to those who pass her tests. And sometimes she is something more ambiguous still, a force that neither helps nor hinders but simply is, existing in her domain according to her own logic and rules that do not necessarily align with human morality or human understanding. The fact that she can play these different roles suggests something important about how folklore functions, about how stories serve to express multiple truths and possibilities simultaneously. Baba Yaga is not simply good or evil, helpful or harmful, but all of these things in different contexts and different versions. She embodies the way that the world contains forces and beings that do not fit neatly into the categories that humans prefer, that resist simple understanding and simple judgment. Baba Yaga's domain is not the city or the village or any settled place where laws and customs hold sway. It is the forest, and to understand her you must understand how the forest functioned in the imagination of Slavic peoples. These were not the gentle woodlands of fairy tales where characters skip lightly through shafts of golden sunlight, where animals speak kindly and the dangers are ultimately harmless. They were vast, dark, dangerous places where people could become lost and never emerge, where strange creatures lived according to their own rules and logic, and where magic operated freely without the constraints of human morality or human understanding. The forest in Slavic tradition was not truly separate from the human world, so much as it was a different layer of it, a parallel reality that existed alongside the known world but operated by entirely different principles. It was called Nav by the ancients, the realm of the dead and the not living, a place associated with death and transformation, and the presence of forces far older and stranger than anything in the settled lands. When a character in a traditional tale ventures into the forest, they are crossing a boundary as significant as the boundary between life and death itself, between the known and the unknown, between the world where you can predict what will happen and the world where anything is possible. The crossing is not always intentional. Sometimes characters stumble into the forest by accident, by wandering a little too far from the village in pursuit of some lost animal or some plant they need, finding themselves suddenly unable to retrace their steps. Other times they venture into it deliberately, because they need something that cannot be found in the ordinary world. The forest is where you go when you need something impossible, when you seek wisdom that cannot be found in ordinary places, when you have become lost or desperate, or when you have questions that only magic can answer. And in the very heart of that forest, where the trees grow thickest and the shadows deepen into something almost tangible that you feel as much as see, that is where Baba Yaga makes her home. No one quite knows how you reach her. The paths are confusing, and different people reach her through different routes, following different landmarks and sensing different presences. What they all report is that the journey is more than just a physical passage from one place to another. It is a transformation, a movement away from the world you know into something else entirely. The forest surrounding her dwelling is described in the old tales as having an almost sentient quality, as though it is alive and aware in a way that ordinary forests are not. It watches those who enter it. It responds to their presence. The trees themselves seem to participate in testing those who wander through them, deciding who will be allowed to reach Baba Yaga and who will be turned aside or led astray. In many stories, travelers speak of trees that block the path or lean inward as if actively trying to prevent passage, of paths that seem to circle back on themselves no matter which direction a person walks, of the forest actively confusing and hindering those who journey through it, seeking Baba Yaga's dwelling.
Some say her forest has no clear geography, that the ordinary rules of space and direction do not apply within it. A person walking north may find themselves heading south without ever turning around. A small distance as measured from the edge of the forest might stretch out endlessly when actually traversed, each step taking you somehow further away rather than closer. Or the opposite might occur, and a great journey might be completed in what feels like moments, as if space itself has folded in on itself. Time itself seems uncertain in this place, slipping and changing according to forces the visitors do not understand. A person might spend what feels like 3 days in the forest, only to emerge and find that a year has passed, or might wander for what feels like a year, only to discover that merely an hour has gone by. The mismatch between experienced time and actual time is one of the hallmarks of passage through the magical world, and the forest reflects this quality. It keeps time in its own way, according to its own rhythms and cycles that have nothing to do with the ordinary progression of days and nights. The forest is not merely the setting of Baba Yaga's world. It is part of her power, an extension of her will and her nature. It protects her from unwanted visitors, confuses those who would find her without proper preparation, and transforms anyone who enters it by exposing them to magic and forces they do not fully understand. The trees are ancient and gnarled, their bark twisted by centuries of wind and age, so old that they seem to carry memories within their growth rings, records of centuries of seasons, of storms and droughts, of the lives of countless creatures that have lived within them. The underbrush is dense with ferns and creeping plants, the ground soft with generations of fallen leaves that decay slowly in the cool dampness, creating a layer of rich soil that smells of earth and growth, and the slow transformation of dead things into new life. Mist rises from the forest floor in the early mornings and lingers in patches throughout the day, creating pockets of obscurity among the trees where a person standing nearby might become nearly invisible. The sound of water running somewhere unseen threads through the forest, as if the forest floor itself is honeycombed with underground streams and springs. The light that penetrates to the forest floor is green and dim, filtered through so many layers of leaves and branches that the sun seems very far away, existing in another world altogether. The sky itself is largely invisible from within the forest, blocked and obscured by the canopy overhead. Sounds are muffled in the forest, absorbed by the thick vegetation, so that even a person standing nearby might be nearly invisible and inaudible, their presence felt but not confirmed by ordinary senses. Voices echo strangely in this environment, their origins unclear, as if the forest is playing tricks on the ears and the mind. The forest is a place where the natural rules of the world seem suspended, and it is this quality that has led scholars to interpret it as a threshold space, a liminal place, a literal boundary between the normal world and the realm of the dead and the magical. If you believe, as the ancients did, that death was a kind of transformation and passage rather than an ending, then the forest becomes a kind of death through which a person must pass to reach true knowledge or transformation. It is a place of death and rebirth, of destruction and renewal, where the old self dies and the new self is born. Deep within this mysterious woodland, surrounded by the confusing paths and protective magic of the forest itself, Baba Yaga has built her home, establishing herself at the heart of this liminal space, making her dwelling in the very boundary between worlds. Now we come to the most iconic element of her domain, the feature that makes Baba Yaga's dwelling unlike anything else in world mythology, something so distinctive that a person hearing her story for the first time will immediately latch onto this image. Her house stands on chicken legs, not on a foundation of stone or brick, not built upon ordinary wooden stilts as practical structures are, but balanced and moving on what are described in the old tales as a pair of giant fowl's legs, complete with claws and feathers. Picture this image for a moment. The legs are massive, thick as tree trunks perhaps, covered in mottled feathers that appear both alive and ancient. They end in claws, three-toed bird feet that scrape the ground
and carry the entire structure in a kind of restless dance. The hut itself is small and ramshackle, appearing almost fragile when glimpsed through the trees, as though a strong wind might blow it to pieces. It has a crooked roof that slopes at an odd angle, one side higher than the other, walls that seem to lean inward as if the structure is weary from its own existence, or perhaps from bearing the weight of so much accumulated magic. There is a single door, and crucially, it does not face toward the approaching world. Instead, it faces away, turned toward the forest depths and the otherworldly realm beyond. According to many tellings, the hut is surrounded by a fence, and this fence is not made of ordinary wood or ordinary stone. Instead, it is topped with human skulls, grinning and watching with eyeless sockets, and in some versions of the story, these skulls have a supernatural quality that goes far beyond simple decoration. Their eye sockets glow with an eerie light that serves as lanterns in the darkness, burning with a cold fire that is not warm like ordinary flame, but bitter and strange. The hut itself seems alive in a way that buildings should not be, which is perhaps the most unsettling thing about it. When someone approaches seeking Baba Yaga's dwelling, the house does not welcome them with an open door. Instead, it refuses to turn and face them, stubbornly keeping its entrance toward the realm of the dead. A visitor must know how to command it, must say the right words or perform the right action to make the house spin on its chicken legs so that the door faces toward them rather than away. In many tales, the visitors chant something like, "Hut, hut, turn yourself around so your door faces the human world and not the underworld." The hut, as if reluctant but bound by some ancient rule, begins to rotate, its chicken legs moving in a strange shuffling dance, and eventually the door swings around to face the visitor. This quality of the hut, its refusal to make itself accessible without explicit request, reflects Baba Yaga's own nature profoundly. She is not a figure who appears readily to those who seek her. She does not advertise her presence or make herself easily found. She must be approached with knowledge, with proper respect for her power, with an understanding of the rules that govern her domain. The chicken legs themselves have fascinated scholars and storytellers for centuries, and many theories have emerged about their origin and meaning, each one illuminating something different about how folklore preserves memory and transforms practical reality into myth. One explanation is quite practical and grounded in the real world of Northern Europe. In Russia and across the northern regions, where harsh weather and marshy ground made permanent foundations difficult or impossible, many structures were built on stilts to keep them elevated above flood and rot and the moisture that would otherwise seep up from the ground. Granaries in particular were often raised on wooden supports to protect the grain stored inside from moisture and pests that would spoil the harvest. Fishing villages built their structures on tall posts to accommodate seasonal flooding. It is not difficult to imagine how these practical, elevated structures might have become, in the hands of storytellers and as they were told and retold across generations, transformed into something more fantastical and strange. The legs might have originally been simple wooden supports carved from logs, but as the tales were told and retold, they acquired a life of their own in the imagination of the people, becoming actual bird legs, complete with the movement and vitality of living creatures. The practical might become magical through the simple process of repetition and imagination, through the additions that each storyteller makes to surprise their audience or to make the image more vivid and memorable. Beyond this practical explanation lies a darker and more symbolic interpretation that touches on ancient beliefs and burial practices. In ancient Slavic burial customs, the dead were not always buried underground in graves as we think of burial today. In regions where the ground was frozen solid as stone, or marshy and unsuitable for digging deep enough to preserve the dead, the Slavs constructed above-ground crypt houses where the deceased were placed. These funeral huts stood on stilts or posts, elevating them above the ground and the living world, keeping them separate and distinct. Some scholars suggest that Baba Yaga's hut on chicken legs preserves the memory of these ancient death houses, that her dwelling is itself symbolic of a tomb or a place fundamentally connected to the dead and the underworld. This interpretation gains weight when we consider the other evidence of her association with death and the underworld, her skeletal appearance with bones visible beneath her skin, her connection to the boundary between the living and the dead, her residence in the forest, which was itself associated with Nav, the realm of the dead. The hut becomes not merely a dwelling, but a literal monument to the realm she guards and inhabits, a physical structure that embodies her role as guardian of the boundary between worlds. Another compelling theory suggests that the legs were originally made not of flesh but of wood that had been treated by smoke to preserve it from rot. The practice of raising structures on smoked wooden posts was common in regions where wood rotted quickly in damp conditions, and these smoked posts would have darkened with age until they resembled dark bones or possibly the desiccated legs of animals to the untrained eye. When Slavic people built houses for storing the ashes and bones of their ancestors, they used similar techniques and similar elevated structures, creating a visual similarity between practical granaries and memorial houses. Over centuries of retelling, the image transformed in the popular imagination, becoming actual animal legs, becoming more vivid and more alive with each retelling. Yet another layer of meaning comes from considering the living quality that legs impart to the hut. Unlike a house built on a foundation of stone or earth, a hut standing on legs appears almost animate, as though it could move and walk, as though it possesses agency and will. And indeed, in many tales, the hut is described as moving or dancing on its legs, spinning and turning according to Baba Yaga's will or her moods. The legs grant the structure a kind of liveliness that reflects the hut's role as an extension of Baba Yaga's own nature. She is not fully human, and neither is her dwelling fully ordinary. Both exist in a liminal space between the living and the dead, between nature and civilization, between the magical and the mundane, between the world we know and the world we cannot fully comprehend. The hut's legs might therefore represent this quality of existing outside normal categories, of being something that should not be quite real and yet undeniably is, present and powerful and impossible to dismiss. The most striking feature of the hut's position and orientation is its relationship to the world beyond and the way it exists as a threshold. The door faces away from those who approach from the ordinary world. It opens toward the underworld, toward the realm of Nav, the Slavic land of the dead, where the first humans dwell and where transformation occurs. This orientation is not accidental, but profoundly intentional, perhaps chosen by Baba Yaga herself, or perhaps simply inherent to the structure, built into its very nature. Baba Yaga's home serves as a gateway, a threshold between the world of the living and the world of the dead. The hut literally faces toward that other realm, existing as a door that can be crossed in both directions by those with the knowledge and power to do so. When heroes in the old tales reach the hut and must make it turn around, they are not simply requesting that the door face them for convenience or comfort. They are performing an act of transformation, forcing the boundary between worlds to reorient itself, compelling the liminal space to acknowledge the living world that the hero represents, and making room for them to pass through. The hut sits at a river of fire in many tellings, and this river cannot be crossed by Baba Yaga herself, though she can travel in other ways. The river of fire is another boundary marker, another liminal space that separates her territory and her realm from the ordinary world. A person seeking her must cross that burning river, must endure the heat and the danger, must be willing to risk themselves and their safety in order to approach her domain. Only those who can survive the crossing earn the right to reach the hut and its strange inhabitant, and the crossing itself acts as a kind of test, determining worthiness and commitment. The hut itself is often described as being in a constant state of animation and restlessness. Its chicken legs shift and move. Sometimes they are said to be dancing in a frantic pattern. Sometimes the house spins endlessly on them until someone with the right knowledge commands it to stop. This perpetual motion suggests something almost frantic about the dwelling. a restless quality that mirrors Baba Yaga's own nature. She is not a settled being in the ordinary sense. She does not rest or remain in one place mentally, if not physically. Her thoughts and her attention are always moving, always reaching out into her domain, always aware of what happens within her forest. Her house reflects this about her. It is always moving, always active, never truly still, never able to settle. The interior of the hut, when heroes manage to enter it through the door that finally faces them, is often described as cramped and strange and uncomfortable. Baba Yaga herself is said to be enormous, her body bent and contorted to fit within the small structure, bulky in a way that seems impossible. In some tales, her nose is so long that it touches the ceiling when she lies down to sleep. Her legs are described as being skeletal or made of iron, hard and unforgiving. Her teeth are made of metal or iron or gold, worn and sharp from chewing, glinting in the firelight. She lies taking up much of the space within the hut, and visitors must navigate carefully in the limited room remaining. Some scholars have interpreted this image as a description of Baba Yaga as a skeleton or corpse, as someone who belongs fundamentally to death and the underworld rather than to the living world. The hut becomes a coffin, and Baba Yaga a death figure dwelling within it. The iron teeth and skeletal limbs, the way her body fills the small space, all reinforce this interpretation of her as fundamentally aligned with death rather than life. The house itself becomes both home and tomb, both dwelling and memorial to that which has passed from the living world. The fence surrounding the hut, topped with its glowing skulls, represents both a boundary and a warning to those approaching. The skulls serve practical purposes within the stories, not merely as decoration, but as functional objects. In one famous tale, the heroine Vasilisa the Beautiful steals one of the skulls with burning eyes to use as a lantern to light her way home through the dark forest. The skull lantern burns with an eerie fire that cannot be extinguished by ordinary means, a cold flame that persists despite wind and weather. When the skull finally reaches Vasilisa's home, it burns with such intensity that it consumes the evil stepmother and stepsisters who have tormented her, leaving only Vasilisa herself unharmed. The skulls thus embody the dual nature of Baba Yaga herself. They are terrible and dangerous, instruments of harm and warning, but they can also be tools of justice and protection. They warn of danger but can also provide aid to those who understand how to use them. The fence made of bone and topped with these burning eyes is a barrier, yes, a clear warning to keep away, but it is also a source of light and potential salvation. The hut on chicken legs, with its crooked walls and skeleton fence, its strange orientation toward the underworld, and its constant restless movement, stands as perhaps the most recognizable image in all of Slavic folklore. It is a structure that belongs fully to neither the natural world nor the civilized world, but exists in the liminal space between them, claiming territory in both while fully committing to neither. It is home to a being of tremendous power and profound strangeness, and it serves as a threshold that transforms all who approach it. What most people do not realize about Baba Yaga is that despite her fearsome reputation and her role as a guardian of boundaries and gates, she still must live in some way, must move through the days and nights as all creatures do. She has a rhythm to her existence, though it is a rhythm that belongs entirely to her own world rather than to the ordinary passage of time that governs the lives of the people in the villages and towns beyond the forest. Her days do not begin with sunlight streaming through windows. The forest where she dwells exists in a kind of perpetual twilight, where the sun rarely penetrates fully, where the light is always filtered and dim and soft. She wakes, when something calls her from sleep, or when her own internal sense of time tells her that a new period of activity should begin. There is no clock in her hut, because clocks belong to the human world, with its orderly divisions of time into hours and minutes, small increments that allow people to coordinate their activities and keep themselves organized. Baba Yaga has no need for such instruments. She knows the time through her connection to the forest and to the creatures that live within it. She feels it in the movement of air through the trees, in the way the mist rises or falls, in the songs of birds and the stirring of nocturnal animals. These are her markers, her way of knowing when morning approaches and when evening draws near. When she rises from her bed, if that is what her sleeping place can be called, she moves slowly about her hut on her skeletal legs, her iron teeth clicking softly as she contemplates the day ahead. She prepares a meal for herself, and her meals are unlike any that would be prepared in the human world. Her kitchen, if it can be called that, contains ingredients that exist nowhere else. She uses herbs gathered from the deepest part of the forest, plants that grow only in places where ordinary humans never venture. She uses water from springs and streams that have special properties, water that is warm, though there is no heat source, or water that tastes of minerals and earth and age. She might cook something that is recognizable as food, a broth perhaps made from plants and roots, or she might simply consume things that have no name in ordinary language, substances that nourish her in ways that ordinary food could never do. The hearth in her hut glows constantly, never truly going out, and she tends it as part of her daily routine. The fire is not ordinary fire either. It burns with colors that seem wrong, with hues of green and blue and purple mixed among the orange and red, and it produces heat that does not always follow the normal laws of heat and cooling. Sometimes she stands very close to it and does not feel warm. Other times she stands far from it and feels its warmth on her face. The fire is alive in a way that ordinary fires are not, and it responds to her presence and her moods. She has tasks to occupy her time, though they are not the tasks of ordinary living. She does not need to clean her house in the way that humans need to clean theirs, but she arranges things according to her purposes. She keeps her hut organized according to her own logic, and various items are stored in various places for reasons that make sense only to her. She has bundles of dried plants hanging from the rafters, bundles that are tied with string or cord and arranged in patterns that suggest some kind of order, though an observer from the human world would see no logic in their arrangement. She has containers of liquids and powders, ingredients for her magic and her knowledge. She has bones, animal bones mostly, though some of them are far larger than any animal bone should be. She studies these sometimes, running her fingers over them, perhaps remembering where they came from, or perhaps consulting them in the way that some people might consult books or maps. She has a collection of items that have been left behind by people who have passed through her domain, items that she has gathered over the centuries that she has lived in this place. These are tokens and treasures, some of them obviously valuable, and some of them seemingly worthless, but all of them have meaning to her in ways that she alone understands. She examines them sometimes, taking them out and looking at them, and then putting them away again, as if running through her memories, touching the traces of all the people who have come to her and what has transpired between them. As the day progresses, whatever day means in her domain, she might travel to different parts of her territory. She does not always stay in her hut. She moves through the forest in her wooden mortar, propelling herself with the pestle and flying through the air above the trees, her cackling laugh echoing through the forest, or she moves on foot, her skeletal legs carrying her from place to place, or she might ride on the back of an animal, a horse or a boar, or some other creature of the forest that has yielded to her will. She has dominion over the animals of the forest, not through cruelty so much as through understanding, through an ancient knowledge of how to speak their language and how to command their obedience. The animals of her forest respect her and fear her and serve her as subjects might serve a queen. She might visit the river of fire that marks her boundary, standing at its edge and watching the flames dance, contemplating the line between her world and the ordinary world. She might go to the places where the skulls glow, checking them, ensuring they are still alight, perhaps adding new ones to her collection, or removing old ones. She might venture deep into the forest to gather new ingredients, new plants for her magic, roots that grow only in the deepest darkness, flowers that bloom only once every 7 years in the space between worlds. Her travels take her to places that exist on the map of the forest, but nowhere on any human map. Places that have significance and meaning within her world, but would be utterly invisible and incomprehensible to someone from the human world. In the hours when what would ordinarily be called night descends on the forest, she returns to her hut. Her chicken-legged dwelling is waiting for her, and she enters it and closes the door, facing inward toward the underworld from which it has come. The interior glows with the light from her eternal fire, and she settles herself into the cramped space, her long body contorted and squeezed into a space that would seem impossibly small for a human, but which is perfectly suited to her nature. She does not sleep as humans sleep, but neither does she remain fully awake in the way humans understand wakefulness. She exists in a state somewhere between, a kind of spiritual watching or meditation, where she is aware of everything that happens in her domain, while her body rests and her physical form remains still. In this state, her mind extends throughout her territory. She feels the movement of creatures through the forest, the growth of plants, the changes in air and weather and light. She knows if anyone enters the forest seeking her. She feels their presence the moment they cross the threshold from the human world into the world of Nav. She knows whether they come with good intentions or ill intentions, whether they are brave or fearful, wise or foolish. She does not need to wait for them to arrive at her door. She knows they are coming long before they find her hut. The magic within the forest is not a thing that is separate from the forest itself, not a force that has been placed into the forest by someone external, but rather it is the nature of the forest, what the forest fundamentally is. In the human world, there is a division between the natural and the magical. People understand nature as a collection of forces that can be understood through observation and reason, forces that follow consistent rules and patterns. Magic, in the human understanding, is something different and separate, something that violates the ordinary rules, that seems impossible and strange. In the forest where Baba Yaga dwells, this division does not exist. Everything is both natural and magical simultaneously. The trees that grow there are trees in the way that trees are understood in the human world, with bark and leaves and roots, but they are also magical beings with their own consciousness and awareness. They communicate with each other through the connection of their roots, sharing information and resources, responding to what happens in the forest around them. The animals are animals, but they are also magical, possessing awareness and understanding that goes far beyond what animals in the human world possess. They can speak when they choose to, though they do not always do so. They understand human language, and they can participate in human-level discourse and negotiation if the situation calls for it. The water that flows through the forest is water, but it also carries magic within it, and drinking it or bathing in it changes a person, transforms them in ways that are subtle or profound depending on the water and the person. The air itself is alive with magic, thick with it, carrying scents and sounds that travel far beyond what ordinary air would carry, conveying information from place to place, serving as a medium through which magic moves and operates. The magic of the forest is ancient, older than the human world around it, older than the villages and towns, older than the kingdoms and empires that have risen and fallen over the centuries. It comes from the earth itself, from the bones of the world buried deep below the surface, from the water that flows beneath the ground, from the sun and moon and stars that shine above. It is connected to death and to life in ways that humans do not fully understand, not seeing them as opposites, but as two expressions of the same fundamental force, two different aspects of the continuous process of transformation and change that constitutes existence itself. The magic responds to belief and to will and to knowledge, but it also responds to something more fundamental than these, to the truth of a person's nature, to what they are at their very core beneath all the masks and pretenses they maintain. This is why lies do not work in this forest, why a person cannot simply claim to be someone other than who they are and expect the magic to accept the claim. The magic sees through deception. It understands truth. A person can deceive another person, can wear a false face and speak false words and be believed, but the magic of the forest knows what is true, and it responds to that truth rather than to the false words that are spoken. The magic operates through symbols and through connections, through links between things that in the human world would seem unrelated. A single hair can represent a person and can be used to affect them from a great distance. A footprint left in dust or mud creates a connection between the place where the foot pressed and the person who made that print. Words spoken with intention and power create waves that ripple through the magical fabric of the world, affecting things far beyond what the mere sound of the words would suggest. Actions taken in ritual pattern, repeated in the proper way, accumulate power and significance until they become almost irresistible, until they achieve results that seem impossible. The magic of the forest is not like the magic of the stage magician, which is trickery and sleight of hand and misdirection. It is not an illusion or a game. It is real in the deepest sense, as real as stone and earth and bone, and the effects of it are lasting and true. This is the magic that Baba Yaga commands and that she uses in her dwelling and throughout her domain. She does not cast spells in the way that a human magician might cast spells, speaking words of power from a grimoire or following a pattern written down in a book. Rather, she works with the magic of the forest as one might work with a tool or a material, understanding it intimately, knowing how it responds, what it can do, and what its limits are. She is so deeply aligned with this magic that it is difficult to say where she ends and it begins, whether she is using the magic or whether the magic is using her, whether she is the master of it or a part of it in the way that a wave is part of the ocean. She can speak commands to the forest, and the forest obeys, but this obedience is not slavery or coercion in the way that one being might force another to serve. It is more like an agreement, an understanding that has existed for so long that its origins are lost to time, a covenant that was perhaps made in the age before time began. When a person enters the forest seeking Baba Yaga, they immediately become aware of this magic, though they may not understand what they are experiencing. The first sign is usually a sense of wrongness, a feeling that something is not quite right with the way the world is operating. Objects might be in slightly different places than they remember them being, though they cannot be certain that they remember correctly. Sounds might seem to come from directions that do not make sense, from above when the sound seemed to originate from ahead, or from the far distance when the sound was clearly close. Colors might appear more vivid or more muted than expected, as if the forest is adjusting its appearance to match some quality in the person who is looking at it. The person might see things that seem clearly impossible, might notice an animal watching them from a safe distance, might notice that the animal seems to be aware of them in a way that animals should not be aware, with a kind of understanding in its eyes. They might smell scents that have no source, the smell of flowers that are not blooming, or the smell of something cooking though no fire is visible, or the smell of ancient stone and old earth that reminds them of burial mounds and deep places beneath the ground. These signs are the forest communicating with them, introducing them to the magical nature of the space they have entered. As they progress deeper into the forest, the signs become more obvious and more intense. They might come upon a path that they are certain they did not pass before, a path that seems to have appeared just for them. They might find that the forest is testing them, putting obstacles in their way that require them not strength, but wisdom and cleverness to overcome. They might encounter a creature that speaks to them in their own language, a creature that should not speak at all, and the creature might offer them help or might hinder them depending on some quality that the forest itself judges within them. They might find that they are hungry or tired or afraid, but when they stop to rest or to eat, they find that their hunger disappears or their fear fades, as if the forest is caring for them, or as if the very act of moving through the forest is sustaining them and transforming them in ways they do not fully understand. The deeper they go, the more the normal rules of the world cease to apply, and the more they begin to understand that they have left the ordinary world behind and have entered a place where only magic operates, where only the magic matters, where every moment is a moment of transformation and change. The first sign that a traveler is approaching Baba Yaga's immediate domain is often invisible to the traveler themselves. The animals of the forest know. The birds stop singing and flee to the highest branches of the tallest trees. The small creatures burrow deeper into their holes and dens, pulling their young close and waiting in silence. The larger animals might sense the presence of a human and move away, or they might hold their ground and watch, curious about this intrusion into their territory. The trees rustle their leaves, even when there is no wind, sending messages from one to another about the presence of a stranger. The very air of the forest becomes charged with awareness, with anticipation. The boundary between the human world and the magical world grows thin, almost transparent, and the person approaching feels it, even if they do not understand what they are feeling. This is when Baba Yaga begins to pay attention in a more focused way. She had felt the person coming from the moment they entered the forest, but now she concentrates her awareness on them, following their progress through her domain, watching to see what path they take, what choices they make, what they do when faced with obstacles and challenges. The path through the forest to Baba Yaga's dwelling is not a straight path, and it is not the same for every person who travels it. Different people see different things and experience different challenges. A person who comes with greed in their heart might find that the forest shows them treasures and riches that lead them astray, deeper and deeper into the wilderness, farther from the hut they seek. A person who comes with fear might find that the forest seems to work against them, that obstacles multiply, that the path becomes more and more difficult. A person who comes with a pure heart, an honest purpose, might find that the path becomes clearer the farther they travel, that the forest seems to part before them, that they encounter helpers and guides who point them in the right direction or offer them aid that they desperately need. The forest is not neutral in this. It is not randomly assigning paths based on chance. It is responding to the nature of the person who travels through it, showing them what they need to see, testing them in ways that are appropriate to who they are and what they need to learn. A particular traveler was making their way through the forest on a day when the mist was especially thick and the light was especially dim. They had left their village several days before, driven by desperation or by need or by some combination of emotions that had driven them from the safety of home into the dangerous unknown of the forest. They were not exactly sure how long they had been traveling because time had become uncertain, had lost its familiar structure. What had felt like 3 days might have been 5, or it might have been only 1 day stretched out into what felt like an eternity. They had encountered obstacles, had gotten lost repeatedly, had found their way by some combination of luck and intuition, and the help of the forest itself, which seemed at times to guide them and at times to hinder them. Their clothes were torn and covered with the dust of travel, with scratches from branches and thorns. They were hungry and tired, but they were also driven by a determination that kept them moving forward, that would not allow them to turn back toward home and safety, even though part of them wanted desperately to do so. As this traveler made their way through a particularly dark and dense part of the forest, where the trees grew so close together that they had to squeeze between the trunks, and where the canopy above was so thick that almost no light penetrated, they began to sense that they were being watched. They could not see anyone, could not hear anyone approaching, but the feeling was unmistakable, a prickling sensation on the back of their neck, a sense of attention being focused on them from some direction they could not quite identify. They looked around, trying to determine the source of this feeling, but the forest around them seemed empty of any visible observer. Birds were silent. No animals stirred in the underbrush. The only thing that moved was the mist, swirling slowly among the trees, rising and falling in patterns that seemed almost deliberate, almost as if the mist itself was alive and aware. The traveler felt a moment of panic rising in their chest, an instinctive fear response to being watched and not knowing from where or by whom. But they forced this fear down, took a deep breath of the cool forest air, and continued forward, moving slowly but steadily, trying to project confidence even though they felt anything but confident. As they emerged from the dense trees into a small clearing, they saw it. The hut on chicken legs stood before them, rotating slowly on its strange supports, its door facing away toward the deeper forest. The traveller stopped and stared at it, uncertain whether they should be relieved to have found their destination or terrified by the sight of this impossible dwelling. The hut was both smaller and larger than they had expected from the stories they had heard about it. Smaller in that it was more cramped and ramshackle than they had imagined, and larger in that it seemed to occupy more space in their awareness than a simple building should, seeming to fill much of the clearing, despite the fact that it was not actually that large physically. The chicken legs that supported it were more grotesque in person than the descriptions had prepared them for. Massive and muscular, and covered in feathers that were not quite the colour of any real bird, mottled with sickly greens and browns and yellows that seemed to shift as the traveller looked at them. The fence that surrounded the hut was decorated with skulls, and even in the dim light of the forest, the traveller could see that the eye sockets of those skulls held a faint glow, a cold fire that burned with no warmth. The traveller stood at the edge of the clearing, not quite willing to step all the way out into the open space, still partially hidden by the shadows of the trees. From this vantage point, they could see the hut more clearly, could see that it was indeed rotating, that the chicken legs were moving in a complex dance, raising and lowering, bending and straightening, moving in and out in a way that suggested that the hut was alive, that it had a life and agency of its own. The sound of the movement was audible now, a wet, organic sound like the sound of muscles flexing and joints bending, a sound that was deeply unsettling to the human ear. The traveller felt their stomach turn at the sound, but they did not turn back. The door faced toward the deeper forest and needed to be turned around. If you ever reach the hut of Baba Yaga, the stories had warned, and if the door refuses to face you, you must know how to command it to turn. The words came to the traveller then, words that had been given to them by an old woman they had met on the road, a woman who might have been human, or might have been something else entirely. The traveller chanted the words softly, feeling foolish even as they did, the words thick and strange on their tongue. And slowly, impossibly, the hut began to turn. The rotation started gradually, so slowly at first that the traveller could barely perceive the movement. Then it accelerated, the chicken legs lifting and stepping, stepping and lifting, in a pattern that defied all understanding of how such a thing could be physically possible. The hut spun on its strange foundation, faster and faster, until it became a blur of wood and shadow and the sickly colours of those impossible feathered legs. The sound grew louder, more intense, a cacophony of creaking wood and wet organic movement, a sound that seemed to reverberate through the traveller's bones, that seemed to shake the very earth beneath their feet. The traveller stood frozen, watching this display of magic and strangeness, unable to move or speak or do anything but observe as the rules of the world they knew proved to be far more flexible than they had ever imagined. The skulls on the fence seemed to glow brighter as the hut spun, their empty eye sockets blazing with cold fire, watching the traveller, judging them, evaluating whether they were worthy of being allowed to enter. The mist in the clearing swirled around the hut, caught in the vortex created by its spinning, forming patterns that seemed almost like words, almost like communication from the forest itself, telling the traveller that they were watched, that they were being tested, that everything that happened from this moment forward would matter in ways they could not yet comprehend. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the spinning stopped, the hut settled into stillness, and the door, which had been facing toward the deeper forest and the underworld beyond, now faced directly toward the traveller. The traveller could see it clearly now, a simple wooden door, weathered and marked by age. its surface carved with patterns and symbols that seemed to shift and change when looked at directly, designs that appeared to tell a story or to contain some kind of knowledge or instruction, though their meaning remained obscure and unclear. The door had no visible lock, no mechanism of any kind that would keep it closed. It simply was waiting, like the entrance to a stage in a play where the traveller suddenly realized that they themselves had become one of the actors. The wind that had been still in the clearing during the spinning now began to move again, carrying with it the smell of the hut's interior, a smell of old wood and smoke and strange herbs, a smell that was not unpleasant but that was deeply wrong in some way, a smell that did not match anything from the traveller's experience, that suggested the presence of things that should not exist in the natural world. The traveller took a step forward, then another. The clearing seemed to stretch out before them, longer than it had appeared when they first entered it, but also shorter, as if space itself was being manipulated by the proximity to this magical dwelling. They walked toward the hut slowly, their legs moving through air that seemed thicker than it should be, as if the space itself was offering resistance, as if something was testing whether their desire to meet Baba Yaga was strong enough to overcome this final barrier. Each step brought them closer to the door, closer to the threshold of a place from which they could not predict their return, a place where their fate would be determined not by their own wishes or desires, but by the will and the judgment of the mysterious being who dwelt within. The skulls on the fence watched them approach, and as the traveller drew closer, they saw that the bones were indeed human, that these were the remains of people who had come before them, people who had sought Baba Yaga for their own reasons, some of them successfully completing whatever transaction or test had been required of them, and others who had not fared so well, whose bones remained as a warning, or perhaps as a kind of tribute to the power of the being who lived in the hut. The traveller finally reached the door of the hut. Up close, it was even more strange than it had appeared from a distance. The wood of which it was made seemed to shift between different types of wood, appearing sometimes to be ancient oak, sometimes dark pine, sometimes a pale birch, as if the door existed in all these forms simultaneously and could not settle on a single identity. The carvings that covered its surface became clearer the closer the traveller looked at them, and they could see that they did indeed tell a story, though not one that was easy to interpret. The story seemed to involve figures that might have been human and might have been something else entirely, figures that were intertwined with trees and animals and shapes that had no clear meaning. Some of the carvings seemed to depict transformation, a person becoming an animal or a tree, or conversely, an animal becoming something more human, as if the carved images were showing the possibility that such transformations were real and could occur. The traveller reached out their hand to touch the door, their fingers trembling slightly, knowing that touching it was a kind of commitment, a kind of acceptance of what would come next. The wood was warm beneath their fingertips, warmer than wood should be, and it seemed to pulse slightly, as if the door itself possessed a heartbeat, as if it too was alive in the way that the hut itself was alive. Behind the door, somewhere in the darkness of the hut's interior, the traveller could sense a presence. They could feel Baba Yaga's attention focused on them, a weight of ancient awareness and power that pressed against them like a physical force. The being was waiting for them to push open the door and enter her domain, waiting to see what they would do, waiting to determine their fate and whether the encounter between them would result in aid or harm, in transformation or destruction, in blessing or curse. The traveller's hand was on the door, and they could feel their heart pounding in their chest, could feel the fear and the excitement and the desperate hope that had driven them into the forest mixing together into a state of such intense emotion that they could barely breathe. Everything that they had sought, everything that they had come here for, was waiting on the other side of this simple wooden door, behind the threshold that separated the world they had known from the world of magic and transformation and ancient power. The door was waiting, the hut was waiting, and in the darkness inside, Baba Yaga was waiting as well, ready to meet this new visitor, ready to test them and perhaps to teach them, ready to show them the truth of what it meant to cross the boundary into a world where the rules of ordinary existence no longer applied. The traveller pushed the door open, and it swung inward on hinges that moved without sound, without resistance. The darkness beyond seemed almost alive, a tangible thing that pressed against them, and for a moment they hesitated, wondering if they could actually force themselves to cross this threshold, to step from the world they understood into a place where understanding itself seemed to become a liability rather than an asset. The air that came from inside the hut was cool and thick with scent, with the smell of ancient wood and herbs and something else, something that reminded the traveller of graveyards and deep earth and the smell of water that has been undisturbed in darkness for a very long time. But the weight of the presence behind that open door was not purely threatening. There was something in it that seemed almost like curiosity, like the presence itself was waiting to see what kind of person would choose to enter, what kind of courage or desperation or foolishness might motivate a human from the ordinary world to walk into such a place. There was even something almost like welcome in that presence, or at least a kind of acknowledgement, the sense that Baba Yaga had been expecting this visitor for some time and was prepared for their arrival. The traveller took a breath of that strange air, feeling it fill their lungs, feeling it begin to change them even in this small way. They took a step forward, and then another, and they crossed the threshold. The moment their foot touched the floor inside the hut, they felt the door close behind them without hearing any sound, and they understood without turning around that they were now committed, that whatever was going to happen next would happen, and there was no turning back. They were in Baba Yaga's domain now, truly in it, and they had entered knowing that the rules that governed this place were not the rules of the world they had come from. They had entered knowing that they would be tested, would be examined, would be pushed to the limits of their understanding and their courage. They had entered because something inside them, something desperate or brave or foolish, depending on one's perspective, had decided that whatever they would find here was worth the risk of losing themselves in the darkness of magic and mystery. The interior of the hut was smaller than it should have been, which was not surprising because nearly everything about this place operated according to its own rules. The space was cramped and low, with a ceiling that forced them to duck slightly. There was barely room to move more than a few steps without encountering walls or shelves. The compression created both claustrophobia and intimacy, as if the hut was claiming them as part of itself now that they had crossed the threshold. The light came from the hearth, which burned with those strange colours that had been visible from outside, greens and blues and purples mixing with ordinary orange and red. The fire breathed and moved, seeming to respond to the traveller's presence, as if it was aware of them. The walls were lined with shelves and hooks holding items that spoke to centuries of accumulated knowledge. There were dried plants hanging from the rafters, bundles of herbs tied with string in meaningful patterns that the traveller could not decipher. There were jars and bottles filled with liquids in colours ranging from clear to bright yellow to deep crimson to absolute black. Some containers appeared hundreds of years old, others almost new. The liquids inside seemed to move on their own, swirling according to their own logic. There were bones arranged in patterns on shelves, animal bones mostly, though some were large and unsettling. Everything was organized with meticulous care, speaking to centuries of collection. And there, in the center of the cramped space, in a position that seemed to take up the entire hut in the way that a body lies in a coffin, was Baba Yaga herself. Her long skeletal body was stretched out on a bed that seemed to be part of the hut itself, as if the bed had grown there, or as if she had been lying there for so long that the distinction between her body and the structure had begun to blur. Her nose was so long that it touched the ceiling of the hut, extending upward with a kind of organic logic, as if the hut had been constructed around this essential feature of her anatomy. Her bony legs extended along the length of her resting place, thin and angular beneath the tattered cloth she wore, legs that looked as if they had never carried much weight even in life. Her iron teeth were visible in what might have been a smile, or might have been simply the way her jaw naturally fell when she was resting. There was a quality to those teeth that was deeply unsettling, something about their hardness and permanence that suggested she could bite through almost anything, that her bite was as dangerous as the bite of a serpent or a predatory animal. Her eyes, which were closed when the traveller first entered, slowly opened and turned toward them with a movement that seemed far too aware to be merely a reflexive response to the sound of the door. Those eyes were ancient and knowing and held no kindness in them, but neither did they hold simple malice. They held something more complicated, something closer to what a scholar might feel when examining an object of curiosity, a thing worth studying, but not necessarily worth protecting or caring for. They held the gaze of something that had existed for so long that human concerns and human feelings had become distant and abstract to her, something that she could understand intellectually but could no longer feel emotionally. Baba Yaga did not move from her position, but she spoke, and her voice was exactly what the traveller would have expected from her appearance. It was thin and reedy and old, like wind passing through a hollow tree, and yet it carried a weight that made the air in the hut seem to vibrate with the power of her words. The voice seemed to come from somewhere inside the hut itself, rather than from her mouth, as if she did not need to move her lips or use her vocal cords to produce speech, as if the hut itself was speaking through her, and she was speaking through it, the two of them being expressions of a single being or a single consciousness. She asked the traveller why they had come to her, what they sought, what price they were willing to pay for whatever it was that had brought them to this place. She spoke slowly, allowing long pauses between her questions, pauses that seemed to stretch out far longer than they should have, time becoming uncertain and elastic in the presence of her words. The traveller tried to speak, but their throat seemed to close, seemed to reject the possibility of forming words in the presence of this ancient being. There was something about the air in the hut, something about the way the magic pressed against them, that made human speech seem fragile and inadequate. After several attempts, each one more difficult than the last, they managed to force out an explanation, speaking of their need, of the thing they had sought from the stories, the object of power or the knowledge they had come to obtain. Their words seemed small and insignificant in the face of the vast age and power that existed in this place, but they spoke them anyway, pushing the words out into the charged air of the hut. Baba Yaga listened without interruption, her ancient eyes tracking the traveller's face as they spoke, her gaze seeming to pierce into them, to look past their words into their thoughts and their hearts and their motivations. When the traveller had finished, there was a long silence, a silence that seemed to fill the hut and press outward against the walls, as if the silence itself had weight and substance. Then Baba Yaga rose from her bed with a movement that was both fluid and jerky, as if her ancient body did not quite remember how to move, but was remembering with each motion. Her long legs unfolded, her skeletal frame straightening, her nose descending from the ceiling as she lifted her head. She moved with a kind of terrible grace, the grace of a being that had been moving through this hut for centuries and knew every inch of it in the way that a body knows its own limbs. She circled them, examining them from all angles with those ancient eyes, as if trying to see into their very core. The traveller could feel the weight of her gaze examining not just their physical form, but their character and worthiness. They stood still, understanding that any movement might be misinterpreted. The scrape of Baba Yaga's skeletal legs against the wooden floor created an unsettling sound. When the examination was complete, she told the traveller that they could have what they sought, but only if they could complete the tests she would set before them. She did not specify what these tests would be, simply stating that these were the rules of her domain, and if they wished to proceed, they would need to accept these conditions. The traveller understood this was a moment of great significance. To refuse would mean returning to the ordinary world with nothing. To accept would mean binding themselves to this place, facing whatever challenges lay ahead. Without hesitation, the traveller nodded their assent. They could feel something in the air shift, could feel an understanding forming between them and Baba Yaga, could feel the hut itself acknowledging their commitment. The tests began almost immediately. Baba Yaga set them a task: to grind flour from grain using a mortar and pestle, producing flour that was fine and white and pure, without any dark specks. She described how it should feel and look when held up to the light. She did not tell them where the grain was or how much to grind. She simply lay back down on her bed, pulled her long nose to the ceiling, and seemed to return to sleep, leaving the traveller alone to figure out what they needed to do. The traveller looked around the hut, searching for grain or a mortar and pestle, or any indication of where they should begin. What they found instead was that the hut seemed to be constantly rearranging itself, that items that had been in one place when they first entered were now in different locations, that the walls themselves seemed to shift when they looked away and then looked back. It was as if the hut was testing not just their ability to complete the physical task, but their willingness to persist in the face of confusion and apparent impossibility. It was as if the hut was playing a game, a test not just of competence, but of determination and flexibility, and the ability to adapt to circumstances that made no logical sense. The traveller found themselves moving through the hut almost as if they were in a dream, their hands reaching for things almost without their conscious instruction, finding the mortar and pestle in a corner where they were certain they had not seen them before. They found grain in a jar on a shelf that seemed much higher than they should have been able to reach, and yet their hands found it easily, as if something in the hut was guiding them, directing them toward what they needed. They worked through what might have been hours, or might have been minutes, time having lost all coherence in this place. The grinding of grain was a repetitive task, and in its repetition, the traveller's mind began to settle. At first, they had been anxious and distracted, constantly worried that they were doing something wrong, constantly second-guessing themselves. But as they continued grinding, as their hands became more accustomed to the motion, their mind began to clear. The sound of the mortar and pestle, the texture of the grain transforming into flour, the subtle changes in how the material felt beneath their hands, all of these things began to occupy their attention in a way that was almost meditative. The flour was slowly transforming from whole grain to powder, the individual pieces becoming finer and finer, breaking down into smaller and smaller components until they became something entirely different from what they had been before. As they worked, the traveller became aware of a presence in the hut besides Baba Yaga. There were other beings there, or the sense of other beings, things that moved in the shadows between the shelves and in the spaces between moments. The traveller could not see them clearly, could not determine what they were, but they could feel them watching, could sense their attention focused on the work being done. At first, this awareness was deeply unsettling. The feeling that they were being observed by unknown entities, that they were on display in some way, that their competence was being evaluated by an unseen audience. But gradually, the traveller began to understand that the presence of these observers was not necessarily hostile. They were simply watching, and in their watching, they were bearing witness to the work that was being done, to the transformation of grain into flour, to the process of change and refinement. They understood somehow that these were trials not just of competence, but of courage, that they were being observed not just to see if they could complete the task, but to see how they responded to being watched, to being aware that they were never truly alone, that every action they took was being noted and evaluated and judged. There was a quality to this awareness that was strangely clarifying. It was as if knowing they were being watched somehow made it easier to focus, made it easier to shut out doubt and fear and concentrate entirely on the task at hand. When the flour had been ground fine enough and the traveller could see their reflection in its white surface, they understood that the first test was complete. The flour they had created was absolutely pure, white as new snow, fine as the softest powder, without a single dark speck or impurity. They had passed the test not through intelligence or special knowledge, but through simple persistence, through the refusal to give up even when the task seemed unclear, and the hut seemed to be working against them. Baba Yaga opened one eye and regarded the result, and she made a sound that might have been approval or might have been contempt. It was impossible for the traveler to determine which. She told the traveler that they had completed the first test and that the next test would be significantly more difficult. This test involved sorting a pile of mixed seeds, separating them into their component types, gathering each kind of seed into its own pile without mixing them together. Seeds that looked nearly identical would need to be separated from one another. Seeds that were so tiny as to be barely visible would need to be sorted with the same care and precision as larger seeds. Again, Baba Yaga did not explain where the seeds were or how the traveler would know when they had completed the task correctly. She simply closed her eye and returned to her resting state, leaving the traveler to figure out the puzzle on their own. The mixed seeds were arranged on a large flat surface in the hut. A pile of what seemed to be hundreds of different seeds mixed together in an apparently random arrangement, some so similar in appearance that distinguishing them required a level of attention and discrimination that seemed almost impossible. The traveler knelt before this pile and began to sort, using whatever light the strange fire in the hearth provided. The light was strange and inconsistent, sometimes bright and clear, sometimes so dim that it was barely possible to see the seeds at all. Working with methodical precision, developing patterns and sorting strategies as they worked, the traveler began to separate seeds that looked nearly identical. Some seeds were smooth, others had ridges or protrusions. Some were heavy and compact, others so light that they seemed to float. Some were the color of earth, others had flecks of color, spots of red or black or white that stood out against their base color. Gradually, a pattern began to emerge, and the traveler began to understand the logic by which these seeds were different from one another. This test lasted much longer than the first one. The traveler had no way to measure time, no way to know if they had been working for an hour or a day or several days. The repetitive nature of the work had a strange effect on their consciousness. At first, they had been anxious and distracted, worried about whether they were doing well enough, worried about how Baba Yaga would judge their work. But gradually, as they continued, as the piles of sorted seeds grew larger and the mixed pile grew smaller, their mind began to find a kind of peace in the work. They began to see patterns not just in the seeds, but in the way that difference manifested, in the way that similar things could be distinguished if one looked closely enough, if one paid attention with sufficient care and precision. As they worked, the traveler's mind began to drift as well, began to think about why they were here, what they hoped to achieve, what would happen to them if they failed these tests. Would Baba Yaga let them leave? Would they be trapped here forever, forced to sort seeds eternally, their life consumed by this endless task? The consciousness of being watched never left them, and they began to understand that this too was part of the test, that the ability to continue working despite fatigue and doubt and the constant sense of being evaluated was as important as the actual completion of the physical task. Perhaps more important, perhaps the true test was not whether they could accomplish the task, but whether they could continue to try even when they began to doubt, whether they could maintain their commitment when they became tired and discouraged. The traveler's fingers became sore from the careful work of separating such tiny seeds. Their eyes strained in the uncertain light of the hearth. Their back ached from bending over the work. But still they continued, because stopping seemed like a kind of failure, because they had committed themselves to this path and could not turn away without abandoning everything that had brought them to this place. And slowly, gradually, the pile of mixed seeds began to shrink, and the sorted piles began to grow larger and more organized, standing as monuments to the traveler's persistence and dedication. When all the seeds had been sorted into their component piles, arranged with meticulous care, organized in a way that showed that the traveler understood the distinctions between each type, understood the logic by which each seed differed from all the others, the traveler understood that the second test was complete. They felt a profound sense of relief and accomplishment. a sense that something significant had been achieved through the application of patience and careful attention. Baba Yaga rose once more and examined the work, walking through the sorted piles on her skeletal legs, her long nose swinging back and forth as she moved, her ancient eyes examining every detail of the arrangement with meticulous precision. She moved slowly through the piles, checking the boundaries between different types of seeds, looking for any mistakes or contamination where a seed of one type had been mixed with seeds of another type. The traveller's heart pounded as she performed this examination, aware that a single error might be enough to make her declare the test a failure. But when Baba Yaga had examined every pile, when she had looked at every boundary and found no mistakes, she stopped and was silent for a long moment. This time, there was something almost like satisfaction in her expression, a subtle shift in her ancient features that suggested approval. Though her face remained as stern and ancient as it had been before, there was now something in her eyes that had not been there when the traveller first arrived, a warmth, or at least a lack of the absolute coldness that had greeted them before. She told the traveller that they had done well, that they had passed 2 tests successfully, and that they had demonstrated qualities that were relatively rare in visitors to her domain. But she also told them that there remained one final test, the most difficult of all. This final test would not be a test of physical skill or manual dexterity. It would be a test of something far more fundamental, something that would require the traveller to go beyond the limits of what they thought they could endure. For the 3rd test, Baba Yaga told the traveller that they must spend the night alone in the hut while she was gone, and they must not look into the fire, must not attempt to see what was in the shadows, must not try to examine the contents of the jars and bottles that lined the shelves. She told them that if they could accomplish this, if they could remain still and calm and resist the urge to investigate and understand, then they would have proven themselves worthy of the knowledge they sought. She told them that this was perhaps the most important test of all, because it required not the application of skill or even the demonstration of determination, but rather the cultivation of acceptance, the ability to be at peace with mystery and with the unknown, the willingness to trust in forces larger and more powerful than themselves. The traveller heard these instructions with something approaching dread, because they understood that this test was perhaps more difficult than the others. It was one thing to work on a physical task, to maintain focus on something concrete and achievable. It was another thing entirely to sit in the darkness of a magical hut, surrounded by things they could not see and could not touch, aware that something was happening around them that they were not permitted to observe, knowing that they would have to resist the impulse to understand what was occurring. The very essence of the traveller's nature was to observe, to investigate, to try to understand. And now they were being asked to suppress that impulse entirely, to sit in ignorance and unknowing and accept whatever came without trying to comprehend it. Baba Yaga left the hut, moving through the door and disappearing into the forest beyond, and the traveller was alone. The hut seemed smaller in her absence, or perhaps larger, or perhaps space itself had become uncertain, and the traveller could not trust their perception of dimensions or distance anymore. They sat as still as they could, trying to keep their eyes closed, trying to ignore the sounds that came from the hut around them, the subtle rustling and creaking and movement that suggested that the hut itself was alive, that it was moving and shifting and changing even when no visible force was causing it to do so. The darkness seemed to press against them, seemed to have weight and substance. The air was thick and hard to breathe, as if it was full of magic concentrated to its highest intensity, magic so dense that it was almost physical. The night was very long. The traveller lost all sense of how much time was passing. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. Hours might have been merely minutes. The boundary between time passing and time standing still became impossible to determine. The traveller's mind began to wander, began to think about things they had left behind in the ordinary world, about people they had known, about the path that had led them to this place. They thought about whether they would ever see the ordinary world again, whether they might be trapped here forever, whether it was possible that they had already died, and this was some kind of afterlife, some kind of existence in a realm between the living world and the world of the dead. But somewhere in that long night, as the traveller sat in patient stillness, as they resisted the urge to open their eyes and look around, as they fought against the impulse to understand what was happening, the three riders came. The first was the white rider, riding on a white horse whose coat seemed to glow with its own internal light. He came from the direction of the east, approaching the hut as dawn approached. His appearance was ethereal and pure, almost unbearably bright even through the closed eyes of the traveller. The second was the red rider, riding on a horse the colour of blood, vibrant and fierce and full of vital energy. He came from the direction of the south as full morning arrived, bringing with him heat and intensity and the full power of daylight at its height. The third was the black rider, riding on a horse so dark that it seemed to be made from the substance of night itself, from shadow and darkness and rest. He came from the direction of the west as evening began to fall, bringing with him the cool of dusk and the promise of sleep. These three riders were not human, or they had once been human, but had been transformed into something other, something between human and force of nature, between individual consciousness and pure elemental power. They were the riders of day and sun and night, the manifestations of time itself passing through the world, the embodiments of the eternal cycle of light and darkness that governed existence. Their appearance was a sign that Baba Yaga's magic extended far beyond her hut, that she had dominion over the very passage of time and the movement of light through the sky, that she was connected to forces that were ancient and fundamental to the nature of reality itself. The traveller, who had been instructed not to look into the fire or examine the shadows, could sense the arrival of these riders, even with their eyes closed and their attention carefully controlled. They could feel the shift in the air of the hut as the white rider approached, could feel the temperature change as his presence illuminated the space. They could feel the shift again as the red rider arrived, could sense the increase in temperature and energy as his presence filled the hut. They could feel the final shift as the black rider came, could sense the cooling of the air, the settling of energy, the approach of rest and sleep. They could sense the enormous power that these riders carried with them, could understand on some deep level that these were not beings to be trifled with or questioned, that they moved through the world according to their own purposes and were accountable to no one but the cosmic forces that had created them. The riders did not acknowledge the traveller's presence in any overt way. They simply passed through the hut, their presence overwhelming and complete, their power undeniable and absolute. They simply passed through the hut and disappeared back out into the world, moving on to their eternal task of pulling the sun and moon and stars across the sky, maintaining the rhythm of day and night that governed the existence of all living things. The traveller remained still throughout their passage, did not open their eyes, did not attempt to observe them directly, and in that stillness and that acceptance, they proved themselves worthy. When Baba Yaga returned to the hut as morning fully broke, she found the traveller sitting exactly where she had left them, eyes closed, undisturbed, having resisted every impulse to look and to investigate. She regarded them with something that might have been respect, and she told them that they had passed all 3 tests. They had proven themselves worthy of the knowledge they sought. More than that, she told them that they had begun to understand something fundamental about her domain, about the nature of the magic that lived in the forest and in her hut. They had learned that the greatest power came not from understanding everything, not from investigating and analyzing and trying to know all the secrets of the world, but from the ability to be still, to accept mystery, to trust in the unfolding of events even when they could not see or understand what was happening. The transformation that the traveller underwent in that moment was subtle but profound. They had entered the hut as a human seeking something external, seeking a thing or power or knowledge that they hoped would solve their problems and improve their life. But as they left the hut, carrying with them what Baba Yaga had given them, They understood that what they had truly received was not an external gift, but an internal transformation, a change in their own consciousness and being. The knowledge they had gained was not knowledge of how to do something, but knowledge of who they were and what they were capable of. The power they had received was not power over external things, but power over their own nature, their own responses to fear and doubt and the unknown. As the traveller emerged from the hut and made their way back through the forest toward home, they found that the path was clearer than it had been on the way in, as if the forest itself was helping them, guiding them back to the ordinary world now that their task in the magical realm was complete. They could see light breaking through the canopy in places where it had been hidden before. The sounds of the forest seemed less threatening and more comprehensible. The animals they encountered seemed less like judges and more like simple creatures going about their lives. The boundary between the magical and the ordinary was becoming thinner, beginning to dissolve, and by the time the traveller finally emerged from the forest into the familiar landscape of the world they had left behind, they could almost imagine that the entire experience had been a dream. But they knew it had not been a dream. The knowledge remained within them, the transformation was real, and they carried with them the gifts that Baba Yaga had given them, gifts that they would come to understand better with each passing day and year of their life, as the lessons they had learned in that cramped and magical hut continued to unfold and reveal new depths of meaning. The transformations that the traveller underwent in that hut extended far beyond what they had initially understood. As they moved back through their daily life, returning to the ordinary world, they began to notice small changes in how they perceived things. The fear that had once defined so much of their existence seemed to have loosened its grip. The need to understand everything, to control every aspect of their life, began to seem less urgent. They could sit with uncertainty now in a way they had not been able to before. They could accept that not every question needed an answer, that some of the most important truths in life were not things that could be articulated, but only felt and experienced. And as they began to understand the true nature of the gift they had received, they also began to understand something about Baba Yaga herself, something that most people who heard her stories never fully grasped. The prevailing image of Baba Yaga in the stories that have been told and retold across centuries was that of a predator, a creature to be feared and avoided, a witch who lived in the forest to consume the flesh of the unwary. This image was not entirely false. There were stories, many of them, in which Baba Yaga was undeniably threatening, in which she sought to harm and consume and destroy. But the traveller had come to understand that this image was incomplete, that it was only one aspect of a much more complex being. Baba Yaga was not simply evil. She was something far more nuanced and difficult to understand. She was the embodiment of a truth that many people spent their entire lives avoiding. She was the embodiment of natural consequence, of the fact that the world operates according to its own rules and does not bend to accommodate human comfort or human understanding. In some tales, Baba Yaga was cruel and vicious, consuming those who came to her unprepared or unworthy. In other tales, she was generous and wise, offering assistance and knowledge to those who proved themselves capable and brave. The difference between these versions was not arbitrary or random. It reflected something fundamental about the nature of the world and how the world responded to different kinds of people, different kinds of approaches, different kinds of hearts. Those who came to her with greed in their souls, seeking to steal from her or to take advantage of her knowledge, found her to be merciless. Those who came with genuine need, with authentic desperation or sincere desire to learn, often found her to be surprisingly helpful. The point was not that she was good or evil, but that she was consistent. She operated according to a code, a set of principles that were as old as the forest itself and as fundamental as the turning of the seasons. There were stories of brave girls who came to Baba Yaga's hut seeking something they needed desperately, and who left enriched with knowledge and magical objects. There were stories of foolish boys who came seeking to outwit her or to steal from her, and who learned harsh lessons about hubris and underestimating the power of those older and wiser than themselves. There were stories of desperate people fleeing from trouble in their lives, who found in Baba Yaga not a savior but a teacher, someone who showed them that their troubles were not unique or insurmountable, that difficulties were simply part of the nature of existence, and the way through them was not to avoid them, but to face them directly and to grow from the facing. The duality that the traveler had come to understand was not a contradiction, but a complementarity. Baba Yaga was harsh and demanding, yes, but this harshness came from a place of respect for human potential. She did not waste her energy on those who were content to remain small and limited, but she would move mountains for those who genuinely sought to grow and change and become more than they had been. Her cruelty was not arbitrary or personal. It was the necessary consequence of her commitment to truth and to the difficult work of genuine transformation. A teacher who is completely gentle and accommodating is not teaching anything worth learning. The most important lessons in life are often the ones that come through difficulty and struggle and the necessity of pushing beyond what one previously thought possible. The traveler began to see in their daily life how this principle played out. They noticed that when they approached people with authentic kindness and genuine interest, they were often met with warmth and reciprocal kindness. When they approached situations with respect and preparation, they often succeeded even when success had seemed impossible. When they tried to manipulate circumstances or take shortcuts, they ran into obstacles and difficulties. It was as if Baba Yaga's hut had taught them to read the world differently, to understand that the world was not indifferent to human intention, but responded to it in complex and often surprising ways. The forest had its own consciousness, in a sense. Not consciousness in the human way, but something that was aware and responsive, and not to be tricked or controlled, but only understood and respected. There was also something deeply important about the fact that Baba Yaga had not given the traveler what they had originally come seeking. Whatever object of power or knowledge they had hoped to obtain, it was not in the form they had expected. Instead, she had given them something far more valuable and far more dangerous. She had given them the knowledge that transformation was possible, that they were not bound by their past or their limitations, that they contained within themselves the capacity to change and grow and become something new. This knowledge was dangerous because it meant that they could no longer blame their circumstances for their unhappiness or their limitations. They could no longer say that they were trapped or helpless or unable to change. They had been shown that change was possible, and now they had to live with that knowledge, had to choose whether to pursue transformation or to remain as they had always been. And this, the traveler understood, was perhaps the truest duality of Baba Yaga. She was not kind in the conventional sense. She did not offer comfort or false reassurance. She did not tell people that everything would be fine, or that they did not need to change or grow. She was harsh in many ways, demanding and unforgiving of weakness and dishonesty. But beneath that harshness was something that could be understood as a form of respect, a form of genuine care that took human potential seriously enough to demand that people live up to it. She offered no sympathy or pity to those who came seeking it. She offered only the truth and the challenge and the opportunity to prove oneself. And for those who could accept that kind of gift, for those whose souls were strong enough to face what she was offering, she could become a teacher and a guide and a source of genuine wisdom. The ancient knowledge that Baba Yaga possessed was not the kind of knowledge that was written down in books or preserved in formal institutions. It was knowledge that came from long experience, from centuries of living in a place where the boundaries between the ordinary world and the magical world were thin and permeable, where human rules and human logic had no particular authority. The knowledge came from understanding how to live in a place where transformation was possible and where nothing was guaranteed, where the rules changed according to mysterious principles, and where survival and thriving depended on the ability to adapt and learn and grow. The hut itself was a repository of this knowledge. Every object that hung from the walls and rafters, every dried plant and every jar of mysterious liquid, every bone and bottle and implement of unknown purpose represented some aspect of the old knowledge that Baba Yaga had accumulated over her centuries of existence. Some of it was practical knowledge about healing plants and medicines. Some of it was knowledge of rituals and magical practices that predated the written word. Some of it was knowledge of the relationships between the human world and the world of animals and natural forces. Knowledge about how to live in balance with forces that were much larger and older than individual human beings. The traveler had been privileged to glimpse only a tiny fraction of this knowledge during their time in the hut. They had not been shown the contents of most of the jars, had not been told the uses of most of the mysterious substances and objects, but they understood that this was as it should be. Baba Yaga did not share all of her knowledge freely. She shared what was appropriate, what each person was capable of understanding and using wisely. The knowledge was offered to those who proved themselves worthy through passing her tests, through demonstrating that they had the character and the discipline to receive genuine wisdom without being destroyed or corrupted by it. One of the most important pieces of ancient knowledge that Baba Yaga seemed to possess was knowledge about the structure of reality itself, about the layers of existence that existed beyond the ordinary world. The hut seemed to exist in multiple places at once. It could be found by those who were genuinely seeking it, but it could also be invisible or inaccessible to those who were not ready to find it. This suggested that there were multiple dimensions of reality, multiple layers of existence that existed alongside the ordinary world. Baba Yaga, through her long centuries of life in the forest, had learned how to navigate these multiple layers, how to exist in the spaces where they overlapped and intersected. The knowledge was not supernatural in the sense of being outside of nature or in violation of nature's laws. Rather, it was knowledge of nature's deeper laws, the principles that governed reality at levels that most human beings never perceived or understood. The knowledge included understanding of time itself, of how time could be experienced as flowing at different rates in different places, of how past and future could sometimes seem to occupy the same space as the present moment. There were places in the forest where time moved slowly, where a single day could seem to stretch into an eternity of patience and meditation. There were places where time moved quickly, where hours seemed to pass in the space of moments. And there were places, like the interior of Baba Yaga's hut, where time seemed to operate according to no fixed principle at all, where the only measure of duration that mattered was the measure of the work being done and the transformations taking place. This understanding of the layers of reality and the fluidity of time was connected to an even deeper understanding of how consciousness itself operated. The knowledge that Baba Yaga possessed suggested that consciousness was not confined to the interior of individual human minds, but was something that was distributed throughout the world. Something that existed in the forest and in the animals and in the very fabric of natural processes. This idea seemed strange from the perspective of the modern world, but to the traveler who had spent time in the hut, it seemed increasingly natural and obvious. They had felt the presence of watching eyes during their work, eyes that belonged to no individual creature, but seemed to be an expression of the forest's own awareness. They had sensed the hut itself being aware of them, responding to their state of mind and their level of commitment to the tasks they had been given. The traveler had experienced glimpses of this during their time in the hut. They had lost all sense of how much time was passing while they performed their tasks. They had not known whether they had been grinding flour for an hour, or a day, or much longer. The night of the third test had seemed to last for both moments and eternities simultaneously. The 3 riders had arrived and departed, bringing with them the passage of an entire day's cycle, and yet their arrival and departure had seemed almost instantaneous, as if time had been compressed or suspended in their presence. This understanding of the fluidity of time was itself a kind of knowledge that could be put to use. It meant that people who had developed this understanding could theoretically move through their lives in a different way, could experience their existence as less constrained by the linear progression of moments from past to future. It meant that they could be more fully present in any given moment, rather than being distracted by concerns about what was coming next or regrets about what had passed. It meant that they could find a kind of peace within the temporal flow, could stop fighting against the movement of time and instead learn to move with it. The ancient knowledge also included knowledge about death and about the boundary between the living world and the world of the dead. Baba Yaga existed at this boundary, her hut standing at the threshold between these two realms. This meant that she possessed knowledge about what lay beyond life, about how to approach death with courage rather than fear, about how to honor the dead and maintain proper relationships with those who had passed from the living world. This knowledge was not a kind of knowledge that most modern people possessed or even believed was possible, but in the Slavic traditions from which Baba Yaga emerged, this was considered knowledge of profound importance, knowledge that had to be carefully preserved and passed on to those who were capable of receiving it. In the stories that had come down through the centuries, there were references to Baba Yaga guiding souls to the afterlife, to her serving as a kind of guardian or psychopomp who helped those who were dying to make the transition from one state of existence to another. The skull lanterns that decorated her fence were not merely symbols of death, but actual tools for navigation in the darkness that lay beyond life. They represented knowledge of how to move through darkness without being lost, how to find one's way even when all ordinary landmarks and guideposts had disappeared. This was knowledge that would be invaluable to those who were approaching death, who needed to understand that the transition from life to death was not a catastrophe, but simply a transformation, a movement from one state to another that was no more frightening than sleep, if one approached it with the proper understanding and the proper preparation. The knowledge of death that Baba Yaga possessed included the understanding that death was not the end of a person, but simply a change in form, a transformation of energy and consciousness into a different mode of existence. This knowledge came from her own liminal status, from the fact that she seemed not entirely alive in the conventional sense, but not entirely dead either. She was something between these states, something that existed in the threshold place where both states were simultaneously true. And from that threshold place, she could perceive truths about the nature of death that were hidden from those who existed entirely in the world of the living. The knowledge that Baba Yaga had granted through her tests was not a kind of knowledge that could be easily communicated or explained to others. When the traveler tried to describe their experience to those who asked, they found that their words seemed inadequate and incomplete. How could they explain the sensation of being tested by an ancient being in a magical hut? How could they convey the peculiar peace they had felt while grinding flour and sorting seeds? The way their mind had become still and clear despite the uncertainty and the constant awareness of being watched. How could they communicate the understanding that knowledge was not something that could be handed over like an object, but was something that had to be earned through experience and through the willingness to be transformed by that experience? This too was part of what they had learned from Baba Yaga. Some truths could not be communicated through words. They could only be understood through direct experience, through the willingness to place oneself in situations that challenged fundamental assumptions and beliefs. The knowledge that came from this kind of experience was different in kind from knowledge that came from reading or being told. It was embodied knowledge, knowledge that lived not just in the mind, but in the entire being, knowledge that changed how a person moved through the world and responded to circumstances. In the months and years that followed their encounter with Baba Yaga, the traveler found that they returned again and again to the lessons of that night and those 3 days in the hut. They would be in an ordinary situation, facing an ordinary problem, and suddenly they would find themselves approaching it with a kind of patience and acceptance that they recognized as coming from the hut, coming from the experience of grinding flour and sorting seeds while being watched by invisible observers, coming from the night of sitting in stillness and darkness and learning not to be afraid of what they could not see or understand. The forest itself held ancient knowledge that went back to times before human beings had come to live in it, knowledge about the patterns of growth and decay, about the relationships between different kinds of plants and animals, about how food and shelter and medicine could be found if one knew where to look and what to look for. The forest was not a wilderness in the modern sense, a place emptied of human meaning and use. It was a place filled with meaning, with signs and markers that could be read by those who had learned the language of the forest, who understood how to listen to what the plants and animals were communicating. This knowledge of the forest was not written down or preserved in any formal way. It was knowledge that had to be learned through direct experience, through spending time in the forest, through paying attention to details, through understanding the cycles of seasons and the relationships between different kinds of growth and decay. It was knowledge that Baba Yaga possessed in its fullness, knowledge that had been accumulated through centuries of living in the forest, through intimate familiarity with every plant and animal and water source, with every path and clearing and shelter. The forest that surrounded Baba Yaga's hut was itself eternal in a way that the ordinary world was not. While towns and villages rose and fell, while roads were built and destroyed, while human beings built their cities and monuments and then saw them crumble and disappear, the forest remained. It changed with the seasons. It grew and evolved and transformed, but it endured. It was older than any human civilization and would likely outlast them all. To live in the forest was to be connected to something that transcended human time, to be part of a cycle that extended far beyond the span of any individual human life. The forest eternal was not a place of perfect peace or perfect safety. It was a place where predators hunted and prey were hunted, where things were born and things died, where the strong prevailed and the weak perished. But it was a place where these processes operated according to principles that were ancient and true, principles that did not depend on human approval or disapproval. The forest did not care about human ideas of fairness or justice. It simply was what it was, a living system that sought to perpetuate itself, to maintain its cycles and its balance. Baba Yaga was so intimately connected to the forest that it sometimes seemed as if she and the forest were not entirely separate entities. She was the embodiment of the forest's consciousness and intention, the living expression of the forest's ancient knowledge and power. Her hut, with its chicken legs that allowed it to walk through the forest, seemed to be simultaneously a structure that existed within the forest and a structure that embodied the forest itself. The boundary between Baba Yaga and her domain was permeable and uncertain in much the same way that the boundary between an organism and its environment is permeable and uncertain in the biological world. The forest eternal that surrounded Baba Yaga's hut was filled with others besides her. There were the nymphs and spirits and creatures that the traveler had sensed watching them during their tests. There were the animals that lived in the forest, creatures that seemed to exist in a different relationship to Baba Yaga than to other human beings, creatures that were sometimes her servants and sometimes her companions. There were the three riders who represented time itself, who moved through the forest and across the sky, marking the passage of days and seasons. There were the waters and the rocks and the very air itself, all of which seemed to be alive in some sense, all of which seemed to be part of a living system that Baba Yaga understood and inhabited with ease. The forest was not an empty place despite its remoteness and its wildness. It was actually more densely populated than most human towns, filled with life and consciousness in forms that human beings could rarely perceive directly. The trees themselves were ancient and aware, rooted in the earth for centuries or thousands of years, accumulating knowledge of seasons and cycles and the patterns of growth and decay. The smaller plants and flowers understood their particular niche in the larger system, understood how their existence contributed to the whole. The animals all had their roles to play, their parts in the complex dance of predation and survival and reproduction that kept the forest alive and vital. What made Baba Yaga's domain different from ordinary forests was that she understood this whole system and could move within it with a completeness that was rare even among those who had spent their whole lives in wild places. She could communicate with the trees in ways that transcended language, could persuade the animals to aid her, could direct the flow of water and the growth of plants through a kind of collaboration rather than through force or manipulation. The forest was not her servant, but her partner and companion, and in return for her respect and her understanding, the forest offered her its knowledge and its protection and its endless resources. The traveler realized that the hut on chicken legs was perhaps the perfect symbol for Baba Yaga's relationship to the forest eternal. It was a dwelling, a structure that created a space of safety and shelter, but it was also mobile, not fixed to any particular location. It could move through the forest, it could respond to the needs of its inhabitant, it could shift and change position according to necessity. It embodied the same kind of flexibility and adaptability that the forest itself embodied, the ability to grow and change while remaining fundamentally itself. In the years after their encounter with Baba Yaga, the traveler came to understand that they carried the forest with them even though they had returned to the ordinary world. They carried within themselves the knowledge of the forest eternal, the understanding that all things change and transform, that the cycles of growth and decay are fundamental to existence, that patience and attention and respect for the natural world are the truest forms of wisdom. They understood that Baba Yaga and her hut and her forest existed not just in a distant magical realm, but within the hearts and minds of all people who were capable of recognizing them, all people who were brave enough to approach them and willing to be transformed by the encounter. There was a quality to Baba Yaga's permanence that transcended ordinary concepts of persistence or endurance. She was not permanent in the way that mountains were permanent, unchanging and fixed. She was permanent in the way that life itself was permanent, constantly changing and transforming while remaining fundamentally alive and aware. She had existed through ages of human civilization, had watched empires rise and fall, had witnessed the great changes that had come to the world with the arrival of new religions and new technologies and new ways of thinking. And yet she remained, not untouched by these changes, but not fundamentally altered by them, maintaining her essential nature even as the world around her transformed. The permanence of Baba Yaga and her domain in the forest was not the permanence of unchanging stone or unchanging custom. It was the permanence of a living system, a system that evolved and changed while remaining true to its essential nature. The forest was not the same forest that it had been 1,000 years ago. Trees had been born and had died. Animals had come and gone. The landscape had shifted and changed. But the forest itself endured, and Baba Yaga endured within it, watching the cycles turn, maintaining her hut and her knowledge, waiting for those who were brave enough to come, seeking what she had to offer. The traveler realized that this quality of endurance while changing was perhaps the deepest wisdom that Baba Yaga had to teach. It was a wisdom about how to remain true to one's essential nature while also remaining flexible enough to adapt to circumstances. It was about how to persevere through difficulties without becoming hardened or bitter, how to maintain hope and vitality even through long stretches of time and repeated challenges. It was about understanding that change was not something to be resisted, but something to be embraced, that the willingness to transform was the truest form of strength. The eternal nature of Baba Yaga's domain meant that for anyone who needed what she had to offer, the way to her hut remained open. Those who were desperate or brave or foolish enough to venture into the forest, seeking her dwelling, would find it if they were meant to find it. The forest would guide them or mislead them according to the nature of their souls. The hut would stand waiting, spinning on its chicken legs, its door facing the underworld, its interior filled with mysterious knowledge and ancient power. And Baba Yaga herself would be there, ancient and ageless, stretching her long nose to the ceiling, waiting with eyes that had seen centuries pass, ready to test those who came and to teach those who could learn. As you drift towards sleep, you might find yourself wondering about your own relationship to difficulty and transformation. You might think about the challenges you have faced and the ways those challenges have changed you, have made you stronger or wiser or more capable. You might wonder whether there are tests you need to face, transformations you need to undergo in order to become more fully yourself. And perhaps, in your dreams, you might find yourself approaching a small hut in a dark forest, a hut that stands on chicken legs, a hut that seems to turn to face you as you approach, inviting you to step across its threshold and to discover what truths are waiting for you in the darkness. The knowledge and wisdom that Baba Yaga embodies are not confined to a distant past or a faraway magical realm. They live on in the stories that have been told and retold for centuries, in the dreams of those who have heard of the old woman in the forest, in the hearts of all those who understand that transformation requires facing difficulty, that wisdom comes through persistence and patience, that the greatest gifts often come in the form of challenges rather than comforts. May you find within yourself the courage and the strength to face whatever challenges life presents, to allow yourself to be tested and transformed, to discover the knowledge and power that waits for you in the forest of your own becoming. Rest well, and may your sleep be deep and restorative. As we embark on a journey to the volcanic islands of Hawaii, where we will follow the story of Pele, one of the most powerful and revered goddesses in Hawaiian mythology. She is the goddess of fire, lightning, wind, and the creator of the Hawaiian Islands themselves. We will learn of her extraordinary origins in a distant land across the sea, and we will follow her remarkable journey as she fled her homeland in search of a sanctuary where she could finally call home. This is a story of passion, determination, resilience, and transformation, a story that has been passed down through countless generations of Hawaiian families and continues to hold deep spiritual significance in Hawaiian culture today. Before we begin our journey with Pele, however, let us take a moment to prepare ourselves for this beautiful story and to find comfort and peace in the space we are in right now. Close your eyes and allow your body to settle more deeply into wherever you are resting. Whether you are lying in bed or sitting in a comfortable chair, let yourself feel the gentle support beneath you. There is nowhere you need to be right now, except here, in this moment, listening to my voice as we travel together to a time long ago when the world was younger and the islands were still being shaped by the hands of the gods. As you listen to this story, your body is already beginning to relax. Your shoulders can release any tension they have been holding. Your jaw can soften. The muscles around your eyes can ease. Your breath can find its own natural rhythm, becoming slower and deeper with each passing moment. You don't have to do anything at all except listen and allow yourself to drift toward a state of profound rest and peace. Every word you hear is gently carrying you further and further into relaxation, deeper into comfort, closer towards sleep. Imagine that you are standing on the deck of a great double-hulled canoe as it glides across the vast Pacific Ocean. The water beneath you stretches endlessly in all directions, a deep blue that seems to mirror the infinite sky above. The air is warm and carries the salt of the sea mingled with something else, something alive and full of possibility. The canoe rocks gently beneath your feet with a soothing, rhythmic motion that lulls you deeper and deeper into relaxation. Around you, the horizon meets the water in a perfect line, and the whole world seems to consist of nothing but blue and sky and the gentle sound of waves against the hull of your vessel. There is a peacefulness to this vast emptiness, a sense that you are traveling towards something important and true. The sun is beginning to lower in the sky, painting the clouds in soft shades of orange, pink, and purple. The colors deepen and shift with each passing moment, slowly transforming the world around you into something that feels almost dreamlike. With each breath you take, you feel yourself becoming lighter, more at ease, more ready to hear the story that is about to unfold before you. You are safe here on this canoe, protected and embraced by the vastness of the ocean and the sky. Nothing can harm you here. You are exactly where you need to be. Now, let us begin the story of Pele. Long ago, in the sacred realm of Tahiti, across the vast waters of the Pacific Ocean, there lived a goddess unlike any other. Her name was Pele, and she was born into a family of divine beings, children of Haumea, an ancient earth goddess, and Cain Milohai, the creator of the sky and the heavens. According to the traditional stories, Pele was one of 13 children born to this divine union, and from the moment of her birth, she was marked by a fire that burned within her unlike anything her family had ever witnessed. This inner fire was not merely a metaphor. It was a true force of divine power, a creative and destructive energy that would one day shape the very islands of Hawaii themselves. Her birth was accompanied by signs and wonders. The earth shook, lightning split the sky, the very air seemed to crackle with electricity and possibility. Pele's birth came at a time when the sacred traditions tell us that the divine powers of creation were still actively shaping the world. In Tahitian tradition, she was born in a place called Honua Mea, which means the sacred red earth, a fitting birthplace for a goddess who would one day be synonymous with the raw power of volcanic fire and molten lava. The red earth of Honua Mea was itself infused with power. It was sacred ground, holy soil that had been blessed by the ancient ones. It was said that the color came from the blood of ancient gods who had walked that land, whose sacrifice had made it sacred. When Pele took her first breath, that sacred earth seemed to pulse with life, as if welcoming her arrival. Her siblings were equally remarkable. They too possessed divine powers over natural forces. There was Kamohoalii, the powerful shark god, and her eldest brother, who would later become Pele's devoted protector and guide. Kamohoalii was strong and steady, with the wisdom of the deep ocean waters flowing through him. He moved with a grace that was almost hypnotic, and he possessed a loyalty to his family that was absolute and unwavering. There was Namaka, her older sister, the goddess of the sea and water, whose domain would become eternally opposed to Pele's own. Namaka was beautiful in her own right, cool and controlled, moving with the flowing motions of water itself. Her power was immense. She could create tidal waves and devastating floods. She could command every ocean current and every raindrop that fell from the sky. And there was young Hi'iaka, carried by Pele in an egg during her journey, who would later become known as the goddess of hula and healing, the most beloved of all Pele's siblings. Even as an unborn egg, Hi'iaka seemed special, as if she carried within her a sweetness and a light that set her apart from the others. From her earliest days, Pele's fiery temperament was legendary, even among the gods. She was passionate and fierce, unpredictable and powerful in ways that sometimes frightened those around her. While her siblings possessed abilities to command their own natural domains, Pele's inner flame seemed to burn with a brightness that outshone them all. She was beautiful in a way that was almost impossible to look upon directly. Her appearance was radiant and glowing, as if she carried the sun itself within her spirit. Her eyes sparked with intelligence and emotion, sometimes joy, sometimes rage, sometimes sorrow, often all three at once. But beauty, as the old stories tell us, does not always lead to contentment, and for Pele, her gifts and her passion would set her on a course that would test her in ways she could never have imagined. The combination of her power, her passion, and her tendency to act on impulse created a force that even her divine parents sometimes struggled to contain or understand. Life in Tahiti, even for a goddess, had its complications. In one version of the ancient stories, Pele's heart was drawn to a man who was married to her sister Namaka. This attraction became a source of great trouble. Her passionate nature could not be constrained by propriety or family bonds, and when her father learned of this transgression, he was deeply displeased. In another account, it was Pele's volcanic temperament itself that led to conflict, her fits of rage and her inability to control her power causing harm to those around her. Regardless of the specific circumstances, What all versions of the story agree upon is this: Pele could no longer remain in Tahiti. She had to leave her homeland and seek a new place in the world where she could build a life of her own, where her power would not be such a source of shame and conflict. Her eldest brother, Kamahoali'i, feeling compassion for his passionate sister and recognizing that her destiny lay elsewhere, decided to help her escape. He gave her a mighty double-hulled canoe, a vessel large enough and sturdy enough to traverse the vast ocean that separated Tahiti from the rest of Polynesia. This was not a small gift. Such canoes were sacred and powerful vessels, built with great care and blessed by the gods themselves. The craft could carry many people and many supplies, and it was designed specifically for the long voyages across open ocean that the ancient Polynesians were famous for undertaking. In those days, the great voyagers of Polynesia were master navigators who could traverse thousands of miles of open ocean using only their knowledge of the stars, the waves, the color of the sky, and the behavior of birds. They were masters of reading the natural world, and they understood the ocean as if it were a vast landscape, as familiar to them as any island or valley. As Pele prepared to depart, she gathered her most cherished possessions around her. She carried with her a sacred digging stick called a pa'oa or o'o, an implement of enormous power that would later become the key to her creating volcanoes and fire pits across the Hawaiian Islands. This digging stick was not an ordinary tool. It was an extension of her divine power, a physical manifestation of her ability to pierce the earth and reach the sacred fire that burned at the world's core. In her hands, the pa'oa was capable of piercing through the hardest rock, of penetrating to depths that no mortal tool could reach. It was said that when Pele struck the earth with her sacred digging stick, the ground itself would tremble and crack, and the fires of creation would emerge from beneath the surface. This tool was her most precious possession, more valuable than gold, more precious than any jewel. She held it close and made sure it was placed carefully aboard the canoe, wrapped in sacred cloths and protected from harm. And then there was the egg. Young Hiiaka had not yet been born when Pele began her journey. Her smallest sister existed only as an egg, precious and fragile, nestled gently in Pele's arms. The stories tell us that Pele held this egg close to her body throughout her long voyage, keeping it warm and safe with the heat of her own divine fire. She spoke to it constantly, whispering promises and hopes for the future, telling her unborn sister about the lands they would discover together and the adventures that awaited them. Hiiaka, still unborn, was loved fiercely even before she entered the world, and this bond between the sisters would define much of Pele's story in the years to come. To carry your sister from birth to the edge of a new world is a profound act of devotion, and it set the tone for the relationship these two would share throughout eternity. As Pele prepared to set sail, there was also the terrible knowledge that she was being pursued. Her sister Namaka, the goddess of the sea, had learned of Pele's escape and was determined to stop her. Namaka saw Pele's departure as a betrayal, and her rage at her sister's transgression was immense. Driven by this anger, Namaka vowed that she would chase Pele across the ocean and bring her sister back to Tahiti, whether by force or by destruction. This was not merely a threat. Namaka had the power to make good on it. As the goddess of the sea and all its waters, she could command the waves, summon storms, and make the very ocean itself an obstacle to Pele's escape. Thus began one of the most remarkable and consequential journeys in all of Hawaiian mythology, a voyage that would span thousands of miles across the open Pacific, that would involve battles between opposing divine forces, and that would ultimately result in the creation of one of Earth's most magnificent archipelagos. Pele's brother, Kamahoali'i, ever her protector, prepared the canoe for the long journey. He gathered supplies of food and water, materials for repair, and items sacred to their people. Several of their siblings decided to accompany Pele on her voyage. They too felt compelled to leave Tahiti and seek their destinies elsewhere. The night before departure, As Pele looked out across the dark ocean, she felt both anticipation and fear. She did not know exactly where she was going or what she would find. She only knew that somewhere out there, across those dark waters and beyond the horizon she could see, there was a place meant for her. There was a place where she could stop running, where she could plant her sacred digging stick deep into the earth and create a home that would be hers alone. She carried this hope in her heart as the canoe was loaded and prepared, and she held the precious egg containing her sister close against her chest. As the first light of dawn broke over Tahiti, Pele gave one final look to the land of her birth. She saw the green mountains in the distance, the sacred valleys where she had spent her life, the ocean that had cradled her since childhood. A part of her would always belong to this place, to this sacred Tahitian soil. But another part of her, the fiercer, wilder part, was ready to move forward into an unknown future. She turned her face toward the open ocean, toward the direction her brother had indicated, toward the northern waters where great adventures awaited. With a deep breath and a silent prayer to the forces of creation and destiny, Pele helped guide the great canoe away from the shore. The massive vessel moved slowly at first, pulled by currents and guided by ancient navigational knowledge. Pele stood at the bow of the canoe, her hair streaming behind her in the ocean breeze, her eyes fixed on the horizon. Behind her, she could see Tahiti growing smaller and smaller, shrinking until it was nothing more than a dark shadow against the sky. The ocean seemed infinite from this perspective, an endless expanse of rolling water that could swallow a person whole if they were not careful. But Pele did not feel afraid. She felt alive in a way she never had before. She felt as though she was finally moving toward her true purpose. Even though she did not yet fully understand what that purpose would be, there was something calling to her from the north, a voice without words, a pull she could not resist or explain. Her brother, Kamohoali, stood near her, his form sometimes appearing solid, and other times seeming to shift and change, as if he were not entirely at home in his human shape. This was because Kamohoali, as the shark god, was more comfortable in the water than on land. He would dive beneath the canoe and swim alongside it, sometimes in the form of a great shark gliding through the deep blue waters, sometimes in a more human-like form when he climbed back aboard. He served as both guide and protector, using his knowledge of the ocean currents and his divine power to help steer the canoe in the right direction and to navigate the treacherous waters they were entering. The other siblings on the canoe moved about their tasks, gathering food that they had brought with them, maintaining the vessel and checking its structure, watching the skies and waters for signs and omens that might indicate what lay ahead. But Pele remained mostly at the bow, watching the endless horizon, waiting for something she could not yet name. It was on the third day of their voyage that Pele first felt it, a strange disturbance in the air, as if something was approaching from behind. She turned and looked back toward Tahiti, though it was no longer visible. The sky in that direction seemed to darken slightly, and the waves became more turbulent than they had been. Pele's hands clenched into fists as she felt a familiar presence drawing near. It was Namaka. Her sister had begun her pursuit, and the chase was now truly underway. The calm ocean became rough and choppy. Waves rose up and crashed against the side of the canoe, as if something, or someone, beneath the water was deliberately trying to overturn it and spill its passengers into the deep. The wind picked up, howling with a sound that was almost like voices crying out. But Pele did not panic. Instead, she felt her inner fire beginning to burn hotter and brighter. She placed her hand on the sacred digging stick and closed her eyes, centering herself in her power. Her siblings gathered close around her, preparing themselves for what they sensed was coming. The first real test of their journey was about to begin. From that moment forward, the chase between sisters would become the defining narrative of Pele's voyage across the ocean, and the discovery of new lands would be forever intertwined with the pursuit and conflict that drove Pele onward. Day after day, the canoe moved through the waters, pushed northward by currents, and guided by Kamohoali's knowledge of the stars and the ocean. The crew settled into a rhythm. They ate the provisions they had brought. They worked together to maintain the vessel, and they watched constantly for any sign of pursuit. They took turns standing watch at the bow and stern, looking out across the endless water, listening for the sound of waves being disturbed in unusual ways, watching for the shadow of something large moving beneath the surface. At night, when the stars came out in their magnificent profusion, Pele would sit and stare up at them, trying to sense which direction they should travel. There was an ancient knowledge that lived in her bones, a kind of navigation that did not come from maps or from memorized routes, but from something deeper, an intuitive understanding of where she needed to go, as if the very islands she sought were calling to her across the distance. She could feel them out there, waiting for her. She could sense their presence in the way a person might sense the presence of another soul in a room, even with their eyes closed. This inner knowing guided her more surely than any star or current ever could. The islands she sought, though she did not yet know their names, did exist. To the north and east of Tahiti lay a chain of islands formed by volcanic activity, created over millions of years through the movement of the Earth's crust and the eruptions of fire that emerged from deep within the planet. These islands were younger than Tahiti. Some of them were still being formed, still being shaped by the same volcanic forces that had created them. And according to Hawaiian tradition and understanding, Pele was somehow connected to this process. The ancient stories suggest that long before Western science would discover plate tectonics and understand how volcanoes create islands, the Hawaiian people already possessed a sophisticated understanding of these processes, and they incorporated that knowledge into their mythology. The story of Pele is, in many ways, a geological story told in the language of mythology, a story about how islands are born and shaped, about the process of creation and destruction that is forever ongoing in the natural world. In the oldest Hawaiian chants and oral traditions, the sequence of Pele's journey corresponds almost perfectly with the geological progression of the Hawaiian island chain. She would eventually travel from the oldest islands in the northwest, gradually moving southeastward, creating and seeking refuge in the younger islands as she fled her pursuer. This remarkable alignment between mythological narrative and geological reality speaks to the deep knowledge and observational wisdom of the ancient Hawaiian people. They understood their world not through microscopes and measurements, but through careful observation, through story and sacred tradition, through an intimate relationship with the land and the forces that shaped it. That this knowledge has survived and been validated by modern science is a testament to the power of Hawaiian oral tradition. For weeks, the canoe traveled. The ocean stretched on endlessly before them. Sometimes the waters were calm and glassy, reflecting the sky so perfectly that it was hard to tell where air ended and water began. In these moments, Pele could see both above and below, the clouds above and the darkness beneath, the vastness in both directions equally profound and mysterious. Other times, storms would arise suddenly, seemingly out of nowhere, and the crew would have to work frantically to keep the canoe from capsizing in the towering waves. These storms were terrifying in their power and majesty. The waves would tower above them like mountains, their crests white with foam, their depths dark and unknowable. The wind would scream through the rigging, and rain would lash the faces of everyone aboard. The canoe would rise and fall sickeningly, and it would seem for a moment that they would certainly be swallowed by the ocean and never heard from again. During these storms, Pele would stand at the bow, and something remarkable would happen. The wind seemed to respond to her presence, swirling around her and then pushing in directions that helped the canoe rather than hindering it. The waves seemed to acknowledge her power, parting slightly to allow them passage, as if the ocean itself recognized Pele's authority and divine nature. Her siblings began to realize that their sister was not just a passenger on this journey. She was actively involved in navigating it, using her divine power to influence the very forces that surrounded them. When Pele spoke, the wind would shift. When she gestured with her sacred digging stick toward the horizon, the waves would seem to carry them in that direction more readily. She was not fighting the ocean so much as negotiating with it, conversing with it in a language only she could speak. But the calm and the storms seemed to take turns with increasing regularity. Every time Pele thought they might be reaching a period of safety, a period where they could rest and replenish their water supplies, the water would grow dark and turbulent again. The presence she felt, Namaka's presence, seemed to be getting closer with each passing day. Her sister was relentless in her pursuit, unwilling to give up or to allow Pele to escape without a fight. The ocean itself became a battlefield, with Pele's fire and Namaka's water locked in an eternal struggle that neither side could ultimately win. When Pele tried to sleep, huddled in the small shelter aboard the canoe, she would dream of waves rising up to crash down on her, of drowning in the embrace of her sister's fury, of being pulled down into the depths of the ocean, never to return to the surface. When she woke, she would find that her skin felt hot, almost burning, as if her inner divine fire was working against her in the humid salt air. And the egg she carried, her precious sister Hiyaka, seemed to pulse with warmth, as if responding to the conflict happening around them, as if even in her unborn state she could sense her sister's struggle. The crew began to grow weary. The constant motion, the eternal vigilance, the knowledge that they were being hunted by a divine being of immense power, all of this took its toll. Some of Pele's siblings began to question whether this journey was wise. They wondered if they should turn back, try to make peace with Namaka, return to Tahiti and the life they knew. But Pele would hear none of it. She was driven by something beyond reason, beyond fear. She was driven by her destiny, by the knowledge that somewhere ahead of them lay a place where she could finally be free. She spoke to her siblings with passion and conviction, telling them that she would not go back, that she would not surrender, that she would find the place she sought no matter how long it took or how many obstacles stood in her way. As the weeks turned into months, the crew did eventually spot something on the horizon that made everyone's heart quicken with hope. First, it was just a shadow, a dark shape rising from the water where there had been nothing but ocean before. Then, as they drew closer, they could see that it was land. It was an island, a true island with beaches and vegetation and mountains rising up toward the sky. For the first time since leaving Tahiti, Pele felt a sense of relief. They had found land. They had not drowned in the ocean. They had not been defeated by Namaka's relentless pursuit. At least for now, they could rest. But what they did not yet know was that this island would be the first of many. It would be the first test of Pele's power in her new homeland. And it would be the beginning of a cycle that would repeat across the entire Hawaiian chain. A cycle of creation and destruction. Of Pele arriving and attempting to establish her home, only to have her sister Namaka appear and force her to flee once again. The story of Pele's search for a sacred home was only just beginning, and the true depth of her journey and her power was about to be revealed. As the canoe drew closer to the shoreline, Pele stood at the bow with her sacred digging stick held tightly in her hand. She could feel the presence of the earth beneath the waves, calling to her, ready to receive her. She could feel the fire deep within the planet, the volcanic forces that lay dormant and waiting, ready to be awakened by her touch. She took a deep breath and prepared herself for what was to come. Her brother Kamohoali'i stood beside her, ready to support her in whatever she decided to do. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and smiled at her, a gesture that spoke of his absolute faith in her mission and his willingness to stand by her through whatever lay ahead. Hiyaka, the precious egg she carried, seemed to grow warmer still, as if her unborn sister was sensing that they were approaching a moment of great significance. The first island was drawing near, and Pele's true purpose, the shaping of the Hawaiian Islands themselves, was about to begin. As the crew carefully steered the canoe toward the beach, they could see the vegetation more clearly. Palm trees swaying in the breeze, green plants growing abundantly on the shore, the dark shapes of rocks and boulders scattered across the sandy expanse. They could hear the sound of birds calling to each other, a chorus of voices that seemed to welcome them. The smell of earth and vegetation wafted toward them, so different from the salt and emptiness of the open ocean. For the crew, after so many weeks at sea, the prospect of standing on solid ground again must have seemed almost impossible to believe. But for Pele, something else was happening. As she looked at this island, she was not seeing it as it was in that moment. She was seeing it as it could become, seeing the volcanic mountains that could rise from this earth, seeing the lava flows that could reshape the landscape, seeing the power that lay sleeping beneath the surface. When the canoe finally reached the beach and the crew jumped out to secure it, Pele remained at the bow for a moment longer, gripping her sacred digging stick and surveying the land before her. This island would be the first of many. Some she would claim as home, if only briefly. Others would become way stations in her endless flight, places where she would attempt to rest before her sister's pursuit forced her onward again. Each island would receive a piece of her fire, whether through the volcanic creations she left behind, or through the conflicts and transformations that occurred on its soil. She stepped out of the canoe and felt her feet touch the sand for the first time in weeks. The earth felt solid and real beneath her, warm and welcoming, so different from the constant motion of the boat. She walked a little way up the beach, still holding her sacred digging stick tightly, and her siblings followed behind her at a respectful distance, understanding the significance of this moment. They knew that Pele needed this sacred moment alone to sense the land, to understand it deeply, to feel what it could become. The wind picked up around her, and her hair streamed behind her like a banner of fire. She raised her face to the sky and closed her eyes, feeling the connection between herself and this earth, feeling the ancient fire that burned beneath the surface, waiting to be awakened. In that moment, standing on this first island with her sacred digging stick held firmly in her hand, Pele understood that she had truly arrived at the beginning of her great and legendary journey. The long voyage across the ocean was behind her now. The real quest, the search for a true and lasting home, the creation of islands that would carry her mark forever, was only just beginning to unfold. And as she opened her eyes and looked out across the landscape before her, she smiled with a determination and a hope that no obstacle, not even her sister Namaka's relentless pursuit, could diminish. This was her destiny. This was why she had fled Tahiti. This was the great work she had been born to do. The islands she had arrived at would later be called the Hawaiian Islands, a chain of volcanic formations stretching across the Pacific Ocean like a necklace of jewels scattered by the hands of time itself. But for Pele, standing on that first island with her sacred digging stick in hand, these were not yet known by any name. They were simply home. They were possibility. They were sanctuary. She looked out across the landscape before her, and in her mind, she could see not just what was, but what could be. The mountains that would rise, the craters that would form, the rivers of lava that would reshape the very face of the land itself. This was the place where her gift could finally be expressed without restraint, without apology, without anyone trying to stop her or contain her or force her to be something other than what she was. Her siblings helped her to gather what they needed from the beach. They found fresh water in a stream that ran down from the interior of the island. They found coconuts and other plants that grew in abundance on this new land. They rested for a time, sleeping deeply and peacefully in a way they had not been able to sleep during the constant motion of the ocean voyage. But Pele did not rest as the others did. She walked the length and breadth of this island, feeling the earth beneath her bare feet, listening to the voice of the land as it called to her. She placed her hand against tree trunks and felt the pulse of life within them. She knelt in the soil and pressed her fingers into the rich earth, sensing the volcanic minerals that gave this land its particular character and strength. There was something different about these islands compared to Tahiti. The earth here felt younger, more raw, more recently shaped by the same creative forces that flowed through Pele's own veins. It was as if the land itself recognized her as a kindred spirit, as a being who understood its nature in a way that few others could. She could feel the fire beneath the surface, the molten rock that still moved in the depths beneath the crust. She could sense the potential in this place, the enormous power waiting to be tapped and released and directed. After several days of exploration and contemplation, Pele decided that it was time to begin her work in earnest. She gathered her family around her, explaining what she intended to do. Some of them were nervous. They understood the risks involved in summoning such immense power, in attempting to reshape the very fabric of the earth itself. But Kamaho Ali placed a reassuring hand on his sister's shoulder, silently giving her his blessing and his support. Whatever she felt called to do, he would stand by her. This was the bond between them, deep, unwavering, and absolute. Pele raised her power stick high above her head, and she brought it down with tremendous force against the earth. The moment the sacred implement touched the ground, something remarkable happened. The earth beneath her feet trembled violently. The trembling spread outward like a ripple in a pond, radiating in all directions from the spot where she stood. A deep rumbling sound echoed from far below, a sound so profound that it seemed to come from the very heart of the world itself, as if the planet was waking up to her presence after a long and ancient sleep. Cracks appeared in the soil around her feet, spreading outward like a spiderweb. A deep, resonant heat began to emanate from the ground, rising up through the soles of her feet and into her body, mixing with her own divine fire until she seemed to glow with an internal light all her own. Her siblings watched in awe as their sister's power was revealed in its full majesty. This was not a small magic or a parlor trick performed by someone showing off or seeking attention. This was the fundamental force of creation itself, channeled through a goddess and directed toward reshaping the world. This was divine power in its purest form, unmediated and absolute. From the cracks in the earth, wisps of smoke began to rise. The smell of sulfur and hot stone filled the air. And then, from deep within the earth, from depths that no mortal eye could perceive but that Pele could sense with perfect clarity, the fires began to respond to her call. The sacred fire that dwelt within the planet heard her summons and began to rise toward the surface. But before Pele could complete her work on this first island, before she could establish a permanent home and settle into the sacred landscape around her, and allow the fires to fully emerge and reshape the earth to her liking, the familiar disturbance returned. It came not gradually but suddenly, a sudden and terrible shift in the air, a sudden darkening of the sky that seemed almost deliberate in its timing. The ocean began to churn more violently than it had during even the worst storms of their journey. The waves, which had been calm and friendly just moments before, suddenly seemed to take on a malevolent character. Namaka had found her again. The pursuit continued, relentless and absolute, and Pele could feel her sister's rage rising up from the depths of the water, manifesting itself as waves that grew larger and more violent with each passing moment. The fire pits that Pele had begun to create were being extinguished by her sister's water, smothered and suppressed as if her very efforts were being deliberately thwarted by a force determined to deny her any rest. This pattern would repeat across the islands, again and again, an endless cycle of creation and destruction, of Pele attempting to establish her home only to be forced to flee. On Oahu, Pele would attempt to dig her fire pits, to establish a home in the volcanic craters that dotted the landscape. She would place her sacred stick against the earth and summon the fire that burned beneath the surface. She would speak to the earth in the language of the gods, coaxing forth the creative forces that lay sleeping in the depths. For a brief moment, she would succeed. The earth would respond to her command with almost eager obedience, as if it had been waiting for her to arrive so that it could finally fulfill its purpose. Heat would rise, Smoke would curl into the air. The very ground would seem to pulse with life and possibility. But then Namaka would arrive, appearing suddenly at the shoreline or rising up from the depths of the sea itself. Her waves would crash against the shores with tremendous force, waves of such height and power that they seemed almost deliberate in their violence, as if they were not merely the result of natural forces, but the direct expression of a goddess's will and fury. Namaka's salt water would flow inland, extinguishing every flame that Pele had kindled, cooling the hot rocks, suppressing the fires that Pele had coaxed forth. The work that had taken hours or days to accomplish would be undone in moments. The potential that Pele had sensed in the earth would seem to retreat back into the depths, waiting for another opportunity to emerge. Again and again, this dance between sisters would unfold, each one driving the other forward, each one preventing the other from resting. For Pele, it was endlessly frustrating, but it was also curiously energizing. Each failure led to a new attempt. Each expulsion from an island led her toward the next island, toward new possibilities, toward the place where she was ultimately meant to be. The craters around present-day Honolulu, the ones that exist today as remnants of Pele's ancient power, are said to be the fire pits she created during this time. Diamond Head itself, that iconic formation that rises above the city like a beacon visible for miles out to sea, is believed to be one of the places where Pele struck the earth with her paoa stick. The formation gets its modern name from early Western visitors who saw the volcanic rock glinting in the sunlight and thought they were seeing diamonds. But to native Hawaiians, this place has always been sacred ground. These are not merely beautiful geological formations, though they are extraordinarily beautiful, with their dark volcanic rock rising against the bright tropical sky. They are sacred places in the deepest sense, places where the goddess herself walked and worked with her divine hands, places where divine power touched the earth and left its permanent, undeniable mark. For Hawaiians who understand these stories, the true stories that have been passed down through families and through the living hula traditions, these landmarks are not just scenic views or tourist destinations where people casually wander and take photographs. They are direct evidence of Pele's presence. They are reminders of her tremendous power. They are connections to the divine realm that created the very islands that people call home, that have shaped Hawaiian culture and identity for countless generations. From Oahu, Pele would move to Molokai, and there again she would attempt to establish her home in this new island. The islands were growing progressively younger as she moved southeast down the chain, formed more recently in geological time, and therefore more responsive to the volcanic forces that still moved beneath the surface with such tremendous intensity. On Molokai, Pele created the volcanic features that still exist there today, craters and formations that bear witness to her presence, that mark the places where her sacred stick touched the earth. She worked on this island with all the passion and determination she could summon. She knew from hard experience that her time here would be limited. She understood that the pattern would repeat, that her sister would find her, that she would be forced to flee before she could complete her work. So she worked with an almost desperate urgency, trying to accomplish as much as possible before the pursuit caught up with her once more. But even as she worked, creating fire pits and volcanic formations, she could sense Namaka's approach. The ocean currents seemed to shift. The air took on a quality that made her increasingly anxious. She found it harder to concentrate on her work. Her mind kept drifting to thoughts of escape. And before she could achieve any lasting peace or establish any permanent sanctuary, Namaka's pursuit would force her to move onward again. To Maui she went next, traveling southeast as the pattern dictated, and there the stakes seemed to rise considerably. Maui is a large island, an island with a powerful presence and a complex character. The volcanic mountain that dominates the island, Haleakala, would become the place where Pele attempted her most ambitious and most momentous work yet. The name Haleakala means House of the Sun, referring to the way the sunlight touches the summit of this mountain. The volcanic crater at its summit is one of the largest in the world. a truly immense depression in the earth that stretches approximately 7 miles across and descends nearly half a mile down into the landscape. From the rim, you can look down into the crater and see clouds forming below you, can see the intricate patterns of volcanic rock and ancient lava flows, can see in the distance the silhouettes of other islands rising from the ocean. It is a place of tremendous power and tremendous beauty, a place that seems to exist somewhere between the natural world and the divine realm. When Pele used her sacred stick on this mountain, climbing to the summit and looking out across this vast crater, she was working on a scale of tremendous magnitude, unprecedented in anything she had attempted before on the other islands. She felt as though this mountain might be capable of holding her attention, of containing her power, of becoming something that could last. The crater itself became one of the most visible manifestations of her power, a massive depression in the earth that seems almost impossibly large when you stand at its rim and look across the seemingly endless expanse. For a time, Pele seemed to be succeeding in her work in ways that she had not succeeded before. The mountain responded to her command with eager obedience, as if waiting for her to arrive. The fires that burned within Haleakala seemed almost as fierce and permanent as her own divine nature. She felt as though she might finally be able to establish something lasting here, something that could survive her sister's pursuit, something that would bear her mark eternally. But Namaka was not far behind. She sensed her sister's presence on Maui and began to close in. On Maui, the two sisters clashed with a force and fury that was unlike anything that had come before in all their long pursuits and battles. In one version of the story, Pele encountered another divine being during this catastrophic conflict, a goddess named Poliahu, the goddess of snow, who resided at the summit of another mountain on Maui called Mauna Kea. This goddess controlled the snow and ice that fell on the higher elevations, that preserved the peaks from the overwhelming heat of the sun and the fires of the earth beneath. In her anger and jealousy, perhaps driven by loneliness and the constant pursuit of her sister, perhaps frustrated by her repeated failures to establish a permanent home, Pele opened the underground caverns beneath Mauna Kea and hurled volcanic fire from them toward Poliahu with tremendous force. The earth shook violently, the air filled with thick volcanic ash. Rivers of lava flowed down the mountainsides, consuming everything in their path, destroying forests and valleys. The two goddesses fought directly against one another, one representing the heat and volcanic power of the earth, the other representing the cooling, preserving power of snow and ice. Snow against fire, ice against lava, the eternal opposition of opposing natural forces locked in desperate conflict against one another. The battle raged across the mountainside with intensity that shook the very foundations of Maui. Lava flowed in great rivers. Snow and ice fell from the sky in such abundance that it seemed impossible that so much could exist. Steam and smoke rose where the two elements met and clashed. The very earth seemed to tremble and shift beneath their feet as the two divine beings poured their power into the struggle. But in this contest, it was ultimately Poliahu who proved to be stronger and more powerful than Pele. The snow goddess threw her white mantle over Pele's flames with a gesture that was almost casual in its certainty, cooling them, extinguishing them, driving them back down beneath the earth with the full force of her divine power and control. The battle was fierce and intense, but the outcome was clear and undeniable. Pele could not defeat Poliahu on Maui. The snow goddess prevailed. This clash on Maui marked a profound turning point in Pele's long journey. Pele's body was grievously wounded in her confrontation with her sister Namaka and the overwhelming power of Poliahu's ice. The ancient stories tell us that Pele was torn apart, that her physical form was shattered and destroyed in the final battle near Hana, on Maui's eastern shore, in a place where the winds blow powerfully and the ocean meets the land with tremendous force. Some accounts say that what remained of her physical body transformed into a hill on the landscape, a formation that bears the name Ke'iwio Pele, meaning the bones of Pele, a reminder of the goddess's presence long after her physical form had been destroyed. But something remarkable and transformative happened in that moment of destruction and apparent defeat. Rather than ceasing to exist entirely, rather than being annihilated completely as her enemies might have hoped, Pele transformed. Her death became a kind of ascension, an elevation to a higher form of being. Her mortal form was destroyed, shattered beyond recovery, but her divine essence became something even more powerful than it had been before. She became a spirit, a presence, a force that could no longer be confined or limited by physical form, and could never again be completely driven away or defeated. With her physical body destroyed, and her sister Namaka triumphant at least for the moment, Pele's essence drifted southeast, moving like smoke on the wind. She moved past the island of Maui and beyond its reach, leaving the battles and the conflicts behind. She traveled toward the younger islands, toward the places where the volcanic forces were still most active and most responsive to divine touch, where the volcanic hotspot in the Earth's crust was still burning with tremendous intensity. And finally, after weeks or months or perhaps years of pursuing her vision, after being chased across islands and through seas, after losing battles with both her sister Namaka and with other divine beings like Pelehu, Pele arrived at the Big Island of Hawaii. The Big Island is the youngest of the major Hawaiian islands, geologically speaking. It is the place where the volcanic hotspot beneath the Pacific plate is most active, where new land is still being formed even in modern times, as lava flows continue to add acres of new earth to the southeastern coast, visible to anyone who studies the volcanic landscape carefully. This was the place that called to Pele on the deepest level. She could feel it calling to her from miles away, a summons that no other island had issued. This was where her destiny would finally be fulfilled, where her eternal purpose would be realized. On the Big Island, on the southeastern portion of the island where the volcanic activity is most intense and most visible and most active, there stands a volcano called Kilauea. The name means much spreading, or to spurt, referring poetically to the way lava spreads and flows across the landscape, transforming everything in its path. Kilauea is one of the most active volcanoes in the world, a place where lava has been flowing in various eruptions and dormant periods for hundreds of years, and likely for many hundreds of years before that, stretching back into the mists of prehistory. At the summit of Kilauea lies a crater, and within that crater lies another crater, a smaller caldera that has become the sacred center of Pele's worship and power. This inner crater is called Halemaumau, a name that means House of Ferns, a poetic name for a place of such tremendous power and heat that very little could grow there. And according to Hawaiian tradition and belief, it is here in Halemaumau that Pele established her final and eternal home, the place where she would remain for all eternity, watching over the Big Island and all the islands of Hawaii that she had created during her great journey across the ocean. When Pele arrived at Kilauea, when she first sensed the presence of this volcano and moved toward it, it was as if something shifted in the very foundations of the world itself. The volcano seemed to recognize her presence immediately, seemed to understand that its creator had finally returned. The fires that burned within it, the molten rock that moved in the depths beneath the surface, seemed to pulse with new energy and new life, as if awakening from a long and ancient sleep. The ground trembled slightly as her presence settled upon it. The air grew warmer. Volcanic gases that had been dormant began to rise from cracks in the earth. It was as if the volcano itself was greeting its divine mistress, welcoming her home. Using her sacred pa'oa stick one final time, Pele struck the earth at the summit of Kilauea, with all the remaining power and certainty in her transformed being. She brought the stick down against the volcanic rock at the summit, and in that moment, in that single sacred gesture, she dug her eternal fire pit, the crater that would become Halemaumau. The crater that exists there today is often described as her home, the place where she lives eternally, watching over the Big Island and all the islands of Hawaii that she had created and shaped during her great journey. Hawaiians have traveled to Kilauea for countless generations to pay their respects to Pele, to leave offerings at the crater's edge, to acknowledge her power and her presence. The modern Hawaii Volcanoes National Park that exists today encompasses this sacred space, and many visitors come to witness the raw power of volcanic activity, though most do not fully understand the spiritual significance of what they are viewing. In one sense, the battles were over. The long pursuit that had defined Pele's journey had finally come to an end. Namaka did not pursue Pele any further once her sister had reached the Big Island and established herself at Kilauea. Perhaps Namaka accepted that Pele had finally found a place where she could no longer be driven away, where her power was absolute and unquestionable. Perhaps the sea goddess recognized that Pele's connection to the Big Island's volcanic core was so profound and so powerful that any attempt to extinguish it would be futile and pointless. Or perhaps, in the way of ancient mythologies, the two sisters reached some kind of understanding, some unspoken acknowledgement that their conflict, though real and fierce, was also part of a larger cosmic balance. The eternal struggle between fire and water, creation and destruction that keeps the world in motion and prevents either force from completely dominating the other. The ocean and the volcanoes exist in perpetual tension, and this tension is what creates and sustains life. Pele's transformation into a spirit rather than a being with a physical body gave her powers that she had not possessed before, powers that transcended the limitations of mortal flesh. She became synonymous with the very forces of the volcano itself. When lava flows down the mountainside, when it spreads across the land in rivers of molten rock, it is said that Pele is moving, that she is traveling across the landscape, reshaping it to her will. When the crater glows red during the night, a glow visible for miles across the ocean, even in modern times, this glowing light is said to be the Kaulawena, the red glow that marks Pele's presence and power. When hot winds blow from the volcanic regions, bringing the smell of sulfur and minerals, when steam rises from cracks in the earth in great plumes, when the air shimmers with heat invisible but utterly palpable, these are all direct manifestations of Pele's presence and her ongoing activity. She became less a being who inhabited a specific place, and more a force that permeated the entire volcano, that was the volcano itself, that could never be separated from it or driven from it. This was both a profound and mysterious change, and a kind of ultimate fulfillment. Pele had been searching for a place where she could finally rest, where she could finally plant her sacred stick in the earth and know with certainty that she would not have to flee. She had found it in Kilauea, and there she has remained, a presence that endures. Not long after Pele established herself at Kilauea, and her essence had fully settled into the volcanic landscape, her sister Hi'iaka was finally born. The egg that Pele had carried so carefully and protectively throughout her entire journey, held close and pressed against her divine heart, finally opened. From it emerged a goddess unlike any other in the Hawaiian pantheon, a being of remarkable grace and power. Hi'iaka was beautiful and graceful in her own right, possessing an innate kindness and a gift for healing that set her apart from her more volatile and temperamental sister. She was the goddess of hula, the sacred dance that would become central to Hawaiian culture and identity, a connection to the divine that would endure for thousands of years. She was also a goddess of fertility and healing in the deepest sense, capable of causing barren lands to become fertile and green and teeming with life, capable of mending what was broken and shattered, capable of restoring what was damaged beyond apparent repair. Pele's relationship with Hi'iaka was complicated and beautiful in equal measure, filled with love, but also with the potential for conflict and misunderstanding. There was a deep love between them, an almost obsessive devotion on Pele's part toward her youngest sister. Pele had carried Hi'iaka through an entire ocean voyage. She had nurtured her before she was even born. She had protected her and brought her safely to Hawaii. This bond was profound and unbreakable, and Pele's love for Hi'iaka was fierce and protective. Hi'iaka had been born into Hawaii, made her first appearance on the Big Island, where Pele had established her eternal home in Kilauea. In this sense, Hi'iaka was the first of Pele's divine siblings to be fully Hawaiian, to truly belong to the islands in a way that none of the others could claim, because she had never known any other home. This made her especially precious to Pele, more precious than anything else in the universe. Hi'iaka represented hope and renewal, the future that Pele had been searching for all along, the purpose toward which all her struggles and journeys had been leading. Pele also had other siblings who made their homes in the Hawaiian Islands, other divine beings who came to recognize these islands as their home. There was Kamohoali, the loyal shark god and Pele's eldest brother, who remained devoted to his sister through all her trials and tribulations, and helped to protect both her and Hi'iaka from various threats and dangers. The ancient stories suggest that Kamohoali continued to move between the islands and the deeper ocean waters, never fully settling in one place, a guardian figure who could appear when needed and disappear back into the vast unknown of the deep sea. He served as a connection between Pele's domain of fire and the broader natural world. There was also Poliahu, the snow goddess, who maintained her own domain atop Mauna Kea, the tall mountain on the Big Island that rises so high that snow falls on its summit, even in the tropical climate of Hawaii. Mauna Kea is one of the tallest mountains in the world when measured from the ocean floor to its summit, and Poliahu's realm at its peak represented the opposite force to Pele's volcanic fire. And there were other divine beings, other manifestations of natural forces and powers who came to make their homes in Hawaii or to interact with Pele in various ways, all of them part of the complex network of divine relationships that governed the islands. The family of Pele was a divine family, and the relationships within it reflected the same themes of passion, jealousy, loyalty, and love that defined human families across all cultures and all times, but on a scale vastly larger and more consequential, with implications and consequences that shaped the very physical landscape of the islands themselves in ways that were undeniable and permanent. When Pele felt love, the volcanoes seemed to glow more brightly, seemed almost to celebrate alongside her. When she felt anger, earthquakes shook the islands with such force that houses collapsed and the earth opened with deep fissures. When she felt sorrow, the earth would crack open and lava would flow in great rivers, destroying everything in its path, as if channeling her grief and pain into the physical world, transforming it into something new and raw. For the Hawaiian people who observed these phenomena directly and experienced these natural forces in their daily lives, the metaphor was not merely poetic or symbolic, it was literal and real. Pele's emotions shaped the world they lived in. Her moods determined the volcanic activity that would change the landscape. Her presence was felt in every tremor and every glow on the horizon. Pele also became known by many different names and titles throughout the Hawaiian Islands, each one reflecting a different aspect of her complex and multifaceted nature. She was Pele Honumea, which translates as "she who shapes the sacred land," a name that captured her creative and transformative power, her ability to reshape the landscape and bring new earth into being. She was called Madame Pele, or Tutu Pele, names spoken with respect and perhaps a touch of reverent fear, acknowledging both her divine status and power, as well as her fierce and unpredictable temperament that could shift without warning. She was also known as Kawahine ai Honua, which means the earth-eating woman, a name that referred to her insatiable appetite for transforming the landscape, for consuming the old earth and bringing forth new earth through volcanic creation and volcanic destruction. Each name told a story. Each name revealed something about how the Hawaiian people understood and related to this powerful goddess who had shaped the very islands they called home, who had created the land beneath their feet. The stories of Pele speak to something fundamental and essential about the Hawaiian understanding of the natural world and the relationship between the divine and the material. They understood that the earth was not static or unchanging, not fixed in place forever. They understood deeply that volcanoes were not just geological features to be catalogued and studied, but living manifestations of divine power, expressions of the will and emotion of the goddess who inhabited them. They understood that the forces of nature, fire and water, creation and destruction, passion and control, were in constant and eternal tension with one another, and that this tension was not a problem to be solved or eliminated, but a fundamental part of how the universe worked and was sustained. Pele embodied all of these understandings. She was fierce and passionate, yes, driven by emotions that could shift and change rapidly, but she was also creative and generative in the deepest sense. She destroyed to make room for creation. She burned to clear away the old and stagnant so that the new could emerge and flourish. She was not a goddess to be pitied or to be casually approached without respect, though many feared her justly. She was a goddess to be respected, to be honored in the proper way, to be acknowledged as a powerful and enduring force that shaped the very ground beneath one's feet, that had created the islands themselves. But Pele's establishment at Kilauea did not mean the end of her trials or her conflicts. The volcanic landscape of the Big Island was home to other divine beings, other powers that inhabited the same terrain that Pele now claimed as her own. One of the most significant of these beings was Kamapuaa, a demigod of immense power and complexity, whose nature seemed to encompass both the divine and the earthly in ways that defied easy categorization. Kamapuaa was the pig god, a being who could transform at will between human form and the form of a massive wild boar. He was a figure of considerable strength and virility, known for his passion and his unpredictability. In some accounts, Kamapuaa was the son of a human mother and a divine father, which gave him a unique place in the Hawaiian pantheon, neither fully god nor fully mortal, but something in between that allowed him to move between both worlds with surprising ease and confidence. Kamapuaa and Pele came into conflict because they both inhabited and claimed dominion over portions of the Big Island. Pele controlled the volcanic regions, the places where fire burned beneath the surface and lava flowed across the landscape. But Kamapuaa controlled the fertile valleys and the water sources, the places where things grew and flourished. When two such powerful beings occupy the same physical space, conflict becomes almost inevitable, especially when their natures are so fundamentally opposed to one another. Where Pele brought dryness and heat and the transformation that comes through destruction, Kamapuaa brought moisture and growth and the transformation that comes through creation and fertility. Their personalities clashed as dramatically as their domains did. Pele was fierce and temperamental, prone to violent eruptions of emotion that manifested as volcanic activity. Kamapuaa was wild and sensual, driven by appetites and desires that often seemed to override more cautious judgment. Both of them were proud beings who did not take kindly to being challenged or to having their authority questioned. According to the stories that have been passed down through generations of Hawaiian families, Pele and Kamapuaa began as enemies, locked in a struggle for supremacy over the island. Their conflicts shook the very foundations of the Big Island, causing earthquakes and volcanic tremors that could be felt for miles in all directions. The land itself seemed to groan under the weight of their battles, as if the earth itself was caught between two opposing forces that could not be reconciled or balanced. In one version of the conflict, Kamapuaa tried to assault Pele through flood and water, attempting to use the moisture that he controlled to extinguish her volcanic fires in much the same way that Namaka had attempted to do during Pele's long journey across the Hawaiian Islands. But Pele was more firmly established now than she had ever been before. She had found her home. She had dug her eternal fire pit. The volcanic forces of the Big Island responded to her will with eager obedience. Kamapuaa's water and flooding could not overcome her in this place, though the battles between them were fierce and left visible marks on the landscape. Yet something unexpected happened as the conflicts continued between Pele and Kamapuaa. Over time, as they clashed repeatedly with one another, As they tested each other's strength again and again, something shifted in the nature of their relationship. Conflict began to transform into something more complicated. Some versions of the ancient stories suggest that Pele and Kamapua became lovers, that the fierce battles between them gave way to an attraction that was just as intense and just as passionate as their conflicts had been. This would not have been unusual in Hawaiian mythology, where gods and goddesses often had multiple lovers and complex relationships that shifted and changed over time. The passion that drove them toward conflict could, with surprising ease, be redirected into passion of a different sort. The energy that had gone into fighting could be channeled into intimacy and desire. In the Hawaiian Islands, the relationship between Pele and Kamapua became the stuff of legend and storytelling, a tale that captured something essential about the nature of opposites and how opposing forces could sometimes find unexpected common ground. The stories suggest that the romantic connection between them was intense, but ultimately temporary, that it could not survive the fundamental differences between their natures. But for a time, they found in each other something that complemented what was missing within themselves. Pele found in Kamapua a wildness and an earthiness that balanced her own volcanic nature. Kamapua found in Pele a fierceness and a passion that matched his own untamed spirit. They came together in a way that seemed to transcend the boundaries that normally separated their domains and their powers. But like many passionate unions, theirs could not last forever. Eventually, they separated, and their relationship returned to a state of uneasy coexistence rather than active conflict or active intimacy. They learned to share the big island, each maintaining their own territory, each respecting the considerable power of the other, even when they did not fully understand or appreciate everything about it. This relationship between Pele and Kamapua became embedded in Hawaiian culture as a story about passion and desire, about the way that even the most unlikely of beings could find connection with one another. It spoke to something universal about attraction and chemistry, about the fact that opposites could sometimes attract in the most surprising of ways. For Hawaiians who told and retold these stories across the centuries, the relationship between the volcano goddess and the pig god represented a particular kind of truth about the nature of the world and the nature of beings who inhabited it. It suggested that even in a universe where different powers and different forces existed in opposition to one another, there was always the possibility of finding common ground, of finding something that could transcend the fundamental differences. But while Pele's relationship with Kamapua was significant and spoke to important themes within Hawaiian mythology, it was not the relationship that would define her legacy in the most profound way. That would come through her love for a mortal man named Lohiau, a chief from the island of Kauai, who would become the center of one of the most famous and tragic stories in all of Hawaiian mythology. The story of Pele and Lohiau is one that has been told and retold countless times, adapted and changed slightly with each telling, but always maintaining its essential core of passion and longing, and the clash between divine will and human desire. Pele first glimpsed Lohiau in one of her dreams or visions, the sort of communication that gods and goddesses could engage in when they moved beyond the limitations of the physical world. In her vision, Pele saw a mortal man dancing on the island of Kauai, performing the hula with such grace and beauty that it seemed to transcend the merely human and touch something divine. The hula was the sacred dance of Hawaii, a dance that had been preserved through the protection and patronage of her youngest sister Hihiaka. But seeing Lohiau dance, seeing the way his body moved with such fluidity and elegance, Pele felt something stir within her divine heart. She felt desire, pure and unmistakable, for this mortal man who lived so far away from her volcanic home on the Big Island. She felt a longing to be with him, to know him, to possess him in the way that gods could possess mortals, when the attraction between them was strong enough to overcome the boundaries that normally separated the divine from the human world. Pele became obsessed with the thought of Lohiau. She found herself thinking about him constantly, dreaming of him when she slept, imagining conversations with him, and scenarios in which they could be together, For a goddess accustomed to having her will obeyed immediately, accustomed to commanding the respect and obedience of all beings around her through sheer force of divine power, this feeling of desire for someone she could not immediately possess was new and frustrating. She could not simply command Lohiau to come to her. She could not force his affection through an act of will. The mortal man did not know that she existed, did not know that a divine being was thinking of him constantly from across the distance of the ocean that separated the islands. Pele decided that she would need to take a more direct approach. She was not accustomed to waiting or to being patient in matters of the heart. She decided that she would visit Lohiau herself, taking a form that would allow her to move among mortals without drawing immediate attention or causing them to flee in fear of the gods. In one version of the story, Pele transformed herself into a beautiful young woman, immortal in appearance but still carrying within her all the passion and power of her divine nature. She journeyed across the ocean from the Big Island to Kauai, traveling in a way that only a goddess could travel, moving swiftly and directly toward the place where Lohiau spent his days. When Pele arrived on Kauai in her human form, she encountered Lohiau in person for the first time. The meeting was direct and intense, filled with a kind of electricity and immediacy that suggested that the connection between them was real and profound, not merely the fantasy of a lover-struck goddess. Lohiau was struck immediately by the beauty of this mysterious woman who had appeared suddenly in his life. He did not question where she had come from or why she seemed to know things about him that a stranger should not have known. He simply allowed himself to be drawn into her presence, attracted to her in a way that seemed both natural and somehow inevitable. For a time, Pele and Lohiau became lovers. They spent time together, and in those moments, Pele experienced something that even a goddess could experience: the simple joy of being with someone who attracted you, of touching and being touched, of sharing intimacy and vulnerability with another being. It was different from the dynamics of power and command that often governed Pele's interactions with other beings. It was different from the conflicts and clashes that had defined so much of her life. With Lohiau, Pele could simply be, without having to constantly assert her authority or defend her territory or prove her power. It was a respite and a kind of refuge from the demands of being a goddess. But Pele could not remain on Kauai indefinitely. She had a home at Kilauea, a domain that required her presence and her attention. She could not abandon her volcanic home and her family and all the responsibilities that came with being the goddess of the volcano. So eventually, she had to return to the Big Island, leaving Lohiau behind. The parting was difficult for both of them, though Lohiau did not fully understand what was happening. He did not know that the woman he had fallen in love with was a goddess, that she belonged to a world that existed on a different plane of existence than his own mortal life. He only knew that she was leaving him and that he did not know if he would ever see her again. The separation between Pele and Lohiau would form the catalyst for one of the most important episodes in Hawaiian mythology, an episode that would come to define the character and the significance of Hi'iaka in the broader mythological tradition. Pele found herself unable to accept the separation from her mortal lover. The longing that she felt was painful and difficult to bear, and she could not simply will it away or command it to disappear the way she might command other things in her divine realm. She found herself thinking of Lohiau constantly, missing him with an intensity that surprised her. She asked her sisters if any of them would be willing to go to Kauai to retrieve him and bring him to her at Kilauea. She was willing to share her divine home with him, willing to grant him access to her sacred space in a way that she would not grant to most beings. She wanted him with her in a way that had become almost desperate. Her older sisters, hearing the request, understood what it was being asked of them, and they refused. The journey from the Big Island to Kauai was long and difficult. The path would take them through forests and over lava flows, through territory that was home to various dangerous beings and supernatural forces. It was not a simple task that could be accomplished quickly and easily. Most of Pele's sisters did not want to take on such a burden, and they said so clearly and directly. The goddess of the volcano, could not command her own family in the way she might command other beings. Family relationships had different rules and different dynamics. But Hi'iaka, the youngest and the most beloved of Pele's sisters, heard her older sister's plea and was moved by it. Despite the danger of the journey, despite the fact that she understood better than anyone the risks involved in traveling through unknown territory away from the safety of Kilauea, Hi'iaka agreed to undertake the task. She would go to Kauai. She would find Lohaiu. She would convince him to return with her to the Big Island so that he could be reunited with Pele. This decision would set in motion a series of events that would test Hi'iaka's courage and her loyalty, that would transform her from a supporting character in Pele's story into a protagonist in her own right, worthy of her own myths and her own legends. Hi'iaka prepared for the journey, gathering supplies and calling upon allies who could assist her. She asked Pele for gifts and protections that she could use during her quest, and Pele, motivated by her desire to see Lohiau again and by her love for her youngest sister, provided Hi'iaka with various magical items and protections. These gifts would prove essential to Hi'iaka's success in completing her quest. Pele gave her sister a lei, a garland that could provide protection and could grant certain powers that would be useful during dangerous moments. She gave her other items of power and significance, things that were infused with Pele's own divine energy and that would allow Hi'iaka to draw upon her sister's strength even when they were separated by distance. But before Hi'iaka left on her journey, Pele issued a warning that would have profound consequences for everything that followed. Pele told her younger sister that she needed to return quickly, that she should not take too long in completing the task of retrieving Lohiau and bringing him back to Kilauea. Pele set a specific time frame, establishing a deadline by which Hi'iaka must return. If she did not return within the allotted time, Pele warned, there would be consequences. The goddess spoke these words from a place of love and a desire to have her sister return safely, but the words also carried an implicit threat. If Hi'iaka took too long, Pele would assume the worst. She would assume that something terrible had happened, or that her sister had betrayed her, or that Lohiau had proven unworthy of the effort that was being made to bring him to her. And if Pele made such an assumption, the goddess's legendary temper would be unleashed, and destruction would follow in its wake. Hi'iaka accepted these terms and set out on her quest. She left Kilauea and traveled to Kauai, carrying with her not only the physical gifts that Pele had given her, but also the weight of her sister's expectations and the burden of her sister's love. She knew that she could not fail in this task, that failure would have serious consequences not only for herself, but for everything that she cared about. The quest to retrieve Lohiau would become the central narrative of Hi'iaka's life, the defining episode that would shape who she was and who she would become. The path that Hi'iaka took in her journey across the islands was not a simple or straightforward one. She encountered numerous obstacles and challenges, forces both natural and supernatural that sought to impede her progress or to prevent her from completing her mission. She faced creatures of fearsome power and beings that would have terrified a mortal human, but that Hi'iaka, being a goddess in her own right, was equipped to handle. There were monsters and malevolent spirits, dangerous gods and supernatural entities that inhabited the forests and the wild places of the islands. Each encounter tested Hi'iaka's courage and her resourcefulness, forcing her to call upon the gifts that her sister had given her, to rely on her own divine powers, and to draw upon reserves of determination and willpower that she did not know she possessed. In the ancient stories, Hi'iaka is described as encountering a being known as Wahine Omao, a woman with monstrous appetites who dwelt in the forests and who sought to devour travelers and wayfarers. When this creature confronted Hi'iaka, the goddess was forced to defend herself and to use the full extent of her powers to overcome the threat. There were swollen rivers that tried to sweep her away, rivers that seemed almost alive in their determination to prevent her from crossing. There were forests filled with supernatural beings and spirits that tried to mislead her or turn her away from her path. Each obstacle required Hi'iaka to adapt and to think quickly about how to overcome the challenge without losing sight of her greater purpose, the retrieval of Lohiau and his return to Pele. The emotional burden of this journey was perhaps even greater than the physical dangers. Hiiaka knew that she was racing against time, that the deadline that Pele had set was steadily approaching. She could feel it in her bones, could sense it in the way that her divine energy fluctuated and shifted. She knew her sister as well as anyone could know another being, and she understood that Pele's patience was not unlimited. The longer the journey took, the more time that passed without Hiiaka's return, the greater the likelihood that Pele would begin to doubt, to question, to feel the kind of emotional turmoil that led to volcanic eruptions and the destruction of landscapes. Hiiaka could not afford to fail. She could not allow herself to move too slowly or to be delayed for too long. Yet at the same time, she could not hurry Lohiau or push him beyond his mortal limits. He was not a being of divine power like herself. He could not move as swiftly or endure as much hardship without rest and sustenance. As Hiiaka traveled, she also gained companions who believed in her mission and who were willing to help her. These companions, some of them human and some of them divine or semi-divine beings, became essential to her success. They provided physical assistance and emotional support during difficult moments. They stood by her side when danger threatened, risking their own lives and their own well-being in order to help her complete her quest. The journey was not something that Hiiaka could have accomplished alone, though her determination was such that she would have tried if necessary. Among these companions was Hopo, a young woman of remarkable beauty and kindness, someone who became not merely a companion in travel, but a true friend and sister figure to Hiiaka. Hopo believed absolutely in the importance of Hiiaka's mission, in the significance of retrieving Lohiau and bringing him safely to the Big Island. She would later pay a terrible price for this loyalty and this faith. Eventually, after days or weeks of traveling and struggling against the obstacles that threatened to prevent her progress, Hiiaka reached Kauai and found Lohiau. The mortal man, having lost the woman he loved and not knowing if he would ever see her again, was overcome with emotion when Hiiaka appeared before him and explained her purpose. Here was someone who claimed to represent the woman he had fallen in love with, who claimed to have been sent by her to bring him across the ocean to her volcanic home on the Big Island. Lohiau agreed to accompany Hiiaka on the return journey, driven by hope and desire to see Pele again, driven by the need to know whether the connection he had felt with her had been real or had been merely a temporary fantasy that would not survive the test of time and distance. But the journey back to the Big Island was even more difficult than the journey to Kauai had been. It was as if the universe itself was conspiring to prevent Hiiaka and Lohiau from reaching their destination. The obstacles multiplied. The challenges became more intense. Hiiaka began to understand that something was very wrong, that something had shifted in the nature of her mission. She began to fear that she was taking too long, that the deadline that Pele had set was passing, that her older sister might be growing impatient or angry or fearful. She found herself moving as quickly as she possibly could, while still trying to ensure that Lohiau could keep pace with her, that the mortal man could survive the rigors of the journey across the islands and through dangerous terrain. The return journey took them through forests and across lava flows, through places where the earth itself seemed hostile and unwelcoming. There were moments when Lohiau questioned whether the effort was worthwhile, whether he should simply give up and return to his home on Kauai. But Hiiaka would encourage him to continue onward, telling him stories of what awaited him when he reached Kilauea, painting pictures of Pele's beauty and her power and her devotion to him. She used every tool of persuasion and encouragement that she possessed to keep him moving forward, to keep him focused on the goal that lay ahead. The days passed and then turned into weeks. The journey that should have taken a relatively brief amount of time seemed to stretch endlessly, each island requiring more effort to cross than Hiiaka had anticipated, each obstacle taking longer to overcome than she had expected. There were moments when Hiiaka desperately wanted to use her divine powers to simply transport them both to the Big Island instantly. But she understood that she could not do such a thing. Her powers had limitations, and moving a mortal being across great distances required energy and careful manipulation that she could not afford to waste. Her fears, as it turned out, were justified. Back on the Big Island, Pele was indeed growing anxious about the length of Hiiaka's absence. She found herself unable to wait patiently for her sister's return. She found herself imagining terrible scenarios in which Hiiaka had abandoned her, in which the younger goddess had decided to keep Lohiau for herself, in which her beloved sister had betrayed her for love of a mortal man. Pele's mind, always prone to intense emotional reactions, began to work against her in the isolation and darkness of Kilauea. Without clear information about what was actually happening, Pele allowed her imagination and her fear and her sense of betrayal to take control of her reason. She became convinced that Hiiaka had failed her, that her trust had been misplaced, that she had been wrong to believe in her younger sister's loyalty. Pele began to think about the Ohia forests of Puna, the forests that were sacred to Hiiaka, that represented her connection to the land and to the natural world. These were ancient forests, filled with trees that had grown for centuries. They represented beauty and permanence and the creative power of nature. They were also, in a very real sense, an extension of Hiiaka herself, places where her love for nature and her commitment to the preservation of life was expressed most clearly. When Pele thought about destroying them, she was not thinking about some abstract act of violence. She was thinking about striking at the heart of what her sister cared about most, about making her sister understand the depth of her own pain and betrayal by inflicting similar pain on the one she loved. Acting on these feelings of hurt and betrayal, Pele unleashed her wrath in a way that would prove devastatingly consequential. She took her volcanic power and she directed it toward the beautiful Ohia forests that grew in the district of Puna on the Big Island. These were forests that were sacred and beloved, places of great beauty and spiritual significance. These were also places that held deep meaning for Hiiaka, places that the younger goddess cared for deeply. In her rage and her pain, Pele set these forests on fire. She sent lava flowing where it had not flowed before, consuming the beautiful trees and destroying the landscape. The destruction was thorough and terrible, a visible manifestation of Pele's emotional turmoil. But the destruction did not end there. Pele also turned her destructive power toward Hopoi, who was Hiiaka's most beloved companion and closest friend. Pele sent lava to cover Hopoi, entombing the young woman who had done nothing wrong except to stand by Hiiaka's side during the quest. It was a cruel and devastating act, one that spoke to the depths of Pele's anguish and her inability to control her own violent impulses when she was consumed by emotional pain. The goddess of the volcano, in her fury and her hurt, destroyed some of the things she cared about most in the world. Or more accurately, she destroyed things that her sister cared about, punishing Hiiaka for what Pele perceived as betrayal, even though betrayal had not actually occurred. The Ohia forests burned with an intensity that had never been seen before on the Big Island. The trees, which had stood for generations, were consumed by lava and ash. The delicate ecosystem that had existed within those forests, the birds and insects and small animals that made their homes there, was destroyed completely. The landscape was transformed from one of lush green beauty into one of black ash and smoking rock. It was a catastrophic loss, a destruction so complete that it seemed almost personal in its intensity. But in a way, it was personal. Pele was expressing through this destruction the full measure of her emotional turmoil, her sense of betrayal, her fear that her youngest sister had abandoned her. When Lohiau was eventually brought back to life by supernatural means, or by some version of the story where his death was not permanent but merely temporary, he found himself caught in the midst of this emotional storm between the two sisters. He did not fully understand what was happening or why there was such conflict. He only knew that he had come to this island seeking the woman he loved, and instead he had found himself in the center of a cosmic drama, far larger than anything his mortal mind could easily comprehend. In different versions of the traditional story, the ending differs. In some versions, Lohio chooses to remain with Pele, accepting her as his divine consort and allowing her to share her volcanic domain with him. In other versions, he chooses to return to Kauai with Hiiaka, finding that the connection between the younger goddess and himself is deeper and more genuine than the passionate but ultimately unsustainable connection he had experienced with Pele. In still other versions, the conflict between the sisters is resolved through reconciliation and understanding, as Pele comes to recognize the terrible mistake she has made in destroying what was most dear to her sister. The stories vary, as the oral traditions of Hawaii often do, reflecting the different interpretations and emphases of the various communities and families who have kept these traditions alive across the centuries. But regardless of the specific ending that is told, the story of Pele, Lohio, and Hiiaka carries within it profound truths about love and jealousy, about the way that passion can sometimes blind us to what is truly important, about the devastating consequences that can result when emotional pain leads to destructive action. The narrative speaks to the universal human experience of loving someone and fearing their loss, of being separated from someone we care about and not knowing whether we will see them again. The story transforms these universal feelings into something cosmic and divine, played out on the scale of gods and goddesses who have the power to reshape the landscape itself according to their emotional states. For the Hawaiian people, who have preserved these stories and passed them down through generations, the tale of Pele and her family members speaks to something essential about the nature of the islands themselves. The destruction of the ohia forests, the eruptions that create and destroy the landscape, the volcanic activity that continuously reshapes the Big Island, all of these are not merely geological phenomena. They are expressions of divine will and divine emotion. They are the landscape made manifest through the passions and conflicts of the goddess who created the islands in the first place. When Hawaiians look at the scarred landscape of the Big Island, when they see the places where lava has flowed and destroyed what once was beautiful, they are not seeing evidence of mindless natural forces. They are seeing the physical manifestation of a goddess's love and pain and rage and desire, preserved in the very rock and ash of the earth itself. The destruction wrought by Pele's rage against the ohia forests became a permanent scar upon the landscape of Puna. What had once been stands of trees reaching skyward for generations was reduced to blackened earth and fractured stone. The forests that had been sacred to Hiiaka, places where she walked barefoot through moss-covered ground and listened to the songs of native birds, were rendered barren in moments of volcanic fury. The act of destruction revealed something difficult and painful about the nature of divine power, and about what happens when even gods cannot control the destructive force of their own emotions. It showed that divinity does not grant immunity from the consequences of one's actions, does not prevent the infliction of harm on those one loves most when the emotional turmoil becomes too great to contain. The landscape itself seemed to grieve at what had happened. The trees that had stood for so long did not simply disappear. They were consumed, burned, transformed into ash that fell across the district of Puna like a funeral shroud. The rich volcanic soil that had nourished these trees for countless generations became sterile and blackened. The complex ecosystem that had developed within these forests, the intricate web of relationships between plants and animals and insects that had been woven together over centuries of peaceful coexistence, was severed in an instant. The birds that had made their homes in the branches were displaced or killed. The insects that had pollinated the flowers and sustained the forest's fertility were driven away or perished in the heat. When Hiiaka discovered what had been done to her beloved forests and to her closest companion Hopoe, the loss struck her with a weight that nearly brought her to her knees. Hopoe had asked for nothing but to stand beside Hiiaka during her quest. She had offered her friendship and her loyalty, and in return she had been entombed beneath lava, her body consumed by the very volcanic forces that emanated from her goddess's sister. The Ohia forests, too, had offered nothing but beauty and sacred space. They had existed in that particular place for longer than anyone could remember, home to countless living creatures, and a living monument to the care and attention that Hi'iaka had poured into the natural world. These forests represented everything that Hi'iaka valued, everything that she had worked to protect and preserve. To see them destroyed was to see a fundamental attack on her own being, her own values, her own purpose in the divine realm. For the first time in her divine existence, Hi'iaka experienced something that could only be called betrayal by the one she loved most. Pele had been her protector, her provider, the older sister who had carried her across the great ocean in the form of an egg pressed close to her divine heart. Hi'iaka had known that Pele could be volatile and temperamental. She had known that the goddess of the volcano was capable of tremendous destruction, but she had not truly believed that Pele would turn that destructive power against the things that her youngest sister held most dear. The fact that Pele had done so, the fact that she had destroyed what mattered most to Hi'iaka as an expression of her own emotional pain, created a gulf between the two sisters that seemed impossible to bridge. The betrayal was particular and pointed because it was so deliberate. Pele could have expressed her anger and disappointment in countless other ways. She could have confronted Hi'iaka directly when the younger goddess returned. She could have demanded explanations or voiced her accusations. Instead, she had chosen to destroy the very things she knew her sister valued most. This act said something without words, communicated something through destruction that would have been harder to articulate through speech or through conventional expressions of anger. It was as if Pele was saying, "You took something from me. You threatened my sense of security and my connection to someone I loved, and so I will take something from you, something that matters to you as much as Lohia mattered to me." In many versions of this ancient story, what happens next is a continuation of conflict and separation. Some accounts suggest that Hi'iaka, in her grief and anger over the loss of Hopoi and her sacred forests, turned her back on Pele entirely. In these versions, she chose instead to remain with Lohiao, either creating a life with him away from the volcanic home of her sister, or establishing her own domain separate from Pele's volcanic territory. The choice represented a kind of tragic splitting apart of what had once been a unified family bond. It was a consequence of Pele's inability to manage her own emotional turmoil, a consequence that could not be undone or erased. In this darker reading of the myth, the destruction that Pele inflicted became not merely an expression of pain, but a catalyst for permanent estrangement, a moment that forever changed the relationship between the two sisters. Yet in many other versions of the story, a different outcome emerges, one that speaks to the possibility of healing even after terrible harm has been done. In these tellings, there is eventually a reconciliation between the sisters, though it is never a complete return to what they had been before the destruction occurred. Hi'iaka, despite the terrible pain of her loss, comes to understand that Pele too was suffering. The goddess of the volcano had been separated from her mortal lover, unsure of whether her sister was safe, uncertain of Hi'iaka's return, unable to know if the quest had succeeded or failed. She had allowed her fear to transform into anger, and her anger into devastating action. It was not an excuse for what Pele had done, but it was a reason that Hi'iaka, as a goddess with deep wisdom and compassion, could eventually bring herself to understand. This understanding did not come easily or quickly. It came only after Hi'iaka had the opportunity to grieve fully, to feel the depth of her loss without pressure to forgive or move forward. It came when she had time to reflect on her own experiences and to recognize the ways that Pele's actions, while destructive and wrong, also reflected the goddess's deep emotional needs and her struggle to manage the vulnerability that came with loving a mortal man. Over time, through the passage of seasons and the slow healing that can occur even in the face of irreplaceable loss, Hi'iaka came to see her sister's actions not as an unprovoked attack, but as a misguided expression of pain, fear, and desperation. The reconciliation, when it comes in these versions of the story, is not dramatic or accompanied by grand gestures. It is instead something quieter and deeper, something that develops gradually as time passes and as both sisters gain perspective on what has happened. It is the kind of forgiveness that comes not from forgetting what was lost, but from understanding the pain that drove another being to act destructively. Hi'iaka does not pretend that the Ohia forests were not destroyed. She does not pretend that Hopoe did not perish beneath the lava. She does not deny the reality of her loss or minimize what was taken from her. Rather, she acknowledges these losses fully and carries them with her as permanent wounds that will never completely heal. At the same time, she recognizes that Pele is her sister, her first family, the one who carried her across the ocean and protected her and gave her purpose. She recognizes that the bonds of family sometimes must accommodate both injury and healing at the same time, that love and harm are not mutually exclusive, that even those we love most deeply are capable of hurting us deeply. In the versions where Lohiau does ultimately remain with Pele, there is often a bittersweet quality to this outcome, a sense that while the goddess has gotten what she wanted, the price of that victory is complicated. Lohiau, as a mortal man, exists in a strange space between the divine realm and the human world. He is beloved by Pele, is chosen by her, is elevated and honored and placed in a position of significance, but he is not divine. He will age while she remains eternally young, her goddess nature preserving her beauty and vitality forever. He will eventually die while she continues to exist for eternity, her volcanic power ensuring her endless life, her presence tied to the islands themselves. The romance between the goddess and the mortal man is thus tinged with an inevitable tragedy. The knowledge that no matter how deeply they love one another, the relationship is bound by temporal limitations that the goddess will ultimately outlast. Lohiau will pass away and become memory and spirit, while Pele remains, still powerful, still immortal, still present in the volcanic landscape. Some accounts suggest that Lohiau eventually died on the Big Island, and that upon his death he was not simply consigned to the fate of a typical mortal, to disappear into the realm of the ancestors and gradually fade from direct influence. Rather, he was transformed into a spiritual being, transformed in a way that honored both his mortal nature and his connection to the goddess. He became a presence that could exist in the realm of Pele, neither fully mortal nor fully divine, but something in between, something that bridged the two realms. This transformation allowed him to continue existing in connection with Pele, though in a form fundamentally different from his original mortal life. He became a spiritual companion, a presence that could share in Pele's eternal existence without being subject to the ordinary limitations of mortality. It was a kind of compromise between the human and divine realms, a solution that allowed the love between the goddess and the mortal man to transcend the ordinary limitations of mortality and to persist in a form that acknowledged the essential difference between their natures while honoring the genuine connection that had been formed between them. The stories of Pele, Lohiau, and Hi'iaka encapsulate some of the most profound themes in Hawaiian mythology, themes that resonate across cultures and across time periods because they speak to fundamental aspects of human and divine experience. They speak to the nature of love and loss, to the way that our desires can sometimes conflict with our responsibilities, to the devastating consequences that can result when emotional pain overrides wisdom and compassion. They speak to the complexity of family relationships, the way that deep bonds can be both nourishing and destructive, the way that love and harm can coexist in the same relationship. They speak to the eternal tension between creation and destruction, between the passionate forces that move through the world and the need for balance and care. They speak to the difficulty of accepting limitations, of accepting that we cannot always have what we want, that mortality and time place constraints on even divine beings. Over the centuries, these stories have been preserved and passed down by families across the Hawaiian Islands, each generation adding their own interpretations and emphases, while maintaining the essential core of the narratives. The stories are not told as mere entertainment or distraction, though they are certainly entertaining and compelling as narratives. They are told as teachings, as ways of understanding the world and the forces that shape human and divine existence. They are told because they contain wisdom that is relevant to every person who hears them. Wisdom that speaks across the centuries to fundamental truths about love and loss, family and identity, power and responsibility. They are teachings about the importance of loyalty and the consequences of betrayal, about the necessity of accepting loss and finding ways to live with it, about the ways that passion and destruction are sometimes intimately connected. They are teachings about the complexity of the world, the refusal of that world to sort itself neatly into categories of good and evil, right and wrong. Pele herself, separated from the dramatic events surrounding her mortal lover and her youngest sister, eventually settled into her eternal home at Kilauea with a presence that would endure long after those who first told these stories had passed away. The volcanic mountain became her domain, her kingdom, and her physical manifestation in the world. The crater of Hellemamau, which sits at the summit of Kilauea, became known as her fire pit, the place where her spiritual essence most directly connected with the physical world. In taking residence at Kilauea, Pele found what she had been searching for throughout her long journey across the Hawaiian Islands. She found a place where her power was strong enough that no opposing force could dislodge her, where the volcanic energy rising from the earth itself responded to her will and her presence. For native Hawaiians, the volcano was never merely a geological phenomenon to be studied and understood through the lens of modern science. It was a living being, or at least the home and body of a living goddess. It was a place of spiritual significance and divine presence. When the volcano erupted, sending lava flowing down the mountainside in rivers of molten rock, it was understood not as an impersonal natural event, but as an expression of Pele's will or Pele's emotion. When the volcano grew quiet and the lava ceased to flow, it was understood as Pele retreating into contemplation or rest, as the goddess turning her attention elsewhere for a time. The volcano was animated by divine consciousness and divine intention. It was a sacred and powerful place, worthy of deep respect and reverence, a place where one was always in the presence of the goddess and subject to her power. The location of Pele's home was significant in its own right, both from a spiritual and from a geological perspective. Kilauea sits on the Big Island, the youngest and most geologically active of the Hawaiian Islands. The Big Island is the only place in the entire Hawaiian chain where volcanic activity continues to occur regularly in the present day. It is where Pele's power is most visibly and actively expressed in the contemporary world. When magma rises from deep within the earth and lava flows across the landscape, when new land is created and added to the islands, when the coastline extends further into the ocean, this is understood as Pele continuing her creative work, continuing the process that brought the islands into existence in the first place. The islands themselves are not static features of the earth. They are living, growing, continuously being reshaped by the goddess who created them. The Hellemamau crater itself, which sits at the summit of Kilauea, is a striking and dramatic geographical feature. It is a circular depression in the earth, roughly 1,000 feet deep in most places, with a floor that was long dominated by a lava lake. The crater is a place of constant activity and change. In some periods, the lava lake boils and churns, sending plumes of steam and volcanic gases into the atmosphere. In other periods, the crater becomes dark and quiet, the lava surface cooling and hardening into a crust. The crater glows at night when lava is active below the surface, producing a red glow that can be seen from miles away under the right conditions. This glow, which rises from the depths of the earth, is visible and unmistakable, a beacon that announces Pele's presence and power. Early Hawaiian observers, seeing this red glow in the darkness of night, would have understood it with absolute certainty as evidence of Pele's presence, as a visible expression of her divine fire existing just beneath the surface of the earth, as a reminder that she was always there, always watching, always present in the volcanic landscape. In accounts from the early period of Western contact with Hawaii, visitors to the volcano were often struck by the spiritual reverence with which native Hawaiians approached the site. They would make offerings at the crater, leaving food and flowers as gifts for the goddess. They would perform chants and prayers at sacred sites around the volcano. They would share stories about Pele with visitors, explaining the significance of what they were seeing and the spiritual meaning of the volcanic landscape. European and American observers sometimes viewed these practices as superstition, as primitive beliefs that would inevitably disappear with the advent of Western science and Christianity. Yet these practices persisted, even as the islands were colonized and transformed by Western influence. The relationship between the Hawaiian people and Pele was not a relationship of fear alone, though fear was certainly present. Rather, it was a complex relationship that included respect, reverence, love, and a recognition of Pele's power and significance. It was a relationship rooted in lived experience and in the close observation of natural phenomena. It was a relationship that connected the spiritual and the physical worlds in ways that made sense to those who lived in proximity to the volcano. Pele's presence and influence extended throughout the entire Hawaiian archipelago, despite her primary residence at Kilauea. Each of the major islands had been shaped by her volcanic power at some point in the past. Each island bore the marks of her journey, the evidence of her struggle to find a permanent home before she finally settled at Kilauea. For this reason, Hawaiians throughout the islands understood themselves as living within Pele's domain, as existing in a landscape that had been created and shaped by her divine action. No matter where on the islands one lived, one was living in relationship to Pele and subject to her power. To live in Hawaii was to live on islands that Pele had created. To live in Hawaii was to live in the presence of the goddess. Even if one never traveled to Kilauea itself, even if one never saw the volcanic crater with one's own eyes, the reverence for Pele has persisted into the modern era. Even as Hawaii has been colonized and transformed by Western influence, and even as native Hawaiian religious practices have been systematically suppressed or marginalized, the goddess has not faded from Hawaiian consciousness or Hawaiian spiritual practice. Instead, she has evolved and adapted, taking on new forms of significance while maintaining her essential power and meaning. Pele has remained constant in Hawaiian hearts, even as so much else has changed. In contemporary Hawaii, many native Hawaiians continue to acknowledge Pele as a sacred presence and a source of spiritual guidance. Pele is not simply a historical figure or a figure of folklore, something to be studied in academic settings or preserved in museums. She is understood as a living presence, a goddess who continues to exist and to exert influence in the present day. When Hawaiians make decisions about land use or environmental protection, when they gather to protect sacred sites or to oppose development that threatens the integrity of the islands, they often do so with explicit recognition of Pele and her continued presence and authority in these matters. Hula dancers, when they perform, often do so with explicit recognition of Pele as the protective force behind the sacred art form. The hula had been suppressed during the period of Western colonization, forbidden in many places, nearly lost as a living cultural practice. But as it has been revived and reclaimed by native Hawaiians in recent decades, Pele's role as guardian and protector of this sacred dance has been re-emphasized and celebrated. The hula is understood as a form of prayer, a way of honoring the gods and goddesses and the land itself. Pele, as the goddess associated with the islands and with passion and with fire, is particularly honored through the hula. Many hula performances at Hawaii Volcanoes National Park, the location of Kilauea and Halemaumau, are performed explicitly as honoring Pele. Dancers wear lei, garlands of flowers and leaves, that connect them spiritually to the goddess and to the land. They perform with intention and reverence, understanding that they are not merely performing a cultural art form for the entertainment of audiences, though that may also be happening. Rather, They understand themselves as engaging in a form of spiritual communication with the divine force that has shaped the islands, as paying respect to Pele, as keeping alive the cultural practices and the spiritual understanding that have been central to Hawaiian life for generations. Beyond formal performances, many modern Hawaiians incorporate Pele into their spiritual and daily lives in both obvious and subtle ways. They might leave offerings at sites associated with the goddess, flowers, food, or water placed as gifts for her. They might offer a prayer or acknowledgement to Pele before doing something significant, before traveling, before making an important decision. They might tell their children stories about the goddess, passing down the cultural knowledge and the spiritual understanding that has been maintained within Hawaiian families for generations. They might visit Hawaii Volcanoes National Park with explicit intention to acknowledge and connect with the goddess of the volcano, to stand in her presence and to feel her power and her significance. The presence of Pele in contemporary Hawaiian life is particularly striking, given the dominant influence of Christianity in the modern Hawaiian islands. Christianity was introduced to Hawaii through missionary contact in the early 19th century, and it became the dominant religious framework for many Hawaiians. Yet despite this shift in formal religious affiliation, many native Hawaiians maintain belief in and reverence for Pele while also being Christian or having Christian influences in their spiritual worldview. Rather than being seen as contradictory, these beliefs are often integrated in ways that make sense to practitioners. Pele might be understood as a manifestation of divine power, as a spiritual being worthy of respect regardless of religious framework, or as part of a broader cosmological understanding that encompasses both the Christian God and the traditional Hawaiian deities. This integration is not unique to Pele. Throughout Hawaii, there is a broader pattern of religious and spiritual syncretism in which elements of Christian theology and traditional Hawaiian beliefs are woven together into new spiritual frameworks that make sense to practitioners living in a contemporary Hawaiian context. In recent decades, particularly in the last 40 or 50 years, native Hawaiian cultural practices have experienced something of a revival after a long period of suppression and marginalization. This revival has been driven by Hawaiians themselves, by community members and artists and scholars and educators who have worked to reclaim and preserve Hawaiian language, Hawaiian cultural practices, and Hawaiian spiritual traditions. The Hawaiian language, which had been suppressed in schools and in public life and had nearly been lost as a living language, has undergone a significant revival. With the renaissance of the Hawaiian language have come renewed efforts to preserve and retell traditional Hawaiian stories and myths in their original language and cultural context. Pele's stories, among the most significant in the Hawaiian mythological tradition, have been central to this revival. Scholars, educators, and cultural practitioners have worked tirelessly to ensure that the stories of Pele, Hi'iaka, Lohiau, and other figures in Hawaiian mythology are preserved in their original language and in forms that are respectful of their cultural origins, that honor the traditional understanding and the spiritual significance of these narratives. The physical landscape of Hawaii itself remains a constant reminder of Pele's presence and power. Visitors to Hawaii Volcanoes National Park can walk across landscape that has been shaped by volcanic activity within living memory. They can walk on the hardened crust of lava flows, can see how the molten rock has cooled and crystallized into strange and beautiful formations. They can see flows from the 1983 eruption that added over 70 acres of new land to the southeastern coast of the Big Island, extending the coastline into the ocean, creating new earth where once there was only water. They can observe the continuing power of geological forces that continuously reshape the land. The park itself serves as a kind of outdoor museum and shrine dedicated to volcanic forces, a place where visitors come to witness and understand the tremendous power of the earth itself. For many visitors, particularly those who come from the mainland or from outside Hawaii, this is their first direct experience with volcanic landscape. Understanding the Hawaiian perspective on this landscape, understanding that what they are seeing is interpreted by native Hawaiians as the work of Pele, adds a spiritual dimension to their experience of the volcanic landscape that transforms it from a merely geological phenomenon into something sacred and meaningful. The goddess Pele has become, in many ways, synonymous with Hawaii itself. When people think of Hawaii, they think of the volcanoes, the tropical landscape, the sense of a place of tremendous natural power and beauty. They think of the volcanic islands rising from the sea, of lava flowing into the ocean in plumes of steam, of the constant creative and destructive force that shapes the landscape. Pele represents all of these things. She represents the creative power that brought the islands into existence from the ocean floor, that continues to build and expand the islands even in the present day. She represents the destructive power that continuously reshapes the landscape, that buries forests and transforms landscapes, that can destroy human habitations and human lives when her power is unleashed. She represents the passionate nature of Hawaiian culture itself, a culture that has survived despite tremendous pressure and challenges, that continues to assert its significance and its dignity in the face of ongoing colonization and marginalization. Pele embodies these qualities in a way that no other figure in Hawaiian mythology quite does. In the landscape of the Big Island, in the glow of the volcanic crater at night, when lava is active and the crater glows red against the darkness, in the stories told by Hawaiian families to their children as they pass down cultural knowledge and spiritual understanding from one generation to the next, in the movements of hula dancers and the chants of traditional singers who keep the old stories and the old practices alive through performance and ritual, Pele remains present. She is not a goddess who belongs to the distant past alone, a figure whose stories are interesting but ultimately historical and without present significance. She is a goddess of the present, a force that continues to shape the lives and spiritual understandings of the Hawaiian people. She is a living presence, demanding acknowledgement and respect, offering power and protection to those who honor her appropriately. She is a reminder that the earth itself is sacred, that the natural world is not merely inert matter to be manipulated and exploited for human benefit, but is instead animated by divine consciousness and divine intention. She reminds us that we live always in relationship to forces far greater than ourselves, forces that deserve our respect, our acknowledgement, and our reverence. The story of Pele, in all its complexity and all its variations, from her birth in the distant land of Tahiti, through her long and difficult journey across the Pacific, from her struggles to find a permanent home in the Hawaiian Islands, to her eventual settlement at Kilauea, from her passionate love for Lahiau, to her complex and often troubled relationships with her family members, is a story that continues to resonate with meaning for Hawaiian people and for all who encounter it. It is a story about the struggle to find home, about displacement and longing, and the search for belonging. It is a story about the destructive power of uncontrolled emotion, about the way that pain and fear can lead to actions that harm those we love. It is a story about the possibility of healing and reconciliation in the face of loss, about the way that understanding and compassion can eventually bridge gaps created by harm and betrayal. It is a story that has been preserved through countless retellings over the centuries, through songs and chants and formal narratives, through the lived spiritual practices of the Hawaiian people who have maintained these traditions even in the face of colonization and suppression. As long as the volcanoes continue to erupt and the islands continue to exist, as long as Hawaiians continue to tell these stories and to honor Pele in their spiritual practices, the story of Pele will continue to matter. It will continue to speak to something essential about the nature of the world and the sacred forces that shape it. Something about the relationship between the human and the divine. Something about the way that passion and creation and destruction are forever intertwined in the ongoing process of life and transformation on this earth. We journey back through the mists of time to ancient Britain, to a place where history and legend become so deeply intertwined that even the most careful scholar cannot fully separate one from the other. We will explore the life and legend of King Arthur,
one of the most enduring figures in Western storytelling, and the mysterious wizard Merlin, who guided his rise to power. We will also venture toward the lost realm of Avalon, that enchanted island that exists somewhere between the real world and the realm of dreams. Before we begin this journey into the past, I want you to find yourself in the most comfortable position you can. Close your eyes and allow your body to sink fully into whatever is supporting you right now, whether that is a bed or a couch or perhaps a chair. Feel the weight of your body being held gently by the surface beneath you. There is nowhere you need to be except right here in this moment. There are no obligations pressing down on your shoulders, no responsibilities demanding your attention. By simply closing your eyes and listening to my voice, you are already providing your body with the deep rest and restoration that it needs. Imagine that the room around you is growing softer, warmer, more enveloping with each breath that you take. As you breathe in slowly through your nose, notice the cool air moving through your body. As you exhale, feel any tension or worry leaving you, dissolving like mist over a morning lake. Your shoulders are heavy and relaxed. Your jaw is loose and comfortable. Your hands rest gently at your sides or on your lap, and they feel peaceful and still. With each breath, imagine yourself drifting further and further back in time. Picture yourself traveling through centuries, through the medieval period with its castles and knights, back through the centuries to a time when Britain was wild and untamed, when the land itself seemed to hold magic in its mist-covered valleys and ancient forests. The air grows cooler as you travel backward. You can almost smell it now, that earthy scent of old soil and ancient stone, the kind of smell that speaks of history sleeping beneath the ground. Know that as we tell this story together, you are safe and warm, held gently by comfort and peace. You can rest fully and completely while listening, and your mind can wander where it wishes. If you find yourself drifting towards sleep, that is perfect and exactly what should happen. This story requires nothing of you except that you listen and breathe and allow yourself to be present. Now that we have prepared ourselves, let us begin our journey into the legend of Arthur, Merlin, and the mystical realm of Avalon. In the latter days of Roman rule in Britain, when the empire's grip on the distant island was beginning to slip, there lived a prince named Uther Pendragon. He was a powerful man, fierce in battle and commanding in presence, and he ruled over one of the great kingdoms of the Britons. Uther had come to power through strength and determination, and he held on to that power with an iron will that few dared to challenge. But there was something that even his power could not control, and that was the stirring of his own heart. One day, as Uther travelled through his lands, he caught sight of a woman of extraordinary beauty named Igraine. She was the wife of Gorlois, the Duke of Cornwall, and she was graceful and dignified in a way that seemed to belong more to the realm of legend than to the ordinary world. From that first moment, Uther was utterly struck by her. He could think of nothing else, could focus on nothing but the memory of her face and the gentle way she moved through the world. His advisors grew concerned as they watched their king become consumed by a passion that had no hope of fulfillment, for Igraine was bound to another man by the sacred bonds of marriage. Uther's desperation grew with each passing day, until finally, in his anguish, he confided in a wizard named Merlin. This Merlin was no ordinary man. He was a figure of great mystery and power, a being who seemed to move through the world as though he understood secrets that others could not even begin to comprehend. Some whispered that he was born of no ordinary mortal union, that he carried within him the blood of beings from other realms entirely. But regardless of his origins, Merlin was known throughout the land as a man of extraordinary ability and wisdom. When Merlin heard of Uther's dilemma, he considered the problem carefully. The wizard understood that he could not simply change the course of true love, nor would he try to do so. Instead, he turned to his art of transformation and illusion. Using his deepest magical powers, Merlin transformed Uther to look exactly like Gorlois, the Duke of Cornwall. To anyone who saw him, Uther now appeared to be Ygraine's own husband in every way. The deception was so perfect that even the most discerning eye could not penetrate it. In this borrowed form, Uther made his way to the castle of Tintagel, a fortress that rose dramatically from the rocky Cornish coast. Tintagel was a place of great beauty and great mystery, a location where the veil between the ordinary world and the magical realm seemed particularly thin. Ygraine received him as she would her own husband, for to her he appeared in every way to be Gorlois. And so it came to pass, on that fateful night within the walls of Tintagel, that Uther Pendragon and Ygraine conceived a child. The child they would bring into the world would be unlike any other, for he was born from deception and magic, from a union that should never have been, and yet from that impossible union would come one of the greatest kings Britain would ever know. But such a conception could not remain hidden forever. Word spread through the kingdom that Uther had transformed himself through sorcery, that he had deceived a noble woman and violated the sacred marriage bonds. The scandal shook the foundations of Uther's kingdom, and the people whispered uncertainly about the legitimacy of any child that might result from such a union. Ygraine herself was left devastated when she learned the truth, her trust shattered, and her honor questioned by those who did not understand the circumstances of her deception. When Ygraine gave birth to a son, the child was beautiful and strong, with eyes that seemed to hold depths of wisdom far beyond what a newborn should possess. But the circumstances of his birth had marked him in the eyes of many as illegitimate, as a product of sorcery and deception, rather than a proper heir to a throne. Uther, though he acknowledged the child as his own, found himself unable to protect the boy from the dangerous world he had been born into. It was Merlin who appeared once more at this crucial moment, offering a solution. The wizard understood that the child would be safer, stronger, and more likely to fulfill his true potential if he were removed from the court and raised away from the political intrigue and suspicion that surrounded his birth. Merlin persuaded Uther to give the child into his care, promising that the boy would be raised in safety and trained to become the great leader that his destiny demanded. And so the child, whose name was Arthur, was taken from his mother's arms and placed in the care of Merlin the wizard. What Ygraine did not know was that this separation was not final, that one day her son would return to claim his throne and his true birthright. But for now, the boy would disappear into the countryside, hidden away from the eyes of those who would do him harm. Arthur's early years were spent in the care of a knight named Ector, a man of good character and honest heart, who had agreed to raise the boy as his own. Ector lived in a modest manor house in the Welsh borderlands, far from the grand courts and cities where power was typically concentrated. The land around Ector's home was beautiful in a wild and untamed way. Rolling hills stretched out in every direction, covered with grass that was green even in winter, dotted with sheep that grazed peacefully under the watchful eyes of their shepherds. The house itself was built of solid stone, with thick walls that kept the warmth of the hearth fire inside during the cold months. Smoke rose from the chimney almost constantly, carrying with it the scent of burning wood and the aromas of whatever was being prepared in the kitchen. The courtyard was busy with activity from sunup to sundown. There were animals everywhere, horses in the stables, chickens scratching in the dirt, dogs lounging lazily in patches of sunlight. Arthur grew up surrounded by the simple and honest work of maintaining a noble household. He was not treated as a prince or as someone destined for greatness. Instead, he was raised alongside Ector's own son, Kay, and the two boys grew up together as brothers, knowing nothing of Arthur's true parentage. This was Merlin's intention. He believed that Arthur needed to understand what it meant to work, to struggle, to be part of a community that valued integrity and honesty above all things. The wizard understood that a king raised in ignorance of his true birth would develop a wisdom and compassion that one raised with constant reminders of his importance could never acquire.
The countryside that Arthur explored as a child became his whole world. He learned to ride a horse before he could walk properly, his small hands gripping the thick mane as his foster father held him steady in the saddle. He learned to hunt and to track animals through the forest, moving silently through the undergrowth with an intuition that seemed to come from somewhere deep within his being. He learned the names of plants and trees, and which ones were good for food and which ones possessed healing properties. The older men who worked on his foster father's lands taught him these things, and he learned them eagerly, with a kind of natural gift that suggested that some part of him knew, even without understanding why, that he was meant to lead. By the time Arthur was 10 years old, he could ride faster and more confidently than boys twice his age. He could read the signs of weather in the movement of clouds and the behavior of birds. He could shoot an arrow with accuracy that amazed those who watched him. But more than these physical skills, Arthur seemed to possess a kind of natural authority that made others want to follow him, even when he was still a child. When he organized games and competitions among the other children of the manor, they played by his rules without question. When he settled disputes between them, they accepted his judgments without complaint. Arthur spent his days exploring the forests that bordered Ector's lands. He would ride out early in the morning, often alone, and spend hours just wandering through the trees, observing the world around him with an intensity and focus that seemed unusual in a child so young. The forest held no fear for him. He seemed to understand something about it, some language that the trees and animals spoke, that others could not quite perceive. The birds would not flee when he approached. The deer would pause and observe him with curiosity rather than alarm. It was as though nature itself recognized something in the boy that marked him as different from other humans. He would move through the dappled sunlight of the forest floor with a kind of grace and awareness, his eyes taking in every detail. He noticed where the mushrooms grew after rainfall. He observed which plants the animals favored as food, and he followed them to find sources of nourishment for himself. He learned where the springs ran cold and clear, where the soil was rich and dark. In the afternoon light, he would sometimes lie beneath an ancient oak tree and watch the play of shadows on the canopy above, losing himself completely in contemplation of the infinite complexity of the natural world. At night, he would return to the manor house, his clothes muddy and torn from climbing and exploring, his mind full of the wonders he had seen, and his heart strangely at peace with the world. In the evenings, after the day's work was done and the household had gathered around the great fireplace, Arthur would sit quietly and listen to the stories that the older men would tell. They spoke of the old days, before the Romans had come to Britain. They told tales of great warriors and mysterious druids who seemed to possess knowledge of things that should not have been knowable. They spoke of enchantments and transformations, of sacred places where the veil between the mortal world and the magical realm grew thin. They described ancient battles fought not just with swords and spears, but with powers that came from the earth itself, with songs that could change the course of fate. These stories captivated young Arthur. He would sit perfectly still, his eyes reflecting the flickering light of the fire, and listen to every word. There was something in these stories that called to something deep within him, something that he could not quite name or explain. It was as though a part of him recognized truth in these tales, even though his conscious mind knew nothing of his own true nature and origin. His hand would unconsciously move to trace the patterns of the flames as he listened, and sometimes the older men who were telling the stories would fall silent and simply watch him, as if seeing something in the boy's face that reminded them of legends long past. Merlin would occasionally visit the manor house where Arthur was being raised, though his visits were infrequent and unannounced. He would appear out of nowhere, like a figure emerging from the mist, and he would spend time observing the boy as he went about his daily activities. Arthur never questioned Merlin's presence in his life. The old wizard was simply a fixture, as much a part of his world as the manor house itself or the forests that surrounded it. When Merlin was present, Arthur felt a strange sense of rightness,
as though something in the world had shifted into proper alignment. The wizard's eyes seemed to look directly into the depths of Arthur's being, seeing things that the boy himself did not yet understand. When Arthur was still quite young, maybe 7 or 8 years old, Merlin took him on a journey deep into the forest. They rode their horses for hours, travelling along paths that seemed to grow narrower and more overgrown as they progressed. The trees towered above them, ancient giants that had stood for hundreds of years, their branches creating a canopy so thick that the daylight barely penetrated to the forest floor. The air grew cooler as they travelled deeper, and Arthur could smell the rich earth and the decay of centuries of fallen leaves. Finally, they came to a clearing where a great stone sat, half buried in the earth, covered with symbols and markings that seemed to glow faintly in the filtered sunlight. The stone was enormous, carved from a grey rock that looked as old as the world itself. The symbols that covered its surface were in languages that Arthur did not recognize, written in scripts that seemed to flow like water and yet held a permanence that suggested they had been there since the beginning of time. Merlin told Arthur that this stone was a place of great power, a place where the boundary between the worlds grew thin, where the veil separating the mortal realm from the realm of magic and spirit could almost be touched if one knew how to look. He taught Arthur to stand quietly at this stone and listen to the whispers that seemed to come from the earth itself, to feel the presence of something vast and ancient that existed just beyond the reach of ordinary perception. Merlin would place his hand on Arthur's shoulder and speak to him in a low voice about the nature of power, about how it flowed through all living things, about how the greatest leaders were those who could sense this power and work in harmony with it rather than against it. Arthur would close his eyes and try to feel what Merlin was describing, and gradually he began to perceive something, some subtle vibration in the earth beneath his feet, some whisper in the wind that seemed almost to carry meaning. These lessons began Arthur's education in matters that went far beyond what ordinary boys learned. Merlin was teaching him to sense things that others could not sense, to understand the hidden currents of power that flowed beneath the surface of the ordinary world. It was the beginning of Arthur's preparation for the role that destiny had assigned to him, though neither of them yet knew exactly what that role would ultimately be. The wizard spoke to Arthur of ancient times when Britain had been a land of magic, when the very stones could speak and the waters held the memory of all that had ever been. He spoke of a future when Arthur would be called upon to restore order and justice to the kingdom, and he prepared the boy's heart and mind for that eventual calling. In the year when Arthur turned 15, a great tournament was announced in the great city of London. Knights and warriors from across Britain were to gather there for a grand competition, a display of martial prowess that would last for days. The best fighters in the land would come to test their strength and skill against one another. It was a momentous occasion, and nobles from every corner of the kingdom were preparing to attend. The announcement spread like wildfire through the realm. Young warriors began their journeys toward London, eager to prove themselves in combat against the greatest fighters they had never faced. Hector decided that he and his household would travel to London for the tournament. It would be an opportunity for Kay, who was a few years older than Arthur, to compete and prove his worth as a warrior. Arthur was to accompany them, though he expected to remain in the background, watching the competitions and learning from observing the greatest warriors of his time in action. The journey to London took many days of travel. They rode along roads that grew increasingly busy as they approached the city, joining with other nobles and their households who were heading toward the same grand event. What Arthur did not know was that Merlin had arranged for something extraordinary to happen in London. The wizard had placed an ancient sword, a blade of incredible power and beauty, inside a block of stone. The sword protruded partially from the stone, and beside it was inscribed a message in letters of gold. Whoever pulls this sword from the stone shall be king of all Britain. The stone itself was an object of mystery. It was pure white, with a surface so smooth It almost seemed to have been polished by the hands of supernatural artisans. The sword rose from it like a plant growing from rich soil, the hilt of dark leather wrapped with silver wire, the crossguard shaped like a pair of spread wings. No one in the kingdom knew where this stone had come from, nor did anyone understand how it had arrived in London in the middle of the night. Theories and speculation spread through the city like wildfire. Some said it was the work of the old druids or powers beyond ordinary understanding. The stone quickly became the focus of attention for the entire tournament. Knights who had come to compete against each other in single combat now turned their attention to the stone, each hoping to be the one who could pull the sword free and claim kingship over all of Britain. But no matter how strong a warrior was, no matter how skilled or how determined, none of them could move the sword even a fraction of an inch. The stone held the blade as though it had been fused there by the fires of creation itself. Warriors would approach confidently, would grasp the hilt with both hands, and would strain with all the strength that years of martial training had given them. Their faces would redden with effort. Veins would stand out on their foreheads and necks, and yet the sword would not budge. It remained exactly where it was, immovable as the earth itself. Days passed. Warriors attempted again and again, straining with all their might, and yet the sword remained immovable. Frustration and confusion grew among the assembled knights. Some questioned whether the inscription was truth or trick. Others wondered if it was a test of character rather than strength. The sword had become the subject of endless discussion and debate. Bets were placed on which warrior might finally succeed. It was on the final day of the tournament, as the sun was beginning to sink toward the horizon, that Arthur stood before the stone. He had approached it somewhat absently, more out of curiosity than any expectation of success. The other warriors had largely given up by this point, exhausted and discouraged by their repeated failures, and the crowd that was gathered around the stone was relatively small. Most people had turned their attention back to the traditional tournament competitions, the sword having proven to be a distraction rather than a solution to the question of who would be the next great king. Arthur had been watching the tournament activities all day, learning by observation how the greatest warriors moved and fought. He had noticed subtle things about their technique, the way they set their feet, the way they anticipated their opponent's movements. He had been studying them the way a scholar studies an ancient text, absorbing knowledge that would serve him throughout his life. It was only as an afterthought, in those final moments of the day, that he had wandered over to look at the stone. He approached it quietly, without fanfare or announcement. No crowd of spectators rushed to watch him. No one called out encouragement or mockery. Arthur reached out and grasped the hilt of the sword almost casually, as though he was simply examining it to see if it was real, to confirm that it was actually a steel blade and not some trick of light and shadow. His hand closed around the leather wrapping. He felt the weight of the blade, the perfect balance of it. And then, without effort, without strain, without any of the dramatic struggle that all the other warriors had displayed, he simply pulled the sword upward. The blade slid free from the stone as smoothly as if it were being drawn from an empty scabbard. The stone offered no resistance whatsoever. The moment lasted barely longer than a heartbeat, but it felt to Arthur as though time itself had slowed, as though he were moving through water rather than air. The sword came free with a sound like a single pure note on a harp, a sound that seemed to hang in the air long after the blade was completely separated from the stone. For a moment, there was complete silence. Everyone who was present stood absolutely still, their minds struggling to comprehend what they had just witnessed. A boy, barely old enough to be considered a man, had accomplished what dozens of the greatest warriors in the kingdom had failed to do. The people who had been standing nearby rushed to examine the stone and confirmed that it had actually been the sword itself that had been removed, not some elaborate trick or substitution. The sword that Arthur was holding was Excalibur, one of the most legendary weapons ever forged, a blade that had been made in the mystical Isle of Avalon itself, the sword that had been mentioned in countless old stories and songs. Those who knew the ancient tales recognized it immediately, for there were marks upon the blade and the hilt that matched the descriptions that had been passed down through the generations. The blade itself was unlike anything they had ever seen before. It seemed to be made of a metal more precious than gold, yet stronger than any steel that human smiths could forge. As Arthur held the sword up to the light, the blade seemed to glow with an inner radiance. The metal caught the dying light of the sun and transformed it into something almost unearthly. The colors of the sunset seemed to be reflected and amplified by the blade, creating patterns of light and shadow that moved across its surface like living things. Even those who had not believed the inscription on the stone could not deny the evidence of what they had seen. There was something undeniably magical about the blade, something that spoke to a deep part of the human soul and reminded people of the existence of forces that lay beyond the understanding of ordinary reason. Merlin stepped forward from the crowd at that moment. He had been watching silently the entire time, waiting for this moment of revelation with the kind of patient certainty that comes from one who has seen the future and knows how events will unfold. He looked at Arthur with an expression that combined both pride and a kind of deep sadness, as though he was both celebrating the fulfillment of destiny and mourning something that could never be recovered. The old wizard moved through the crowd with an authority that made people instinctively step aside to let him pass. The wizard addressed the assembled crowd, his voice carrying with it a weight of authority that commanded absolute silence. The murmuring conversations that had begun to spring up ceased immediately when Merlin began to speak. He told them the truth about Arthur's birth, about how the boy had been conceived through deception and magic, yes, but also about how he carried within him the blood of Britain's greatest warrior king. He did not shy away from the uncomfortable details of Arthur's origin, but neither did he present it as a mark of shame or illegitimacy. Instead, he spoke of it as part of Arthur's destiny, as something that had been necessary for the fulfillment of a greater purpose. He told them that Uther Pendragon, though he had been a flawed man who had made grave errors in judgment driven by passion and desire, had been a true leader of the Britons. He had fought against the invaders from the north and east. He had kept the kingdom unified during times of great peril. And he told them that this boy, this unlikely young man who had pulled the sword from the stone without effort or strain, was the rightful heir to the throne of Britain, the one who had been marked by destiny itself to be the great king of prophecy. Merlin spoke of how Arthur had been raised away from the courts and the centres of power, hidden in the countryside where he had learned the true nature of the land he would one day rule. He spoke of how Arthur had been taught by the old ways, had learned to listen to the voice of the earth and the wisdom of nature. He explained that this upbringing had been essential for Arthur to understand the lives of ordinary people and to develop the kind of compassion and wisdom that would make him a true king rather than merely a powerful one. The revelation stunned those who heard it. Some immediately knelt in acknowledgement of Arthur's newfound status, their acceptance swift and unconditional. Others stood in shock, their minds struggling to accept the reality of what was being told to them. The old king had died without clearly naming an heir. There had been uncertainty about who would claim the throne. Now, with the drawing of the sword and Merlin's revelation, everything seemed to fall into place with the kind of rightness that only destiny could provide. But there was something in the presence of Arthur as he stood holding Excalibur, something in the way he carried himself and the way he looked at the people gathered around him, that convinced them of the truth of Merlin's words. Arthur stood with the sword held loosely at his side, not as though it were a weapon he had seized through force, but as though it had always been his, as though it had been waiting for him through all the centuries since it had been forged in the mystical fires of Avalon. He did not boast or speak of his accomplishment. He did not assert his superiority over the warriors who had failed to move the stone. Instead, he simply looked at the gathered people with a kind of steady certainty that seemed to radiate from him, and he bowed slightly in acknowledgement of their attention.
And so Arthur's true identity was revealed. He was not the foster son of a minor knight, raised in obscurity in the Welsh borderlands. He was the son of Uther Pendragon, the rightful king of Britain, the one who had been chosen by destiny itself to pull the legendary sword from the stone. The boy who had spent his childhood exploring forests and learning the language of the natural world was now revealed to be a future king. The youth who had been taught by Merlin to listen to the whispers of the earth and to sense the hidden currents of power was now recognized as the leader that the kingdom had been waiting for. But Arthur's claim to the throne was not automatically accepted by all. There were many nobles who had other claims to power, or who saw in a young, untested boy a threat to their own ambitions. Some questioned whether a boy of only 15 years could be the king the kingdom needed. The period that followed Arthur's revelation was a time of great uncertainty and conflict. Merlin remained close to Arthur, guiding him through these dangerous times, using his wisdom and his magical abilities to protect the young man and to help him navigate the treacherous waters of politics and war. It was during this time that Merlin's role as Arthur's advisor and teacher became fully established. The wizard began to teach Arthur not just about magic and the hidden powers of the world, but about leadership, about justice, about the difficult choices that a true king must make. He taught Arthur about his birthright and about the responsibility that came with it. He spoke to him of the great destiny that lay ahead, of the kingdom that Arthur would build, and of the order of knights that would become legendary throughout the ages. And Arthur, with the wisdom that he had acquired through his years of listening to the voices of nature and the counsel of Merlin, was ready to accept this burden and to begin his journey toward becoming the great king that Britain had been waiting for. In the days that followed Arthur's revelation, the young king faced an immediate and pressing problem. London, where the sword had been drawn from the stone, was not a place he could easily rule from. The city was ancient and Roman in its foundations, built for different purposes by a different people. The grand structures that still stood there were monuments to an empire that had crumbled into dust centuries before. More importantly, London was filled with competing interests and factions. Noble families jostled for power and influence. The discovery of Arthur and his claim to the throne had not unified everyone. There were still those who questioned his right to rule, those who believed a boy of 15 was not ready for the burden of kingship. Merlin counseled Arthur that he needed to establish a new center of power, a place that would be identified with his reign from the very beginning. The wizard spoke of a location he had seen in visions, a place that had once been the site of an ancient fort in the heart of Britain. This place, according to Merlin's knowledge, existed at the convergence of several powerful currents of energy that flowed through the land itself. It was a location that connected the physical world to the realm of spirit, a place where a wise king could draw strength from the deep sources of power that sustained the land. The location was near the town of Caerleon, in what is now Wales, though the exact position of this mystical heart of power was known only to Merlin himself. The wizard explained to Arthur that such places of power were scattered throughout Britain, remnants of an older time when the island had been ruled by peoples who possessed far greater understanding of the hidden forces that lay beneath the surface of ordinary reality. The druids and wise ones of ancient times had identified these places and had sometimes built structures to harness their power, but most of these ancient sites had been forgotten or lost over the centuries. The fort that Merlin had identified was one of the few remaining places where this power was still accessible to those who knew how to find it and how to work with it properly. To build Camelot on such a location would be to establish the kingdom on a foundation that went far deeper than mere physical stone and mortar. It would root the realm itself in the deep places of power that sustained the world. Arthur assembled a group of loyal followers, men who had witnessed the drawing of the sword from the stone and who believed in the young king's destiny. Among them were sons of nobles who saw opportunity in serving a new and rising power, seasoned warriors who recognized something extraordinary in the young man who now claimed the crown, and common folk who had heard the stories of the sword and the prophecy and who felt called to be part of something greater than themselves. The group began a journey across the landscape of Britain, travelling from London toward the west. The journey was long and often difficult. The roads were poor in many places, barely more than tracks worn down by centuries of foot traffic and cartwheels. In other places, there were no roads at all, and the group had to forge their own path through dense forests and across open moorland. The seasons turned as they travelled. They moved through autumn landscapes, where the leaves turned to gold and red before falling to the earth, creating a carpet of colour on the forest floor. The air grew crisp and cool, carrying the smell of earth and decay and renewal. They crossed rivers swollen with spring rains, the water roaring with power as it rushed over rocks and around bends. They climbed through mountain passes where the wind carried the sharp scent of snow and the cries of eagles soaring high above, riding on invisible currents of air that carried them in great circles above the valleys below. Throughout the journey, Merlin rode close to Arthur, and the wizard would often point out features of the landscape to the young king, explaining the hidden meanings of certain formations of rock and water, teaching Arthur to read the land and understand its secrets. The old wizard would pause at certain locations and stand in silence for long periods, his eyes closed as though he were listening to something that others could not hear. He explained to Arthur that the land itself was alive, that it possessed a kind of consciousness that was very different from human consciousness but was no less real. The mountains held the memory of ancient times when the earth itself had been young. The rivers carried the wisdom of all the water that had flowed through them since the beginning of time. The forests remembered what had transpired beneath their canopy for thousands of years. To rule a land wisely, Merlin taught, one must first learn to listen to what the land itself was trying to communicate. As they travelled, word spread throughout Britain of Arthur's movement across the kingdom. Some people came out to see the young king who had drawn the sword from the stone. Others waited in their fortified settlements, uncertain whether to support this new ruler or to oppose him. A few actively worked against him, fearing the changes that a new king might bring. But with each passing day, Arthur's authority grew. He was not ruling through force alone, though he had warriors ready to defend his claim. He ruled through the sheer force of his presence and the certainty that seemed to radiate from him, a certainty born from years of training by Merlin and from his deep connection to the land itself. When they finally reached the location that Merlin had envisioned, they found themselves in a place of extraordinary beauty. The land rose and fell in gentle hills, covered with oak and beech and ash trees. Streams ran clear and cold, and the air was filled with the sound of birdsong. In the centre of this landscape stood the remains of the old fort, its walls partially intact, its stones weathered by centuries but still strong. Local people who lived in the region spoke of the place with reverence and a certain wariness. They told of strange lights that sometimes appeared in the night sky above the site. They spoke of people who had come there seeking healing or wisdom, and who had found both. They said that the land itself seemed to hold a special power, that animals and plants flourished there with unusual vigour, that time seemed to move differently when one stood at the heart of the old fort. Arthur looked at the ruins with the eye of a king who understood what could be built there. Merlin stood beside him and spoke softly about the vision he held for this place. Here, the wizard said, would rise a new kind of kingdom, not a kingdom built on the old Roman model of conquest and control, but a kingdom built on principles of justice and nobility. Here would stand a great castle, not as a fortress primarily for defense, but as a center of learning and culture and governance. Here would be established a new order of knights, men bound together by sacred oaths to protect the innocent and to serve the greater good. The sword that Arthur carried, Excalibur, would be the symbol of this new order, the representation of a kingship that had been chosen by forces beyond ordinary understanding. With this vision before him, Arthur made the decision to establish his capital here. He named it Camelot, though the exact origins of the name are lost to time. Some say it comes from ancient words meaning fortress of stones. Others suggest it derives from the name of a Celtic god associated with war and protection. Regardless of its etymology, the name would become one of the most famous in all of history, a name that would echo through the centuries and inspire countless stories and legends. The work of claiming his throne fully proved complex in ways that drew deeply on Arthur's understanding of politics and human nature. Though he held the sword and had Merlin's support, not all the nobles of Britain immediately accepted his rule. Many had their own ambitions or their own claims to power. Some were skeptical that a young man could lead them through the turbulent times in which they lived. Others worried about the influence that Merlin seemed to hold over the young king. Arthur approached these challenges with a combination of firmness and diplomacy that revealed the wisdom Merlin had cultivated in him during his years of training. He began by meeting with the most powerful nobles individually, listening to their concerns and their expectations. He demonstrated knowledge of the lands they controlled and the people they governed. He spoke to them not as a conqueror demanding obedience, but as a fellow leader seeking to establish a realm where all could prosper. Some he won over through the force of his personality and his evident commitment to justice. Others required more tangible incentives. Arthur offered positions of honor and responsibility to those who pledged their loyalty. He confirmed the lands and titles of those who supported him. He established a system where power would be distributed among a council of nobles, ensuring that no single lord would feel completely marginalized or threatened by the new order. This distribution of power was revolutionary for its time. Most kingdoms of the period were ruled through absolute authority, with one powerful ruler holding all decisions in his own hands. Arthur understood from Merlin's teachings that such a system was ultimately unstable and weakening. A ruler who surrounded himself with wise advisors and who was willing to listen to their counsel would make better decisions than one who insisted on making all choices alone. Moreover, by involving the nobles in the governance of the kingdom, Arthur ensured that they had a stake in his success. They could not plot against a king who had given them real responsibility and genuine respect. There remained a few, however, who refused to bend the knee. These Arthur faced with military force when necessary, but even his victories were tempered with mercy. Those who opposed him in battle but were defeated were offered the choice of accepting his rule or leaving Britain to seek their fortunes elsewhere. Some accepted, seeing that the new king was serious about establishing his authority, but also fair and honorable in his dealings. Others chose to depart, and Arthur allowed them to leave unmolested. This combination of strength and clemency earned him a reputation that spread rapidly throughout the realm. People began to believe that a new age was truly beginning, that this young king represented a departure from the old patterns of constant warfare and betrayal that had characterized previous reigns. Within a year of reaching the site of the old fort, Arthur was formally crowned king in a ceremony conducted by the most respected religious leaders of Britain. Merlin himself played a role in the ceremony, standing beside the young king and affirming to all who witnessed it that Arthur was the rightful heir to the throne of Britain. The crown that was placed on Arthur's head was said to have been crafted from gold and silver intertwined, set with gems that caught the light and scattered it in colors that seemed to have no natural explanation. The ceremony was conducted at sunrise, with the light of the new day streaming across the land as the crown was lowered onto Arthur's brow. It was a moment of extraordinary significance, the moment when a boy who had been raised in obscurity became the acknowledged king of a nation. As Arthur's authority grew more secure, the real work of building Camelot began in earnest. The project was massive in scope, requiring the coordinated efforts of thousands of workers over many years. Stonemasons from across Britain were brought to the site, along with carpenters and craftsmen skilled in the construction of fortifications and great halls. The old Roman fort provided a foundation, but much new work was required to build the castle that Merlin and Arthur envisioned. The outer walls were rebuilt and extended, creating a fortification that was as much a work of art as it was a defensive structure. The stones were carefully selected and fitted together with such precision that mortar was barely necessary, yet the walls stood so perfectly that rain and wind could not penetrate them. Within the walls, a great castle rose into the sky. The primary structure was a massive keep, a tower that rose 5 stories above the ground and extended deep beneath it into chambers carved from the living rock below. The keep served as both a fortress and a palace, with apartments for the king and his household, halls for feasting and celebration, chambers for storage of provisions and weapons, and lower levels dedicated to dungeons and treasure vaults. Surrounding the keep were other structures, each serving a specific purpose in the functioning of a great medieval kingdom. There was a hall for the knights, a place where the great warriors of the realm could gather to train and to feast together. There were workshops where craftsmen plied their trades, creating everything from horseshoes to fine tapestries. There were storehouses filled with provisions, mills where grain was ground to flour, and smithies where weapons and armor were forged. But perhaps the most important structure within Camelot, after the king's keep itself, was the Great Hall. This was a space of such size and magnificence that it seemed to mock the ordinary buildings constructed by ordinary men. The roof was supported by great wooden beams, each one carved from a single oak tree of enormous girth. These beams had been chosen personally by Merlin, who had spent days searching the oldest forests of Britain to find trees of sufficient age and strength to support the structure. The walls were decorated with tapestries depicting scenes from legend and history, works of art created by the finest weavers and artists from across the realm. The floor was laid with smooth stones in intricate patterns that seemed to contain hidden meanings. Some said that if one looked at the stone floor for long enough, one could perceive in its patterns the history of Britain itself, the rise and fall of peoples and kingdoms, the great moments of triumph and tragedy that had shaped the nation. The Great Hall could accommodate hundreds of people standing, and there were long tables where knights and honored guests could be seated for feasts. The walls extended upward to a height that made visitors feel small and humbled by the scale of the construction. The windows were positioned such that natural light flooded in during the day, though they could be closed with heavy shutters in times of danger. At night, enormous candles and torches provided illumination that seemed to push back the darkness and create a space of warmth and security in the center of the castle. It was in this hall that the most important events of the kingdom would take place, where knights would gather, where decisions affecting the fate of the realm would be made, where feasts would be held to celebrate great victories and important occasions. It was here that the Round Table itself would eventually be placed, becoming the symbolic heart of Arthur's kingdom. The transformation of the site was gradual but inexorable. What had been empty land surrounded by forest slowly became a thriving center of civilization. The construction itself drew people to the area. Workers came seeking employment and income. Merchants arrived to supply the food and materials needed for the construction. Families settled near the site, hoping to benefit from the prosperity that a great capital would bring. Towns grew up around Camelot, serving the needs of the castle and its population. The energy of creation was palpable in the air. People could feel that they were participating in something extraordinary, something that would be remembered for generations to come. Merlin walked among the construction sites, observing the work with a keen eye. He seemed to know exactly how things should be arranged, and sometimes Arthur would find that a particular building or fortification had been designed in a specific way for reasons that would not become clear until years later. The wizard worked closely with the architects and builders, sometimes offering suggestions that seemed strange at the time, but that ultimately proved to be inspired. There were hidden passages built into the castle, chambers that could not easily be found unless one knew where to look, wells that went deep underground, and connected to sources of water that ran pure and cold, even in times of drought. These elements seemed unnecessary to the practical construction of a castle, and yet Merlin insisted that they be included,
and Arthur trusted his counsel implicitly. As the physical structures of Camelot rose into being, Arthur was also establishing the spiritual and philosophical foundations of his kingdom. He worked closely with Merlin to define the principles upon which the realm would be built. These were not merely political principles or rules of governance, but a deeper set of values and commitments that would guide how the kingdom was to be ruled and how its people were to be treated. Justice and mercy were to be balanced carefully, with neither being allowed to completely dominate the other. The strong were to be restrained from preying on the weak. The voice of the common people was to be heard and considered in matters that affected them. The land itself was to be respected and preserved, not exploited until it was barren. But perhaps most importantly, Arthur and Merlin established the concept of chivalry as the guiding principle for the knights who would serve the crown. These were not merely warriors trained in combat, though they needed to be skilled in the arts of war. They were to be men of honor and integrity, bound by solemn oaths to protect those who could not protect themselves, to speak truth even when it was dangerous to do so, to show mercy to those who were defeated in combat. They were to serve not for personal gain or glory, but because they had dedicated their lives to a cause greater than themselves. The ideals of chivalry would become the defining characteristic of Arthur's reign, distinguishing his kingdom from all others and inspiring people across Europe to view Arthur's court with a sense of wonder and aspiration. It was during this period of Camelot's construction and establishment that Arthur's relationship with Excalibur deepened in ways that revealed dimensions of the sword that had not been apparent when he first pulled it from the stone. The sword itself seemed to be growing more powerful, or perhaps Arthur was learning to access powers that had always been contained within it, but that required a king of sufficient wisdom and virtue to fully utilize. The blade never seemed to dull, no matter how many times it was used in battle or practice. The edge remained sharp enough to cut through the finest materials, and legends began to circulate that it could never be truly broken, that no ordinary weapon could damage it. But the power of Excalibur went far beyond its practical properties as a weapon. Those who wielded it in defense of what was right seemed to benefit from a kind of protection, a sense that the forces of the universe itself were working in their favor. Wounds that should have been fatal somehow healed more quickly in the presence of the blade. Warriors who had been struck down in battle and carried near the sword sometimes recovered from injuries that would have proven fatal without its presence. The morale of warriors who carried Excalibur was elevated, giving them confidence and courage that made them nearly impossible to defeat in combat. And there were whispers among the people that the sword was capable of drawing on sources of power that lay beyond the physical world, that it could cut through illusions and deceptions as easily as it could cut through steel. Some spoke of seeing the blade glow with a soft light in times of great danger, as though the sword itself were trying to warn those who carried it of threats that approached. Others claimed that when Arthur held Excalibur and spoke a command, even those who had been previously unwilling to follow his leadership would find themselves compelled to obey. Whether these stories were literally true, or whether they represented a kind of metaphorical truth about the power of Arthur's leadership when combined with the legendary sword, their effect was the same. Excalibur became a symbol of Arthur's rightful authority, and the mere sight of the blade was often enough to convince potential opponents that resistance would be futile. Merlin explained to Arthur that Excalibur had been forged in Avalon, a realm that existed partially outside of ordinary time and space. The sword had been created not by human hands, but by the ancient powers that dwelt in that mystical island. It had been imbued with the intention that it should belong to the one king who would truly rule in service to a higher purpose, rather than for personal gain. The sword had chosen Arthur, not through any accident or coincidence, but through a process of recognition that only became possible when a ruler of sufficient nobility and purpose emerged. Now that Arthur possessed the sword and had proven himself worthy of it, the sword itself would grow stronger as Arthur grew in wisdom and in his ability to rule justly. There were also whispers repeated in the great halls of Camelot and in the taverns of nearby towns, of a mysterious figure who had given Merlin the sword when he was young. This figure was known as the Lady of the Lake, though no one could quite explain who she was or where she dwelt. Some said she was a goddess from the ancient Celtic pantheon, one of the divine beings who had ruled Britain before the Romans came, and who still dwelt in the hidden places of the land. Others claimed she was simply a woman of extraordinary power and wisdom, a priestess of the old ways who had preserved knowledge that dated back to the beginning of time itself. Some spoke of seeing her at the edges of lakes and rivers, a figure of ethereal beauty who seemed to exist partially outside of ordinary reality, as though she were more spirit than flesh. The truth of her nature remained shrouded in mystery, but her importance to the legend of Arthur and Excalibur was undeniable. The Lady of the Lake was said to dwell in a realm that existed beneath the surface of the waters of Britain, a place that could be reached by those who possessed sufficient power and knowledge of the old ways. Merlin hinted that he had visited this underwater realm in his youth, that he had learned much of his magical knowledge from the lady herself. According to the stories that gradually accumulated around her figure, the lady possessed the ability to see far into the future and to perceive threads of destiny that wove through the lives of those who were meant for greatness. She had apparently foreseen that Arthur would be born and that he would become a great king, and she had set in motion a series of events designed to ensure that Arthur would have access to the tools and knowledge he would need to fulfill his destiny. According to Merlin, it was the lady who had instructed him to place Excalibur in the stone and to arrange for Arthur to draw it forth. She had perceived something in Arthur's future destiny, some great role that he was meant to play in the history of Britain and the world. She had wanted to ensure that the young king would be properly equipped for the challenges that lay before him. The sword that now belonged to Arthur was not merely a weapon, but a kind of bridge between the mortal world and the realm of magic and spirit that existed beyond ordinary perception. As long as Arthur carried it with honor and used it in service to what was right and good, the sword would serve him faithfully and would grant him wisdom and protection that exceeded ordinary understanding. During these early years of his reign, Arthur spent much of his time in close counsel with Merlin. The wizard had established a chamber in the highest tower of Camelot's keep, a room where he spent his time studying ancient texts and practicing his arts of magic and prophecy. It was here that Merlin instructed Arthur in matters that went far beyond the practical concerns of running a kingdom. The wizard taught Arthur to see beyond the surface appearance of things, to perceive the deeper currents of power and destiny that flowed through the world. He taught Arthur techniques of meditation and inner awareness that allowed the young king to access wisdom from sources beyond his ordinary conscious mind. Merlin spoke to Arthur of the nature of kingship itself, explaining that the role of a true king went far beyond the mere administration of laws and the collection of taxes. A true king, according to Merlin's teaching, was one who maintained a sacred relationship with the land he ruled. The health and fertility of the crops, the abundance of game in the forests, the clarity of the waters and the purity of the air, all of these things were connected to the spiritual state of the king. A just and wise king would naturally attract blessings upon the land. A cruel or foolish king would bring curses of drought and famine. This was not merely superstition, Merlin explained, but the reflection of a fundamental truth about the universe. Everything was connected. The actions of one person, especially a person in a position of power, had consequences that rippled outward in ways that might not be immediately apparent. Merlin taught Arthur about the principles of true power, explaining that the greatest rulers were often those who understood that true power lay not in the ability to force others to obey, but in the ability to inspire others to follow willingly because they believed in the rightness of the cause being served. Merlin spoke to Arthur of the dangers of pride and the importance of humility. He explained that the greatest strength was often found in those who were willing to admit their own limitations and to seek counsel from those with wisdom and experience. He taught Arthur that mercy and justice were not opposites, that must be held in balance.
but were actually two expressions of the same fundamental principle, the desire to see all creatures treated fairly and with respect for their inherent dignity. It was during one of these teaching sessions that Merlin first spoke to Arthur of an idea that would ultimately shape the entire course of the young king's reign and would establish a legacy that would endure for centuries after his death. The wizard described a table, not an ordinary table, but a round table where knights would gather as equals. There would be no head of the table, no position of prominence or subordination. All the knights would sit as brothers and sisters in arms, united by their common commitment to the ideals of chivalry and justice. This round table would symbolize the unity of all knights under Arthur's rule, but also the understanding that leadership was a shared responsibility, that even the king himself was bound by the same principles and codes of honor that governed all the others. The idea of the round table captured Arthur's imagination immediately. He saw in it the possibility of creating something truly new, an order of knights that would be unlike anything that had existed before. These would not be merely warriors serving because they had been born into positions of power or because they owed feudal obligations to a lord. They would be chosen individuals who had demonstrated exceptional courage, skill, and integrity. They would be bound together by sacred oaths and by their commitment to a shared purpose that transcended personal ambition. The Round Table, Arthur realized, could become the heart of his kingdom, the place where the most important decisions would be made and where the ideals that his reign was meant to represent would be lived out in practical reality. Merlin smiled when he saw the fire kindle in Arthur's eyes as the wizard spoke of this concept. The wizard knew that he had successfully planted a seed in Arthur's mind, an idea that would grow and develop in ways that neither of them could fully predict. The Round Table was not merely Merlin's invention or suggestion. It was a concept that had roots in ancient Celtic traditions, in the gatherings of the Celtic peoples, where councils of warriors and wise men had met as equals to discuss matters of great importance. It was a concept that resonated with something deep in Arthur's own understanding of what true leadership meant. The thought of it seemed to awaken something in the young king, a sense of purpose and direction that had perhaps been waiting for this moment to crystallize into definite form. Arthur began to envision the table not just as a physical object, but as a representation of an entirely new way of organizing human society. In this way of organizing, power would not flow from a single point at the top of a rigid hierarchy, but would be distributed and shared among those who had proven themselves worthy through deed and character. This revolutionary concept would ultimately define Arthur's reign and would inspire people across Europe and beyond to imagine that better ways of organizing human affairs were possible. The work of bringing the Round Table into physical reality began almost immediately. Arthur commissioned the finest craftsmen in all of Britain to create a table that would be unlike anything that had ever been constructed before. The requirements were exacting. The table had to be large enough to accommodate many knights seated around it, yet it could not be so large that conversation would be difficult across its surface. It had to be perfectly round, with no head and no foot, no position of prominence or subordination. Every seat would be equal to every other seat. The circumference was marked with spaces for 150 knights, though in the early years only a fraction of those seats would be filled. Merlin involved himself intimately in the planning of the table. He spent weeks walking around Camelot, pacing out distances and examining the great hall from every angle. He seemed to be searching for something, some particular alignment or configuration that would be right. When he finally announced that he had found the exact spot where the table should be positioned, he pointed to a place in the center of the hall where the light from the windows fell in a particular way at certain times of the day. He explained that this location existed at a crossroads of invisible currents of power and energy that flowed beneath the castle. By placing the Round Table at this exact spot, it would become a point of connection between the earthly realm and the realm of spirit, a place where decisions made at this table would have consequences that rippled far beyond Camelot itself. The creation of the Round Table took months of labor. Master craftsmen selected wood from the oldest and largest trees in the forests surrounding Camelot. These were trees that had stood for centuries, that had weathered storms and witnessed the passage of generations. Merlin insisted on this, saying that wood from ancient trees carried within it the memory of ages, and that such wood would help ground the table in a kind of timelessness. The master builder, a man named Gwyn, worked alongside Merlin to shape the wood. The grain had to be arranged in such a way that the table would remain perfectly true, despite changes in temperature and humidity. Hidden supports were built into the underside, invisible to those who sat at the table, but essential to its strength and stability. The felling of the trees themselves became an event of ceremony and ritual. When Merlin identified a tree that was suitable for the Round Table, he would approach it and place his hand against its bark. He would stand there in silence for a long time, as if listening to something that only he could hear. Then he would speak to the tree, thanking it for the service it had rendered over the centuries, explaining the purpose for which its wood would be used. Only when the tree seemed to understand and consent did the craftsman begin the work of cutting it down. This process reflected the deep respect that Merlin held for all living things and the understanding that even in the service of creation, one must honor what is being transformed. The top of the table was inlaid with patterns of silver and gold, designs that spiraled outward from the center, in a manner that seemed to move if one stared at it for long enough. According to the stories that developed around its creation, Merlin had designed these patterns based on visions he had received, patterns that represented the cosmos itself and the relationship between the earthly realm and the realm of spirit. Each knight who sat at the table would find himself positioned at a point on this cosmic pattern, connected through the design to all the other knights seated around the circle. The craftsmen who inlaid the precious metals worked with painstaking care, taking weeks to position each tiny piece of silver and gold in exactly the right location. When the work was finally complete, the table seemed to capture and reflect light in ways that seemed almost magical, casting subtle shadows and illuminations that seemed to shift and change as one moved around it. As word spread that the Round Table was being created, nobles and warriors from across Britain and even from beyond began to arrive at Camelot, seeking admission to Arthur's order of knights. Some came because they had heard of the revolutionary new form of kingship that Arthur was establishing. Others came for the promise of glory and adventure, imagining themselves part of something legendary. Still others came drawn by something they could not quite articulate, a sense that something extraordinary was taking shape and that they ought to be part of it. When the Round Table was finally complete and ready to be formally dedicated, Arthur organized a great ceremony to mark the occasion. The table was placed in the center of the great hall, in the exact location that Merlin had specified. At the moment of sunrise on the appointed day, the rays of the morning sun streamed through the high windows of the hall and struck the surface of the Round Table directly. Those who witnessed the moment reported that the inlaid patterns of silver and gold seemed to come alive under the touch of the light, and the table seemed to glow with an internal radiance that appeared to come from no external source. The effect was so striking that several of the assembled nobles fell to their knees, overcome by the sense of witnessing something profoundly sacred and transformative. Merlin stood at the eastern end of the hall, his staff in hand, and spoke words in the old languages, invoking the blessing of the land itself and the powers that dwelt in the realm between worlds. Arthur then presented his vision for the Round Table to all who had gathered. He spoke of the revolutionary principles it represented, the idea that true power lay not in dominion, but in service, not in the rule of one, but in the counsel of the many. He explained that the seats around the table would be filled only by those who had proven themselves worthy through deed and character, that the table itself would become a place where the fate of Britain would be shaped through the collective wisdom of those who gathered there. His words resonated with many who heard them, kindling a spark of hope that something genuinely new was being brought into the world. Arthur and Merlin established a process for selecting the knights who would hold seats at the Round Table. It was not enough to be born into nobility or to possess great skill in combat. The Knights of the Round Table were to be chosen based on their character, their commitment to the ideals of chivalry, and their willingness to serve a purpose greater than personal ambition. Merlin would sometimes stand and observe potential candidates as they went about their daily activities. He would watch how they treated those beneath them in station, how they responded when they were angry or frustrated, what choices they made when they thought no one was looking. The true measure of a knight was not what he did when others were watching, but what he did when he believed himself to be unobserved. The selection process was rigorous and sometimes harsh. Many who came seeking a seat at the Round Table were turned away. Some accepted this rejection with grace and dignity, understanding that the standards Arthur was setting were intentionally exacting. Others left with bitterness in their hearts, feeling that they had been wronged by standards that they did not understand. Arthur grieved over these rejections, but did not relent in his commitment to selecting only those who were truly worthy. He explained to those who questioned his choices that the Round Table was not merely a collection of the most skilled warriors in the realm, but an assembly of men who had dedicated themselves to living according to principles that transcended personal gain or glory. Among the first knights to be chosen was a man named Lancelot. He was a warrior of extraordinary skill, blessed with strength and speed that seemed almost superhuman in its perfection. But it was not his martial prowess that impressed Arthur. Rather, it was the gentle and honorable way that Lancelot moved through the world. Despite his power, he was humble and respectful to all whom he encountered. He treated servants with the same courtesy that he extended to nobles. When disputes arose among the other knights, Lancelot often served as a voice for reconciliation and fairness. He had a way of understanding the perspective of those with whom he disagreed, and of finding common ground where others saw only conflict. His presence at the Round Table would become central to the legends that would develop around the court. Another of the early knights was Gawain, a man of courage and determination whose honor was as unbending as steel. Gawain believed absolutely in the ideals of chivalry and lived by them in every moment of his existence. He was known for his extraordinary strength, which seemed to increase as the day went on, reaching its peak at midday. But more than his physical prowess, Gawain was admired for his unwavering commitment to protecting those who could not protect themselves. He would become known for never shrinking from a challenge or failing to help those in need, no matter what the personal cost might be. He spoke little, but his actions demonstrated his dedication to the code more eloquently than words ever could. There was also Bedivere, who was known for his wisdom and his ability to see into situations and understand the truth that lay beneath surface appearances. Bedivere possessed an inner sight that allowed him to perceive things that remained hidden to others. Merlin seemed to take a particular interest in Bedivere, spending time in council with him and teaching him some of the deeper principles that governed the relationship between the physical and spiritual worlds. There was Kay, Arthur's foster brother, whose loyalty to the king was absolute and whose practical skills kept the castle functioning smoothly, managing supplies and coordinating the daily operations of the great court. And there was Percival, a young knight whose pure heart and genuine desire to serve made him a natural choice despite his relative inexperience compared to some of the others. As more knights gathered at Camelot and took their seats at the Round Table, they began to develop a sense of brotherhood and common purpose that transcended the bonds of family or feudal obligation. The Round Table became a place where decisions affecting the kingdom were made through discussion and consensus, rather than through the decree of the king alone. This was a revolutionary practice, and many of the older nobles in the realm found it deeply troubling. They believed that a king should rule through absolute authority, not through discussion with subordinates. But Arthur understood that the strength of his kingdom would ultimately depend not on the power of his will alone, but on the collective wisdom and commitment of those who served with him. The knights spoke to one another of their experiences and their struggles. They shared their victories and their failures. In time, conversations around the table began to take on a spiritual and philosophical quality. The knights debated questions about the nature of justice and mercy, about the proper relationship between power and responsibility, about what it truly meant to serve something greater than oneself. Gradually, a code of conduct emerged that would come to be known as the Code of Chivalry, the set of principles and values that would define what it meant to be a knight of the Round Table. This code emphasized protection of the weak, truth-telling in all circumstances, respect for all persons regardless of their station, and the pursuit of righteousness, even when it came at great personal cost. It was in the midst of this process of building his kingdom and establishing the order of knights that Arthur first encountered the woman who would become his wife and queen. Her name was Guinevere, and she came to Camelot as the daughter of a neighbouring lord. Her father had sent her as an offering of peace and alliance between their lands, a common practice among nobility of the time. The girl who arrived at Camelot was young, beautiful and intelligent. She had been educated in the arts and languages and philosophy. She could discourse on matters of theology and politics with the skill of a scholar. There was a quality about her that seemed to draw the attention of everyone around her, though not through any deliberate effort on her part. It was simply the natural radiance that seems to emanate from those who possess both beauty and genuine goodness of heart. Arthur first saw Guinevere in the great hall of Camelot, standing in the light that streamed through the high windows, dressed in white silk that seemed to glow with an inner light. The king was struck immediately by her presence in a way that was unlike anything he had experienced before. She moved with a grace that seemed almost effortless, and there was an intelligence in her eyes that suggested depths of understanding and feeling. When he spoke to her that first day, he found that she was not merely beautiful, but also capable of genuine conversation. She asked thoughtful questions about his vision for the kingdom, about his plans for how the knights would serve the realm, about the principles upon which Camelot was being built. She listened carefully to his answers and seemed genuinely interested in understanding the philosophy and ideals that motivated his rule. Over the following weeks, Arthur spent as much time as he could with Guinevere. They would walk through the gardens of Camelot, talking about art and literature and the nature of love and honour. Guinevere shared stories of her childhood and her family, speaking of her love for her homeland and the people she had left behind. Arthur found himself captivated not only by her beauty, but by the clarity of her thinking and the generosity of her spirit. She seemed to understand instinctively what Arthur was trying to accomplish with his kingdom, and she offered insights and suggestions that showed her deep comprehension of the challenges he faced. In the evenings, they would sit in the great hall or in the quieter chambers, and Arthur would show her the plans he was developing for the kingdom, the dreams he held for how Camelot might become a centre of learning and culture, as well as a seat of power. Guinevere would listen intently, sometimes asking questions that revealed gaps in the thinking, sometimes offering suggestions that improved upon Arthur's original ideas. Merlin observed these growing feelings between Arthur and Guinevere with an expression that was difficult to read. The wizard said nothing directly about the matter, but there were moments when Arthur caught the old man watching the queen with an intensity that suggested Merlin saw something in her future that troubled him. When Arthur asked Merlin directly about what he had perceived, the wizard was reluctant to speak. He said only that the future was complex, and that the threads of destiny that involved Guinevere were woven in intricate patterns that were difficult to fully comprehend. He spoke of seeing her standing at a crossroads between paths, with the choice she would make having consequences that would ripple through the fate of the kingdom itself. But Arthur was young and very much in love, and he would not be deterred by Merlin's vague warnings. He asked Guinevere to marry him, and she accepted with a joy that seemed genuine and heartfelt.
The wedding was celebrated with great ceremony and rejoicing throughout Camelot. Nobles and knights gathered from across the realm to witness the union of their king to the beautiful and intelligent woman who would become queen. The celebration lasted for days, and the joy that filled the castle seemed to promise that a new era of peace and prosperity was truly beginning. Guinevere was crowned as queen, and she took to her role with a natural grace that won the hearts of the people of Camelot. With Guinevere as his queen, Arthur's vision of Camelot seemed complete. The castle was built, the round table was finished, and the knights were gathering in ever greater numbers. The ideals of chivalry were being established and beginning to be lived out in the actions of the men who had sworn their oaths at the round table. The kingdom was at peace, and the threat of the invaders from across the sea seemed to have diminished. News of Arthur's court and the ideals it represented began to spread throughout Europe. People spoke of a kingdom where justice was administered fairly, where might was not simply allowed to make right, where the weak were protected and the strong were constrained by codes of honor and duty. In those early years of Camelot's golden age, the castle became a beacon of light in a world that had been so long ruled by darkness and chaos. Knights from distant lands came seeking admission to Arthur's court. They came to sit at the round table, to be part of something they sensed was genuinely new and different from all that had come before. They came to serve a king who seemed to embody virtues that had long been absent from the ruling of earthly kingdoms. They came to be part of a legend that was being woven before their very eyes. The daily life of Camelot during these golden years took on a quality that seemed almost dreamlike in its perfection. The great hall filled with light and laughter. The knights trained in the courtyards, their armor glinting in the sunlight as they practiced the arts of combat. They also discussed matters of strategy and governance with equal passion, bringing their experiences from the roads and battlefields back to the round table for consideration. The castle grew in reputation and renown with each passing season. Nobles sent their sons to train as knights in Arthur's court. Merchants came to trade goods, and the economy of the surrounding region flourished. Poets and musicians came from across Europe to celebrate the deeds of the knights and the wisdom of the king. In the great hall, after the evening feast, bards would stand and recite the newly composed tales of the knights of Camelot. These stories grew with each telling, embellished and transformed by the imaginations of the storytellers, until they took on a quality that seemed larger than life. The legend of Arthur began to grow, transformed by the words of those who came to Camelot, seeking the truth of the stories they had heard. The knights undertook quests and adventures that became the substance of these legends. They rode forth from Camelot, seeking wrongs to right and those in need of aid. They ventured into dark forests where ancient evils were said to dwell. They crossed mountains and forded rushing rivers. They encountered strange creatures, both benevolent and malevolent, and magical obstacles that seemed designed to test the limits of human courage and cleverness. Some returned victorious after months or even years away, bringing back tales of their triumphs and the treasures they had recovered. Others did not return at all, their fates becoming subjects for speculation and legend, with bards composing ballads about their noble sacrifices and mysterious disappearances. The ideal that Arthur and the knights represented seemed to capture the imagination of people across the known world. In distant lands, young men heard the stories of Camelot and dreamed of the day when they might travel to Britain and seek admission to Arthur's court. The kingdom of Arthur became a beacon of hope for those who had grown weary of the endless cycles of violence and betrayal that seemed to characterize the political landscape of the medieval world. The physical beauty of Camelot itself seemed to grow more evident with each passing year. The gardens flourished under careful tending, filling the air with the scent of flowers and the sound of birds. Fountains designed by skilled craftsmen cast their waters high into the air, catching the light and creating rainbows that seemed to shimmer with an almost magical quality. The castle walls seemed to glow with a soft light, particularly at sunset and dawn.
giving it an almost ethereal quality, as though the stones themselves had been touched by some divine hand and imbued with radiance beyond the ordinary. Within the castle, the great hall stood as a testament to human artistry and the power of a vision held firmly and implemented with skill and dedication. And at the center of the great hall sat the round table, unchanged and eternal, the symbol of all that Camelot represented. Every detail of the castle, from the carefully placed stones to the soaring arches of the hall, seemed to reflect the harmonious balance that Arthur had worked so hard to create between the ideals of justice and mercy, strength and gentleness, power and humility. Merlin could often be found wandering the corridors of Camelot during these years, observing the knights as they went about their daily activities, watching the king make decisions and govern his realm. The wizard seemed to take a particular pleasure in the flourishing of the kingdom, and yet there remained moments when his expression would cloud over, as though he was seeing something in the future that troubled him. He spent more time in his tower, studying ancient texts and practicing the arts of magic and prophecy. Sometimes Arthur would hear him pacing back and forth in the chamber above, as though he were wrestling with something that would not yield to easy understanding. Yet even in the midst of this golden age, there were moments when the full weight of destiny seemed to press down upon those who were aware of it. Merlin would sometimes withdraw to his tower and spend days in contemplation and study. When he emerged, his expression would be troubled, as though he had been struggling to understand something that resisted clear comprehension. He began to make references, oblique and seemingly random, to an island that lay beyond the reach of ordinary maps, an island where magic still flourished and where the old ways of power were preserved. This island, Merlin explained to Arthur in one of his more direct moments, was called Avalon. It was not a place that could be easily reached, not a physical location that one could simply travel to by conventional means. It existed at the margins of the world, in a space that lay between the realm of the living and the realm of spirit. It was a place where time moved differently than it did in the ordinary world, where healing and transformation were possible through means that had no counterpart in the knowledge of men. Merlin described it as existing in the waters that surrounded Britain, accessible through certain passages that only those with the proper knowledge and spiritual attunement could perceive and navigate. Merlin spoke of Avalon as though it were both intimately familiar and perpetually mysterious, as though he had visited it but could never quite communicate what he had found there to those who had not experienced it themselves. He described it as a place of great beauty and great power, a realm where the old Celtic gods still held sway, and where the natural world retained powers and potentials that had been largely lost in the mortal lands. He spoke of apple groves that bore fruit throughout all the seasons, of waters that had healing properties beyond comprehension, of a landscape that seemed to exist in a perpetual state of spring and summer, untouched by the harshness of winter. He mentioned that there were those who dwelt in Avalon, beings who existed between the mortal and the divine, who possessed knowledge and wisdom that had accumulated over ages beyond counting. One of the most intriguing figures associated with Avalon, according to Merlin, was a being known as the Lady of the Lake. Merlin spoke of this figure with great reverence, suggesting that she was not merely a woman, but a manifestation of powers and wisdom that were fundamentally connected to the land itself and the waters that surrounded it. He hinted that the lady had watched over Britain through countless ages, that she had influenced events in subtle ways, guiding the rise and fall of kingdoms according to patterns that reflected her deeper understanding of what Britain was meant to become. It was the lady, Merlin suggested, who had orchestrated the events that led to Arthur's birth and rise to power. Arthur listened to these descriptions with fascination, but also with a growing sense of unease. There was something about the way Merlin spoke of Avalon that suggested it was not merely a place of beauty and learning, but also a place of danger and destiny. The wizard spoke of Avalon as though it was waiting for something, as though the island and all that dwelt there were watching the events that were transpiring at Camelot and waiting to see how they would unfold.
He spoke as though Camelot and Avalon were connected by threads of destiny that were still being woven, that the ultimate significance of both places would only become apparent when the pattern was fully revealed. When Arthur pressed Merlin for more information about what role Avalon might play in the future of his kingdom, the wizard's responses became more cryptic and evasive. He would speak in riddles and metaphors, saying things like the island holds the healing that cannot be found elsewhere, or that which is lost shall be found again in the waters that surround the apple groves. He suggested that there would come a time when Camelot and Avalon would be brought into a relationship that was central to the fate of Britain itself, but he would say nothing more specific about what that relationship might be. When Arthur tried to press him further, Merlin would simply shake his head and say that some knowledge comes only through experience, not through words, and that Arthur would understand what needed to be understood when the time was right. These hints and whispers about Avalon began to drift through the conversations at court. The knights would wonder among themselves about this mysterious island that Merlin spoke of so obliquely. Some claimed to have heard stories about Avalon from their elders, tales that had been passed down through generations. These stories spoke of the island as a place of eternal youth and beauty, a realm where sickness and aging could be overcome, and where the dead could be healed and restored to life. They spoke of a queen or sorceress who dwelt there, a figure of great power and wisdom known as the Lady of the Lake, a being who had been ancient when the world was young, and who seemed to exist outside the normal passage of time. Some of the knights suggested that perhaps Avalon was merely a product of Merlin's imagination, a symbolic representation of some abstract concept, rather than a place that actually existed. But others, and particularly those with a deeper sensitivity to the currents of magic and destiny that flowed through the world, felt certain that Avalon was real and that its significance to the fate of Arthur and his kingdom was far greater than any of them yet understood. There were nights when the knights would gather in small groups and speak in hushed tones about what they believed Avalon might be, what mysteries it might contain, and how it might be connected to their king and their kingdom. The whispers about the island continued to circulate through Camelot, becoming an undercurrent beneath the celebration and joy of the Golden Age. It was as though Avalon was a shadow that fell across even the brightest moments of triumph and joy, a reminder that even in the midst of the most perfect achievements, there were mysteries and forces at work that lay beyond the understanding or control of ordinary men. Some of the knights spoke of desiring to seek out Avalon themselves, to discover its secrets, and perhaps gain the healing powers it was said to possess. Others felt that it was a place best left alone, that the mysteries it contained were not meant for mortal men to understand. Arthur himself felt a peculiar mixture of fascination and dread whenever the subject of Avalon came up in conversation. Part of him yearned to know more, to understand the nature of this mysterious island and what it might mean for his kingdom's future. Yet another part of him sensed that ignorance might be a mercy, that there were some truths about the future that, if fully known, might prove unbearable to carry. And Merlin continued to move through the castle, watching and waiting, his expression troubled by knowledge that he could not quite bring himself to fully share, as though the burden of what he knew about the future was so heavy that it could barely be borne. Yet even the most perfect kingdoms exist in time, and time is the enemy of all earthly things. The golden years of Camelot that had seemed so endless, so permanent, began to show cracks beneath the surface. These fractures did not appear suddenly or dramatically. They emerged gradually, like weathering on ancient stone, so slowly at first that many failed to notice them until the damage had become substantial. The first sign was discord among the knights. Small disagreements that had once been resolved through reasoned discussion and the wisdom of the Round Table began to fester and grow. Some of the knights started to question whether Arthur's ideals of service and equality were truly achievable in a world that seemed fundamentally ordered by hierarchy and power.
Others grew restless with years of peace, yearning for the glory and excitement of great battles. These fractious sentiments would ripple through the castle, creating tensions that the Round Table had once been designed to dissolve. At the heart of these troubles lay a more personal crisis. The love between Arthur and Guinevere, which had once seemed so pure and perfect, began to show signs of strain. It started slowly, almost imperceptibly at first. Arthur became increasingly consumed with the governance of the kingdom, spending long hours in council with his advisors, reviewing reports of disputes and troubles in distant regions. Guinevere found herself with more time alone, waiting in the great halls and gardens of Camelot, while the king attended to matters of state. Guinevere found herself drawn toward Lancelot, the most skilled and noble of all the knights. It was not a sudden passion, but rather a slow recognition of something that had been building over years. Lancelot possessed qualities that even Arthur did not have, a gentleness combined with strength, an ability to listen without judgment, a presence that seemed to quiet the turmoil within her. When she was with Lancelot, she felt seen and understood in ways that her marriage no longer provided. He would sit with her in the gardens and ask about her thoughts and feelings, treating her with a respect and attentiveness that seemed to honor her as a person rather than merely as the queen. Their connection grew gradually, passing through stages that neither of them consciously acknowledged at first. It began with long conversations, with Lancelot sharing the details of his adventures and listening carefully to Guinevere's observations about life at court. It evolved into stolen moments in quiet corners of the castle, holding hands when they thought no one was watching. Eventually, it became something more intimate and undeniable. A love that both of them recognized as profound and real, even as they both understood the betrayal it represented. Arthur sensed this shift in his wife's affections, though the exact nature of what was occurring remained unclear to him for a long time. He loved Guinevere deeply, and the possibility that her heart might be turning away from him struck at the very foundation of his sense of who he was. The discovery of the truth, when it finally came, was devastating. The knowledge that his beloved queen and his most trusted knight had betrayed him created a wound that could not be healed through discussion or compromise. It was a personal failure in the very kingdom he had built on the principles of honor and loyalty. News of the queen's infidelity spread through Camelot like poison through water. It started as whispers and rumors, gradually becoming impossible to ignore or deny. The revelation fractured the unity that had held the kingdom together like a stone wall suddenly cracking under pressure. Some of the knights felt that Arthur had been dishonored and demanded that he take action against both Guinevere and Lancelot. They spoke of justice and duty, of the proper punishment for those who had betrayed the king's trust. Others sympathized with the queen and the knight, understanding the human heart's capacity to love in ways that transcended duty and obligation, recognizing in their passion something that had always existed beneath the careful structures and codes of behavior. The Round Table, which had once been a place of consensus and shared purpose, became a place of divided allegiances and bitter argument. The very symbol of equality and unity became a battlefield for competing philosophies and loyalties. Some nights, the arguments around that table grew so heated that the knights came close to drawing swords against one another. The magical radiance that had once seemed to emanate from the table itself seemed to dim and fade as the light of a cord that had animated it died away. Merlin watched all of this unfold with a sadness that seemed to age him visibly. He said little about what was happening, but the wizard's silence was more eloquent than any words could have been. He had known, it seemed, that this moment would come. He had foreseen it in whatever visions had troubled him over the years, and knowing that it could not be prevented, he had borne the weight of that knowledge alone. As the troubles within Camelot deepened, threats began to emerge from without as well. Rivals who had once respected Arthur's power began to sense weakness and moved to take advantage of it. One threat came from a figure named Mordred, who claimed to be Arthur's son, born of an illicit union between Arthur and a sorceress before he had married Guinevere. The existence of Mordred and his claims to the throne created further chaos and division. Whether Mordred was truly Arthur's son, or merely an opportunist claiming such a lineage, remained unclear, but the damage to Arthur's authority was immediate and severe. The kingdom that had seemed so stable and enlightened began to crumble. The peace that Arthur had worked so hard to establish gave way to conflict and violence. Alliances that had seemed firm were broken. The code of chivalry that the knights had sworn to uphold began to be abandoned in favor of raw power and self-interest. It was as though a spell had been broken, and the reality that lay beneath the beauty of Camelot had been revealed. The castle that had once glowed with an almost ethereal radiance began to seem somehow diminished and ordinary. Arthur, facing the destruction of everything he had built, found himself increasingly isolated. The Round Table, which had once been a place of unity, now felt like a mockery. He made decisions that grew harsher and more desperate, trying through force to maintain control over a kingdom that was slipping away from him through causes that no amount of force could address. The man who had once ruled through wisdom and counsel began to act like a tyrant, trying to preserve his vision through authoritarian control. It was during this dark period that Merlin approached Arthur one final time. The wizard had grown old in ways that seemed to go beyond merely the passage of years. His beard, once dark and vibrant, had turned completely white, and his face had become lined with a complexity of wrinkles that told the story of centuries of knowledge and burden. His eyes held a weariness that suggested he had been carrying weights too heavy for any being to bear. The weight of prophecy, of foresight, of knowing what was to come and being unable to prevent it. He found the king in his private chambers, sitting alone by a fireplace, staring into the flames as though searching for answers in their depths. The room was dimly lit by the dying light of the fire, and Arthur's face was illuminated by the flickering glow, showing the toll that the recent events had taken. The young king, who had once radiated hope and vision, seemed diminished, aged beyond his years by the weight of his failures. Merlin moved quietly into the chamber, his staff making only a soft sound against the stone floor. He settled himself into a chair across from the king, and for a long moment neither of them spoke. The silence between them was companionable in its way, the silence of two people who had shared so much and who understood each other without the need for words. When Merlin finally spoke, his voice was soft and carried with it a quality of profound compassion and sorrow. He told Arthur that the time had come for him to relinquish control of Camelot, to accept that even the most noble visions are subject to the forces of change and time, that the most beautiful things in this world are fleeting and temporary. He explained that Arthur's true destiny lay not in preserving a kingdom, but in understanding the greater patterns of fate that moved beneath the surface of events, currents that even kings could not control or redirect through will alone. The wizard then spoke of Avalon again, describing it now with greater specificity than he ever had before. He painted a picture of an island that existed at the margins of the world, a place where time flowed differently, where healing of both body and spirit was possible through means that transcended ordinary understanding. He spoke of waters that held magical properties, of landscapes that never changed, of an eternal quality to the light itself. According to Merlin, Avalon was not merely a place of healing and magic, but a realm that existed outside the normal flow of time. It was a place where those who had sacrificed greatly for noble purposes could find peace and transformation. He suggested that when Arthur's time in the mortal world came to an end, a passage would open to him that would lead to Avalon, where he would be restored and healed, and where he would wait for a time when Britain would need him again. Arthur listened to these words with a mixture of hope and despair. Part of him wanted to reject them, to insist that he could somehow salvage what he had built, that with Merlin's continued guidance,
A path forward might still be found. But another part of him, the part that had always trusted the wizard's wisdom and insight, sensed the deep truth in what was being said. The king's shoulders slumped as he accepted what Merlin was telling him, that his dream had run its course, that the golden age of Camelot was truly coming to an end. Arthur looked into the eyes of the old wizard and asked what he himself would do, where he would go as the world fell apart around them. He asked whether Merlin would remain at his side through whatever trials were to come, whether the wizard's commitment to the kingdom extended to these final, dark days. Merlin's answer was enigmatic and sad, tinged with a quality of finality that made clear this was not a question the king could appeal. He said that his work in the mortal world was coming to an end, that he had been bound to earthly affairs by his commitment to Arthur and to the vision of Camelot they had created together. But now, as that vision crumbled and fell away like a stone eroded by centuries of water, he felt the pull of other realms calling to him, voices from beyond the boundaries of the mortal world, places that had long awaited his return. He spoke of a forest, a place of wildness and ancient magic where he might retreat from the chaos and suffering of human affairs. It was a forest that existed at the very edges of the known world, a place where the old powers still dwelt and where the boundaries between the mortal and immortal realms grew thin. He said that in that forest, walking among the ancient trees and listening to the voices of the land itself, he would find peace. And perhaps in time, understanding of why things had to unfold as they had, why even the most noble visions must give way to other forces and other ages. With these words, Merlin began to withdraw from Camelot. He spent less time in the castle and more time in the surrounding lands, as though he were preparing for a journey that could not be delayed much longer. Arthur tried to convince him to stay, to remain as his advisor and counselor, but the wizard gently refused. He explained that his continued presence would only prolong the kingdom's agony, that Arthur needed to face what was coming without the comfort of the old wizard's guidance. The parting between them was tender but final, filled with the understanding that they would not see each other again in this world. Merlin's final act before leaving Camelot was to visit the Round Table one last time. He entered the great hall alone, in the early hours of the morning when the castle still slept. He placed his weathered hand upon the wood of the table, upon the intricate patterns of silver and gold that he himself had designed so many years before. As his hand touched the surface, those who later heard of this moment claimed that something passed between the old wizard and the table, some final blessing, some transfer of power or protection that he was leaving behind as a gift to the kingdom. Those who witnessed this moment from a distance reported that the table seemed to glow softly for a brief time, as though the patterns of silver and gold were catching light from some internal source. The radiance that had once seemed to emanate from the table, the magical quality that had made it seem more than merely a physical object, seemed to flare one final time, as though acknowledging the wizard's departing gift and blessing. Then Merlin turned and walked out of the great hall, moving with steady steps toward the castle gates and the wild forests that lay beyond the castle walls. As witnesses followed at a distance, they reported that as Merlin walked, his form seemed to fade and change, becoming less solid and more ethereal with each step that carried him away from Camelot. The staff in his hand seemed to glow with a soft blue light that became brighter as his physical form became more transparent. When he reached the edge of the forest, he turned once to look back at the castle one final time, his expression filled with a sadness that seemed to contain the weight of ages. Then he turned back toward the forest and walked forward, disappearing entirely from view as the mist rose up to conceal him. Some said that Merlin had transformed himself into a bird or another animal and had flown away into the sky, joining himself with the ancient magic of the lands themselves. Others claimed that he had simply walked into the forest and somehow vanished, becoming one with the wild lands themselves, dissolving back into the natural world from which he had emerged. The truth was difficult to discern, But all who had known the wizard agreed that he had passed from the mortal world in that moment, moving into realms that human eyes could no longer perceive, returning to the ancient mysteries from which he had come. With Merlin's departure, the decline of Camelot accelerated with striking rapidity. Without the wizard's wisdom and counsel, his steady guidance and his ability to see patterns in events that others could not perceive, Arthur found himself increasingly unable to navigate the treacherous political and personal waters that surrounded him. It was as though the protective magic that Merlin's presence had provided to the kingdom had withdrawn as well, leaving Camelot vulnerable to forces that had previously been held in check by powers unseen. Mordred grew bolder in his claims and his military movements, sensing the weakness that had settled over the kingdom. The false prince gathered supporters and built his army with increasing confidence, knowing that the moment for his challenge was approaching. Lancelot, torn between his love for Guinevere and his loyalty to his king, eventually left Camelot and withdrew to a monastery in a distant land, seeking peace through prayer and renunciation of the world. The great knight sought to atone for his betrayal through monastic discipline and spiritual practice, hoping that through devotion to something greater than himself, he might find redemption for the harm he had caused to his king and to the kingdom. The final blow came when Mordred openly challenged Arthur's authority and called his army to battle. Arthur, seeing no other path forward, accepted the challenge. He called upon all of the remaining loyal knights to ride with him for one final battle, a confrontation that would determine the fate of Camelot and of Britain itself. The battle took place on a field known as Camlan, on a grey day when the sky seemed to weep rain and the wind carried a chill that spoke of endings and final things. The landscape around them was bleak, with few trees and little shelter, just open ground that stretched toward distant hills obscured by mist. The two armies faced each other across a stretch of muddy ground that had already begun to churn beneath their feet, and for a moment, before the fighting commenced, there was silence, the kind of silence that precedes catastrophe and that seems to acknowledge the magnitude of what is about to unfold. In that moment, it was as though the entire world held its breath, waiting to see what would happen when these forces collided. When the battle began, it was fierce and terrible beyond what words could adequately describe. The sound of clashing swords and shields echoed across the muddy field. The knights of the Round Table fought with a courage born of desperation, trying to preserve something of the ideals that had animated them for so long, even as those ideals crumbled around them like castles made of sand. They fought not for victory or glory, but for honor, for the memory of what Camelot had once been, for the legacy of the oaths they had sworn. But Mordred's army was large and well-armed, composed of warriors who had nothing to lose and everything to gain from the king's defeat. Slowly, methodically, the forces of the Round Table began to fall. One by one, the great knights were cut down, their names becoming a litany of loss. Knights who had ridden forth on quests, who had sat at the Round Table and debated matters of justice and honor. Gawain, whose strength had once seemed invincible, whose prowess in combat was legendary, fell beneath Mordred's sword. Bedivere, wise and faithful to the end, whose counsel had guided Arthur through countless trials, was mortally wounded while protecting the king from a killing blow. Lancelot, despite having withdrawn from the court and seeking redemption in a monastery, returned to fight alongside Arthur one final time, driven by loyalty that transcended his shame, and he was killed in the final moments of the battle, struck down while defending his king. Arthur himself fought with a fury that seemed almost inhuman, as though drawing upon reserves of strength that transcended ordinary mortal limitations. He wielded Excalibur with a skill and power that was breathtaking to witness, the magical blade seeming to move through the air with its own intelligence and purpose, cutting down enemies with each stroke. The sword sang as it moved, and there was a quality to Arthur's fighting that suggested he was not merely defending himself, but was performing a kind of ritual, a final dance between life and death. But he could not defeat Mordred, the man who claimed to be his own son, the embodiment of all the king's failures and betrayals. The two of them faced each other in the midst of the chaos, and their combat seemed to isolate them from the rest of the battle, as though they existed in a space that belonged only to them. In the end, it was Arthur's sword that struck the final blow, piercing Mordred through the heart and bringing him down. The false king fell to the mud, his blood staining the ground, his claims and ambitions extinguished forever. But not before Mordred had managed to wound the king himself, a blow delivered in the moment after his death, a final act of vengeance. The spear struck Arthur in a place that seemed to catch some essential part of him, a wound that no ordinary healing was possible for. Arthur sank to his knees, his golden armor dented and stained with blood, his own and that of countless others. As the battle raged around him, Arthur fell to his knees, his strength fading with each moment that passed. His breathing came in ragged gasps, and his vision seemed to be narrowing, drawing him toward darkness. Excalibur slipped from his weakening grip and fell to the mud below. The few knights who had survived the battle, battered and bloodied themselves, gathered around their dying king, cradling him gently in their arms as his life slowly ebbed away. In those final moments, Arthur's mind seemed to turn away from the tragedy of Camelot's fall and toward the promise that Merlin had spoken of. He thought of the island beyond the waters, the place of eternal beauty and healing. He spoke in hushed tones to the few knights who remained, giving them final instructions. One of these was Bedivere, who despite his wounds had somehow endured to the end. Arthur commanded Bedivere to take Excalibur and carry it to the edge of the sea. There, he instructed, the knight was to cast the sword into the waters. Bedivere was reluctant to part with the magical blade that had served Arthur so faithfully, but he obeyed his king's final command. He made his way to the water's edge, and there, as the sun began to set over the waters, he threw Excalibur into the depths. According to the legends that would later be told, a hand emerged from the water, the hand of the Lady of the Lake, and caught the sword before it sank beneath the waves. The arm held the blade aloft for a moment, then withdrew back into the depths, taking Excalibur with it to those mysterious realms where magic still held sway. With this final act, Arthur's connection to the mortal world seemed to loosen. As Bedivere turned to make his way back from the shore, he saw a barge approaching through the mist. This was no ordinary boat, but a vessel that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal light. At its prow stood figures shrouded in mystery and magic. As the barge drew near to the shore, Bedivere recognized one of these figures. It was Morgan Le Fay, Arthur's half-sister, a sorceress of great power who dwelt in the realm of Avalon. Bedivere hurried back to where Arthur lay dying and told him of the barge and of Morgan's arrival. A transformation seemed to come over the king at these words. The pain and sadness that had marked his features seemed to lift. He was helped by his remaining faithful companions into the barge, and as it began to pull away from the shore, Bedivere heard Arthur speak words that would echo through the centuries. Some say he promised to return to Britain in its darkest hour, that he would not remain in Avalon, but would come again when his people needed him most. The barge moved away from the shore, into the mist, carrying Arthur toward the island of Avalon. Those who witnessed his departure reported that the mist seemed to glow with a soft light, and that as the barge vanished from view, they heard the most beautiful music, as though the fairy folk of Avalon were welcoming their guest home. Rather, he was carried across the boundaries between worlds, transported from the mortal realm into a place where healing and transformation were possible. In Avalon, under the care of Morgan Le Fay and the other magical beings who dwelt there, Arthur was restored to health and vitality. The wound that should have killed him was healed. His spirit, damaged by the tragedy of Camelot's fall, was mended by the peace and beauty of the island. In Avalon, time moves differently than it does in the mortal world, flowing in patterns that are difficult for mortal minds to comprehend. The sun rises and sets, and the seasons seem to turn, yet none of these changes bring the withering and decay that they bring in the lands of men. Arthur did not age as other men age. did not grow frailer or more bent beneath the weight of years. Instead, he existed in a state that was neither fully alive in the mortal sense nor fully dead, a state of being that transcended the normal categories through which we understand existence. He dwelt in the beauty of that island realm, with its eternal springtime that seemed always to hover at the cusp of summer. The trees bloomed with apple blossoms year after year, and the fruit that grew upon them was sweet and nourishing beyond anything found in the mortal lands. The groves seemed to stretch endlessly, filled with light that came from no single source, but seemed to emanate from the very air itself. Waterfalls cascaded down from heights that seemed to touch the clouds, and the water they formed was crystal clear and warm, filled with properties that could heal any wound and soothe any pain. Morgan Le Fay, whose love for her half-brother was complex and profound, was both wife and healer, guardian and companion. She cared for him with a devotion that seemed to defy time itself, tending to him with skill and gentleness, helping him to move from the state of dying to a state of healing and transformation. She brought him food from the groves of the island, taught him the languages and songs of the Avalonian people, and gradually, over a span of time that might have been months or might have been years, Arthur found himself restored to wholeness. But the most important aspect of Arthur's journey to Avalon was the promise he made, a promise that he would not remain there forever, that he was not lost to Britain forever. The legend holds that one day, when Britain faces its greatest peril and darkest hour, Arthur will return from Avalon. He will emerge from the mist and the waters that surround the island, restored to his full power and purpose. The once and future king, as he came to be known, was not gone from the world, but only sleeping, waiting for the time when his people would need him again. This is the mystery at the heart of the Arthurian legend, the belief that greatness and beauty, once created, cannot truly be destroyed. They may fade from view, they may retreat into realms beyond ordinary perception, but they persist in a form that transcends the normal passage of time. The golden age of Camelot, though it crumbled and fell, lives on in the memories and stories of those who hear the tales. And Arthur himself, the king who dreamed of a kingdom where justice and mercy would reign, sleeps in Avalon, waiting for his time to come again. The legends speak of Avalon as a place that exists at the margins of the world we know, a realm where the old magic still dwells, and where the boundaries between the physical and spiritual worlds grow thin and permeable. It is said that Avalon can sometimes be glimpsed in certain places, in the mist that rises from ancient lakes at dawn, in the call of birds at twilight when the light begins to fail, in the feeling one has when standing in a place of great age and power, where the weight of centuries presses down upon the earth itself. Those who are sensitive to such things sometimes report sensing Arthur's presence there, not as a ghost or spirit, but as a living essence dwelling in a realm adjacent to our own, separated by nothing more than a thin veil that occasionally parts to allow a glimpse of what lies beyond. The story of Arthur, Merlin, and the kingdom of Camelot has survived for over 1,000 years, passed down through countless retellings and adaptations across many languages and many lands. It has inspired artists, writers, musicians, and dreamers across many cultures and many ages, each retelling adding new layers of meaning while somehow preserving the essential core of the tale. The appeal of the legend lies partly in its beauty and romance, partly in the grandeur of its vision, but perhaps more importantly in the questions it raises and the hopes it embodies about human possibility and potential. It asks us to believe that human beings are capable of creating something truly beautiful and noble, even if that creation is temporary and subject to the forces of time and change, even if it ultimately crumbles and falls away. It suggests that sacrifice and dedication to high ideals have meaning and significance, even when the immediate consequences are tragic or disappointing, even when the dreamer does not live to see the full realization of their vision. And perhaps most importantly, It promises that what is truly valuable and true can never be completely destroyed, that it may be transformed or hidden from view, but it endures in forms that transcend the ordinary limitations of earthly existence. As you drift towards sleep tonight, perhaps you can imagine that distant island of Avalon, peaceful and beautiful beyond measure, where the greatest of all Britain's kings rests and waits in tranquility. The mist surrounds it, protecting it from the ordinary view of the world, obscuring it from those who would not understand what they were seeing. But it is there nonetheless, tangible and real in its own timeless way, existing outside the normal flow of days and years. And perhaps there is comfort in knowing that some things, beauty, nobility, the human capacity for greatness and sacrifice, are not truly lost when they fade from sight, but only waiting in hidden places for the moment when they will be needed again. The once and future king sleeps in Avalon, and the old magic of Britain waits with him, patient and eternal. Sleep well, knowing that the stories we tell and the dreams we hold dear have the power to endure, just as Avalon endures, waiting in the mist beyond the boundaries of ordinary time, for the age when Arthur's people will need him once again. Greetings and welcome to Mythology and Folklore, for Sleep collection of sleep stories. Let's guide you tonight as we journey into the deep forests and wild mountains of North America to explore one of the most enduring and quietly haunting legends this land has ever known, the story of Bigfoot. We will follow this legend from its oldest and deepest roots, through the traditions of indigenous peoples who have known these forests far longer than any written record, through the journals of early explorers and frontier settlers, through famous sightings and contested evidence, and the long, patient search that continues to this day. Whether you have always been curious about Bigfoot, or are only now hearing the full story for the first time, tonight we will take the whole thing slowly, quietly, and together. Before we venture forward, however, let us pause for a moment to settle into the place where you are right now. Allow your body to grow heavy and still against the surface beneath you. Let your shoulders drop, let your hands rest open and loose at your sides, and allow your jaw to soften just a little. There is nothing that needs your attention tonight. Every obligation, every unfinished thought from the day, you can set all of it down now, the way you might set down a heavy bag after a long walk. You are simply here, and that is more than enough. With your eyes closed and your breathing slow, take a long, easy breath in through your nose, feeling your chest and belly rise gently. Then let it go, slowly, all the way out, and notice how your body sinks just a little deeper into the comfort beneath you with every breath you release. You do not need to control your breathing or count anything. Just let it find its own quiet rhythm, the way a river finds its way between stones without any effort at all. If there are sounds around you, the small sounds of a house settling, or distant traffic, or the wind against the window, you can let those sounds be part of the background, like rain falling somewhere far away. They do not need to pull you anywhere. You are here, warm and safe, and the night outside is peaceful. As you rest, I want you to imagine that somewhere beyond your walls, there are forests, vast and old and dark, the kind where the canopy grows so thick that very little light ever reaches the ground, the kind where the undergrowth smells of damp earth and pine, where fallen logs are covered in soft green moss, where the only sounds are wind moving through the branches high overhead and the occasional call of something small and wild moving through the brush. These are the forests where tonight's story lives. They stretch across mountain ranges and river valleys, from the fog-wrapped coastlines of the Pacific Northwest to the ancient hollows of the Appalachian Hills. They are among the largest stretches of wilderness remaining on this continent, and they have been home to stories far older and stranger than most people realize. Tonight, we are going to move through those forests together, unhurried and at ease, and I am going to tell you everything there is to know about the creature that generations of people, across many different cultures and many different centuries,
have believed to be walking quietly through those trees. Now that we have settled in and found our quiet center, let us begin the story. Long before anyone coined the word Bigfoot, long before newspaper headlines or grainy film footage, the forests of North America were already full of stories. These were not stories that began with a dramatic sighting, a plasticast, or a newswire running across a teletype machine. They were woven into something far older and far quieter than any of that, into the oral traditions of the indigenous nations who had lived alongside these forests for thousands of years, who understood the mountains and river valleys not as wilderness to be conquered, but as a world to be inhabited with care and attention. The large, human-like figure that would eventually become known to the wider world as Bigfoot had been part of that world for a very long time. The people who told the earliest stories about it were not describing something monstrous or alien. They were describing something they knew, something they had made room for in their understanding of how the world was put together, something that carried meaning far beyond what any modern field researcher might be looking for. The word Sasquatch itself offers a small window into how ancient these traditions really are. It is an anglicized version of Sasquatch, a term that comes from the Halkomelem language spoken by the Coast Salish peoples of the Pacific Northwest, a language family that stretches across what is now southwestern British Columbia and northern Washington state. Halkomelem translates the word roughly as meaning a wild or hairy man, a being associated with the deep places of the forest where ordinary human life thinned out and something older and less familiar began. The Coast Salish did not invent this as a campfire entertainment. It was a part of how they understood the land they lived on, passed down carefully from one generation to the next in the way that all vital knowledge was passed down through storytelling, through ceremony, through the quiet instruction of elders who had received the same stories from their own elders before them. What is worth pausing over is how many nations, spread across an enormous geographic range, held space for a being of this kind. The Coast Salish were not alone in this. From the dense cedar forests of the Pacific Northwest to the high desert plateaus further inland, from the Great Basin to the mountains of the Northeast, many different indigenous cultures carried traditions describing a large, powerful, human-like presence inhabiting the wild country beyond the edges of the village. The details shifted from place to place, as you would expect from traditions developing across such varied landscapes over such a long stretch of time. But the broad shape of the being, enormous, hair-covered, moving on two legs through country that human beings entered only cautiously, appeared in tradition after tradition, with a consistency that is difficult to set aside. Among the Stales people of British Columbia, Sasquatch held a particularly clear and considered role. In their tradition, the being was understood as a protector of the land, a figure who existed partly in the human world and partly in the spiritual world, whose presence served as a kind of reminder that the wilderness was not simply a resource waiting to be used, but a living system with its own integrity and its own rules. The Stales did not approach Sasquatch the way a researcher might approach a rare animal. They approached that presence the way you might approach something you owed a measure of respect to, carefully, with awareness of what you were doing and why. Encountering such a being was not an occasion for celebration or proof gathering. It was an occasion for reflection on your own behavior and your own relationship to the world around you. These traditions were maintained through specific practices and contexts that gave them weight and continuity. The stories were not told casually or at random moments. They were often shared at particular times of year, or as part of specific ceremonies, or in contexts where their lessons would be most relevant to young people preparing to hunt or travel through difficult country. Elders served as keepers of these narratives, responsible for remembering the exact details and the proper way of telling them. There was a recognition that how something was said mattered as much as what was being said, that the cadence and structure of the story itself carried meaning. In some traditions, certain stories could only be told during particular seasons, or only to people who had demonstrated they were ready to hear them. This created a kind of sacred container around the knowledge, a sense that it was not meant to be treated lightly or shared indiscriminately. The specificity of these practices speaks to how central these stories were to the life of the communities that held them. The Tule River tribe, in the foothills of California's Sierra Nevada, offers another kind of evidence for how old these traditions run. On a rock face in their ancestral territory, there is a cluster of petroglyphs, images carved into stone by hands that worked there long centuries before any European presence on this continent. Among those images, researchers and tribal members have identified a figure they call hairy man, large, distinctly human in posture, covered in the lines that suggest thick hair or fur. The Tule River people themselves connect this figure to their oral traditions. Understanding it as a depiction of the same kind of being their stories have described for generations. The carving does not prove that such a creature exists in any biological sense. What it does suggest is that the concept is genuinely ancient, not a recent invention, not something borrowed from a newspaper story or a Hollywood film, but something rooted in the lived experience and the artistic expression of people who called this land home for a very long time. The teaching function of these stories is something that deserves its own moment of attention. In many indigenous traditions, stories about powerful or dangerous wilderness beings were not simply entertainment. They were not simply expressions of fear. They carried instruction. A story about a large and unpredictable being inhabiting the deep forest might carry within it a quiet lesson about the consequences of venturing too far from the community without proper preparation, or about what happened to people who took more from the land than they needed, or about the importance of moving through wild country with humility rather than aggression. These were moral and ecological teachings, delivered through narrative in the way that the most enduring lessons often are, not as rules handed down from above, but as stories that stayed with you, that you carried with you into the forest when you went. This is perhaps the most important distinction between the indigenous understanding of the wilderness being and the approach that Western cryptozoology would eventually develop. Western investigation of Bigfoot has always been organized around a single central question: does this creature exist? The entire enterprise is built around finding evidence, footprints, film, hair samples, audio recordings that would satisfy a scientific standard of proof. And that is not an unreasonable way to investigate a question. But it is a very particular way of relating to the world, one that treats the creature as a problem to be solved and a mystery to be resolved. The indigenous traditions that gave rise to these stories were organized around a different kind of question entirely. Not whether the being existed, but what your relationship to it was, what your presence in its territory meant, what obligations that presence placed on you. These traditions did not need scientific verification because they were not making scientific claims in the Western sense. They were transmitting a way of being in the world, a way that made room for things larger and older than human understanding, that treated the forest not as a backdrop for human activity, but as a world in its own right, full of its own inhabitants and its own logic. It is worth being careful when surveying all of this, not to collapse these very different traditions into a single unified story. The Coast Salish understanding of Saskets was not identical to the Tule River understanding of hairy man. Neither of those was the same as the traditions held by nations further inland or further north. Each culture shaped its understanding of the wilderness being through its own language, its own landscape, its own spiritual framework, and its own history. Treating them as if they were all describing the same creature in the same way would be a kind of flattening, a loss of exactly the richness and specificity that makes these traditions worth knowing about in the first place. Scholars who study this material are careful to note that the diversity of the traditions is itself meaningful, that what matters is not only the similarity across cultures, but the particular texture of each one. What does connect these traditions, quietly and without force, is the understanding they share of what the wilderness being represents. In tradition after tradition, across nations and landscapes and languages, The large human-like presence in the deep forest is associated with a set of values: respect for the natural world, humility about the limits of human knowledge, awareness of what you owe to the land and to the other kinds of life that share it with you. Whether the being appears as a protector, as a warning, as a spirit that moves between worlds, or as something that simply watches from the tree line and withdraws when approached too boldly, it is always understood as something that has its own place in the order of things, that demands to be treated accordingly. For these communities, the creature was never really a mystery to be solved. It was a presence to be respected. That understanding colored everything that came after. The further you travel from the Pacific Northwest, the more the stories change, and that is one of the most telling things about them. The Sasquatch traditions of the Coast Salish and the Tsales emerged from a particular world: dense old-growth forest, rain-softened earth, rivers heavy with salmon, mountain ranges that seemed to go on without end. That specific landscape shaped specific stories. But when you move east across the continent, or south into the high desert, or north toward the boreal woodlands, you find that other nations were also holding space for a large, human-like presence in the wilderness. And yet what they described, what role that presence played, how people were meant to relate to it shifted in ways that matter enormously. These are not regional variations of a single shared legend. They are separate traditions, grown from separate soils, carrying their own meanings and their own moral weight. To flatten them all into one modern creature would be to misunderstand each of them individually. Scholars who study indigenous knowledge traditions have been careful to say so. The diversity of these accounts is not an inconvenience to be smoothed over. It is, in fact, the most important thing about them. The relationship between landscape and story runs deeper than mere backdrop. When a people inhabit a particular geography for centuries or millennia, that land becomes inscribed in their language, their ceremonial calendar, their ethical frameworks. The creatures and spirits that populate their oral traditions emerge from this intimate knowledge. They reflect not idle speculation, but careful observation translated into spiritual and moral language. A being that appears in stories is often a being that serves a purpose in the community's understanding of how to live well in that specific place. The character of the creature, whether it is protective or dangerous, central or marginal to human life, carries embedded knowledge about the actual hazards and gifts of the environment. To understand these traditions on their own terms requires recognizing that they are not failed attempts at zoology. They are sophisticated systems of meaning-making that ask different questions than modern science asks. Among the Algonquin-speaking peoples of the northeastern woodlands and the Great Lakes region, there existed a figure that is sometimes mentioned in the same breath as Bigfoot, though it belongs to an entirely different category of being. The Wendigo, sometimes spelled Windigo or Witiko, depending on the specific nation and dialect, was not a shy, forest-dwelling creature glimpsed at the edge of a clearing or heard moving through the trees at night. It was something far darker and far more inward-looking in its terror. In most traditions, the Wendigo was a spirit of hunger and cold, a malevolent force that could possess human beings who had committed the act of cannibalism under desperate winter conditions, transforming them into towering, gaunt, insatiable creatures that could never be led no matter how much they consumed. The being grew taller as it ate, always staying just out of reach of satisfaction. Some accounts described it as skeletal and hollow-eyed, others as a massive and powerful figure moving through the deep snow of a northern winter. But what united them was this sense of a wrong relationship, a crossing of a boundary that nature had set, rather than simply a large and unknown animal sharing the forest with human beings. The Wendigo served as a profound cultural teaching about the dangers of prioritizing individual survival over communal bonds, about what happens when a person turns against the group in order to feed themselves alone. It is a story shaped by the brutality of northeastern winters, by the genuine and terrible threat of famine, by the value of peoples for whom interdependence was not merely preferable, but essential to survival. To place it in the same column as the Sasquatch of the Pacific Northwest is to lose what makes both of them meaningful. The Wendigo also illustrates how these traditions encode ecological knowledge and seasonal danger. The northeastern peoples understood that winter could push human communities to their breaking point, that the boundary between survival and tragedy was often thin. The Wendigo was not merely a monster to frighten children. It was a sophisticated warning embedded in narrative form, teaching about the psychological and spiritual consequences of certain actions, about the interconnected nature of survival in a harsh climate. These teachings were transmitted across generations because they carried practical wisdom about how to maintain the social bonds that literally meant the difference between life and death when temperatures dropped and food became scarce. Moving west and south into the high desert country of the Great Basin, the traditions shift again in ways that reflect a completely different world. The Shoshone people, whose territory spread across what is now Nevada, Utah, southern Idaho, knew of a being called the Sea-Haltic, sometimes described as a powerful and dangerous creature inhabiting the more remote and rugged parts of the landscape, a presence that inspired not just caution but genuine fear. The Great Basin is a place of extremes: scorching summers, cold winters, sparse water, long distances between places of shelter and sustenance. A large, dangerous being in that environment carries different implications than one in the lush and forgiving rainforests of the coast. There is less margin for error in the desert. The stories that emerge from desert peoples tend to reflect that. The Sea-Haltic was not a guardian in the protective sense, not a teacher offering ecological wisdom from a place of benevolence. It was something to be avoided, something that marked the outer edges of where a person should reasonably go. And that warning had real practical value in a landscape where wandering too far from water or familiar terrain could end a life without any mysterious creature being involved at all. Across the plateau regions, among the peoples of what is now the inland Pacific Northwest, the Columbia Plateau, and the areas around the Warm Springs Reservation, there were stories of beings sometimes called stick Indians, a name that refers not to a single creature, but to a category of entities, some of them hostile, some merely disruptive, all of them associated with the deep and less traveled places. According to these traditions, the stick Indians might steal salmon from a fishing camp, or whistle to travelers in the darkness in ways that caused them to lose their bearings and wander off the path they had known. They were tricksters in some accounts, predators in others. Their behavior carried a warning familiar across many traditions, that certain places and certain hours belonged to forces older than human settlement, that a person who moved through those spaces carelessly did so at their own risk. What all of these traditions share, despite their profound differences, is that they grew outward from the specific places their peoples inhabited, shaped by the demands and the character of each particular landscape. The Pacific Northwest coast, with its deep forest and its abundance, produced stories of a large being that moved within the natural order, deserving of respect and careful relationship. The northeastern woodlands, with their long winters and their intimate knowledge of scarcity, produced a being born of transgression and excess. The high desert produced something forbidding and marginal, a creature of the edges rather than the center of human life. Scholars who study these traditions with care have noted that the instinct to gather all of these figures together under the modern word Bigfoot, to treat them as folk descriptions of a single undiscovered animal, imposes a Western framework of categorization onto knowledge systems that were organized around entirely different questions. The peoples who carried these stories were not amateur naturalists waiting for someone to arrive with a camera and settle the matter. They were communities for whom the natural world was a web of relationships, moral, spiritual, ecological, and the figures that inhabited the outer edges of that web carried meaning that a plaster footprint cast could never fully capture. Each tradition carried the mark of its own landscape, its own language, its own way of understanding what it meant to share a world with something larger and older than yourself. When European settlers began pushing into the forests and mountains of the Pacific Northwest in the early 1800s, they brought their own fears with them, and the wilderness seemed ready to answer. These were men and women accustomed to cleared fields and village roads, to landscapes that had been shaped and tamed by generations of human hands. The forests they encountered here were something else entirely. The trees were enormous, older than memory, standing so close together that the light barely reached the ground. The mountains ran on without end in every direction. There were no edges to anything, no horizon that offered reassurance. For many settlers, that open vastness pressed against the imagination in ways that were difficult to name. It is perhaps not surprising that, moving through that kind of country, they began to report things. One of the earliest written accounts comes from the journals of David Thompson, a British-Canadian fur trader and explorer who was among the first Europeans to travel extensively through what is now the Pacific Northwest. In January of 1811, near what is today the region of northern Idaho and eastern Washington, Thompson and his men discovered a set of enormous tracks in the snow. He recorded the footprints with careful attention, noting their unusual size and human-like shape. Observing that they appeared to belong to something far larger than a man, Thompson was a practical, methodical person, not given to embellishment. The tone of his journal entry is one of genuine puzzlement rather than fear. He did not claim to have seen the create, only the evidence it seemed to have left behind. But that matter-of-fact record, written in neat ink on expedition paper, placed something unmistakably large and unknown into the documented history of the region. It would not be the last such entry. A generation later, in 1840, a Protestant missionary named Elkanah Walker was living among the Spokane people in what is now eastern Washington. Walker was a careful observer of the communities he lived and worked with. He kept detailed records of the stories and beliefs he encountered. Among those accounts, he noted that the Spokane people spoke of large, hair-covered beings who lived in the mountains nearby, beings who were powerful and unpredictable, who sometimes raided camps for food, who were regarded with a mixture of caution and respect. Walker did not dismiss these accounts, though he filtered them through his own cultural expectations, describing the beings as giants in language that reflected his own frame of reference more than theirs. What is significant about his record is that it shows how, by the middle of the 19th century, settler observers were beginning to encounter indigenous knowledge about these wilderness beings and attempting to make sense of it. The stories were clearly not new to the indigenous peoples Walker lived among. They had the settled quality of things long understood and carefully passed down. But for Walker and those like him, they arrived as something unfamiliar and faintly unsettling. Stories that seemed to give shape to the unease they already felt about the wild country pressing in around them. As more settlers moved westward across the continent, encounters of this kind multiplied. The stories began circulating through the loose networks of frontier communication. Trading posts, missionary letters, newspaper columns, the lone evenings around campfires, where men and women tried to make sense of the places they had come to. Reports of large, man-like figures spotted in deep timber began appearing with increasing frequency in regional newspapers through the latter half of the century, described with the same matter-of-fact language used for accounts of bear attacks or unusual weather. Perhaps the most famous of all the early settler accounts came not from a frontiersman of modest reputation, but from Theodore Roosevelt, who would eventually become the 26th President of the United States. Roosevelt wrote about the wilderness with genuine passion throughout his life. In his 1892 book of hunting stories and natural observations, The Wilderness Hunter, he included an account he had heard from an experienced trapper and woodsman named Bauman. The story Bauman told was set somewhere in the mountain country of the West, in an unnamed wilderness that Roosevelt described only in general terms: forested slopes, a narrow creek, remote and difficult country. According to Bauman, he and a companion had made camp in a valley where they almost immediately sensed that something was wrong. Their camp was disturbed, their belongings scattered. They found enormous bipedal tracks, Not the prints of a bear moving on all fours, but tracks made by something moving upright, consistently, through the muddy ground around their site. The presence that left those tracks seemed to circle the camp repeatedly over the course of several nights. The men grew steadily more frightened. Roosevelt recorded the story as Bauman told it to him, treating the old man as a credible witness, while carefully leaving open the question of what the creature might actually have been. The account ends badly for Bauman's companion, who was found dead in the camp under circumstances Bauman could not explain. While Roosevelt neither confirmed nor denied the supernatural elements of the story, he clearly found it worthy of preservation. That a man of Roosevelt's reputation and intellectual seriousness chose to include the account in a published book says something about how widely these stories had spread and how difficult they were to simply dismiss, even for those who approached the natural world with scientific curiosity. The blending of settler and indigenous traditions that was quietly underway throughout this period produced something new, a distinctly American wilderness legend that carried the texture of indigenous knowledge and the particular anxieties of a culture confronting a continent it had not yet learned to fully understand. The forests were enormous, and the maps were incomplete. In that space between the known and the unknown, a figure was taking shape that belonged to no single people and no single trade: Ishan. By the end of the 19th century, stories of wild men in the woods had become woven into the fabric of American frontier life, passed around campfires and printed in newspapers with the same matter-of-fact tone used to describe weather and game. In the summer of 1924, 5 gold prospectors were camped in a remote canyon on the slopes of Mount St. Helens when, according to their account, they spent one of the longest nights of their lives. The mountain occupies a part of southwestern Washington that has always carried something of the feeling of a place slightly beyond the reach of ordinary life. Even today, if you spend any length of time moving through the forest on those slopes, the sense of being surrounded by something larger than yourself arrives almost naturally, almost without your noticing it. The trees pressing close, the light coming through in fragments, the sounds changing in ways that aren't quite explained by the wind. In 1924, that remoteness was more pronounced still. Roads into the backcountry were rough where they existed at all. Large stretches of the mountain and the terrain surrounding it remained the kind of country that men traveled on foot or on horseback, with a clear understanding that getting into difficulty out there meant being truly, completely alone. The 5 miners had staked a claim they called the Vanderwhite, about 2 miles east of the mountain, near a deep and narrow gorge where the land fell away sharply between walls of rock and standing timber. They had built a small cabin there, hand-hewn, solidly enough put together to keep the rain out and the wind down, but modest, unfortified, not the kind of structure that inspires much confidence in the dark. And they went about their days as miners did in those years, moving between the claim and the camp, working through the daylight hours, returning each evening to cook and rest and make whatever arrangements the next morning required. It was the kind of work that fills a day completely, leaving a man pleasantly tired by nightfall. I imagine they slept well enough in those first weeks, with the mountain quiet above them and nothing in particular to trouble their rest. The unease that preceded the famous night did not announce itself loudly. It came first in the form of tracks. In the days before the incident, one of the miners, a man named Hank, who was regarded by his companions as a skilled and experienced woodsman, someone who had spent enough years in the mountains to trust what he was looking at, came across a series of impressions pressed deeply into the soft earth around the edges of the camp. The largest of them measured 19 inches from one end to the other. The men gathered around them and studied them with the particular, careful attention that you give to something when you recognize it doesn't fit the familiar categories. Crouching down the way you do when you want to look more closely and aren't entirely sure what you're hoping to find. They knew the mountain well enough to identify what a bear left behind in soft ground, what an elk's track looked like pressed into damp soil near a creek, what the smaller animals of the territory made when they moved through the underbrush after rain. These were none of those things. The shape of them was arranged as a human footprint is arranged, heel and toe, bipedal, the toes spread wide across a broad, flat base. But the dimensions placed the creature making them so far outside any human scale that the comparison made things stranger rather than clearer. Hank, who was said to be a man not easily unsettled, grew noticeably quieter after the discovery. It was the kind of quiet that the people around him understood without needing to ask about it. The other miners talked around the subject, the way people tend to handle the things that worry them most. They kept working because practical men on a gold claim in the mountains generally keep working. The pressing demands of the daylight hours have a way of filling the space that doubt might otherwise occupy. But the forest around the gorge had shifted in some quality I find difficult to name. Not more threatening exactly, not louder, simply more present, as though something beyond the tree line had turned its attention quietly toward the camp and settled in to watch. What happened on the night the miners later described to the newspapers, to anyone who would listen in the weeks that followed, began suddenly and without much warning. The men had gone to sleep in the ordinary way, the mountain dark and still above them, the gorge dropping away below into deeper shadow. Then the cabin was struck, a large stone hitting the outer wall with enough force to bring all 5 men sharply awake at once. Before they had quite oriented themselves, another came, then another arriving from different directions simultaneously, as though there were several creatures circling the structure, and each one was contributing separately to the assault. The men took up their rifles. In the dark, with the walls shuddering from the impacts and the sound of heavy movement coming from more than one point outside, they fired through gaps in the timber and through whatever openings presented themselves, directing their shots toward whatever they could hear moving in the darkness. The creatures, for that is how the miners described them, large and bipedal and covered in dark hair, did not withdraw immediately. They circled the cabin. The throwing of stones would stop for a stretch of minutes, long enough that the men inside might allow themselves to wonder if it was over. Then it would begin again from a different quarter. At some point, deep in the night, something came close enough to the wall to reach a limb through a gap in the timber and close its hand around the handle of an axe that had been left leaning just inside. One of the miners lunged for it, and another fired toward the arm, and the grip released. The men held the cabin through what remained of the darkness, listening at the walls, firing when movement came too close, watching every gap in the timber for any shape they could make out against the black outside. When the light began to return, that slow, pale lightening that precedes dawn in the mountains, when the trees start coming back out of the dark as shapes again, the sounds outside had stopped. The men waited until the morning was fully established before going out. When they did, the forest looked as it always had, quiet and unchanged, carrying on with its ordinary sounds as though nothing had interrupted it. They found some disturbance in the ground around the cabin. They found no creatures. The account reached the newspapers quickly enough for a remote location. The coverage it generated was substantial enough to draw an official response. 2 U.S. Forest Service rangers, identified as J.H. Huffman and William Welch, were dispatched to look at the site and evaluate what the miners had described. They made their way into the canyon and examined the evidence carefully. Their conclusions were not favorable to the miners' story. The gorge that had been characterized as difficult to access turned out to be navigable without much trouble. The footprints near the cabin, those 19-inch impressions that had so affected Hank in the days before the attack, the rangers examined and demonstrated, to their own satisfaction, could be produced deliberately without great difficulty. They concluded that the miners had in all likelihood manufactured the incident themselves, possibly placing the stones and fashioning the prints in order to generate the kind of attention that a dramatic wilderness story was almost certain to attract. The rangers' report did not travel nearly as far or as fast as the original account had. That is a tendency you'll notice running through the history of these stories, with a certain consistency. The dramatic claim moves quickly and widely, while the quiet correction rarely catches up to it. Fred Beck, one of the 5 miners and the one most closely associated with the incident in the years that followed, eventually wrote his own account of what he said took place on that mountain. His book maintained that everything the men reported was genuine. He described the night with the kind of personal texture and emotional specificity, the feeling of the cabin wall shaking, the lunge for the axe handle, the particular character of the darkness pressing against the gaps in the timber that no newspaper summary had ever quite managed to convey. His account ensured that the Ape Canyo, an incident, remained available to every later generation of researchers and readers who came looking for the origins of the Pacific Northwest legend. It a first-person weight that kept it circulating long after the Rangers' investigation had been largely forgotten. Whether the men truly encountered something in those dark Washington woods, or whether the story grew in the telling. Ape Canyon earned its name that summer and has kept it ever since. The name Bigfoot was born on a dirt logging road in the mountains of Northern California on a quiet August morning in 1958, when a man named Jerry Crew climbed down from his bulldozer and found something he could not explain. Crew was a cat skinner, the term used for operators of the large tracked machines that pushed through earth and rock, and he had been hired to help carve a timber access road through the Six Rivers National Forest, a vast and heavily wooded stretch of land in Del Norte County, roughly 300 miles north of San Francisco. The road was being cut through a place called Bluff Creek, a remote drainage tucked so deeply into the mountains that most people in the nearest towns had never seen it firsthand. 30 or so workers were employed on that same stretch of road, rising before dawn each morning, driving into the forest, spending their days reducing ancient stands of Douglas fir to something navigable and useful. It was hard, unglamorous work in an isolated corner of the country. On most mornings, nothing happened worth remembering. But on that particular morning in late August, when Crew stepped down from his machine and looked at the soft mud of the freshly graded road surface, he found a series of footprints pressed deeply into the earth, footprints shaped unmistakably like those of a barefoot human being, yet measuring 16 inches from heel to toe and 7 inches across. The stride between them was enormous, far beyond anything a person walking normally would leave behind. Whatever had made them had moved with considerable weight. This was because the prints were sunk well below the surface of the surrounding ground, as though the creature had been dense beyond easy reckoning. Crew walked the length of the track for a while, following it as it moved around and away from his machine. He could not make it add up to anything he already knew. He mentioned it to his co-workers. Some of them had seen similar prints on earlier mornings, appearing without explanation and disappearing just as quietly. No one had said much about it, the way people sometimes stay quiet about things they cannot account for. But Crew decided to do something more deliberate. He mixed up a batch of plaster and poured casts of several of the clearest prints. When they had set and hardened, he brought them into town and showed them to a reporter at the Humboldt Times, a small regional newspaper serving the communities along the Northern California coast. The editor there, a columnist named Andrew Genzoli, recognized that he was looking at something that would interest his readers. He wrote the story up, in print, reaching for a word to describe the creature behind those enormous tracks. Genzoli settled on a simple and perfectly American compound: Bigfoot. It was direct, unpretentious, and impossible to forget. It caught on almost immediately, spreading from that small coastal newspaper outward through wire services and regional papers until it had become the word most Americans used for the thing that had been lurking at the edges of their campfire stories for generations. The story did not remain a local curiosity for long. Within days, the Humboldt Times article had been picked up by larger papers along the coast, then by national wire services that saw in it the kind of human interest story that could capture attention in an era when such mysteries still had a freshness to them. Magazines began sending reporters to Northern California. Radio stations broadcast interviews with Crew and with Genzoli, the man who had given the phenomenon its name. The plaster casts themselves became minor celebrities, passed hand to hand among journalists and curious onlookers, photographed and measured and debated. The footprints at Bluff Creek represented something that transcended the merely local. They suggested that in an increasingly mapped and catalogued world, gaps still remained. places where the unknown could still exist. For someone living in 1958, this was not an abstract proposition. The world still contained vast territories that had not been thoroughly explored. The possibility of an undiscovered creature in the deepest forests of California seemed, to many people, no more implausible than it would have seemed a century earlier. It is worth pausing for a moment to consider the world into which that name was born. America in 1958 was a country still comfortable with the idea that its own geography held genuine mysteries. The interstate highway system had only just begun its slow spread across the continent. Large portions of the Pacific Northwest remained genuinely difficult to reach. The forests of Northern California were not casual weekend destinations for most people. They were remote in a way that is harder to appreciate now. When satellite imagery allows anyone to examine any patch of Earth from the comfort of a lit room, the wilderness still had the quality of the unknown about it, not in a threatening way necessarily, but in the older sense, the sense that there were places in the landscape where human understanding simply had not reached yet. Cruise plaster casts landed in that atmosphere with a kind of ease, the way a story lands when the cultural ground is already prepared to receive it. People were ready to believe that something large and unexplained might still be moving through the deep forests. This was because the forests themselves still felt deep enough to hide one. The story spread through newspapers across the country, ran in magazines, generated a wave of attention that was partly curiosity, partly amusement, partly something harder to name, a genuine, if quiet, hope that the world had not yet been entirely accounted for. Researchers and adventurers began making their way to Bluff Creek, looking for additional prints, measuring what they found, attempting to understand the scale of whatever had left those marks in the mud. The name Bigfoot had given the phenomenon a kind of coherence it had not previously had. Gathering up the scattered frontier reports and indigenous traditions and campfire stories into something with a single, recognizable identity. For a while, Bluff Creek became one of the more peculiar destinations in California, drawing visitors who had no particular connection to logging or wilderness, but who simply wanted to see the place where the modern legend had begun. In the decades that followed the initial discovery, Bluff Creek became the subject of considerable scientific and amateur scrutiny. Investigators returned to the site year after year, cataloguing additional prints and attempting to reconstruct the chronology of sightings. Some researchers conducted extensive searches through the surrounding forest, hoping to find more substantial evidence: hair, scat, bones, anything that might confirm the existence of the creature. Others interviewed the original road workers repeatedly, trying to distinguish between what they had actually witnessed and what they had come to believe they had witnessed over the passage of years. The prints themselves remained at the center of the inquiry. They were photographed, measured with precision instruments, compared against each other, and against anatomical models. Universities and institutes received requests to examine the original plaster casts. Experts in primatology and physical anthropology offered opinions, though these opinions varied widely depending on who was doing the examining and what theoretical framework they brought to their analysis. Then, in 2002, something complicated happened. Ray L. Wallace, a timber contractor who had been the man responsible for overseeing the very road construction project at Bluff Creek in 1958, died of heart failure at the age of 84. Shortly after his death, members of his family came forward with a disclosure. His son Michael told the Seattle Times plainly that his father had been behind the footprints all along. The family produced a pair of carved wooden feet, large, flat, shaped like an enormous human soul, that they said Wallace had used to stamp the tracks into the soft mud before the workmen arrived each morning. Ray Wallace, according to his family, had thought it was funny, had enjoyed watching people react to the prints, had apparently never imagined that a simple prank involving a pair of carved boards would one day become the founding moment of one of the most enduring legends in American popular culture. The revelation made headlines. For a day or two, there was something like a verdict, the origin story of modern Bigfoot. People said, had turned out to be a hoax, but anyone who thought that announcement would close the subject was underestimating how much had accumulated in the 44 years since that August morning. Crewe's plaster casts had been only the first in a long series of similar discoveries made by different people in different locations, with no apparent connection to Wallace or his wooden feet. Other workers on that same road crew, independent of one another, had described finding prints during weeks when Wallace was not even present at the site. Researchers who had studied the casts pointed out that several of the prints showed characteristics, subtle curves, natural asymmetries, pressure ridges that would have been extraordinarily difficult to reproduce convincingly with a carved wooden implement, that the variation between individual prints suggested something more flexible than a rigid board stamping mechanically into the mud. None of this was enough to prove anything one way or the other. The honest answer is that it never will be. What is clear is that Wallace's hoax, genuine as it probably was in some form, did not explain away everything that had happened at Bluff Creek. It certainly did not explain the hundreds of similar reports from people who had never heard of Ray Wallace and had nothing obvious to gain from inventing what they claimed to have seen. The name was out in the world now. No confession, no carved wooden feet, no newspaper correction could put it back. Of all the evidence ever gathered in the long search for Bigfoot, nothing has held the public imagination quite like 59 seconds of shaky, sun-dappled film shot on an October afternoon in 1967. By that point, the name Bigfoot had already been circulating for nearly a decade, carried by newspaper stories and campfire conversations across the American West. But it was still a name without a face, a word attached to enormous footprints and second-hand accounts, to things seen briefly in the dark and then gone. That changed on October 20th, when two men on horseback rode along a dry creek bed in a remote corner of Northern California and came around a bend in the stream and found something standing at the water's edge that neither of them had any easy explanation for. The 9 years between Jerry Crewe's 1958 discovery and the autumn of 1967 had been busy ones for those pursuing the mystery. The initial newspaper sensation had faded somewhat, but it had not disappeared entirely. Throughout the early 1960s, hunters and trappers and loggers working in the remote forests of the Pacific Northwest continued to report sightings with enough consistency that the subject had taken on a kind of stubborn permanence in regional folklore. There had been footprint discoveries in Washington and Oregon. There had been reported encounters in the Cascade Range and the Klamath region. None of these had generated the sort of public attention that the initial Patterson-Gimlin footage would later create, but they had kept the search alive for people who believed there was some effing out there worth searching for. The scientific establishment, by and large, had dismissed the entire subject as unworthy of serious attention. The mainstream media, after the initial excitement of 1958, had moved on to other stories. But in the gap between official skepticism and popular curiosity, a small community of dedicated researchers had begun to organize themselves with increasing sophistication. They shared reports with one another. They studied cast imprints of the footprints with great care. They began to theorize about what kind of animal might be leaving these traces, what it might eat, where it might be living, and what physical characteristics it might possess. Roger Patterson was among the most committed of these researchers, a man who had become convinced through RS of investigation that the evidence pointed toward a real, unknown primate living in the forests of the Pacific Northwest. Roger Patterson had spent years pursuing the subject, convinced that a large, undiscovered primate was living in the deep forests of the Pacific Northwest. He had brought a 16mm camera along specifically for the possibility that he might need it. His companion, Bob Gimlin, was by most accounts a more measured man, skeptical but loyal, willing to accompany his friend into the wilderness without sharing quite the same degree of conviction. The two of them had ridden out into the Six Rivers National Forest in Humboldt County with 3 horses and several days' worth of provisions, working their way through the creek country near Bluff Creek, that you may remember as the same stretch of Northern California where Jerry Crewe had found those first enormous footprints 9 years before. It was a landscape of dense Douglas fir, overturned root masses, creek gravel that held the shapes of things that walked across it. It was the kind of place that felt very large and very quiet when you were standing in the middle of it, far from any road. The horses noticed something before the men did. That detail tends to stay with people who study the film carefully. This was because animals are not easily fooled by costumes or staged events. Both horses reacted with sharp, unmistakable alarm at what was ahead of them on the creek bank. Patterson's horse threw him sideways as it shied away. He scrambled to his feet quickly, pulling the camera from his saddlebag and beginning to run toward what he had seen, a large, dark, hair-covered figure moving along the edge of the creek bed in a steady, upright stride. He was running while filming. That is why the early frames of the footage shake and tilt and are difficult to read clearly. But as he slowed and the creature continued walking, the image steadies enough to see it plainly. What you see, if you watch the film, is a figure that appears to be between 6 and 7 feet tall, covered entirely in dark reddish-brown hair, walking on 2 legs with a long rolling stride that carries it smoothly across the gravel and sand of the creek bottom. At one point, perhaps 30 or 40 feet from where Patterson was standing with the camera running, the figure turns its head and looks directly back over its left shoulder at the 2 men, a slow, deliberate glance, held for just a moment before it continues walking and eventually disappears into the trees at the edge of the creek. That single glance, that brief backward look, is perhaps the most discussed moment in all of Bigfoot research. This was because it is so calm, so unhurried, and so difficult to reconcile with either a frightened animal or a man in a costume who has just been surprised. Researchers later noted that the figure appeared to be female, based on what seemed to be visible breasts beneath the hair, a detail that struck many observers as an unlikely inclusion in a fabricated costume. Though others have argued it would not have been particularly difficult to achieve with the right materials. The analysis of the Patterson-Gimlin film, as it came to be known, has continued steadily for nearly 6 decades. I think it is worth spending a little time with what that analysis has found. This was because it reflects something genuinely interesting about the nature of the evidence. Studies of the creature's body proportions have consistently noted that the arms appear significantly longer relative to the legs than would be typical for a human being. Humans generally have arms roughly 20% shorter than their legs, while the figure in the film appears to have a much smaller difference, closer to what you might expect in a large non-human primate. The stride length and the way the knee bends during each step have also attracted careful attention from biomechanics researchers over the years, some of whom have argued that the gait shown in the film would be difficult or uncomfortable for a human to replicate convincingly, particularly at the speed and over the terrain being crossed. The question of how a costume could have been produced in 1967 is one that has generated considerable discussion among scholars of special effects history. The technique of using hair or fur glued to a substrate was well understood by costume makers of that era. Professional gorilla suits did exist by that time, having been used in various film and television productions throughout the 1950s and 1960s. However, the level of detail visible in the Patterson-Gimlin footage, the musculature beneath the hair, the apparent flexibility of the shoulders and arms, the natural-looking gait, would have required either an exceptionally skilled costume maker or a very well-funded production. Patterson was known to be a man of modest means, which raises questions about where such a costume might have come from and who might have created it. Some researchers have speculated that professional filmmakers could have been involved, though no credible evidence of such involvement has ever emerged. The debate over costume versus living creature essentially hinges on 2 different assessments of what was possible with 1960s technology and resources. One view holds that the costume-making technology of the era was entirely adequate to produce what is seen in the film, and that creative filmmakers with sufficient motivation and resources could have achieved it. The other view holds that while costumes of that quality might have been theoretically possible, the practical, logistical, and financial barriers would have made such a deception extremely difficult to carry out in a remote wilderness setting under time-pressured circumstances. Grover Krantz, an anthropologist at Washington State University who became one of the few academic researchers willing to take the subject seriously, examined the film in detail and concluded that the mass and proportions of the figure were not consistent with a man in a suit. Jeff Meldrum, a professor of anatomy at Idaho State University, whose work you will encounter again a little later in this story, has made similar arguments. Focusing on the flexibility and mechanics of the foot as the creature steps across the uneven creek bed, suggesting that the motion is more consistent with the anatomy of a large primate than with a human foot inside a rigid costume. These are careful, measured arguments from people with genuine scientific credentials. They deserve to be considered alongside the counter-arguments, which are also substantial. There have been multiple claims, made at different times and with varying degrees of credibility, that the film shows a man in a professionally made gorilla suit. The costume industry of the late 1960s was sophisticated enough to have produced something approximating what the film shows, at least in the opinion of some special effects professionals who have reviewed the footage. A man named Bob Hieronymus came forward in 2004, claiming to have been the person inside the suit, describing in considerable detail how the filming had been arranged and what the costume felt like to wear. Though his account has never been conclusively verified and is disputed by Gimlin, who has maintained for his entire life that what he and Patterson encountered that afternoon was a real, living creature. What makes the Patterson-Gimlin film so enduring, I think, is not simply that it is ambiguous. Many pieces of photographic evidence are ambiguous, but that it is ambiguous in a way that resists easy resolution even after exhaustive examination. Most hoaxes, when studied closely enough, reveal their seams. Most genuine wildlife footage, when examined by biologists, yields to confident identification. The Patterson-Gimlin film has done neither of these things in nearly 60 years of scrutiny. That is a genuinely unusual quality for any piece of photographic evidence to possess. A documentary released in 2026, titled Capturing Bigfoot, brought the film back into wide public conversation by presenting what its makers described as new analytical evidence, challenging certain prior conclusions about its authenticity. Though the Bigfoot research community's response to those claims has been divided, as it tends to be with anything connected to this subject. The film remains, as it has always been, a kind of cultural mirror, something in which people with very different prior beliefs find very different things when they look carefully. If you have already decided that Bigfoot is impossible, you will see a man in a suit walking along a California creek bed with practiced, theatrical strides. If you have spent time in those forests and come away with a different sense of what might be living in them, you may see something else entirely, a large female primate, calm despite being watched, her way along the water on a mild October afternoon without any particular urgency. The footage itself does not settle the question for you. It simply places the question in front of you, very quietly, and waits. After nearly 60 years, it remains exactly what it was the day it was developed, a question that refuses to become an answer. The Patterson-Gimlin film may be the most famous piece of Bigfoot evidence, but it sits inside a much larger body of reports stretching across nearly every state in the continental United States. In the years immediately following 1967, the Pacific Northwest became the center of a quiet but persistent wave of sightings. What is striking about those early reports is how little they seem to borrow from one another. People living along the Cascade Range, loggers, farmers, families driving home late along dark mountain roads, began describing encounters that bore a close resemblance to what Patterson and Gimlin had filmed at Bluff Creek. Though many of these witnesses had no particular awareness of that film at the time, a dark, heavy figure moving through the tree line, a smell, thick, nimble. Difficult to describe precisely, though witnesses consistently reached for the same kinds of words. Musty, wet, deeply unpleasant, like something that had been living in the earth for a long time. The sound of something large moving through brush with a confidence and ease that no bear quite accounts for. Through the 1970s, the reports accumulated steadily. logged by researchers and newspaper editors and county sheriffs who were often unsure what to do with them. Many came from people who seemed genuinely reluctant to share what they had seen, worried about how the account would land. A logger in Washington who pulled over near dusk and watched something cross the road ahead of him, something that moved upright, that he measured later against the surrounding fir trees and estimated at between 7 and 8 feet tall, waited years before telling anyone outside his family. A couple camping in the Olympic Peninsula who woke before dawn to the sound of something heavy moving around the perimeter of their tent found impressions in the soft ground the next morning that didn't match anything they could name. These were not people who had gone looking for something extraordinary. They were simply people who encountered something they couldn't fit into any category they already had. What made the accumulation of these early reports significant was the emergence of organized documentation. By the mid-1970s, researchers had begun compiling and cross-referencing accounts in a more systematic way. The Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization was founded in 1995, but long before that, individual researchers and local enthusiasts had been maintaining their own archives. Some of these early compilations were remarkably thorough. In counties across Washington and Oregon, researchers would visit witnesses at their homes, record detailed interviews, measure and photograph the sites where encounters had occurred. They collected soil samples from reported track locations, noted the density and type of vegetation, documented weather patterns from the date of the alleged sighting. His methodical approach sometimes revealed patterns that casual observation might have missed. Seasonal clustering of reports in certain regions. A concentration of sightings along particular river valleys or ridge systems. Temporal patterns that suggested possible migration routes or territories. Some researchers began noting that reports often clustered in areas of remaining old-growth forest, places where human development had been relatively limited, where dense canopy cover and complex understory still prevailed, where the food sources that might sustain a large primate were abundant. This was not proof of anything, but it suggested that if these accounts reflected actual encounters with an animal, that animal, if it existed, would have particular habitat requirements that could be studied and understood. By the late 1970s, it was becoming clear that Bigfoot was not a Pacific Northwest creature in any exclusive sense. Reports were reaching researchers from the Appalachian Mountains, from the river bottomlands of the Midwest, from the dense second-growth forests of Ohio and Michigan, and the wooded hollows of West Virginia and Tennessee. Ohio, in particular, developed a remarkably concentrated body of sightings across several decades, centered on areas of heavy forest cover in the eastern and southeastern parts of the state. The descriptions in those Ohio accounts were recognizable to anyone familiar with the Pacific Northwest record: large, bipedal, dark-haired, accompanied by a smell that witnesses struggled to put into words, and yet many of these people had no deep familiarity with the broader Bigfoot narrative. They were hunters and rural residents, and late shift workers, driving home through unlit stretches of state road. People whose lives did not otherwise intersect with cryptozoology or folklore. In the Appalachian reports, the creature was often described crossing roads in the beams of headlights, or disturbing the edges of agricultural fields at the margins of dense forest, or moving through mountain hollows at night with a quietness that struck witnesses as out of proportion to the size they were describing. What these eastern accounts added to the picture was geographic reach, a sense that whatever people were seeing, or believed they were seeing, was not a story that had simply spread outward from a single origin point, but something more diffuse and harder to account for. The expansion of reports eastward raised a question that researchers still grapple with today. If these accounts reflected a genuine animal population, how had that population gone undetected for so long by the scientific establishment? Large primates leave traces: hair, scat, bones from deceased individuals, dental remains. Yet despite numerous expeditions and searches in regions with concentrated sighting histories, no such physical evidence had surfaced in any definitive form. Some researchers proposed that an undiscovered primate species would need to be remarkably elusive, possibly nocturnal by preference, possibly with behavioral patterns that minimized the likelihood of leaving behind recoverable remains. Others suggested that a small breeding population might persist in fragmented forest habitats, moving between isolated patches of suitable terrain in patterns that rarely brought them into contact with human scientific endeavor. Still others maintained that the consistency of reports, while striking, could reflect something other than a biological reality. That cultural transmission of the Bigfoot concept might create in observers a perceptual framework that organized ambiguous experiences, a glimpse of a large animal in poor light, shadows moving across distant forest, into a recognizable pattern. This possibility did not require any deception on the part of witnesses, only the way that human perception naturally works to make sense of incomplete information by fitting it into existing templates of expectation. In September of the year 2000, a team from the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization, working in the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest in southern Washington, made a discovery that researchers have discussed ever since. The team had placed fruit in a clearing near Skookum Meadow. When they returned the following morning, they found a large impression in the soft earth beside it, not a footprint, but something more like a body impression, as though something very heavy had reclined on its side and reached forward to gather the fruit without fully rising. The impression showed what researchers interpreted as the outline of a forearm, a heel, a thigh, spread across several feet of disturbed ground. Plaster casts were made and examined by a number of people, including the anatomist Jeff Meldrum, who found features in the heel impression consistent with a large bipedal primate. Wildlife biologists suggested elk as an alternative explanation, noting that these animals can leave complex and overlapping impressions in soft mud. Meldrum and others maintained that the specific configuration did not align with any elk anatomy they were familiar with. The cast has never been definitively explained to everyone's satisfaction. It remains one of the more carefully preserved pieces of physical material from the modern era of investigation. What draws careful attention when you move through the accumulated reports of the last several decades is the character of the people making them. There is a tendency in popular discussions of Bigfoot to picture the witness as someone already inclined toward belief, someone who went into the woods hoping to find something and found it. But a steady reading of the records suggests something different. A significant portion of the accounts in organized databases come from people who identify themselves as skeptics, from hunters who are deeply familiar with wildlife behavior and can distinguish a black bear standing upright from something else entirely, from police officers who filed incident reports and then quietly hoped no one would look too closely, from park rangers whose professional standing made them reluctant to say anything at all. A deputy sheriff in a rural Ohio county described a creature crossing a state road at 2 a.m, large enough that his headlights illuminated the full height of it against the tree line, and spent years declining to discuss it publicly. A ranger in the North Cascades noted a series of enormous tracks during a routine patrol, recorded them carefully in his duty log, submitted them through official channels before any outside researcher had made contact with him. These are not the figures of television drama or campfire exaggeration. They are ordinary professionals whose training orients them toward observable fact and away from speculation. Their discomfort with their own accounts, the hedging, the reluctance, the careful insistence that they are not claiming anything definitive, gives those reports a weight that is difficult to set aside entirely. The physical descriptions across all of these accounts remain consistent in ways that are worth sitting with quietly. From Florida to Washington, from Ohio to Oregon, witnesses describe a figure standing between 7 and 9 feet tall, covered in dark or reddish-brown hair, walking upright on 2 legs with a gait that is often called smooth, purposeful, surprisingly fluid for something of that size. The smell appears in almost every close encounter account, a heavy, layered odor that witnesses work to describe and usually compare to wet animal, decomposition, or something they do not have a word for. Many reports note the absence of sound, that despite the creature's apparent size, it moves through dense forest with very little noise. A quality that strikes witnesses as wrong in some way they find hard to articulate, as though the forest itself is accommodating it. Nighttime and the low-light hours of early morning account for the majority of sightings, consistently and across every region in the record. I read through these accounts the way you might read old letters, slowly, with attention to what the writer was not saying as much as what they were, and what they leave behind is not certainty in any direction. What stays with you, reading through the accumulated weight of these accounts, is not any single dramatic encounter, but the quiet consistency of what ordinary people describe. A dark shape, a smell, the sudden certain feeling of being watched. Beyond eyewitness accounts, researchers have spent decades trying to gather physical evidence, something that could be measured, tested, placed under a microscope. The most abundant category of that evidence, by far, has been footprints. From the earliest days of the modern phenomenon, the prints themselves have driven the conversation. Over the years, an enormous collection of plaster casts has accumulated in the hands of researchers, universities, private collectors across the country. Grover Krantz, a physical anthropologist at Washington State University, was among the first credentialed scientists to take these casts seriously as objects worthy of careful study. Krantz spent years examining them, measuring the stride lengths, the depth of the impressions in the soil, the overall architecture of the foot itself. What he found, he argued, was a foot that did not behave quite like a human foot. Certainly not like anything a carved wooden prop or a rubber shoe could convincingly replicate when pressed into soft ground under the weight of a genuinely moving body. The depth and pressure distribution of many prints suggested something heavy, something in the range of several hundred pounds, and the consistency of certain anatomical features across prints found in entirely different locations and different decades struck him as difficult to explain away as simple coincidence. Jeff Meldrum, a professor of anatomy and anthropology at Idaho State University, built on this work and has continued it with greater methodological rigor than perhaps any other researcher in the field. Meldrum's particular focus has been on what he calls the mid-tarsal break, a flexibility in the middle of the foot that differs from the rigid human arch and resembles a feature seen in non-human primates. In many of the casts he has examined, he finds evidence of this dynamic flexibility, visible in the way the foot appears to have bent and pushed off during movement. Pressure ridges in the soil that a rigid fake foot simply would not produce. He has published his analysis in academic contexts and has argued, carefully and without hyperbole, that the accumulated footprint evidence is at minimum consistent with a large, bipedal primate, unlike any currently catalogued species. The measurement of stride length itself has provided another avenue for analysis. Walking patterns contain biomechanical signatures that vary predictably with body mass, leg length, and anatomical proportions. Researchers have calculated stride lengths from sequential prints in documented trackways, then compared those measurements against known data from humans and other primates. Several studies have suggested that the implied walking speed and stride consistency evident in some trackways would be difficult to fake deliberately while maintaining a natural gait. A person in a suit fabricating prints would need to walk at a particular pace and with particular spacing, repeatedly over long distances, in darkness, across varied terrain, without producing the irregular patterns or inconsistencies that normally appear in hoaxed evidence. The biomechanical argument is not dispositive on its own, but it represents the kind of quantifiable analysis that lends itself to scientific examination rather than mere speculation. Additionally, researchers have noted that the prints often appear in clusters or trackways that span considerable distances, sometimes several miles, documented across multiple days or seasons in the same general region. Producing multiple convincing fake trackways across remote forest terrain, maintaining consistent anatomical features, and doing so repeatedly over decades in widely separated locations would require coordination and effort that skeptics acknowledge seems improbable. though not impossible. Alongside the broader anatomical arguments, there is another layer of detail in certain casts that researchers have found particularly difficult to dismiss: dermal ridges. Jimmy Childs, a fingerprint examiner with years of professional experience, examined a number of Bigfoot casts and identified what appeared to be friction ridge skin, the same kind of fine surface detail that produces fingerprints in humans and other primates. These ridges, he concluded, followed patterns consistent with a real biological foot rather than a manufactured one. He noted features such as flow patterns, ridge endings, bifurcations that would be extraordinarily difficult and unlikely to replicate deliberately on a fake. Not all researchers accept his conclusions, and the analysis of dermal ridges in cast material remains contested. But it represents the kind of specific, testable claim that separates a portion of the footprint evidence from the simple category of obvious fakery. The challenge in assessing dermal ridge evidence lies partly in the quality and clarity of individual casts, which varies considerably depending on soil composition, moisture levels, and casting technique. Some casts preserve fine detail with remarkable clarity, while others show only broad impressions. This variability has led to disagreement among specialists about which casts merit serious forensic analysis. Researchers have also grappled with the question of whether modern casting techniques have inadvertently introduced artifacts that resemble biological detail, or conversely, whether some legitimate features have been dismissed as casting artifacts when they were actually present in the original print. Hair samples have occupied researchers almost as long as footprints have. The results there have been more uniformly sobering. Over the decades, people have collected strands of hair from fence lines, tree branches, forest undergrowth in areas associated with reported sightings. Those samples have been sent off for analysis with considerable hope. The large majority have come back identified as deer, bear, elk, coyote, or in some cases, human, ordinary wildlife moving through ordinary forest. A smaller fraction has proven harder to assign definitively, classified as unidentified, or simply inconclusive given the limitations of the available hair comparison techniques. In 2012, Brian Sykes, a geneticist at Oxford University, led what became known as the Oxford-Lausanne Collateral Hominid Project, a systematic effort to apply modern DNA analysis to a large collection of hair samples attributed to Bigfoot, Yeti, other supposed mystery hominids from around the world. Sykes requested samples from researchers and collectors globally and subjected them to rigorous mitochondrial DNA sequencing that can identify species with a precision that older comparison methods could not approach. The results, published in a peer-reviewed journal in 2014, were consistent and largely definitive for every sample that yielded usable genetic material. The hairs came from known animals. Bears, raccoons, horses, deer, and humans accounted for the samples that could be read clearly. 2 samples from the Himalayan region returned an unusual result, a match to an ancient polar bear specimen, which Sykes suggested might point toward an unknown bear hybrid, though that finding has itself been disputed and not widely replicated. For the North American Bigfoot samples specifically, there was nothing anomalous in the genetic results. Sykes did not frame this as a final verdict on Bigfoot's existence, noting that absence of evidence in a particular sample set is not the same as evidence of absence. But the study remains the most rigorous scientific examination of supposed Bigfoot biological material conducted to date. Its findings did not support the presence of an unidentified primate. The limitations of the hair sample approach deserve mention alongside its findings. Hair samples collected opportunistically from the field lack the chain of custody documentation that would be required in a legal or medical context. They may have been contaminated during collection, storage, or transport. They may have been misidentified as to location or circumstances of collection. These methodological weaknesses do not invalidate the genetic findings, but they do mean that a negative result, identification as a known animal, does not entirely foreclose the possibility that at some point, hair from an unknown species was collected and either not included in Sykes's database or was mishandled before analysis. Researchers have also pointed out that an animal species might exist in very small numbers, its range restricted to remote regions, its behavior such that it leaves little biological material in accessible locations. Under such circumstances, absence of hair evidence would be unsurprising, even if the animal were real. Conversely, the fact that Sykes' comprehensive analysis found nothing anomalous is taken by many scientists as strong evidence that no such animal has yet been successfully sampled. Researchers have also turned to technology in the forest itself, deploying trail cameras, thermal imaging equipment, audio recording devices in areas of high reported activity. Thermal cameras, in particular, offer the theoretical advantage of detecting large, warm-bodied animals in low-light conditions where ordinary cameras would fail. There have been several recordings over the years that researchers have presented as evidence of something large and upright moving through the trees at night. None of these recordings have been universally accepted as proof of anything beyond an animal that could not be immediately identified at the time of filming. Most wildlife biologists who have reviewed the footage have offered mundane explanations: bears moving bipedally, elk at an unusual angle, thermal distortion produced by tree trunks warming and cooling in nighttime air. The challenge of deploying and maintaining trail cameras in remote, forested terrain should not be underestimated. Equipment fails in harsh weather, batteries deplete, animals and humans trigger false alarms thousands of times for each potentially relevant image. The volume of data produced is enormous, requiring substantial time to sort through footage for anything noteworthy. Despite these logistical challenges, the technology itself represents a significant advantage over earlier investigative methods. A trail camera operates continuously without observer bias, records objective images, and documents date and time. It cannot be fooled by peripheral vision or low-light perception errors that sometimes affect human witnesses. Yet, across hundreds of thousands of hours of accumulated trail camera footage from suspected Bigfoot habitat, no clear image of an unknown large primate has emerged. Audio recordings present a similar pattern. Sounds attributed to Bigfoot have been captured in forests across the Pacific Northwest and elsewhere. Low vocalizations, wood-knocking sounds, howls that researchers argue fall outside the known range of local wildlife. The Sierra Sounds recordings, made in the 1970s by Al Berry and Ron Moorhead in the mountains of California, are among the most studied. Some acoustics researchers have suggested the vocal complexity in those recordings is unusual enough to warrant attention. Others have identified characteristics consistent with human mimicry or distorted recordings of known animals. The technology has improved steadily. Dedicated researchers continue to place cameras and microphones in remote locations year after year, generating data that accumulates without yet producing the kind of clean, unambiguous result that would transform the conversation entirely. The evidence, taken as a whole, sits in a frustrating middle place, compelling enough to keep serious researchers interested, not conclusive enough to settle the question. For every sincere Bigfoot report, there has been at least one deliberate fabrication, and the history of Bigfoot hoaxes is almost as interesting as the history of genuine sightings. In some ways, the two histories are impossible to fully separate. This was because the hoaxes did not emerge in a vacuum. They grew from the same cultural soil as the genuine reports, watered by the same human appetite for mystery and the same deep pleasure that comes from making other people believe something extraordinary. The most instructive place to begin is with Ray Wallace, whose story is one of the stranger footnotes in American folklore. Wallace was a road construction contractor who worked logging sites in Northern California throughout the late 1950s. For decades, he was known among Bigfoot researchers as an enthusiastic, if somewhat unreliable figure on the fringes of the field. He died in 2002 at the age of 84. Within days of his passing, his family made a quiet announcement that sent a ripple through the Bigfoot community. They produced a pair of carved wooden feet, each 16 inches long, explained that it had been Wallace all along, that he had strapped those wooden carvings to his boots and stamped them into the soft dirt of Bluff Creek Road on a September night in 1958. The tracks that Jerry Crew would find the following morning and that would eventually give the modern phenomenon its name. His son Michael told a Seattle newspaper that Ray Wallace had been Bigfoot. He said it without particular apology or ceremony, as though it was simply a family secret that had waited long enough. The revelation was treated by some as the definitive end of the Bigfoot question, a confession that collapsed the entire modern structure of the legend. Researchers who had spent years in the field found themselves answering the same question over and over. Does this change everything? Most of them said no, and their reasoning was not without logic. The tracks Crew found were not the only tracks ever documented at Bluff Creek. They were not the only large, unidentified footprints ever cast in plaster anywhere in the Pacific Northwest. One man with carved wooden feet, however committed and however nimble, could account for only a fraction of what had been reported across a continent over many decades. Still, the Wallace revelation did real damage. This was because it demonstrated that the origin point of the modern Bigfoot name had been, at least in part, theater. It introduced a persistent doubt that no amount of subsequent fieldwork could entirely dissolve. What made the Wallace case particularly significant was not merely the revelation itself, but the temporal gap between his death and the public acknowledgement of his deception. Years passed before his family came forward, and during that interval, his footprints continued to be cited in serious discussions about Bigfoot evidence. This delay illustrated a crucial aspect of Bigfoot culture. The investment in belief often outpaces interest in verification. The Wallace story also raised uncomfortable questions about documentation practices in cryptozoology. If a prolific hoaxer could operate for decades, leaving behind artifacts that were analyzed and discussed seriously by researchers, what other evidence might contain similar flaws? The answer suggested that skepticism, when applied rigorous lie, needed to work in both directions. It was not enough to dismiss all reports as fabrication, nor was it sufficient to accept all documentation without sustained scrutiny. The middle ground was harder to occupy, requiring the kind of intellectual honesty that acknowledges uncertainty while continuing to investigate. The Georgia Bigfoot body hoax of 2008 was a different kind of spectacle, louder and considerably less subtle than anything Wallace had attempted. That summer, two men from Georgia, Matthew Whitten, a police officer, Rick Dyer, who worked in the car sales business, announced that they had recovered the body of a Bigfoot in the forests of northern Georgia and had kept it packed in a freezer. They held a press conference in California, surrounded by people claiming expertise in various fields. They presented photographs of what appeared to be a large, dark, hairy form lying in a container of ice. The story moved very quickly through the news cycle. For a few days, it occupied a remarkable amount of media attention given how little verifiable evidence had actually been offered. Researchers from a Bigfoot organization paid the two men for the opportunity to examine the body. When the freezer was thawed, the contents turned out to be a rubber gorilla costume that someone had packed with organic material to give it weight and a convincing appearance of decay. Whitten and Dyer offered shifting explanations for a short time and then largely retreated from the story. Whitten lost his position with the police department. Dyer, showing a certain consistency of character, was later involved in a second Bigfoot body hoax several years afterward, this one involving a foam figure displayed for paying visitors. What made the 2008 episode particularly frustrating for people who approached the subject carefully was not simply the fraud itself, but the media coverage that preceded and followed. Journalists who had never spent an afternoon reading through the serious scientific literature on primate anatomy or the academic debate around Jeff Meldrum's research were suddenly offering confident pronouncements about the entire field of Bigfoot study, using two men with a rubber suit as evidence that the whole enterprise was absurd. The hoax provided a convenient shortcut for dismissal, and shortcuts, once available, tend to get used. Bob Hieronymus presented a quieter but more persistent complication. when he came forward in 2004 with the claim that he had been the figure inside the Patterson-Gimlin film. Hieronymus was a friend and acquaintance of Roger Patterson. He told an interviewer that Patterson had asked him to wear a costume and walk along the creek bed while the camera was running. He described the suit, the day, and his own recollection of the experience in reasonable detail. His account was taken seriously by a number of people. It remains one of the more credible first-hand challenges to the film's authenticity. Researchers on the other side noted that Hieronymus's physical measurements did not match the proportions visible in the film, that he had never come forward with the suit itself, or with any documentation that could be independently verified. The debate over his claim has not been resolved. It sits alongside the film in that same uncomfortable territory where neither side can fully prove its case. What the Hieronymus story illustrates, beyond its specific claims, is the broader difficulty that hoaxes create for anyone attempting to reason carefully about the evidence. Once it becomes clear that some people are willing to fabricate encounters, dress up in costumes, carve footprints, or pack rubber figures in freezers for attention or money or the simple pleasure of the performance, it becomes genuinely harder to evaluate any individual report on its own terms. The skepticism that hoaxes generate is reasonable, and in many cases it is healthy, but it also tends to spread in ways that are not always proportional. A single confident fraud can cast a shadow over dozens of unrelated, unconnected accounts from people who had nothing to gain and a great deal to lose by telling an unusual story. A police officer reporting a large dark figure crossing a road at 3 a.m. is not obviously in the same category as two men with a freezer and a press conference. Treating those two things identically because they both involve Bigfoot is a kind of logical imprecision that the hoaxers, perhaps inadvertently, made easier to commit. The sheer volume of sightings across the country, tens of thousands of reports collected over decades, from separate people in separate states who had no knowledge of one another, makes the idea of universal fabrication genuinely difficult to sustain. People hoax for many reasons. Some want attention, some want money. Some are simply enjoying themselves inside a tradition that has always had a theatrical streak. Some are participating in a shared cultural mythology in the only way that feels available to them. That last motivation is worth sitting with. This was because it suggests that even the hoaxes are telling us something real, not about the creature, but about what people want the creature to mean. The hoaxes have made it harder to take the subject seriously, but they have never quite managed to make it go away. The question that sits beneath all of the sightings and footprints and film analysis is a simple one. Could a large, undiscovered primate actually be living in North American forests? It sounds at first like a question with an obvious answer. Of course not. We would know by now, but a handful of serious researchers have spent significant portions of their careers arguing that the dismissal comes too quickly. Their reasoning is worth following for a while before you decide what to make of it. The most interesting scientific argument in favor of Bigfoot's possible existence begins not in the forests of the Pacific Northwest at all, but in the caves and fossil beds of southern Asia, with a creature called Gigantopithecus. Gigantopithecus blacki was an enormous ape that lived across parts of what is now China, Vietnam, India, and based on the fossil evidence, primarily jawbones and teeth. That are the most durable parts of any skeleton. Paleontologists believe it may have stood as tall as 9 or 10 feet and weighed somewhere between 400 and 1,000 pounds, depending on the estimate. It was, by any measure, a genuinely massive primate. It survived until somewhere between 100,000 and 300,000 years ago. That in geological time is not very unago at all. The idea that draws some researchers toward Bigfoot is the possibility that a population of Gigantopithecus, or something closely related to it, crossed into North America via the Bering Land Bridge during one of the periods when lower sea levels connected Asia and Alaska, that a remnant population may have survived in the dense forests of the continent ever since. It is a hypothesis that requires several unlikely things to be true at once. But it is not, strictly speaking, impossible, and that word, impossible, tends to make scientists careful. The evolutionary pathway proposed by advocates for this hypothesis would involve not merely survival, but adaptation over tens of thousands of years. A population founder event at the Bering Land Bridge would have been a bottleneck, selecting for individuals capable of thriving in new climates and food sources. The ancestral Gigantopithecus was adapted to warm, subtropical forests with year-round food availability. North American forests, particularly those of the Pacific Northwest, present dramatically different seasonal rhythms, temperature ranges, and nutritional resources. The hypothesis requires not just a surviving population, but a successfully adapted one, capable of shifting diet from the tropical fruits and leaves that likely dominated Gigantopithecus feeding to whatever sustenance these forests could provide. This is not impossible. Primates are behaviorally flexible, but it represents a significant adaptive challenge. The population would also need to have undergone some degree of morphological change over such a vast span of time. Size reduction might be expected, as populations adapting to resource scarcity often become smaller. Behavioral modification would be essential as well, particularly nocturnal or crepuscular activity patterns to avoid human detection. The advocates note that there is precedent in primate evolution for such flexibility. The colonization of different habitats by various ape and human populations across Africa and Asia demonstrates that primates can adapt to diverse environments. Yet the specific claim that a surviving tropical ape pop, Eulacines, successfully adapted to temperate North America while remaining undetected, requires accepting a concatenation of evolutionary and behavioral changes that strain credibility even for those sympathetic to the possibility. The researcher most associated with this line of thinking was Grover Krantz, a physical anthropologist at Washington State University who spent much of his professional life making the case that Bigfoot deserved serious scientific attention. Krantz was not a fringe figure operating outside academia. He held a legitimate faculty position, published in peer-reviewed journals on other topics, brought genuine anatomical expertise to his analysis of Bigfoot footprint casts. He examined the casts with the same attention he would have given to any other primate skeletal material. He argued that certain features, the distribution of weight, the flexibility implied by the shape of the midfoot, the stride length relative to apparent body mass, were not consistent with simple human faking. He believed that the creature described in thousands of reports was a surviving descendant of Gigantopithecus, adapted over millennia to the cool, heavily forested environments of the Pacific Northwest. His colleagues were largely skeptical. His willingness to stake his reputation on the question cost him professionally in ways he acknowledged openly. But he continued his work until his death in 2002. He remains one of the few credentialed scientists to have looked carefully at the physical evidence and concluded that something genuinely unknown might be out there. A more cautious version of the same scientific curiosity belongs to Jeff Meldrum, a professor of anatomy and anthropology at Idaho State University, who has assembled one of the largest collections of Bigfoot footprint casts in existence. SE. Meldrum does not claim certainty. He is careful to frame his work as an open scientific inquiry rather than a concluded argument, but he finds the morphological details of certain casts compelling enough to merit continued investigation, particularly the presence of a mid-tarsal break in some prints, a feature of foot flexibility seen in non-human primates but not typically in humans walking normally. His position is that the evidence is sufficient to take the question seriously, that the reflexive dismissal of the subject by mainstream science says more about institutional culture than it does about the actual data. Meldrum has also argued that footprint analysis, when conducted rigorously, can reveal biomechanical properties that distinguish authentic primate foot morphology from human footprints or hoaxes. He points to the consistency of certain features across geographically distant casts, suggesting not a coordinated continental hoaxing effort, but potentially repeated documentation of a real biological phenomenon. The variation in prints, he notes, is consistent with population-level variation in primates, not with the standardized output of human hoaxes. Additionally, he emphasizes that the sheer volume of footprint reports, spanning decades and emanating from multiple independent witnesses with no apparent coordination, constitutes a form of epidemiological evidence worthy of consideration. Distribution patterns of sightings, when mapped and analyzed, show clustering in specific geographical regions with particular forest characteristics. This geographic specificity, he argues, would be difficult for a hoaxing phenomenon to produce accidentally, yet it aligns with what we might expect from an actual population with territorial behaviors and habitat preferences. His work has influenced a small but growing cadre of academics willing to engage with Bigfoot evidence without necessarily endorsing the existence hypothesis. The counterarguments, however, are substantial, and they deserve the same honest attention. The most straightforward one is ecological. A population of large primates, large enough to sustain itself over generations, would require a great deal of food, a great deal of space, would inevitably leave behind far more physical trace than has ever been found. Large mammals die, and when they die, their bones remain in the landscape for years or centuries, depending on conditions. No Bigfoot skeleton, no Bigfoot skull, no fragment of jaw or tooth has ever been recovered and verified, and this is a significant absence. This was because the fossil record for other large North American mammals, including many that are now extinct, is reasonably well documented. Defenders of the Bigfoot hypothesis sometimes point out that gorillas were unknown to Western science until 1847. The okapi, a large giraffe-related animal living in the forests of the Congo, was not formally described until 1901. That suggests that large animals can remain hidden from scientific knowledge for a long time. This is true, but the Congo Basin and the mountain forests of Central Africa are genuinely remote in ways that the Pacific Northwest, for all its size, is not quite. The forests of Oregon, Washington, Northern California are laced with logging roads, crossed by hikers and hunters and researchers. Observed from the air with regularity, the concept of relict hominids, ancient human relatives or related primates surviving into the present in isolated pockets, is not entirely without precedent in paleoanthropology. The discovery of Homo floresiensis on the Indonesian island of Flores in 2003, a small hominin that survived until perhaps 12,000 years ago, reminded the scientific community that surprises are still possible. Occasionally, new large species are still formally described. A new species of beaked whale, a large muntjac deer in Vietnam, though none of these are the scale of what a living North American great ape would represent. A creature the size described in Bigfoot reports, living in a landscape as mapped and monitored as North America, would be, as most biologists note with restraint, genuinely extraordinary. Science cannot prove a negative. The forests of the Pacific Northwest are large enough that a careful, solitary creature might theoretically find places to dissipate. But most biologists remain unconvinced, for reasons that are hard to dismiss. The search for Bigfoot has never really stopped. It has only grown more organized, more technologically sophisticated, in some ways more earnest. One of the most prominent institutions in this ongoing effort is the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization, founded in the 1990s and now maintaining one of the largest publicly accessible databases of Bigfoot sightings anywhere in the world. The organization has catalogued thousands of reports, submitted by ordinary people from nearly every state in the continental United States. Each entry is reviewed before it is accepted into the record. Investigators associated with the group travel to reported sighting locations, photograph the surrounding terrain, interview witnesses in person whenever they are able to. What they have built over the decades is less a proof of anything and more a kind of vast archive of human experience, an accumulation of accounts, sketches, measurements that together form a portrait of something people keep believing they have encountered in the dark edges of the forest. The database is searchable by state, by county, by year, by the type of evidence reported, and spending time inside it is a quietly remarkable thing. This was because what you find there is not sensationalism so much as an enormous number of people trying, with some difficulty, to describe something they genuinely do not have good words for. Among the academic figures who have done the most to bring a degree of scientific rigor to this field is Jeff Meldrum, a professor of anatomy and anthropology at Idaho State University, whose research, into the biomechanics of the supposed Bigfoot footprints, has earned him both a measure of respect and no small amount of professional criticism. Meldrum has spent years collecting plaster casts and analyzing the way weight distributes across the supposed foot, arguing that certain features, particularly the flexibility of the midfoot and the depth of toe impressions, are not things that a rigid carved wooden fake would easily replicate. His book, published in 2006, laid out his reasoning in careful detail. While mainstream biology has remained skeptical, Meldrum has continued his work with the patience of someone who has decided the question is genuinely worth pursuing, regardless of where the professional consensus currently rests. Beyond the work of individual researchers, there exists a broader network of academic inquiry that approaches Bigfoot as a legitimate subject for study, even if not for belief. Primatologists have occasionally consulted on sighting reports, examining descriptions of bipedal locomotion and comparing them to what is known about ape and human movement patterns. Cryptozoology itself, the study of hidden or unknown animals, has developed increasingly rigorous methodological standards over the past few decades, moving away from purely speculative work toward investigations grounded in evolutionary biology and ecological plausibility. Some researchers have examined historical records and indigenous knowledge systems, finding that accounts of large, unrecognized primates in North America predate European settlement by centuries, preserved in oral traditions and place names.